Chapter 1. The Salvation Organization. Recently, our city has witnessed a series of gruesome homicides. Due to inclement weather and persistent rain, the police are diligently searching for relevant clues in hopes of apprehending the suspect at the earliest opportunity. Experts caution that the cause of the rainfall remains enigmatic and is expected to persist for approximately another week. Citizens are urged to ensure their safety and minimize outdoor activities. In a dimly lit room, the television screen displayed a continuous stream of official news. The host's clear voice resonated powerfully throughout the space. However, Baiyu's attention was not captivated by the news broadcast. Before him, a faint azure electronic glow materialized, flickering with lines of crimson text. Detection of ethereal beings. The world civilization is under threat. The salvation system has been activated. Congratulations. You have been chosen to become the savior. You shall bear the weight of establishing the Salvation Organization to rescue civilization. Would you like to activate the system? Yes, no. Gazing at the luminous blue screen, Baiyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Based on his years of online experience, he had evidently acquired an extraordinary power. However, it was quite sudden, and he had never heard of such a salvation system before. Baiyu's expression reflected a hint of hesitation. While he often engaged in altruistic deeds, the responsibility of saving the world felt overwhelmingly burdensome. His gaze flickered between the two options. First, he considered no, then yes.at that moment. The blue screen underwent another transformation. Host selection detected the salvation system has been activated. Damn it, I merely glanced. Who made the choice? Baiyu exclaimed in frustration, observing the ever-changing blue screen. Yet, his mood quickly stabilized. Well, since the system sought him out, it seemed illogical to refuse. After all, who among us hasn't harbored dreams of saving the world in their youth? However, the notion of being compelled into action was certainly disconcerting. Soon, the blue screen before him stabilized. The once crimson text vanished, replaced by an interface reminiscent of a gaming statistics panel. Organization leader, Baiyu. Organization name, not yet named. Organization level, 1. Organization facilities, none. Legendary status, 0. Main quest, establish the Salvation Organization, recruit exceptional members, enhance the organization's antiquity and legendary status in the world, combat ethereal invasions, and contain ethereal beings. The savior is requested to promptly name the organization. Note, leaving traces in history and mythology, containing ethereal beings, and maintaining the organization's ancient image before members or the general populace can garner. Legendary status. What a bare-bones system. No wonder it had to be forcibly activated. After briefly glancing at the statistics panel, Baiyu felt a tinge of disappointment as the invincible scenario he had imagined failed to materialize. Yet his focus quickly shifted. Naming the organization, Baiyu murmured to himself, stroking his chin in contemplation. The name he chose for this organization would likely accompany him throughout his life and be woven into the fabric of legend. Hence, it warranted careful consideration. First and foremost, it is essential to align with the concept of a savior organization, with a name that evokes a sense of radiant grandeur. Since the endeavor is one of salvation, it is inextricably linked to hope. As he pondered, Baiyu suddenly recalled a popular science video he had once encountered. He swiftly retrieved his phone, and a divine female voice generated by AI resonated in the air. Humanity fears the darkness. This fear is innate and inescapable. It is fire that bestowed upon mankind the hope to conquer this fear. It brings warmth and light beyond the sun and the moon. Yet, the spark is easily extinguished until the legendary figure of Shuiren, who ignited the first flame through friction. The seeds of hope and light have emerged. After viewing the video, Baiyu's thoughts began to crystallize. He contemplated and then articulated. To grant humanity light, to bestow civilization with hope. The organization shall be named Ember. Fire, in its essence, is an everlasting force, a source of warmth and illumination. It rekindles from the ashes and exhausts all in its blaze. Baiyu deemed the name Ember to be not ostentatious, yet it genuinely encapsulates the essence of a savior organization. Moreover, it can be intricately linked to numerous historical and mythological narratives, thereby enhancing the organization's legendary stature. To grant humanity light, to bestow civilization with hope. The Ember organization has been successfully established. The leader panel is now activated, bestowing the savior with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy level 3. Spiritual energy attribute world. Upon receiving this notification, Baiyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, dear system, I misjudged you. You are not a mere trifling entity. He had always suspected that the system would not require him, a mere mortal, to undertake the monumental task of saving the world and combating ethereal beings. Had he been left to his own devices, the world would likely have met its demise. Although the true nature of spiritual energy remained a mystery, he was assured that the term world carried significant weight. Soon, a transparent orb of light began to drift gently towards him. Merely gazing upon it, Baiyu felt an indescribable warmth and a profound sense of gravitas enveloping him. This orb seemed capable of embracing and encompassing all that he beheld the myriad manifestations of existence. The orb continually morphed, showcasing various scenes: mountains, rivers, light, flame, creatures, and stones. Unable to restrain himself, Baiyu raised his hand to make contact with the pure white orb. In an instant, he sensed a transformation within himself. His once ordinary physique began to evolve at an unfathomable pace, transcending human limits, or rather, surpassing the very essence of humanity. Waves of white light emanated from every pore of his being, transforming him into a miniature sun. The impurities within his corporeal form were incessantly cleansed by the orb, resulting in repeated metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Baiyu's consciousness had long transcended the confines of his mind, in a profound manner. His awareness connected with a higher realm of existence. The existence is vast, warm, and majestic. It seems inadequate to encapsulate it with all the beautiful words in the world. Baiyu experienced a profound enlightenment. Realizing what he had connected with this world, it felt as though he had established a bond with everything around him. A droplet of water, a rugged stone, a wispy white cloud, a volcano erupting with fervor, the shifting tectonic plates, and the ethereal forces that pervade existence. All seemed imbued with life, rejoicing in celebration of Baiyu's emergence. This sensation lingered for an indeterminate span. When Baiyu's consciousness returned to his body, he discovered that everything had transformed. An ineffable power coursed through him. With his force, it felt as if he could command all elements of the world. Baiyu understood within his heart that this was the energy described by the system, and he had now ascended to the rank of a Tier 3 energy wielder. Energy, or spiritual power, is a force birthed from the union of body and soul, varying in nature according to the individual. It also manifests in different intensities. The most rudimentary level is that of a 0-tier energy wielder who has just begun to harness extraordinary abilities, essentially an ordinary superhuman. The first tier signifies a true emergence, while the third tier, Baiyu felt a subtle sensation. The power he possessed was nearly at the zenith of this world. He extended his hand gently, and it seemed to transform into soil, nurturing a vibrant green plant that began to flourish. Suddenly, a surge of flame erupted, incinerating the plant entirely. Then, two unseen forces pulled from above and below, dissipating the flames in an instant. This is the power of the world. Baiyu took a deep breath now. He could distinctly sense everything in this world with mere thought. At that moment, the system's interface reappeared before him. However, this time it was not the panel of the Fireseed organization, but his own leader, Baiyu. Energy level, Tier 3. Energy nature, world. Please swiftly eliminate spiritual realm beings. Recruit exceptional members. Solidify organizational foundations and acquire legendary status. Wait. Why is there personal business, even on my personal panel? Baiyu couldn't help but scoff at the last line. The system was indeed diligent, never forgetting to remind him of his responsibilities as a savior. Yet, regardless of the system's insistence, he would partake in these endeavors. For having become an energy wielder, he had already sensed a shift in this world. Approaching the window, Baiyu gazed into the sky, where a persistent drizzle lingered, an unusual glint passing through his eyes. This rain harbored a mystery. Chapter 2. The Mermaid. The dreary rain had persisted for approximately a week. As the news anchor remarked, the cause of the unrelenting downpour was inexplicable. However, the former Baiyu paid little heed to such matters. as he typically remained at home, indifferent to the state of the weather outside. Rainy days even offered a certain comfort. But now, as an energy wielder with the nature world, his perceptions had transformed entirely. The birth of this rain is distinctly influenced by spiritual disturbances. Deviating from the ordinary weather patterns of Blue Star, the world reveals to Baiyu that the formation of this overcast weather is a consequence of some ethereal entity from the spirit realm. Suddenly, Baiyu turned his gaze towards the television, which continued to broadcast information about a serial killer, warning citizens to remain indoors. Upon reflection, the timing of the rain's onset appears to coincide with the emergence of this criminal, an intrusion from the spirit realm, Baiyu murmured, his expression sharpening as the power of the world surged forth. Everything around him became an ally: the formless air, the silent yet steadfast rocks, the flowing water, and the whispering sands. In mere moments, Baiyu discerned the anomalies within his surroundings. The city he inhabited was named Linhai. Yet at this moment, a fissure emitting spiritual energy had manifested somewhere within its bounds. Through the world's feedback, Baiyu could vividly sense the vast, abyss-like aura and the unmasked malevolence emanating from the other side of the rift. Countless entities yearned to breach this gap, yet they were obstructed by the will of the world. Generally, the spirit realm and the mundane world exist in two distinct dimensions, with minimal chance of collision. However, for reasons unknown, friction between the spirit realm and Blue Star had arisen, akin to the gravitational pull between two celestial bodies once drawn together. They could never part. Thus, humanity became acquainted with dreams, while the collision between these two realms has persisted for an extended duration. The beings of the spirit realm are eager to invade Blue Star, while the will of Blue Star resists vehemently. This clash between the two worlds is grand and monumental. Amidst such a confrontation, there are always lesser entities that find opportunities to slip through the cracks of this collision. "I have found you," Baiyu whispered softly. The ethereal entity was not far from the rift, and with the aid of the world's power, Baiyu swiftly pinpointed its location. Without a moment's hesitation, he set forth at this moment by Huo Mountain. A contingent of armed personnel stood vigilant, weapons in hand, seemingly awaiting a signal. Behind this group, another assembly of individuals clad in distinctly different attire gathered. Dressed in somber black suits, they exuded an air of solemnity, though unarmed. A palpable aura of danger surrounded them. Among this cadre of suited men sat a middle-aged figure in a wheelchair, attended by several suited bodyguards who held umbrellas for him. The reflection of the rainwater revealed his pallid face and weary expression. The rain continued to pour. From the ranks of the armed personnel emerged a man armed with a firearm. Braving the rain, he approached the man in the wheelchair and expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Chun, thanks to your assistance, we have swiftly pinpointed the suspect's location. You have been an immense help." Li Ming spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with admiration as he regarded the man before him. He belonged to the security department of Linhai City, and at merely 27 years of age, he had already attained the rank of captain. It seemed only a matter of time before he ascended to a position of leadership, heralding a promising future as an object of envy for many. Li Ming considered himself unable to compare with the man before him. The man seated in the wheelchair was Chun Yin, the most renowned young entrepreneur in Linhai City. His establishment, the Linhai Group, ranks among the top in the nation, with its industries sprawling across the country, yielding immeasurable profits. Moreover, he is known for his philanthropy. Virtually every charitable event organized in Linhai City features the presence of this generous figure, who has committed countless acts of kindness over the years, all while ensuring that his enterprises remain above reproach. To describe Chun Yin as merely young and promising would be an understatement. Regrettably, this philanthropist has long suffered from poor health. Years ago, he was able to move about freely, but now he is confined to a wheelchair, facing considerable limitations in mobility. "I am also a citizen of Linhai. It is my duty to assist. Capturing that serial killer would be most fortuitous," Chun Yin remarked, offering a silent smile, punctuated by occasional coughs as he inquired, "Li, do you truly believe we can apprehend this murderer?" "Absolutely," Li Ming affirmed emphatically, nodding with seriousness. "We have searched the surrounding area and have essentially confirmed that the suspect is near Baiyu Mountain. This area is completely encircled, and the locations where the suspects might appear are under vigilant watch. There is no way he can escape. That is reassuring, Chun Yin responded, breathing heavily, a smile gracing his face despite his frail condition. Li, I shall leave the rest to your security department. Given my health, I will return to the vehicle. Yes, leave it to us, Li Ming replied, watching as Chun Yin, coughing intermittently, was escorted to the car by his bodyguards. A sigh escaped him as he felt a deep sense of regret. It is a tragedy that good people do not live long. Should Chun Yin succumb to his health issues prematurely, it would indeed be a significant loss for Linghai City. After a moment of reflection, he refocused his gaze, rejoining his team to monitor their surroundings. Just as he had stated, this time, the serial killer must not escape. The perpetrator had emerged a week prior, committing heinous acts in the vicinity of Baiyu Mountain. Each time the security department arrived at the scene, they were met with nothing but dismembered remains and pools of blood, with many victims' bodily tissues mysteriously vanished and still unfound. The incessant rain had rendered evidence collection exceedingly difficult, obscuring even the most basic human footprints at the scene. Fortunately, Chun Yan's condition allowed the security department to enter the Linghai Group's establishments without a search warrant, leading to the swift identification of several eyewitnesses. Though these witnesses could not clearly discern the suspect's features, they were able to confirm the specific locations of the suspect's activities, culminating in the current net being cast around him. This time, you shall not escape, Li Ming vowed, his determination unwavering. For a week, the citizens of Linghai City had been engulfed in fear. He must capture this murderer and provide the public with a sense of security. As time trickled by, the rain seemed to intensify, with large droplets pelting against faces, rendering it difficult to even open one's eyes. The personnel of the security department had to begin rotating shifts to monitor the area, yet Li Ming remained steadfast at his post. Yet, regardless of how keen his eyesight might be, he found it difficult to see clearly in such an environment. Cursed weather, Li Ming muttered under his breath that in previous years, the coastal city had never experienced such incessant downpours during this season. He couldn't fathom what was amiss this year. At that moment, a peculiar silhouette suddenly emerged beside the indistinct shadows of the trees within Baiyu Mountain. Despite the torrential rain, Li Ming's keen senses detected this subtle change. He immediately became alert and shouted, "Stand guard!" At his command, all members of the security team sprang into action, forming small squads of 3, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. Meanwhile, Li Ming's gaze remained fixated on that strange figure. The distance was too great for clarity. He could only discern a shadowy outline obscured by the rain. What struck him as odd was the apparent absence of arms. 2 upright appendages seemed to be thrusting into the ground, presumably legs. With those legs, the figure was moving at a sluggish pace. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition swelled within Li Ming. He swiftly seized a loudspeaker carried by a nearby team member and bellowed, "Whoever is ahead, raise your hands and surrender. Identify yourself." His words bore a hint of severity and menace. He could not ascertain whether this bizarre figure was a suspect or merely an ordinary person venturing into the mountains. Until its identity was confirmed, he dared not fire indiscriminately. Upon hearing his voice, the figure's movements halted for a moment, but in the next instant, Li Ming sensed something was amiss. The shadow and the rain had suddenly vanished, as if it had dissipated into thin air without so much as a blink. What on earth? Such a bizarre scene left Li Ming momentarily stunned, prompting a nearby team member to question, "Captain Li, did you see the suspect?" This member had also been on high alert, yet he had seen nothing, only responding to the command, "I did see." Li Ming nodded at the inquiry, ready to recount the strange sight he had just witnessed, when suddenly, a delicate melody drifted into his ears. The song seemed to emanate from both near and far, possessing a hauntingly beautiful yet raspy quality, with an oddly ethereal and complex tone. Who is singing? Li Ming furrowed his brow, irritation boiling within him. At such a critical juncture of their mission, how could anyone be so nonchalant? Upon hearing his irritated voice, all members exchanged bewildered glances. "Captain Li, we haven't brought any sound equipment." One member spoke up, equally perplexed. It was strange for a song to echo in the depths of the forest, and it felt eerily unsettling. Could it be coming from Chen's team? Another suggested, recalling that Chun Yan's team had not yet departed and was still nearby. Surely not. Li Ming's eyes narrowed. He doubted Chun Yin would be foolish enough to carry sound equipment while he was permitted to observe the case. Nevertheless, he was about to send someone to inquire when he suddenly realized he could not produce a sound, no matter how hard he tried. The previously faint melodies began to resonate clearly, akin to someone softly singing in his ear, drawing him into a state of rapture. Soon, the scene before Li Ming transformed as the world in his eyes flipped upside down, an unsettling sensation swelling within his heart. How did I fall? An innate sense of vigilance echoed within him, compelling him to maintain his mental clarity. Straining to turn his head, he observed that all the members who had been on high alert moments ago were now sprawled upon the ground, their eyes vacant, evidently devoid of consciousness. Even further afield, Chen Yan's team was similarly incapacitated, with none remaining upright. At this juncture, Li Ming's anxiety reached a crescendo, the icy touch of raindrops against his face rendering him utterly rigid. A thought, both improbable yet fitting for the current predicament, flickered through his mind. Encountering something foul, he was an unwavering materialist, dismissive of the supernatural and the like. Yet now, nothing else could elucidate the bizarre circumstances at hand. Shao Sun. Shaoli. Wake up! With every ounce of effort, Li Ming strained his throat to produce sound. Yet amidst the downpour, his voice was nearly imperceptible. All the members lay with eyes glazed over, completely unconscious. Li Ming's urgency escalated, the feeling of unease intensifying. He struggled against the mud, attempting to retrieve his firearm to rouse everyone. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, momentarily illuminating the dim surroundings in a blinding white. In the act of drawing his weapon, Li Ming was startled, his already immobilized body becoming even more rigid, the alarms in his brain blaring like warning bells. In the midst of the fallen members stood a figure, approximately 2 meters tall, silent, and seemingly merged with the rain. Thanks to the lightning, Li Ming discerned the entirety of this figure. It was a creature with the body of a fish and the upper half of an exquisitely beautiful woman, her long golden hair cascading, untouched by the deluge. Crimson vertical eyes glimmered in the darkness, exuding a beastly indifference, while her vividly red lips revealed a row of sharp white fangs, with remnants of flesh faintly visible between them. The creature's arms were extraordinarily elongated, cascading from its shoulders to the ground, adorned with scales reminiscent of fish, radiating vibrant hues. Her hands resembled those of a bird, elongated and sharp, boasting 6 fingers that supported her form, keeping her suspended above the ground. The lower half, a fishtail akin to that of a mermaid from mythology, swayed gently, with the fins on her back glinting ominously, oscillating slightly. Seemingly attuned to something, the creature abruptly turned its gaze towards Li Ming. The eyes of man and monster collided in the that moment. Li Ming's heart felt as though it had ceased to beat, an overwhelming dread surging within him. In that instant, one thought consumed him. Damn, we are doomed. Chapter 3. The spark, the emergence of this creature was utterly unforeseen, catching Li Ming completely off guard. A mermaid in Linhai City? And one that appeared so bizarre? It was preposterous. Such notions were ones Li Ming would have scoffed at in the past. Yet now, a being from the realm of mythology stood before him, its cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon him. In that moment, his worldview was shattered, yet his years of professional training prompted him to analyze the current predicament. Firstly, he was assured he was not dreaming. The visceral sense of dread emanating from his soul was something dreams could never convey. The suspect they had been pursuing was likely this very creature, which could also explain why most of the victims' bodily tissues had vanished without a trace. They had all succumbed to the creature's insatiable hunger. Li Ming had never considered such bizarre possibilities in this case. He had always believed a deranged serial killer had emerged in Linhai City. To his astonishment, after the initial shock, Li Ming rapidly regained his composure. After all, the creature was still flesh and blood. A bullet would surely inflict pain. With the creature's gaze upon him, Li Ming strained to maneuver his rigid body, attempting to draw his weapon and fire. The creature merely observed the scene with a chilling detachment, a flicker of cunning glinting in its fierce eyes, as if it were watching a play unfold, a performance of its prey's desperate struggle for survival. Suddenly, it extended a long arm. Seizing one of Li Ming's team members by the arm, and hoisting him into the air. With its other hand, it caressed the member's face. A mere swipe revealed 6 deep gashes, exposing bone, yet the injured member only trembled, remaining oblivious to his peril. The creature seemed to revel in the moment, savoring its own nails, taunting Li Ming while casually dangling the unfortunate soul. The sickening sound of dislocated bones resonated in the air. Li Ming, witnessing this horrific tableau, felt his rage intensify, nearly grinding his teeth into dust. In a fit of unparalleled stimulation, his body seemed to regain some strength. His hand moved toward the handgun slumped at his waist. With swift precision, he drew it and emptied the magazine into the creature before him. The muscle memory honed through years of training allowed him to fire with remarkable accuracy, even as his senses had yet to fully restore. 7 bullets struck the creature solidly. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The bullets, as if robbed of their kinetic energy, merely produced a sharp sound before clattering to the ground, leaving no marks upon the creature's flesh. The creature erupted into laughter, its expression more mocking than ever. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered, "How is this possible? Is there truly a flesh and blood entity that can withstand bullets?" Meanwhile, suspended in the air, Baiyu exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the situation below. The moment he pinpointed the creature's location, he had set forth to initiate containment. Though it was merely the initial exercise of psychic powers, he arrived here within a minute. Fortunately, his timing was impeccable, although there were injured individuals. None had lost their lives. At that moment, a system panel suddenly materialized before Baiyu. Detected spiritual entity, deep diver, target tier. First, please proceed with containment as soon as possible. I know without needing to be told. Baiyu raised his hand, palm directed toward the heavens, as the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him surged into action. This marked his first engagement as a psychic, and lacking clarity on the disparity between the first and third tiers, he held nothing back, unleashing his full might. He diligently concentrated his psychic influence, ensuring it only affected the deep diver creature. Since it was a rainy day, he decided to summon the power of thunder. With a low shout, fierce winds howled, and thunderclaps erupted in the sky, illuminating the realm in brilliance. The resounding thunder echoed throughout the city by the sea, as ominous dark clouds began to coalesce. With blue-violet lightning coursing through the layers, laden with immense spiritual energy, brewing an unparalleled might. Such a colossal commotion could not go unnoticed. Below, the deep diver, engrossed in its revelry, suddenly sensed a wave of oppressive force looming in the sky. It looked up, eyes widening at the sight of dazzling lightning. The world aglow as if it were midday. An unending gale swept past, causing its body to tremble, and it instinctively released its grip on its human captive. In the celestial expanse, a figure bathed in lightning stood suspended in midair. Baiyu's expression was impassive as his raised hand slowly descended. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. All sounds and colors faded into oblivion, leaving only that figure, seemingly eternal. In the next instant, an infinite roar of thunder erupted in the heavens, akin to the roar of a thunder beast, as a colossal lightning bolt descended from above, piercing the sky and earth. The deep diver was engulfed in blinding light, its contorted form instantly consumed by the tempestuous energy. Boundless light and heat began to radiate outward, the ground unable to withstand the immense shockwave, collapsing in layers. Yet, a gentle force seemed to envelop everything, safeguarding all present. That devastating power struck the deep diver with unrelenting fury. Li Ming stared blankly at this breathtaking scene. Even as his body began to tumble downward, he remained entranced. His gaze rolled, yet his eyes remained locked onto the towering figure in the sky, within the lightning's embrace. Baiyu's visage was obscured, but Li Ming felt as though he glimpsed the essence of the world. A rich brilliance enveloped that form, emanating an air of majesty amidst the dark clouds. Grand, sacred, radiant. No words in existence could adequately convey the awe that surged within Li Ming's heart at that moment. His vision gradually became obscured by the bolt of lightning that spanned the heavens and the earth. When his sight cleared once more, the world before him had transformed. The sky was a brilliant blue. The dreary rain vanished in an instant. The monstrous entity had also dissipated without a trace, leaving a large pit in the ground, where shadowy haze lingered. Beneath the dark ash, there seemed to lie some peculiar insignia. Li Ming's lips trembled as his body gradually regained sensation. He yearned to take action, yet his mind remained shrouded in confusion. In a state of panic, he hurried to the spot where the monster had dissipated. Carefully, he gathered the remnants of the dark gray mass, his gaze fixated on the peculiar market boar. This emblem resembled an ancient and enigmatic badge. At its center flickered an abstract flame, vibrant with life, encircled by minimalist geometric patterns that evoked both the essence of existence and the fortitude of a shield. Beneath the flame, faintly etched were several archaic symbols, nearly indecipherable. Though he did not recognize the script, Li Ming instinctively comprehended its meaning. Ember. At that moment, the members who had been entranced by the siren's song began to regain their senses, their astonishment echoing in the air. Goodness, did a meteor strike here? Ouch, my face hurts. Little son, what happened to your looks? Why does my arm ache so? Call an ambulance. Little son is injured. The cacophony of their exclamations filled the surroundings. It was only when someone called for him that Li Ming snapped out of his daze. Captain Li, what on earth transpired? He opened his mouth, intending to articulate a response, yet found himself at a loss for words, as if his ability to speak had abandoned him. Ultimately, he shook his head and murmured, "It's nothing. Please, call an ambulance immediately and take little son to the hospital." Meanwhile, akin to the chaos in the safety department, the nearby Linhai group was also in disarray. Several bodyguards scrambled to their feet, bewildered by the transformed landscape surrounding them, still unaware of what had transpired. However, their professional instincts compelled them to check on their employer's condition without delay. Upon opening the car door, they found Chun Yin comfortably seated in the back, his dark eyes gazing into the void as if searching for something. "Boss, are you all right?" One bodyguard inquired with concern. If anything happened to Chun Yin, his own future would be bleak. "I am fine." Chun Yin inhaled deeply, disregarding the bodyguard's questions as he laboriously closed the car door. Sitting alone within, his expression a blend of complexity and fervor. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tranquil, allowing Chun Yin to easily hear the vigorous beating of his heart. Since falling ill, he had not heard such a vigorous sound for quite some time. I cannot be mistaken. Could it have been a deity? Likely Ming. Driven by unyielding willpower, Chun Yin resisted the allure of the siren's song and grasped the gravity of the recent events. The memory of the breathtaking scene ignited a passionate fervor within him. He had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Elsewhere, after vanquishing the siren, Baiyu ventured deep into the heart of Birch Mountain. Beneath several towering ancient trees, a fissure invisible to the naked eye radiated a haunting azure glow, revealing the rift to the spirit realm. Baiyu sat cross-legged upon the tree, unhurried in addressing the crisis, instead summoning the system. At that moment, the system interface underwent yet another transformation. Congratulations to the Savior for successfully containing a spirit realm entity. The deep diver's essence has been stored in the system's backpack and can be retrieved at any time. The reward includes the organizational facility, Headquarters Cave Heaven, which will be randomly placed and customized. The reward also grants 50 points of legendary status, with editable legends and histories detected. The host is urged to establish the headquarters promptly, as this will unlock the Gray Mist ability. Note, the history edited by the Savior will seamlessly merge with the corresponding era. This initial encounter with the spirit realm being prompted the system to provide numerous reminders, most of which were previously mentioned during the system loading. Thus, Baiyu comprehended them with ease. However, there remained one aspect he found perplexing. System, what are the two prompts indicating talent detected for absorption mean, which appeared when I dealt with the deep diver? Upon completing the task, the system instantly displayed two notifications. Yet, Baiyu, concerned about revealing too much of his identity, did not linger and swiftly departed. Absorbing qualified talents is also one of the tasks. After detecting individuals with good character and potential, the system will provide notifications, came the response. Baiyu nodded in silent understanding. Reflecting on it, He realized that the system had indeed been urging him to absorb talents. It seemed that among the recent group, there were individuals acknowledged by the system. What are the criteria for joining the Savior organization? Baiyu inquired. A pure nature is sufficient. If they also possess high talent, the system will provide a notification. The requirements were fairly reasonable. Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the system did not set excessively high standards. Otherwise, he would be left wondering how long it would take to expand the organization. With millions of inhabitants on Blue Star, it should still be relatively easy to find individuals of good character willing to save the world. Perhaps I will seek out those 2 talents indicated by the system. Baiyu murmured softly. Thanks to the world assistants, he was aware of who they were. It was indeed quite remarkable for ordinary individuals to withstand the attacks of spirit realm beings. After commending the 2 future members in his heart, Baiyu shifted his focus back to the rift in the spirit realm. System, how can this rift be repaired? Use the gray mist, came the response. How does one obtain the gray mist? You must first establish the headquarters system to be informed. Chapter 4. Organizational base. Are there any requirements for the placement of the headquarters cave? Baiyu inquired once more. As long as the area is spacious. The headquarters cave will have external concealment. Without the organizational key, entry is impossible. However, please refrain from situating it in a bustling area to avoid diminishing its legendary status. Upon reading the system's amiable prompt, Baiyu couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. Did the system truly consider him a fool? Was he expected to establish the organization's headquarters right at the entrance of Snack Street? Impatiently waving his hand to disperse the system's notification, Baiyu surveyed his surroundings. In truth, he found this location quite suitable. Baihua Mountain, a pristine area in Linghai City, had remained largely undeveloped, with its natural scenery remarkably preserved. Due to its treacherous terrain and distance from the city, the number of visitors was minimal, and future development seemed improbable. The ample space available would allow for abundant activities for the organization, making it the ideal site for the headquarters cave. This will do, Baiyu murmured softly. The area was thick with white birch trees, their bark resembling pairs of judgmental eyes, which would, in an intangible way, enhance the organization's aura of authority. By the time new members arrived, they might already be awestruck before even entering the organization. As his words fell, the system's prompt reappeared. Please, Savior, edit the image of the headquarters cave. Once completed, a radius of 300 meters centered around the Savior will become the organization's tangible entrance, accessible only to those possessing the organizational key. As the system's notification materialized, Baiyu felt a fleeting disorientation, and upon regaining awareness, he found himself in an expanse of pure white. Instinctively, he sensed an ethereal connection between himself and this space, a link akin to a rope, allowing him to traverse to this realm with mere thought. He understood that this pristine white space was the headquarters cave as described by the system. The absence of any features at present was merely a wait for him, the leader of the organization, to design the scene. He could feel that he wielded control over everything within this space. Whatever he envisioned could manifest here. Given that the Savior organization was still in its nascent stages, Baiyu recognized the significance of its image. It was imperative that, apart from himself, no other members perceive the organization as rudimentary. It needed to exude an air of antiquity and profound depth. Should he manage to connect it with figures from mythology or history, it would further enhance the organization's ancient allure. Seated cross-legged in this immaculate space, Baiyu closed his eyes and began to ponder deeply. Time slipped by unnoticed, and when he finally opened his eyes, a spark of inspiration ignited within his dark gaze, generating ideas in his mind. With a mere thought, the pure white space began to transform, reflecting the vision he held within. Like a pixelated game, the pure white expanse was segmented into square blocks, which began to shift in color and accumulate item information with movement and rearrangement. Soon, this pristine white space was blanketed by ancient-looking blue stones, reminiscent not of modern architecture, but rather of a colossal, forgotten cavern deep within the Earth's crust. It was a grand hall, secretly hewn, reinforced, and stacked by countless generations. With the air of antiquity established, The next element was a sense of time. Observing the overarching framework of the organization taking shape, Baiyu nodded in satisfaction as the space began to unveil additional details. First, at the apex, a towering vaulted ceiling disappeared into a soft, unnatural light, emanating from countless natural crystal clusters radiating a gentle glow. They adorned the darkness like stars and illuminated the breathtakingly massive relief sculptures above. These reliefs were not products of modern craftsmanship. Their style transcended epochs. There was a primitive figure, wrapped in animal skins, with long hair, bowing low as if engaged in some task, while red crystals flickered with light. The carvings were notably rough, akin to ancient murals. Another depicted a robed man commanding a grand vessel, trailed by 100 children, reminiscent of ancient illustrations. A sage, draped in a robe and adorned with rings, bore the smooth lines characteristic of ancient Greek artistry. An engineer, wielding steampunk machinery, battled monstrous beasts. An elegant man, deep in contemplation within the chamber, added to the scene's complexity. Beneath these reliefs stood a statue soaring into the clouds, mirroring the first relief in style, yet far more refined, with various parts showcasing distinct carving styles that appeared to traverse time. Only the flame that the statue gazed down upon exuded an aura of ancient weightiness, its warm hues imbued with a sense of age. Beneath the flame were inscribed 2 words, Fire Seed. Exhausted from detailing the concept, Baiyu panted, never anticipating that constructing the headquarters would be such a laborious endeavor. However, witnessing his creation left him speechless in awe. Often, he had only envisioned a general outline. Once materialized, the space began to perfect itself autonomously. Now, confronted with the finished product, it surpassed his wildest imaginings. If he, as the leader of the organization, felt this way, one could only imagine the reactions of future members. In addition to these principal landscapes, Baiyu infused the headquarters with scenes far beyond the realms of reality. After all, the headquarters spanned nearly half the size of a coastal city. Without embellishing the details, it would feel excessively barren. Due to the absence of facilities from other organizations, the headquarters currently lacked special functions, serving merely as a place of inheritance. Yet it was imbued with spiritual energy, rendering this space a veritable paradise. Looking up at the towering statue, Baiyu nodded in contentment. This is the inaugural leader of the fictitious Spark organization, the creator of the Spark, Shuiren. To enhance the organization's ancient essence, it is imperative to intertwine it with the myths and histories of this world. Thus, Baiyu deliberately selected numerous historical figures that met these criteria. The system possesses the capability to edit historical legends, awaiting the opportune moment to link certain details of these figures with the Spark organization. Consequently, the ancient reputation of the organization could be firmly established, and its legendary status could be duly acknowledged. After some contemplation, Baiyu materialized several flint stones adorned with the emblem of the Spark organization. These artifacts would subsequently serve as keys for members to enter the headquarters cave. Upon completing this task, Baiyu summoned the system and softly declared, "Construction complete. Initiating system placement." Beep, detecting the headquarters cave meets requirements. Commencing coverage. Reward. Headquarters cave auxiliary facility. Temple of Knowledge. Gray mist function has been activated. A series of system notifications flashed before Baiyu, and he suddenly felt a weightiness in his body, deepening his connection with the headquarters cave. He understood that this was the reason for the cave's manifestation in the present world. Beneath the colossal statue of Shuiren, a swirling mass of gray mist also unexpectedly emerged. A flicker of enlightenment stirred within Baiyu. He beckoned with his hand, and in the next moment, the mist that had been floating beneath the statue swiftly converged upon him, coiling above his palm, emanating a dark luminescence. This gray mist, Baiyu raised an eyebrow, his expression one of astonishment. In that moment, he comprehended the means by which the mist was generated. It stemmed from acts of salvation. Whether aiding others or the world itself could yield gray mist, with the significance of the benefactor determining the quantity obtained. The function of the gray mist was rather straightforward. It was omnipotent. Whatever Baiyu envisioned could essentially be accomplished by this mist. From healing ailments to enhancing the physicality of others, even awakening latent spiritual abilities in ordinary individuals or mending the rifts in the spiritual realm. These were all feats within the mist's capabilities. However, the amount of mist required varied according to the complexity of the task. For instance, should he wish to reassemble a severed ant, the consumption of gray mist would be negligible. Yet, if he aimed to resurrect the ant, achieving a miraculous revival, even the entirety of his gray mist might prove insufficient, given that he had also rescued 2 promising members while vanquishing the deep diver. The concentration of gray mist remained relatively high. However, if he were to utilize it for mending the rifts in the spiritual realm, it would likely dwindle considerably. A pang of regret began to stir within Baiyu. Please, Savior, expedite the mending of the rifts in the spiritual realm. Seemingly attuned to Baiyu's thoughts, the system prompted him. Furrowing his brow, he sighed deeply, allocating a substantial portion of the gray mist to repair the rifts. After all, salvation was his responsibility. He could not neglect such a significant fissure. Subsequently, he turned his attention away from the gray mist and focused on the new organizational facility, the Temple of Knowledge. The function of the Temple of Knowledge is rather straightforward. It serves to document the characteristics and behaviors of ethereal beings, thereby allowing even members lacking a systematic understanding to comprehend these entities. Naturally, as the leader of the organization, Baiyu possesses the autonomy to curate and edit various materials housed within the Temple of Knowledge. With a sense of satisfaction, Baiyu smiled faintly, the pangs of concern dissipating significantly. After modifying the structure of the temple, he positioned it in proximity to the statue of Shuiren, facilitating easy access for the members of the organization. The subsequent aspect of this reward is of paramount importance: the authority to edit existing historical and mythological narratives. This is crucial, as it represents the key to transforming the organization from mere fabrications into a palpable reality. Moreover, 2 promising individuals have borne witness to his intervention. Regardless of the methods employed, they are bound to investigate him and the organization in the future. It is noteworthy that he has left an indelible mark of the organization at the scene. Thus, the ability to ingeniously guide these individuals to uncover traces of the organization within history is vital. With a blink, Baiyu activated the power of the world, instantly gaining clarity on the information pertaining to Li Ming and Chun Yen. Upon reviewing their backgrounds, he ultimately decided to approach Chun Yen first. Unlike Li Ming, who, as a member of the security department, has little exposure to historical matters, Chun Yen, as an entrepreneur, possesses a wealth of knowledge, including insights into the arts. Although he has acquired the right to edit history and mythology, it is essential to note that the deep diver remains merely a first-tier ethereal being. Thus, his authority is somewhat limited. Furthermore, the documents he can modify are exclusively related to the individual of the deep diver, such as those concerning water and monstrous entities. In truth, this scope is not particularly expansive. The vast reservoir of global information makes it uncertain when any inserted intelligence about the organization might be discovered. However, since he can accurately target the intended individuals and is aware of their precise information, editing this segment of history becomes considerably straightforward. Chun Yen, I hope you swiftly uncover the delightful surprise I have prepared for you. Baiyu grinned, a flicker of anticipation dancing in his eyes. Chapter 5. The Da Vinci manuscript in the coastal city, within the confines of the security department. Chun Yen had just completed his statement. Under normal circumstances, given his significant assistance in this operation, he would have been exempt from this procedure. However, due to the injuries sustained, it was imperative for him, as a witness, to provide a record. Yet, his account mirrored those of others, all expressing a profound uncertainty about the events that transpired. At the entrance, Li Ming had just escorted Chun Yen out, and both appeared somewhat distracted. Chief Chun, this is where I must leave you, Li Ming remarked. A deep furrow of perplexity adorned his brow, as if he were lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chun Yan's complexion remained pallid, a faint smile gracing his lips as he leaned heavily on his cane. Team Leader Li, you should return. We have apprehended a serial killer. I trust the press will soon come to inquire, and you'll have your hands full. You're jesting, Chief Chun, Li Ming replied with a silent smile. Watching as Chun Yen laboriously entered a luxury vehicle, his gaze momentarily unfocused. He lifted his eyes to the clear sky and quietly withdrew a bag filled with dark ashes from his pocket, lost in thought. Pe ember. Li Ming murmured softly, suddenly clenching the sealed bag tightly in his grasp. The day's events had surpassed his wildest imaginings. First, the mythical creature, followed by a figure that seemed godlike. All these occurrences conveyed to him that the world was not as simple as he had presumed. It was a realm imbued with mysterious entities. Li Ming had inquired with all personnel during the creature's assault. They had all lost consciousness and were unaware of what had transpired. Thus, even though his chest felt heavy and countless thoughts clamored for expression, he found himself at a loss for whom to confide in. An impulse surged within him, a yearning to uncover the truth. What exactly was that creature? Why had it appeared so suddenly? Who had vanquished it? Was it a superhuman? Or perhaps a clandestine department of which he was unaware? His mind was flooded with questions. All he knew was the enigmatic emblem and the words "the Ember." At that moment, a staff member rushed out from within, inquiring, "Team Leader Lee, the body of the perpetrator has not been found, and the peculiar circumstances at the scene have yet to be concluded. Are we truly to close the case?" The staff member gazed at Li Ming with a hint of regret. In his recollection, this captain was not one to act so hastily. Previously, if even a shred of doubt lingered in a case, it would never be closed. Upon returning to the department, Li Ming ordered that no further discussion regarding this case would ensue. The assailant had been neutralized by him, and thus the case was to be closed. This decisive action elicited unease among the department's members, even sparking a degree of trepidation, for the events that had unfolded were indeed peculiar. Close the case. Li Ming nodded resolutely, his tone unwavering. Even though this case is rife with uncertainties, it must come to a close. He does not wish for his subordinates to become entangled in such matters. If they remain oblivious, so be it. Yet, within Li Ming's heart, an unsettling premonition lingers. He senses that this affair is far from over. It feels as though a divine presence cast a glance in his direction before departing, seemingly conveying some cryptic message. The ramifications of this case are substantial, and the dossier must be submitted, inevitably prompting inquiries regarding any anomalies. However, Li Ming remains unaware of which party will come to question him. For now, he adopts a mindset of confronting challenges as they arise. I shall handle all media inquiries and other questions. They need only follow my lead. Witnessing Li Ming's resolute demeanor, the staff member refrains from further probing, suppressing their curiosity as they hastily return to their duties. Li Ming then stows away the sealed bag and takes one last glance at the azure sky before retreating indoors. Meanwhile, Chen Yin is escorted by his driver to his opulent mansion. Once assisted into his room by the caregivers, he dismisses all unrelated personnel, ensuring no outsiders remain. With a solemn demeanor, he retrieves a folder from his bag. Inside lies a single sheet of paper, its contents remarkably simple, featuring an imprint of a photograph. Gazing at the image, a flicker of yearning shines in Chen Yan's eyes as he gently traces the design with his fingertip, murmuring, "The Ember." He is convinced that this emblem belongs to a particular organization, and the Ember may well be the name of that group. Due to his physical limitations, the photograph was taken by his bodyguard. Yet, without exception, anyone who has seen this image fails to recognize the text inscribed upon it. In truth, Chen Yin does not comprehend the era from whence the script originates, but he intuitively grasps its significance. This conviction leads him to believe that he shares a peculiar connection with the enigmatic organization known as the Ember. Regrettably, apart from the emblem depicted in the photograph, nothing else was discovered at the scene. The creature resembling a mermaid has vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. As for the mysterious figure that loomed above, Chen Yin has long since abandoned hope of locating it. Thus, the design on the photograph has become the key to uncovering the truth. 20 years ago, he rose from nothing to establish this commercial empire, adhering to his principles of benevolence, ensuring his enterprises never imposed burdens upon others. Yet, fate is inescapable. 5 years ago, he contracted an exceedingly rare ailment, causing the gradual deterioration of his bodily tissues, beginning with his muscles, followed by his organs, and ultimately his brain. Now afflicted by this bizarre illness, his mobility has become exceedingly challenging, necessitating the employment of numerous caregivers to sustain his daily life. Yet, Chen Yin remains unwilling to resign to his fate. At just over 40 years of age, with his business empire flourishing, he is not prepared to accept death passively, whether viewed as a good man or a saint. The innate fear of mortality is universal, and Chen Yin is no exception. He yearns to live, having sought the wisdom of renowned physicians across the realm without success. He found himself on the brink of despair when the spark manifested. True to its name, it ignited a flicker of hope within him. If modern medicine could not remedy his affliction, he would pursue the elusive powers that transcended the ordinary. After all, he had witnessed the existence of the extraordinary in this world. It was a force beyond his imagination, perhaps capable of curing his malady. Moments latte. A knock at the door interrupted Chen Yan's reverie. He composed his expression, regaining his tranquility, and replied in an even tone, "Come in." As his words resonated, a woman clad in uniform entered, carrying a thick dossier. "Mr. Chen, the materials you requested. Please, set it down." The woman nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and placed the dossier upon the table before bowing and departing swiftly. Once she had left, Chen Yin eagerly seized the dossier and began to peruse its contents. This was the information he had tasked his secretary to gather regarding the spark and the enigmatic symbol associated with it. Given that the design of the spark was relatively common, he was unperturbed by the prospect of exposure, instructing his secretary to conduct a comprehensive search. However, after a brief examination of the dossier, he furrowed his brow in disappointment. The majority of the content pertained to figures such as Shuiren, Prometheus, and even characters from games tied to fire, diverging significantly from what he sought to comprehend. Even when searching for terms associated with organizations, he encountered only conspiracy theories. Chen Yin scrutinized the relevant symbols, yet still shook his head in dismay. Something was amiss. It was entirely incongruent. Frustration mounting, he set the dossier aside. Was the appearance of that symbol merely a coincidence? The thought crept into his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. There was absolutely no chance of that. The profound sensation he felt upon seeing the inscription beneath the symbol was unmistakable. He needed to delve deeper into the symbol. There must be some trace left behind. Drawing a deep breath, Chen Yin strained to recall similar designs. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, as if something had materialized from the ether. Without hesitation, he maneuvered his wheelchair to the study, opened a concealed compartment, revealing a dazzling array of collectibles, each one a treasure in its own right. He had long harbored a passion for collecting, a habit he maintained even amidst illness. His collection was a veritable cornucopia of curiosities, encompassing a variety of items, including manuscripts from historical figures. Approaching a piece marked Da Vinci manuscript, Chen Yin began to rummage through these precious artifacts without restraint. He vaguely recalled encountering a similar symbol within the pages of Da Vinci's manuscripts. As a celebrated artist, the works left behind by Da Vinci were few and far between, each one exceedingly rare and invaluable. Even though Chen Yin lacked the means to acquire even a single authentic masterpiece, he nonetheless possessed a considerable collection of manuscripts by Leonardo da Vinci, for the quantity of such works far exceeded that of his paintings. These manuscripts could be broadly categorized into three primary types: painting, inventions, and human anatomy. Chen Yin had amassed numerous pieces in the latter two categories. Soon enough, he recalled a manuscript that lingered in his memory, a rather peculiar anatomical manuscript amid Da Vinci's numerous eccentric notes. The anatomical illustrations depicted body tissues and organs that bore no resemblance to those of any human, but rather suggested some bizarre creature. However, due to the absence of a complete representation of this creature, its true nature remained elusive. Lacking understanding, Chen Yin had merely glanced at it hastily before adding it to his collection, yet the image had etched itself into his mind. Gazing at the distinctly abnormal body structures depicted, Chen Yin felt his breath grow heavy. He grasped a magnifying glass and began to scrutinize the enigmatic manuscript inch by inch. Being a relic from centuries past, the paper had become exceedingly fragile. Chen Yin handled it with utmost care, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. Before long, in the corner of the manuscript, he discovered something unusual, a mark that was palpably inconsistent with anatomical accuracy. Though it was barely perceptible, Its presence was profoundly jarring to the aesthetic sensibility, entirely unlike the work of the unparalleled genius Da Vinci. Nevertheless, Chen Yin had no time to ponder such details. His body quivered, and a distorted smile crept across his lips. He had found it, he would not mistake it. The style, the mysterious script, and the unmistakable resonance, the abrupt mark on this manuscript was undeniably identical to the emblem of the organization he had uncovered, without the slightest discrepancy. Could it be that this organization had existed centuries ago, and perhaps Da Vinci was one of its members? A thought surged within Chen Yin, one that felt increasingly plausible. If not, how could one explain the presence of the organization's emblem on Da Vinci's manuscripts? Just as he yearned to delve deeper into his discoveries, a calm voice suddenly resonated beside him. "What are you looking at?" Chapter 6, Manifestation of the Sacred. The voice emerged silently, sending a shiver down Chen Yin's spine and filling his heart with an inexplicable chill. This secret chamber, where he kept his treasures, was a closely guarded secret, fortified with layers of protection, rendering it impossible for anyone else to enter. Clenching the arms of his wheelchair, he abruptly turned around, only to find a figure of ordinary attire and obscured features standing behind him. The long, pale hands of this person rested naturally upon his wheelchair. The chamber was illuminated by a faint orange glow, yet no matter how hard Chen Yin strained his eyes, he could not discern the man's true visage, as if a shroud of impenetrable mist enveloped him. Nevertheless, despite the obscured features, Chen Yin felt he could comprehend the expression on the man's face. He was smiling, observing him with a smile. "Who are you?" Chen Yin asked, his body rigid, his voice laced with caution. This was his private domain, now silently invaded, stirring within him a profound unease reminiscent of the miraculous sights he had witnessed not long ago. The figure remained silent, merely gesturing towards the flame emblem on the Da Vinci manuscript. This was the history he had meticulously crafted after thoroughly investigating Chen Yin's information. History editing successful. Dissemination commencing. Legend level 1. Are you? Chen Yin's eyes brightened at the sight of Baiyu's gesture, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Gradually, the figure before him began to merge with the celestial presence he had previously encountered in the air. An indescribable exhilaration surged within Chen Yin. Indeed, he shared a unique connection with this enigmatic organization. After uncovering the traces of the flame within the threads of history, the divine had once again descended. Chen Yin's lips trembled, rendering him momentarily speechless. He had prepared himself to seek all traces of the extraordinary within his limited lifespan. Yet he had not anticipated that the extraordinary would come seeking him, leaving him somewhat disoriented. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in his ears, soothing his restless heart. "What do you wish to know?" Baiyu raised his hand, conjuring a soft, white cloud, settling before Chen Yin and gazing at him quietly. For the first recruitment of members, it was imperative to maintain an air of prestige. Witnessing this miraculous ability to conjure something from nothing, Chen Yin's breath caught in his throat, deepening his yearning for the extraordinary. Faced with such an extraordinary being, all his previous apprehensions vanished, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity. "Who are you?" Chen Yin posed his first question, eager to ascertain whether he stood before a compassionate deity or a human endowed with extraordinary powers. "I am human, one of the myriad beings, merely fulfilling certain special responsibilities at present," Baiyu replied nonchalantly. This was a carefully crafted response. Regardless of the need to maintain an air of distinction, he had to uphold his identity as a human. Chen Yin's breath quickened, and he inquired, "What is the flame?" Upon posing the question, Baiyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze, his eyes shining like twin suns as they fixed upon Chen Yin. To comprehend the hidden truths, one must be prepared to bear the weight of knowledge. Bear? Upon hearing this, Chen Yin momentarily froze, his expression betraying a flicker of surprise, yet swiftly transformed into resolute determination as he nodded vigorously. "I wish to know what the fire seed truly is. Since you seek this knowledge, I shall divulge it, for you are indeed exceptional." Baiyu offered a mysterious smile. prompting Chun Yan to ponder the implications of this statement. He was exceptional. Could this be the reason he was able to decipher the enigmatic script? Yet, in what manner was he exceptional? Before he could unravel his thoughts, the chamber suddenly dimmed, the already faint illumination extinguished entirely. In the enveloping darkness, only Baiyu's eyes radiated a warm glow, akin to two radiant suns. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Chun Yan quelled his rising anxiety and began to observe the unfolding changes around him. In the depths of obscurity, a scene soon materialized before his eyes. A primitive man, cloaked in animal hides, wielded a torch, driving away unseen entities lurking in the shadows. Behind him, a group of ordinary people trembled in fear. Before long, the torch fell, leaving an imprint upon the ground. As he discerned the mark, Chun Yan's pupils constricted in recognition. He could not be mistaken. This was the emblem of the fire seed. Amidst his astonishment, Baiyu's serene voice echoed through the darkness, imbued with an ethereal quality that reached Chun Yan's ears. The world you perceive is not the true reality. In a realm beyond, monstrous beings from the spirit world lurk ominously. The collision of these two worlds began long ago, with repeated incursions by spirit world entities. The mere folk you encountered earlier were but one such manifestation. The fire seed exists in the hidden recesses of history, quietly opposing these otherworldly beings, illuminating humanity and offering hope to civilization. In ancient times, Shuiren created the fire seed, as countless heroes surged forth, fearless and unyielding, forsaking fame and fortune, concealing their identities in humble service, dedicating everything in the clandestine folds of history, solely to ensure a luminous future for civilization. As Baiyu spoke, he channeled the power of the world, conjuring dazzling visual effects for Chun Yan. Enraptured, Chun Yan beheld a succession of vivid scenes. They depicted fearless heroes charging into battle. Terrifying, colossal monsters roared in the darkness, their presence staining the earth a deep crimson with the echoes of cries and wails. Flames raged, and thick black smoke billowed across the expanse. In the endless void of darkness, those monstrous entities seemed to dominate the existence. Yet soon, flickering embers ignited beneath the monster's feet. As warriors clad in animal skins charged forth, and scholars in ancient garb wielded powers akin to sorcery. Knights of diverse hues raised their lances, while a gentleman in formal attire commanded a steam-powered mech. In Chun Yan's eyes, a myriad of individuals emerged, each displaying an unwavering visage, adorned with the emblem of the fire seed, charging fearlessly towards the colossal beast. It was as if countless epics converged, gathering heroes from various times into one singular moment. Some fell in battle, others bore wounds, while a few succeeded in safeguarding the innocent. Tragedy, sacrifice, despair, faith, ideals, and suffering interwove within this ethereal realm. As the emotions of these heroes seemed to resonate with Chun Yan, rendering him breathless, the scene morphed incessantly. No one faltered in fear. With each group that perished, another rushed forth, undeterred, until the monster dissipated into the fabric of existence. A monumental fire seed insignia materialized before Chun Yan, as Baiyu's voice echoed once more. Whenever the spirit realm invades, the fire seed reemerges. The hope of civilization is never extinguished, akin to the enduring flame of the fire seed. One hero after another sacrifices their lives to protect this world. They may die on the battlefield, and even if they survive, their deeds will fade into obscurity. They are heroes, yet they are also but a part of the multitude. Some are of noble lineage, leaving indelible marks in history, while others are of humble origin, perhaps merely ordinary individuals. Yet, without exception, they embody the essence of civilization, the fire seed. The fire seed appears countless times, only to retreat into the shadows, and now, with the stirrings of the spirit realm's creatures, it shall manifest once more. You are the chosen one. Baiyu's voice gradually faded, his words imbued with the power of the world, the emotional resonance far surpassing any modern technological sound effect. In preparation for this performance, he had even honed his acting skills the previous day, striving for the most poignant delivery. Observing Chun Yan's engrossed expression, Baiyu smiled with satisfaction, pleased that his efforts bore fruit. With such exquisite special effects and narrative exposition, Qinyan had recently endured an incursion by the creatures of the spirit realm. Moreover, Baiyu had incorporated information about the Fire Seed organization into the Da Vinci manuscript, making disbelief a challenge for Qinyan. It was not until considerable time had passed that he emerged from his stunned reverie. Though well-versed in life's experiences, the imagery he witnessed felt akin to observing the journeys of each Fire Seed member as a mere spectator, leaving his heart in turmoil. Having lived for so many years, Qinyan had never conceived the existence of such an unassuming organization, willing to dedicate everything for the advancement of human civilization. This lofty spirit struck him speechless. Rationally, he inclined towards the belief that humanity harbors inherent flaws. The notion of selfless sacrifice seemed non-existent. Yet emotionally, upon learning of the Fire Seed organization and understanding the deeds of its heroes, a desire to contribute everything began to take root within him. Even if his life was destined to be fleeting, he was still willing to ignite himself within that limited time, devoting all to this noble ideal. He found it difficult to comprehend the nature of this impulse. However, upon hearing that he was a chosen and unique existence, he interpreted it as a mission he was destined to undertake since birth. In just a few fleeting minutes, Qinyan's worldview was utterly transformed. Another realm, the Ember organization, and the creatures of the spirit world. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze towards the man seated upon the clouds, his features obscured, and tremulously inquired, "Are you a member of the Ember?" "I am the current leader of the Ember organization and the bearer of the flame for this generation." Baiyu responded lightly to Qinyan's question. A shiver coursed through Qinyan. He had not anticipated the immense significance of the figure before him. Baiyu casually waved his hand, dissipating all the surrounding effects. Qinyan felt a fleeting blur, and suddenly, he found himself back in the realm of reality. The figure before him was slowly fading away, resembling an ethereal apparition, leaving only a voice resonating in the air. "If you are prepared, bring that manuscript to Birch Mountain." Chapter 7, Section 749. The sound reverberated within the room for an extended period, gradually fading into silence, allowing Qinyan to regain his composure. His palm tightly clutched the Da Vinci manuscript, and his emotions surged like tumultuous waves, refusing to settle. The Savior organization, hidden in the annals of history, and the enigmatic supernatural powers. The spark Qinyan lowered his head, murmuring to himself. A fleeting glance revealed a small stone at the very spot where Baiyu had just vanished. It was a flint. Had it been left by the firebearer? Stunned by the discovery, Qinyan quickly maneuvered his wheelchair over and picked up the flint from the ground. Unlike ordinary flints, the one he held was remarkably ancient and extraordinary, shimmering with a radiant glow, adorned with the emblem of the spark. Upon comparing it with the Da Vinci manuscript, he noted that the mark on the flint was identical to that in the manuscript. This must be the organization's token, he contemplated, and promptly stored the spark flint securely before tidying up the collection room. Upon exiting, he accessed the surveillance footage from the collection room, and a chill ran down his spine as he beheld the scene. The footage revealed only him, speaking to himself like a madman. While Baiyu's figure had not been captured at all, yet the flint in his hand was irrefutable evidence. Everything he had seen and heard was undeniably real. The name Spark echoed incessantly in Qinyan's mind. A gathering of individuals with lofty ideals and noble character, united not for fame or fortune, but to rescue the civilization of the world from peril. Many historical figures seem to have been part of the Spark organization, including Da Vinci. However, despite his extensive knowledge of various histories, Qinyan had never encountered any other marks related to the Spark, aside from the traces left in the Da Vinci manuscript. The organization appeared to have emerged from thin air. It seemed that some extraordinary being had wielded power to erase the traces of the Spark organization from history. Qinyan rationalized to himself. Perhaps it was simply because he was an ordinary person that he remained oblivious to such matters. Even if remnants of history existed, they were beyond his observation. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck him as he contemplated the Da Vinci manuscript, drawing the fire bearer closer. Perhaps, as suggested, he was indeed the chosen one. Chunyin gazed down at his frail body, pondering for a moment before letting out a long sigh. He had made up his mind. Whether driven by curiosity towards this noble organization that existed only in fantasy, a yearning for extraordinary abilities, or even personal ambition, he was determined to journey to Baiyu Mountain. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of Dantian, Baiyu sat cross-legged on the ground, a broad smile illuminating his face as he observed the gradual rise of his legendary status. It seemed the narrative he had crafted was truly remarkable. Baiyu, feeling quite pleased with himself, stroked his chin contemplatively. The continuously rising legend status indicates that Chunyin has acknowledged the existence of the Spark organization and harbors profound belief in it. As a talent marked by the system, such a person's willingness to accept the Spark's existence undoubtedly amplifies the organization's historical footprint. It seems there is no need for concern on Xinyan's part. Baiyu let out a long sigh. He had left the flint behind, confident that Xinyan would come. Securing this talent would surely elevate the legend status once more, compensating for some of the resources expended during this recruitment. After all, a precious historical editing opportunity had been utilized to recruit Xinyan. Moreover, the edited content was an exceedingly niche collection of Da Vinci manuscripts. Fortunately, Chunyin possessed one of those manuscripts. Otherwise, Baiyu would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Next time, he would approach the historical editing opportunity with greater caution. Undoubtedly, the ability to edit history is the finest means for the Spark organization to enhance its sense of relevance in the era. Only by editing more widely recognized histories can the presence of the Spark become more pronounced. This choice was born out of necessity, not only because Baiyu sought to expand the organization, but also due to Chunyan's unique identity. Now that the Spark has just been established, although he is already a third-tier psychic, he cannot freely manifest his powers in the real world. Therefore, the influence within the normal world becomes exceedingly crucial. While Chunyan's influence may not be significant on a global scale, it is more than sufficient for the nascent Spark. Having resolved one matter, another looms. Baiyu murmured softly, a flicker of colorful light flashing in his eyes as the power of the world enveloped the surface, bringing forth the thoughts that swirled in his mind. Oh! Upon reviewing Li Ming's current situation, Baiyu couldn't help but utter a slight gasp, a look of understanding crossing his features. It was much like I envisioned, though the speed is quite impressive. He murmured quietly, choosing not to dwell on Li Ming any longer. At this moment, Li Ming was engaging with another group, and Baiyu sensed a faint wave of psychic energy emanating from them. Undoubtedly, they belonged to the department responsible for handling extraordinary events. Upon gaining the power of the world, Baiyu experienced a brief fusion with it. Thus, he was aware of the existence of such departments. The recent deep diver incident, complicated by his involvement, even bore an air of the supernatural. Such circumstances would naturally attract the attention of the extraordinary department, making inquiries entirely reasonable. Currently, the historical foundation of the Spark is still too fragile. Although a third-tier psychic like Baiyu is at the helm, any interaction with formal organizations would inevitably expose their vulnerabilities. Thus, Baiyu has no intention of establishing connections with the extraordinary department at present. However, occasionally disseminating some information regarding the Spark is permissible. In due time, as circumstances mature, this information will naturally become proof of the Spark organization's existence. As for Li Ming, Baiyu has his own plans. This rare talent will not be inducted into the organization just yet. In the future, Li Ming will prove to be of greater significance. At this moment, within a clandestine base, in a room entirely constructed of ultra-hardened glass, Li Ming, dressed in casual attire, sits upon a chair. Opposite him are a man and a woman, both attired in impeccably tailored suits of an indiscernible fabric. Li Ming, serving as the captain of the security department in Linhai City, is 27 years of age. The woman among the duo speaks first, her voice icy and her gaze imbued with a hint of scrutiny. Li Ming furrows his brow in response. He had been diligently working in his office when these two individuals abruptly entered with an arrest warrant, transporting him to this location. And now they begin to discuss his personal information, leaving him utterly perplexed. "Who are you?" he inquires, taking a deep breath. In truth, he harbors some suspicions. Yet he seeks confirmation. The suited pair maintains their unwavering gaze, simultaneously retrieving identification from their suit pockets, and sternly declare, "We should not ordinarily disclose our identities to the general populace, but your encounter with secrecy has granted you the right to know. We belong to Bureau 749, tasked specifically with the management of extraordinary cases. You should comprehend what we mean." Chapter 8, 749 Bureau. Upon hearing this name, Li Ming shuddered involuntarily. To him, the mention of this organization resonated profoundly. Recently, a film bearing the same title had been released, imbuing the name 749 Bureau with an aura of enigma. He had thought it merely a figment of the imagination of ordinary individuals, yet here it was undeniably real. Li Ming harbored no doubts about the identities of the two individuals before him. After all, the arrest warrant they produced bore an official seal and was of a high classification, attainable only by those with significant authority. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming slowly nodded and inquired, "What would you like to ask?" "Excellent. It seems you possess some knowledge about us." The female member of the 749 Bureau smiled. Introducing herself, "Though we are not part of the same system, we broadly fall under the category of security departments, making us colleagues of sorts. My name is Yang Miao, and this is Lin Yi. We have come to gather some information from you, and hope for your candid responses." Compared to before, Yang Miao's demeanor had softened considerably. While Lin Yi remained taciturn, Li Ming glanced at the two once more and nodded again. He felt no need to conceal anything from a formal department such as theirs. His previous reticence around his colleagues stemmed from a desire to prevent them from being entangled in such matters again. However, when it came to the 749 Bureau, they were specialists in handling these issues. After Li Ming spoke, Yang Miao nodded, first activating the recorder hanging from her chest, then producing several photographs, asking Li Ming, "Please identify the extraordinary creature you encountered from these images. If none of them match, kindly inform me." With that, she slid the photographs across the table toward him. Lowering his gaze, Li Ming found the images portrayed bizarre and grotesque beings, twisted to a disturbing degree. There were monsters with octopus heads and beastly bodies, alongside groups of unidentified species. Suppressing the rising nausea within, he finally spotted the creature he had encountered at the very bottom of the stack. "This way," he said, pushing the photograph of the mermaid-like creature back toward Yang Miao. She took it, glanced at it, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Deep diver." "Huh?" Upon hearing this designation, Lin Yi could no longer remain silent. His gaze fixed on Li Ming with an expression of astonishment, as though scrutinizing something extraordinary. "Deep diver." Li Ming mentally noted this name, then observed the unusual expressions shared by the two, frowning slightly. "Is there a problem?" "No." Yang Miao slowly shook her head. Inhaling sharply, "I am merely astonished that you and your colleagues managed to survive. The deep diver is an exceedingly dangerous first-tier spirit world entity, capable not only of mental assaults, but also of inducing atmospheric changes, making it an incredibly difficult monster to contain. Moreover, possessing a ferocious temperament and a penchant for blood and flesh, the ordinary individuals who can survive in the presence of the abyssal dwellers are exceedingly rare. Yet, in this extraordinary incident, aside from one person sustaining minor superficial injuries, there were no fatalities, which is perplexing." Yang Miao shook her head. Even within the confines of Bureau 749, a creature of such caliber would typically necessitate the deployment of over 50 combat personnel for containment. Upon learning about the casualty report of this supernatural event, she initially suspected the influence of some ordinary containment entity of level 0, never anticipating the involvement of such a monster. At this juncture, Lin Yi, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a grave tone. "It appears that there are even more formidable spiritual entities within Linhai City. The abyssal dwellers fled only upon sensing a presence exceeding their own, which explains the absence of casualties." Yang Miao interjected, "How do we account for the enormous pit left at the scene? That pit emanates no spiritual essence. It should be attributed to natural phenomena, merely coincidentally occurring in that location." Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Listening to their discourse, Li Ming found himself perplexed. "Fled? The monster has been reduced to ash. Where could it have escaped to? Moreover, I witnessed with my own eyes that the illuminating thunder was directed and concentrated. Certainly not a mere natural occurrence. Casting a curious glance at the two members of Bureau 749, he began to doubt their professionalism. How could their deductions stray so far from reality? This is rather unimpressive. After their exchange, Yang Miao turned her attention back to Li Ming and inquired, "In which direction did the abyssal dweller ultimately flee? I hope you can recall meticulously, for allowing such a creature to roam the city is exceedingly perilous." "It did not flee." Li Ming slowly shook his head, meeting their puzzled gazes as he retrieved a seal bag filled with a pitch-black powder from his pocket. "It is here," he declared, handing over the seal bag. He had retained the ashes of the abyssal dweller to prevent the exposure of the creature's information. And now it was fortuitous to relinquish them, alleviating his own concerns. Additionally, he feared misdirection in the investigation by the members of Bureau 749, which would not bode well for the city. Yang Miao and Lin Yi exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Lin Yi promptly took the sealed bag, opened it, and examined its contents closely, his expression turning grave. "There's no mistake. This ash bears the spiritual essence of the abyssal dweller. A first-tier spiritual entity has been reduced to ashes?" Yang Miao gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. She had never contemplated such a scenario. This was nearly the apex of a first-tier spiritual entity, capable of withstanding the vast majority of conventional weaponry on Blue Star. Unless one deployed spiritual energy users and heavy weaponry, containing such a creature would be impossible. Yet now, the abyssal dweller had indeed turned to ash. What kind of weapon could achieve such a feat? Are there high-level spiritual energy users within the Bureau tasked with this operation? Yang Miao inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. There are only a few high-level spiritual energy users in Bureau 749, and it would be quite challenging to reduce the abyssal dweller to this state. Absolutely not. Lin Yi shook his head, gazing blankly at the ashes in his hand. If a high-level spiritual energy practitioner were to carry out the mission, the Bureau would not have sent us. The current circumstances suggest only one possibility. Another force has annihilated the deep diver. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi solemnly stated, "This situation is no longer normal. After our inquiries, we must promptly return to the Bureau to report, whether it be weaponry or spiritual practitioners. The capacity to obliterate the deep diver to such an extent indicates an unimaginably potent force. Yet, within the Bureau, there exists no contingency plan or intelligence regarding such power. This predicament is far more severe than the disturbances caused by one or two spiritual entities. Uncontrollable power spells disaster." "Understood." Yang Miao nodded immediately, his expression grave, clearly aware that the current situation was vastly different from the past. Li Ming had been listening to their conversation attentively, as they had not attempted to exclude him. However, the more he listened, the more perplexed he became. The situation seemed to deviate from his expectations. That unknown entity that had saved him appeared to be perceived as a threat. Moreover, that individual was not a member of the 749 department. Could it be? Suddenly, Li Ming recalled the abstract Ember Badge, his mind racing with speculation. Yet, before he could ponder further, Yang Miao inquired, "Li Ming, please recount the events of that day in detail." "All right." Li Ming nodded, trusting their intentions, and recounted every detail of that day. Just as he was about to mention the mysterious Ember Badge, the surrounding space seemed to freeze at that moment. The world before him suddenly darkened, and amidst this gloom, two sun-like orbs slowly rose, fixating their gaze upon him. "Do not speak," an ethereal voice resonated, momentarily halting Li Ming's breath. He felt as though he were once again witnessing that divine figure. In the next instant, the world returned to normal. Li Ming gasped sharply, regaining composure upon seeing the two individuals before him, his pupils trembling slightly, his mind racing with the words he had just heard. That was certainly not an illusion. What I witnessed was real. After a few breaths, Li Ming slowly began to speak, gripping the Ember Badge tightly in his hand. "The information you provided is invaluable." Yang Miao and Lin Yi seemed wholly unaware of what had just transpired, merely recording the previous dialogue in solemn silence. Both of their minds echoed with Li Ming's account. The deep diver had bewitched everyone, and then a figure had suddenly appeared in midair, summoning thunder to reduce the deep diver to ashes. They did not suspect Li Ming was lying, given that there had indeed been phenomena of lightning at the scene. Yet, why did it all sound so reminiscent of a tale from a novel? What was that figure? An unknown practitioner of spiritual energy or a being from the spiritual realm? Whichever it was, the power it possessed far exceeded their imaginations. The absence of spiritual energy at the scene indicates that the thunder is not a manifestation of spiritual power, but rather a genuine heavenly thunder, a force that governs nature. Can such formidable power truly be harnessed? Chapter 9. Intentions. Yang Miao and Lin Yi both recognize the peculiarity of this seemingly ordinary mission. What they initially presumed to be a routine extraordinary event had now been complicated by unforeseen factors. Such an unusual situation necessitated immediate reporting to the Bureau. After a thorough inquiry, the two stood simultaneously and addressed Li Ming, stating, "We have completed our questioning. Now we must proceed to the final step and hope for your cooperation." As Lin Yi circled the table and approached Li Ming, he softly urged, "Please extend your hand." "What do you intend to do?" Li Ming hesitated, furrowing his brow. While he understood that these two would not harm him, he could not dismiss the possibility that this extraordinary organization possessed methods to erase human memories. Knowing secrets that one should not could hardly be deemed beneficial. Yet, he was reluctant to forget. "Do not be alarmed. This is merely a routine procedure," Yang Miao reassured him with a smile. "Having encountered an extraordinary event and survived, you're no longer an ordinary person. Moreover, you have withstood the mental pollution from the deep divers through sheer willpower. Based on my assessment, you possess the potential to become a psychic whose powers far exceed those of an average individual and must be carefully regulated. My colleague will conduct a test, as this is his unique ability." Psychic. Upon hearing this term, Li Ming's thoughts stirred. He had recently heard both of them mention this word, indicating it referred to those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, it seemed these two were also psychics. After some contemplation, Li Ming extended his hand, eager to discover whether he harbored the potential to become a psychic. Yang Miao nodded at Lin Yi, signaling him to commence. The psychic then closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his pupils had transformed to an inky black. Two streams of dark tears flowed from his eyes, landing upon Li Ming's hand. At this moment, Li Ming's psychological resilience had significantly increased, so he found the scene unremarkable. Observing his calm demeanor, Yang Miao nodded and explained in a routine manner. The psychic abilities are categorized into various natures, each conferring different powers, which results in diverse specialties among psychics. My colleague's psychic nature pertains to tracking, specifically within the reconnaissance domain. However, as a level 0 psychic, he can only utilize his ability to detect whether there are traces of psychic energy within others. I will soon be a level 1. Lin Yi interjected nonchalantly, his eyes having returned to their original hue. He continued, "There are traces of psychic energy within you. With training and specialized medicinal baths, you should awaken your psychic abilities within 5 years. 5 years? Li Ming frowned at this revelation, finding it longer than he had anticipated. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Yang Miao chuckled lightly. "Do not regard this duration as excessive. The emergence of each psychic is a rare occurrence, and those with the requisite qualities are exceedingly few. You now possess the potential to become a psionic. 2 choices lay before you. The first is to join the 749 Bureau, which will assist you in your transformation into a psionic, allowing you to experience extraordinary vistas and uncover deeper secrets. However, this path comes with its inherent risks, as you will have to confront entities from the spirit realm. The second option is to maintain your current status. Yet to prevent your latent psionic abilities from awakening autonomously, you must visit the 749 Bureau for weekly examinations and refrain from straying too far from the city of Linghai." With a cheerful smile, Yang Miao gazed at Li Ming. She had recited this narrative countless times, and invariably, everyone opted for the first choice. After all, who wouldn't desire to join an extraordinary organization? Despite the considerable risks, the benefits provided by the 749 Bureau were indeed substantial. She believed that Li Ming possessed admirable potential, was dependable, and exhibited a robust mental attribute. Should he truly join the 749 Bureau, he would undoubtedly be a trustworthy colleague. Li Ming took a deep breath, acutely aware that the choice was evident even without much contemplation. After experiencing such events, he found himself inclined towards joining an extraordinary organization. Yet, the divine-like figure that lingered in his mind refused to dissipate. "May I take some time to consider?" Li Ming waved his hand, causing Yang Miao to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Certainly, but during this period, you must continue to visit the 749 Bureau for examinations." "I understand," Li Ming nodded, and Yang Miao refrained from further persuasion, although this choice was indeed unexpected for her. "Let today's matters remain unspoken," Lin Yi remarked calmly as he walked ahead. Departing with Yang Miao, in the vast, specially designed room, only Li Ming remained. He tightly clutched the photograph bearing the emblem of the Ignition Organization within his pocket. In the headquarters of the Ignition Organization, nestled within the Cave of Wonders, Baiyu smiled contentedly as he observed Li Ming's situation. It appeared that the events of that day had left a profound impression on him. Without any deliberate guidance, Li Ming's actions aligned perfectly with his expectations. The 749 Bureau must also prepare early. Otherwise, should their secrets be exposed, their reputation could suffer significantly. Leaning against the enormous emblem of the Ignition Organization, Baiyu contemplated silently. The invasion of entities from the spirit realm had commenced long ago, so the existence of extraordinary organizations to counteract such threats was within his foresight. Through his perception, he noted that the psionics within the 749 Bureau were not particularly formidable. The strongest among them was merely a second-tier psionic, and their abilities were not exceptionally suited for combat. According to the system, the incursions from the spirit realm would become increasingly frequent, and relying solely on his own strength would undoubtedly prove inadequate. In the future, perhaps a collaboration with the 749 Bureau could be established, Baiyu mused. He harbored no aversion towards this extraordinary organization. On the contrary, he held a favorable impression. As the activities currently undertaken by the 749 Bureau mirrored those of the Ignition Organization in the background story he had crafted, it is merely a matter of being less idealistic, infused with a touch more realism. Nonetheless, those willing to embrace the risks of confronting entities from the spirit realm are truly commendable. The 749 Bureau is unlikely to locate me anytime soon, and the Ember Organization has left no discernible traces. My immediate task is to expedite the growth of the organization and recruit more members. Baiyu sighed, casting his gaze towards the nearby gray mist, reaching out to manipulate it thoughtfully. If only there were enough gray mist, he would not need to proceed with such caution. After all, the omnipotence of the gray mist includes the ability to alter history. However, the current scarcity of gray mist means he must conserve it for other purposes and cannot afford to squander it frivolously. Indeed, it appears that the only viable approach is to focus on Chun Yen. Baiyu turned his head, gazing into the distance. He can only hope that this initial member arrives at White Birch Mountain soon. The sooner Chun Yen joins, the more swiftly the Ember Organization will flourish. It is a snowball effect destined to grow ever larger. Chapter 10. The first member, Chun Yen, lay awake, unable to find solace in sleep, clutching a piece of flint as he stared at the ceiling. Ever since falling ill, his mental state had been far from stable. He struggled to even reduce his sleeping hours, let alone endure sleepless nights. Throughout the night, he could distinctly feel his body growing weaker, yet a fervent spirit invigorated him. His mind was consumed with reflections on his experiences within the illusion. He felt as though he had become a member of the Fire Seed, fighting not for fame or wealth, but for a noble mission, charging forth even if his body were to shatter and blood were to flow abundantly. Everything was to safeguard the civilization that existed in this world. As his fantasies unfolded, Chun Yan's emotions oscillated between pain, exhilaration, anger, and eventual relief. After years in business, he had presumed his heart had become like still water. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself stirred like a child, restless and excited, unable to sleep through the night. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. It was the caregiver he had hired, calling him to rise. This was a rule Chun Yen had set for himself. To prolong his vitality, he diligently maintained a regular routine, fearing even the slightest disruption. Soon, the caregiver entered, dutifully selecting a fine suit for him to wear. However, unlike in the past, Chen Yin chose not to accept the caregiver's assistance. Instead, he took the suit for himself. "I will dress myself," he declared. The caregiver, momentarily taken aback by Chen Yan's serious demeanor, dared not oppose him and quietly exited after a brief acknowledgement. Chen Yin proceeded to don the attire himself. Though his movements were hindered, he was not yet incapable of self-care. Hiring a caregiver was merely a means to conserve his energy. However, now that he had a new goal, determined to make a resounding impact in his final moments, there was no longer a need for such conservation. The act of dressing himself and tying a tie evoked a sense of youth within Chen Yin. Yet, the waves of weakness coursing through his body swiftly reminded him of reality. Indeed, Chen Yin chuckled softly, shaking his head while dismissing the thought. He signaled to his subordinates to prepare the vehicle. He had matters to attend to. Since fate had chosen him, there was no need to shy away. Would it not be preferable to make a grand exit in his final moments? Even in death, he wished to depart in the most honorable manner. With a flint in hand and Da Vinci's manuscript by his side, Chen Yin entered the car. The luxurious vehicle glided through the sunlit streets of the city, now bustling with life, until it reached the secluded outskirts. White Birch Mountain, the gaping hole created by a recent lightning strike, was still vividly apparent. The ground charred and blackened. Surrounding the pit was a long cordon, indicating that someone had come to inspect the area. Chen Yin took a fleeting glance before turning his attention away, yet his heart burned with even greater fervor. The power akin to that of a deity, he surmised, would soon be encountered once more. Arriving at the foot of Birch Mountain, Chen Yin instructed the driver to return along the same route, while he, leaning on his cane, began to ascend the mountain. The path beneath his feet was relatively smooth, yet the mere act of walking left Chen Yin breathless, cold sweat pouring from him. Nevertheless, he harbored no thoughts of surrender. He could sense the flint in his grasp growing increasingly warm, as if it were emitting some form of signal that resonated within him. Following this instinct, Chen Yin felt the dissipated strength within him begin to coalesce anew, propelling him with renewed vigor to the mountain summit. Surrounded by clusters of birch trees, their bark resembling countless eyes scrutinizing Chen Yin, a tinge of trepidation welled up within him. At that moment, the flint in his hand underwent a transformation, suddenly radiating intense heat, an endless crimson glow emanating from a small stone. It felt as though a key had unlocked a door. Chen Yin perceived the vibrancy of his surroundings fading, accompanied by a crackling sound. When he regained his senses, the world before him had irrevocably changed. The once lush birch trees had vanished, and he now found himself in a cavernous underground realm, reminiscent of an ancient grotto. Yet, this subterranean haven bore unmistakable signs of human intervention, spanning epochs that melded the rugged aesthetics of antiquity with the intricate artistry of modernity. Chen Yin even recognized familiar artistic techniques within the decor. What astonished him most was a colossal statue towering above, akin to a mythological guardian, safeguarding a flickering ember. Crystalline light cascaded from above, imbuing the scene with an aura of divinity. Years prior, he had marveled at the world's grandest sculptures, but what he witnessed now was beyond comparison, akin to a scene plucked from the annals of mythology. The breathtaking vista compelled Chen Yan's body to tremble uncontrollably, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He had arrived in a new world. Such a creation could not possibly be the work of mere mortals. The so-called miracles within this space seemed almost trivial. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yin gazed upon the ember insignia beneath the immense statue. He recognized that this grand emblem bore an uncanny resemblance to the sketches of Da Vinci and the insignia etched upon the flint. Trembling, he approached, reaching out to touch the emblem that still seemed to radiate warmth. An indescribable sensation, imbued with ancient wisdom and a faint warmth, coursed through his fingertips, banishing the fatigue that had plagued him. Simultaneously, fragmented and chaotic images began to flash uncontrollably in his mind, burning ancient cities, blurred figures clad in peculiar armor battling unknown creatures, rituals inscribing symbols beneath the starry sky. These visions flickered momentarily, yet Chun Yin instantly comprehended their origin. These are the valiant figures of the predecessors of the Fire Seed organization. It seems you have made up your mind. Baiyu suddenly appeared beside Chun Yin. In truth, he had been waiting for quite some time, having observed Chun Yin since he stepped outside. He had anticipated a swift encounter, but was taken aback by the naivety of this young man, who insisted on approaching himself, thereby wasting a considerable amount of time. Chun Yin was startled by this sudden appearance. As he hurriedly turned his head, he discovered a remarkably youthful individual standing at his side. The figure and attire were not dissimilar to that of the one who had introduced himself as the torchbearer the previous day. Such youthful features astonished Chun Yin, prompting reflections on the antiquity of the Fire Seed organization, which seemed to possess methods for preserving youth. He certainly did not believe that Baiyu was of such a tender age. As the leader of an ancient salvation organization, his existence must also be quite venerable. Suppressing his astonishment, Chun Yin nodded earnestly. I am prepared. I will not shy away from my mission. Excellent, Baiyu replied with a smile, casually waving his hand, causing the space around them to undergo a transformation. In the blink of an eye, they were instantaneously transported to another location. A thick gray mist enveloped the area, and Baiyu's figure was bathed in the fog, appearing both eerie and sacred. He lifted a wisp of the gray mist and said, You are currently in the headquarters of Fire Seed, an independent realm beyond the world. Since you claim you are ready, it signifies your willingness to join Fire Seed. Does it not? Yes, I wish to join Fire Seed. Chun Yin's breath quickened. He had not anticipated that this place was a small world, resembling the descriptions found in novels. It became evident that the foundation of the Fire Seed organization was indeed profound and unfathomable, capable of utilizing an entire world as its base. Excellent, Baiyu nodded in satisfaction as a system notification flickered before them. Chun Yin has successfully joined the organization. There was no need for further words. The system notification conveyed everything. Baiyu slowly turned, and a myriad of crystalline structures illuminated the surroundings, casting vibrant colors through the dense gray mist, bathing him in a spectrum of light. The figure enveloped in brilliance gradually overlapped with the divine image that Chun Yin envisioned, leading him into a state of mild enchantment, evoking a sense of pilgrimage within him. Welcome to Fire Seed. You are the first member of the organization, and I am the 17th leader of Fire Seed, the torchbearer, Baiyu. Chapter 11. The Essence of the Ember, first member? Chun Yin discerned a certain implication within this statement. It diverged somewhat from his expectations. After all, how could such an ancient organization dedicated to salvation, led by a mysterious, extraordinary being, find itself in a state of having no members at all? That seemed rather implausible. Noticing Chun Yin's confusion, Baiyu clasped his hand behind his back and began to elucidate. I sense your thoughts. Do you find the number of members rather scant? After a moment's hesitation, Chun Yin nodded slowly. Indeed, it was quite few. This was in stark contrast to the grand visions he had previously encountered. A vast organization with but a single individual, despite Baiyu's formidable prowess, relying solely on oneself to rescue the world appeared exceedingly arduous. Baiyu smiled before posing a question. What do you believe the spirit realm to be? Another world? Chun Yin's voice wavered slightly. After all, he had only glimpsed the beings of the spirit realm within his visions. To be precise, it was another dimension intersecting with Blue Star, where the two realms influenced one another yet remained distinct. In truth, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was insufficient to sustain the emergence of numerous spiritual practitioners. And whenever significant collisions occurred between the two worlds, the spiritual energy from the spirit realm would seep into Blue Star. Thus, the appearance of a potent spiritual practitioner, like myself, signifies an escalating clash between the realms. Conversely, should an excess of spiritual practitioners arise on Blue Star, it would inevitably attract the attention of entities from the spirit realm, leading to potential invasions. These insights were gleaned from the wisdom of the ancestors of the Ember organization, which has a written mandate. During epochs when the beings of the spirit realm remain concealed, the organization shall retreat from the world and cease recruitment. Powerful spiritual practitioners must seclude themselves to avoid drawing the attention of the spirit realm. It is only in times of impending conflict that the organization may re-emerge and enlist new members. As he spoke, Baiyu appeared to recollect something, extending his hand to gently brush through the gray mist, his gaze tinged with melancholy. The previous bearer of the flame entrusted the ember to my stewardship, saying, "If beings from the spirit realm do not manifest on a large scale, Blue Star can maintain its peace. That would be most desirable, even if the organization and its members remain sealed away. However, should Blue Star face a crisis once more, you must take up arms and swiftly rebuild the ember to ensure the world's safety." Baiyu let out a deep sigh. Such words had been uttered by every bearer of the flame, and I had long prepared myself for this reality. Even if I remained in seclusion indefinitely, I would harbor no regrets. Yet, I cannot help but wonder how many of my former comrades still survive. Baiyu's voice seemed imbued with a peculiar enchantment, drawing Chun Yin into the depths of that sorrowful sentiment, rendering his emotions momentarily uncontainable. In that instant, the nobility of the Ember organization elevated in his heart, leading him to question his own worthiness to join such a venerable assembly. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a flicker of yearning inevitably stirred within him. Perhaps he, too, could fight for the noble ideals, much like these illustrious predecessors. After calming his emotions, Chun Yin spoke. "In other words, the organization does not consist solely of me. I am merely the foremost member of the current generation, while the other esteemed predecessors have chosen to seal themselves away due to their overwhelming power." "Indeed," Baiyu replied, suppressing his sorrow with a gentle nod. "I am not well versed in the locations of my comrades' seals, thus I cannot assist in their unsealing. We must wait for the opportune moment." Upon hearing this, an indescribable sense of responsibility surged within Chun Yin. Since the predecessors of the organization remained sealed, it was imperative for him, as the first member of this generation, to diligently support the current bearer of the flame in rapidly expanding the organization. While he pondered this, Baiyu uttered a statement that stirred his excitement. "By the way, some of those comrades may be familiar to you." A slight smile graced Baiyu's face, igniting a spark of exhilaration within Chun Yin. He recognized them? Surely, those sealed predecessors could not be mere acquaintances. The only possibility was that among them lay figures renowned throughout history, perhaps. He recalled the manuscript of Da Vinci. It was conceivable that this unparalleled genius still existed in the world. His mind then drifted to the colossal statue that seemed to reach for the heavens, intensifying his exhilaration. Observing Chun Yin's reaction, Baiyu nodded in satisfaction. Before him, the system notifications were rapidly refreshing. Although the increments in legendary status were minimal, even the tiniest gains were valuable. In the nascent stages of establishing an organization, every resource held immense significance. After enhancing the historical presence of the organization, Baiyu set aside his enigmatic demeanor and addressed the pressing matter. In summary, the latest invasion from the spirit realm is about to commence. This is no trivial skirmish. It would be exceedingly difficult to counter with the power of Blue Star alone. Thus, the spark must be rekindled. Not only do we need to recruit new members like you, but I will also seek the remnants of our organization that still linger in this world. To confront this crisis from the spirit realm, remnants, Chun Yin inhaled deeply, softly murmuring. It appeared that beyond the sealed predecessors, the spark possessed further means to contend with the entities of the spirit realm. Yet these methods lay dormant in the corners of the world. He found himself at a loss to comprehend his current emotions. Even upon learning of the immense danger ahead, he felt not a trace of fear, only an exhilarating anticipation. "I will undoubtedly assist you to the best of my ability." Chun Yin gazed earnestly at Baiyu, his voice unwavering in its conviction. Baiyu smiled, gesturing for him to come closer. "Having chosen you to join the Spark, I naturally trust in your abilities and character. As a member of the Spark, being an ordinary person is insufficient. Step forward. I shall conduct the initiation ceremony for your entry into the organization. Prepare to embrace your new self." The voice of Baiyu was both gentle and powerful, while Chun Yin was filled with excitement. What did this mean? Could it be that even he, a man on the brink of death, could venture into the mysterious realm of the extraordinary? At that moment, he suddenly noticed a warm, red glow emanating from the fire mark in the center of Baiyu's raised palm. Drawn and unwittingly, Chunyin approached Baiyu, his heart racing with anticipation. Baiyu's expression grew solemn. The main event of the day was about to unfold. He had already discerned that Chunyin was in a dire state, and as the foremost member of the organization, he could not allow Chunyin to perish so soon. This situation required a proactive resolution. With these thoughts in mind, he conjured a swirling mass of gray mist and placed it before him, softly proclaiming, "I declare the ailments of the individual before me to be eradicated." In an instant, an invisible wind began to sweep in from all directions. Chunyin watched as the gray mist enveloping Baiyu began to slowly undulate and coalesce, eventually converging towards him. As the mist approached, an inexplicable sense of reassurance welled up within him, and he offered no resistance, allowing the mist to draw near and seep into his body through his pores. A peculiar sensation began to spread throughout him. It felt as though invisible hands were gently caressing his form, each touch alleviating the pain within. In the blink of an eye, a vitality he had not felt in ages surged through him. It was as if he had returned to the robust vigor of his youth. No, his current state surpassed even that time. Chunyin, astonished, cast aside his cane, gazing at his hands before looking back at Baiyu, who was performing the ritual. His body began to tremble with overwhelming emotion. An uncontrollable joy erupted within him, a powerful wave of feelings striking his heart and reddening his eyes. After suffering from illness for so many years, he had long forgotten what health truly felt like, even having resigned himself to his fate. Yet today, he found himself endowed with a healthy body. But it was not over. Baiyu summoned an even larger mass of gray mist and declared, "I will empower the individual before me with spiritual energy." Chapter 12. May the flame endure once again. A gust of wind swept through, more tumultuous than the previous one. A swirling cloud of ash was drawn into Chun Yan's being. He could sense an indescribable and wondrous transformation occurring within his body. His previously restored and robust physique began to grow anew, as if an invisible seed had been sown within him, giving rise to something extraordinary. A warm current flowed and spread throughout Chun Yan's body, gradually permeating his mind and ultimately coalescing in his eyes. Dumbfounded, Chun Yin marveled at the remarkable changes within him. Is this the essence of spiritual energy? He pondered, attentively exploring his transformation. Then, sensing something, he hesitantly lifted his gaze, only to find himself tumbling to the ground in a flurry of panic. To Chun Yin, what lay within the mist was no longer merely Baiyu, but an entire universe. As an ordinary person, he had felt nothing before. Yet now, with the birth of spiritual energy within him, his senses had been greatly enhanced, rendering him acutely sensitive to this newfound power. He felt as if he were a speck of dust in the cosmos, while Baiyu shone like a radiant star, emanating boundless light and heat. The weight of this revelation and the overwhelming sensation almost left Chun Yin breathless. Observing his reaction, Baiyu quickly understood the situation and promptly withdrew the spiritual energy he had been emanating. As a third-tier spiritual practitioner, controlling the energy within himself was a trivial task. His earlier display was merely for the sake of maintaining an air of superiority, forgetting that Chun Yin had now also become a practitioner, and his perception of spiritual energy had sharpened significantly. The vast aura that had surrounded him suddenly vanished, allowing Chun Yin to exhale with relief and gaze at Baiyu with a hint of reverence. He recognized that as the leader of an ancient salvation organization, Baiyu must be an unimaginably powerful entity. What he had not anticipated was the sheer intensity of that power. The mere pressure had nearly overwhelmed him. Regaining his composure, Chun Yin hurriedly stood up, a tinge of embarrassment still lingering on his face from his earlier disarray. Baiyu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do not concern yourself. It was my oversight in not restraining my aura. Now, utilizing the organization's resources, I have awakened your spiritual energy. You should now be a peak zero-tier practitioner. Tell me, what is the nature of your spiritual energy?" Listening to Baiyu's inquiry, Chen Yin attentively felt the spiritual energy coursing through him, and a realization dawned upon him. Healing. My spiritual energy is of the healing nature. An auxiliary type? Baiyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Such a type of spiritual energy was rare. Most individuals awakened energies commonly found on Blue Star, such as elemental forces. It was no surprise that he, chosen by the system, stood apart from the rest. Perhaps it was due to his initial utilization of the mist to restore Chen Yan's body that had enabled him to awaken this ability. It is indeed a commendable psychic quality. You must diligently cultivate your abilities within the headquarters celestial realm, striving to attain the first tier as soon as possible. Through the awakening of the gray mist, Chen Yin currently stands at the pinnacle of the 0 tier, surpassing the majority of psychics in this initial stage. The headquarters is replete with rich spiritual energy, making it an unparalleled venue for cultivation. I understand, Chen Yin nodded excitedly, for he has just begun to sense the burgeoning powers that distinguish him from others, and he is eager to experiment thoroughly. However, amidst your training, you must first assist me in reconstructing the ember. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin immediately quelled his excitement and asked with a serious demeanor, "What should I do?" First, continue with the endeavors you are undertaking in the mortal realm, utilizing your abilities to aid others as much as possible. Furthermore, gather every trace of information related to the Ember in this world. The organization has only just emerged and must remain concealed from public scrutiny. Therefore, you must disguise your identity as a member of the Ember and maintain your external life. The flint I left previously serves as the key to enter the headquarters. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you may come to Birch Mountain to seek my guidance. Listening to Baiyu's words, Chen Yin took mental notes and nodded solemnly. I understand. Baiyu continued. Additionally, within the headquarters, there exists a repository of texts concerning the creatures of the spirit realm, located in the Temple of Knowledge. As a member of the Ember, it is imperative that you possess a sufficient understanding of these spirit realm beings, so you should make time to study them. The Temple of Knowledge also contains numerous accounts of the exploits of Ember predecessors. If you are interested, you may read them as well. Chen Yan's heart ignited with fervor, and he nodded once more. The Temple of Knowledge, just hearing its name suggested that it housed knowledge inaccessible to ordinary individuals, along with the secrets of the Ember organization, which piqued his curiosity. A sense of responsibility also welled up within him. He was well aware of the adage, "Know thyself and know thy enemy," and you will never be defeated. And as a member of the organization, understanding the intelligence regarding spirit realm beings was indeed a necessity. The knowledge contained within the Temple of Knowledge is vast. You have only just begun your journey as a psychic, so there is no need to rush. Simply proceed step by step according to my instructions. Baiyu understood that, although Chen Yan's psychic quality is exceptional, he remains at the 0 tier. Confronting the spirit realm beings that may emerge now would be perilous. Thus, it is advisable for Chen Yin to focus on logistical matters within the organization for the time being, which was his original intent. The recent healing of Chen Yin has ailments, and the awakening of his psychic abilities consumed a portion of the gray mist, leaving the reserve critically low. It is essential for Chen Yin to perform good deeds to replenish the supply of gray mist. After joining the organization, every accomplishment he achieves will be attributed to him, including the good deeds performed. Although the concentration of gray mist obtained through his direct efforts may differ somewhat, it is still preferable to having none at all, as he cannot continually engage in acts of benevolence. After some contemplation, Baiyu extended his hand, and suddenly, 2 streaks of light flew in from the depths of the headquarters, swirling within his palm. These streaks of light gradually converged, ultimately taking the form of a mermaid-like creature with a long arm and fishtail. What could this be? Observing the familiar creature, Chen Yin raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was well aware of what this creature was. It was the mermaid that had bewildered everyone that day, marking the beginning of his foray into the extraordinary realm. At this moment, Baiyu spoke. This creature is known as the Deep Diver, a first-tier psychic entity. Having been vanquished by me, its essence is now contained by the organization. A so-called spiritual entity consists of 2 components, essence and life. With life extinguished, the essence is gradually being purified within the organization, evolving into two distinct abilities, rain summoning and illusory voice. Your psychic nature is of the healing kind, lacking direct, offensive capabilities. Should you encounter a spiritual entity directly, your life would be in grave peril. Thus, I will infuse these two essences into your being, granting you some means of self-preservation. The ability to contain essences is also a capability of the system. Each time he defeats a spiritual entity, he can capture its essence. The Deep Diver is considered a relatively powerful creature among first-tier entities, possessing two essences at once. However, the level of this essence is rather low, far inferior to the third-tier world. Retaining this essence within the organization would be a waste. Thus, it is better to bestow it upon Chun Yin, facilitating his contributions to the organization. Is it truly all right to give this to me? Although he had only just become a psychic, Chun Yin could discern the value of these two essences. The impact left by the Deep Diver was quite profound. It would likely be exceedingly difficult for him to defeat the Deep Diver, even now. Yet, Baiyu was willing to grant him these two abilities, leaving him both astonished and honored. Of course, but remember not to overuse them, where your mind may fall prey to the essence, Baiyu cautioned. For Chun Yin was not protected by the system as he was. Understood, Chun Yin nodded in agreement. Baiyu did not linger, directly infusing the two essences into Chun Yin's body. In an instant, the essences stabilized within him. Since they had already been captured, as long as they were used judiciously, there would be no risk of them causing havoc. The essences will stabilize within you. Now, you may take a tour of the headquarters. To avoid raising suspicion, it would be wise to descend the mountain soon, Baiyu instructed. He had conveyed all that needed to be said. Now, it remained to see what returns Chun Yin would bring him. As for Baiyu, he could not depart. He needed to remain at headquarters to observe this world continuously. After all, the Fire Seed lacked a comprehensive information network, and his abilities were the only means to detect spiritual fissures in distant lands. Yes, Chun Yin nodded silently, suppressing the excitement stirring within him. He understood the precarious situation the Fire Seed currently faced. If they were to regain their strength, the first step would undoubtedly be to maintain a low profile. As the bearer of the flame, Baiyu shoulders the immense responsibility of saving humanity, which necessitates his engagement in various trivial matters, whether it be the continuation of noble deeds or the execution of other tasks. None of these prove particularly arduous for Chun Yin. However, the connection of these undertakings to the salvation of the world imbues him with a profound sense of duty. His eyes sparkled as he involuntarily uttered, "May the spark of fire endure." Baiyu was momentarily taken aback by these words. Yet he quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile, "May the spark of fire endure." Chapter 13. Psychic interference time slips by like a fleeting shadow. A few days have swiftly passed. During this period, Baiyu remained within the headquarters, entrusting all external matters to Chun Yin. With Chun Yin assisting from the outside, the quantity of gray mist has significantly increased. However, the level of legend remains stagnant. Reclining upon the colossal hand of Shuiren, Baiyu furrowed his brow slightly. The formation of gray mist necessitates the act of aiding others. Now that Chun Yin has joined the Ember, his charitable deeds are naturally attributed to the organization, and the system's assessment remains effective, leading to a notable rise in gray mist. Yet, due to the absence of fissures in the spirit realm, the advancement of legend remains unimpressive. In comparison to the omnipotence of gray mist, the current utility of legend is yet to be manifested. Nevertheless, Baiyu is acutely aware that both the organization's and his own advancement hinge on the accumulation of legend. Presently, the organization possesses merely two facilities, the headquarters and the Temple of Knowledge. At this stage, they might manage to deceive others. But as the organization grows and incursions from the spirit realm become increasingly frequent, relying solely on these two establishments would be untenable. No new talents recognized by the system have emerged so far. Must they truly continue to wait indefinitely? Baiyu felt a twinge of headache as the organization's development seemed to have reached a standstill. Although Chun Yin occasionally reported back, the line with Li Ming had yet to unfold, yielding no legend. He could not guarantee that the spirit realm entities that may appear in the future would be manageable. Regardless, enhancing one's strength remains paramount. While Baiyu pondered these matters, Chunyin entered the headquarters, cradling a stack of documents. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had been visiting the headquarters only once every 3 days, maintaining a fa of weakness while outside. It was only upon arriving at the headquarters that he could truly relish this extraordinary physique. Without further hesitation, Chunyin leaped on his Shuiren's enormous hand, well aware that Baiyu typically resided there. As anticipated, upon his arrival, he found Baiyu seated upon the giant hand, wearing a troubled expression, seemingly engrossed in thought. The leader must be reminiscing about his comrades, Chunyin mused, feeling an increasing admiration for Baiyu. Since delving into the texts within the Temple of Knowledge, he comprehended the true essence of Ember. They represent humanity's final hope. As the bearer of this flame, Baiyu bears the immense responsibility of safeguarding this last beacon of hope. Should calamity befall the world, it would be the Ember that rises to defend it, with Baiyu standing foremost among them. Throughout his time in the organization, Chunyin has grown to understand the ideals for which the predecessors fought, and he has become increasingly cognizant of the weight upon his own shoulders. Thus, he has never faltered, diligently executing the tasks assigned by Baiyu. Sensing a presence behind him, Baiyu finally emerged from his contemplative state. Turning his head, he discovered Chunyin standing behind him. "What brings you here?" Baiyu altered his expression and tone, while Chunyin immediately adopted a serious demeanor, responding, "In recent days, I have utilized the resources of the Lin Hai Group to assist more individuals and have been closely monitoring the progress, ensuring that no irregularities arise that could tarnish the reputation of the Fire Seed organization. Furthermore, my team has discovered that there are individuals online delving into information regarding spiritual beings, surpassing safety thresholds. I am pondering whether this poses a risk of exposing the Fire Seed." "Oh," Baiyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. He was unaware that anyone was probing into the realm of spiritual beings online. After all, the current authority in the world does not extend to the digital realm. Thus, he had entrusted such matters to Chunyin while he focused on tangible realities. After a moment's contemplation, Baiyu stated, "There is no need to worry. The traces of the Fire Seed are currently obscured in history and will not be discovered. Let them search. In truth, they would find nothing, as I have yet to edit the historical records." Baiyu surmised that those investigating these traces were likely either members of other extraordinary organizations or individuals who had encountered spiritual beings. Regardless of which, they were not his primary concern at present. "By the way, what is the current status of Li Ming?" Baiyu suddenly inquired. Given the need to observe the entire world, Baiyu lacked the capacity to focus his attention on a single individual, thus delegating this matter to Chunyin. He is continuing his usual work routine, returning to the 749 Bureau for inspections from time to time. "He did reach out to me once, but I declined the meeting," Chunyin replied. He was now aware that Li Ming was also a potential member of the Fire Seed and recognized that Baiyu appeared to have additional considerations regarding him, thus refraining from making any unilateral decisions. It was likely that Li Ming would contact him, having sensed that he was not the only one retaining awareness from that day's events. After all, the fact that Chunyin had dispatched subordinates to photograph the Fire Seed emblem could easily be uncovered. "Perhaps we can meet next time, and you can appropriately showcase your current changes," Baiyu suggested. "Understood," Chunyin nodded, speculating on Baiyu's intentions. He believed the leader aimed to reclaim the connection with Li Ming, while, as the bearer of the flame, it was not convenient for him to make an appearance in such matters. Thus he would delegate the task to Chunyin. Indeed, Baiyu concurred, prepared to assign other matters, when suddenly a frown crossed his brow as he gazed into the distance. Noticing his expression, Chunyin tensed with concern. "What is it?" "I have sensed a fissure to the spiritual realm, and it has grown considerably," Baiyu replied, his demeanor grave. Logically, the suppression from Blue Star should still be in effect. If the fissure were to expand, it could only slowly absorb spiritual energy to develop. However, the fissure he sensed was alarmingly large, likely capable of accommodating second-tier spiritual beings. Now he has reached the third tier. Even if his psychic perception encompasses the entire planet, he would not have just discovered this rift in the spirit realm. The only plausible explanation is that the origin of this rift is shrouded in psychic interference, thereby obscuring his awareness. Gathering his psychic energy, Baiyu meticulously examined the situation. This rift in the spirit realm is located beyond the borders of the nation, specifically in the northern region of North Beria, a considerable distance from his current location. Moreover, identifying a rift with psychic interference requires both time and effort. If he were to travel at full speed, he should be able to reach the site within half a day. You stay at headquarters. I will first address this rift in the spirit realm. With these words, Baiyu's figure vanished in an instant. Chun Yin, maintaining a serious demeanor, offered no further objections. He understood that the gravity of the situation was such that it was beyond the capacity of a novice psychic like himself to intervene. Chapter 14. The Great Explosion. At this moment, in the northern region of Beria, a scientific expedition team from the Summer Nation trudged through the frigid, tempestuous weather. Xiaowan, the leader of this expedition, appeared somewhat youthful, yet the other members of the team displayed unwavering trust in her, steadfastly following in her wake. Beside her was a local guide from Beria, clad in a heavy coat and wearing a mask, which rendered Xiaowan's voice somewhat muffled. Naguski, how much longer until we reach the site of the Tunguska explosion? She inquired in fluent Berian, her eyes, bright and intense behind her goggles, fixated on the guide. After surveying the surrounding environment, Naguski assured her it is not far now, and the blizzard should soon abate. His conclusion, drawn from years of living in this region, was made with great caution, for he dared not treat lightly those who journeyed from distant lands. Upon hearing this, Xiaowan nodded, refraining from response. Yet a flicker of fervor danced in her gaze. At last, she was approaching the land she had long yearned to explore. As an expert well-versed in history, biology, and geography, Xiaowan harbored a profound fascination for this world. In her view, while modern humanity had acquired the capability to explore the cosmos, its understanding of the blue planet remained woefully superficial. Numerous secrets of this land had yet to be thoroughly investigated. Countless inexplicable events and various traceable myths continually ignited her insatiable curiosity. Over the years, she had assembled expedition teams in diverse locations, striving to uncover the enigmas of this world. Her journey to the site of the Tunguska explosion was in pursuit of this very goal. Although the cause of the Tunguska explosion had long been attributed to an asteroid veering off course and colliding with the Earth, Xiaowan held reservations about this explanation. She believed in science, while also acknowledging the existence of the world's mysteries. However, she could not accept the notion of such a unique coincidence. In her eyes, a phenomenon of such magnitude could not merely be a matter of chance. There must be deeper underlying reasons. Consequently, she had long desired to conduct an on-site investigation to challenge the prevailing narratives. Yet, due to Beria's remote location, conducting research proved exceedingly challenging, compounded by the difficulty of obtaining relevant data. Thus, Xiaowan had delayed her expedition for some time. However, 6 months prior, her mentor, who shared her philosophical inclinations and dedicated his life to the comprehensive study of the planet beneath their feet, passed away. Just before his death, he summoned her to his side and imparted these words: "The origin of the Tunguska explosion is far from simple. There are secrets yet to be unveiled." With those words, he departed from this world, leaving Xiaowan, amidst her sorrow, to recall her mentor's relentless pursuit of understanding the cause of the Tunguska explosion. Initially, she harbored an insatiable curiosity about the incident, and upon hearing her teacher's last words, her intrigue became utterly uncontainable. After attending the funeral, she promptly assembled a group of like-minded researchers to form an expedition team, making their way to the frigid expanse of North Beringia. Now, with their destination drawing near, Summer One could hardly conceal her excitement. Before long, the fierce blizzard that had ravaged the vast ice field subsided, akin to stepping into a warm room from the biting cold of winter. The surrounding climate underwent a sudden transformation, even through their heavy winter attire. The stark shift was unmistakable. Nikolsky glanced around, ensuring that the weather posed no further threats, before removing his facial mask to reveal a face adorned with a bushy beard. He addressed Dr. Summer Wan, stating, "The weather has stabilized. Good, Summer One replied, nodding. She first removed her gloves to gauge the conditions, and upon confirming their safety, she shed her heavy outer garments. How remarkable, she murmured softly, noting how rare such an evident and dramatic climatic change was. It felt as though an invisible barrier had separated two realms, creating entirely distinct worlds. Noticing the curiosity etched on Summer One's face, Nikolsky smiled. Since the cataclysmic explosion, the vicinity of Tungsu had remained dissimilar from the outside world. This area was untroubled by blizzards. Experts who had previously visited claimed that a peculiar magnetic field had been left by meteorites in the region. Given the favorable climate here compared to the outside, one might wonder why no one had settled in this place. Summer One surveyed her surroundings, realizing there were no signs of human activity. The population distribution in North Beringia was exceedingly sparse, with most inhabitants enduring the cold year-round. While the climate here was not ideal, it was certainly more hospitable than many other areas of North Beringia. Logically, humans are creatures inclined to migrate toward more comfortable habitats. However, no such evidence was apparent here. Nikolsky shook his head, providing an explanation. Initially, some people lived nearby, but they soon relocated, claiming the area was unclean and that there were demons present, with strange lights appearing at night. Unclean? Summer One's interest piqued. Such tales of uncleanliness were precisely what fascinated her. Do you know anyone who has lived here? She inquired, her researcher instincts compelling her to seek local insights, as they might reveal information that had never been disseminated. After all, investigations into the Tungsu area had historically been rather cursory, with most inquiries being hastily conducted. The duration of the investigations was always brief, and thus, the understanding of the surrounding regions could not possibly rival that of the local inhabitants. I once knew such individuals, Nikolsky sighed. Upon hearing this, Summer One frowned. What do you mean? Those who previously resided here have all succumbed to peculiar ailments and perished. All of them? Xiao Wan's brows furrowed further as she observed Nikolsky nodding without hesitation, his expression riddled with uncertainty. Such a response truly exceeded her expectations. Could it be possible that all individuals residing in a particular area had collectively contracted a fatal affliction? Was there really such a bizarre possibility? Moreover, before her arrival, she had meticulously reviewed all pertinent materials regarding the explosion zone, yet found no related accounts. Was it a virus unknown to humanity, or a supernatural event? Xiao Wan pondered silently, while Nikolsky pointed towards the distance and spoke. A few kilometers ahead lies the explosion area. I regret that I cannot accompany you further. I will remain here. Should you need anything, please return to this spot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan nodded, refraining from further words. After all, the agreement with this guide had been solely to lead their research team to the explosion site, with no obligation to address other matters. She waved to summon another member of the team, a young girl who appeared to be in her early 20s, not much younger than Xiao Wan herself. Her name was Ning Shi, and she was considered a sister in their shared academic pursuits. Ning she approached with a light jog and, observing Nikolsky already beginning to set up tents, inquired with curiosity, Sister Wan, is the explosion site truly that eerie? It was evident that she had overheard their previous conversation. We shall find out once we go. Are you afraid? Xiao Wan replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Afraid of what? Ning Ti Tuklet. Her demeanor contrasting Xiao Wan's more cautious approach. She was a firm believer in science, convinced that all peculiar occurrences could be explained through scientific reasoning. To her, it merely suggested that some virus intolerable to humanity had arrived with the asteroid that impacted Blue Star, or that the local magnetic field was excessively disruptive, causing the affliction that had befallen those individuals. Such notions had no relation to the legendary extraordinary events. Prepare the others. We shall proceed to the site of the explosion shortly. Additionally, ensure protective suits are ready, for if anomalies are present, we must be prepared, Xiao Wan instructed. Understood. Ning she replied with a grin, promptly notifying the rest of the research team. In total, there were only 5 members, thus the preparations were swift. Despite having traveled a considerable distance, not a trace of fatigue marred their faces, only the exhilaration of venturing into the unknown. Let us depart, Xiao Wan declared with a serious demeanor, leading the way after donning her protective suit. Before long, the team had entered the vicinity of the explosion site, where an extraordinary sight unfolded before them. All the trees leaned towards one side, yet remained unbroken, continuing to grow along this peculiar orientation. From a distance, it resembled a slanted forest. "The drone has gone awry," someone from the research team remarked, disappointment evident in their voice, as they had intended to use it to capture aerial photographs. "Not to worry." Xiaowan shook her head, recognizing that such a situation was anticipated. She had previously reviewed data regarding the magnetic field disturbances in the explosion zone. It was truly remarkable. Witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience compared to viewing it in photographs. Ning Shi, observing everything in awe, couldn't resist pulling out her camera to capture the moment. Yet before she could take more than a couple of shots, a flurry of snowflake-like disturbances flickered through the camera, indicating a malfunction. Was the camera affected as well? Ning Shi frowned, preparing to request a new camera from the other team members, when suddenly, an exceedingly transparent green light flashed before her eyes, illuminating the entire area. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble, and the members of the scientific expedition felt as though they were standing on a trampoline, unable to maintain their balance, and they all tumbled to the ground. What was happening? Xiaowan looked ahead, a hint of fear in her eyes. The change had occurred too abruptly. An earthquake? Impossible. This was the expansive North Berelia Plain, where the likelihood of an earthquake was exceedingly low, and it was too coincidental for one to occur just as the expedition team was conducting their research. Were they all right? The tremors arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, and soon the sensation of instability vanished. Xiaowan hurriedly got to her feet and immediately turned to her fellow team members, asking, "Are you all okay?" Her voice echoed across the vast expanse, with the fallen trees seemingly responding in resonance, rustling softly. However, her companions appeared oblivious, staring blankly ahead. "Sister Wanyu, you must see this." Ning Ti, who had just been beside Xiaowan, remained seated on the ground, her expression filled with alarm, clutching Xiaowan's arm, her eyes reflecting the ethereal green glow. "What is it?" Xiaowan sensed something was amiss and quickly turned to look. Just a glance caused her pupils to constrict sharply. In the center of the slanted grove, not far away, an endless expanse of green light was emanating from the ground. The previously flat earth had been torn open, and the green light radiated from this gaping fissure, casting a strange hue across the sky. Xiaowan swallowed hard, her mind racing. She still couldn't comprehend what was unfolding. This was unlike anything described in other research reports. Was there truly such a phenomenon hidden within the explosion zone? What could that green light be? A special mineral formed from a meteorite impact? But how could its illumination extend so far? Xiaowan felt as though her mind was short-circuiting. Chapter 15. An unsettling situation. Xiaowan's mind was teeming with questions, yet she had little time to ponder them. Regardless of how the current scene had come to be or the reasons behind it, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The absence of such occurrences in previous investigation reports could be attributed to two possibilities. Either the other research teams had not encountered such phenomena and had only conducted routine surveys, or they too had stumbled upon this bizarre spectacle, but for various reasons, their findings were sealed and not made public. Nonetheless, regardless of the situation, it was immensely captivating for Xiaowan at this moment. Unexpected occurrences were not new to Xiaowan, as the realm of scientific inquiry is often accompanied by unforeseen events. It was not just her. Her team members shared the same sentiment. Each pair of eyes glimmered with a thirst for hidden knowledge. At that moment, Ning Shi pulled Xiaowan's arm and stood up from the ground, gazing at the distant fissure that pulsated with green light, her expression shifting from terror to exhilaration. "Sister Wan, our luck is extraordinary. This is a situation not documented in any of the other reports, and here we are, encountering it ourselves." Ning Shi's breath came in quick gasps. Her mind was solely focused on investigating the source of that green luminescence. Such an opportunity was rare. Although the exact happenings remained unclear, her years of research experience assured her that as long as they took proper precautions, they would be safe. After all, they were not the first to venture into this area. Any inherent risks had already been thoroughly assessed. Xiaowan smiled and nodded. calming her own emotions before promptly gathering the team for a brief meeting. Given the emergence of this unique situation, there was no time to dwell on the reasons for its occurrence. This was a rare chance, and she was ready to lead the exploration with the necessary equipment. If you wish to join, come along. If you feel it is too risky, you may remain here without fear of reproach. Upon hearing Xia Wan's proposition, the other four exchanged glances and spoke in unison. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is one we all wish to seize. Very well, Xia Wan replied with a smile, pleased that more hands would facilitate their endeavor, especially since these individuals were carefully chosen experts. Their collaborative efforts would undoubtedly expedite the research process. Given the uncertainties surrounding the green light's origin, it's prudent to bring survival tools and weapons. With Xia Wan's directive, there were no objections among the group. Although their eagerness to commence testing was palpable, their minds remained anchored in rationality. Following the instructions, they returned to their initial camp to repack their belongings and set off anew with the necessary gear. At that moment, excitement radiated from each of them, and in unison, they contemplated the possibility that this time they might truly unravel the mysteries behind the great explosion of Tongsigu. Meanwhile, high in the stratosphere, Baiyu was racing forward with all her might. Currently, all of his attention was fixated on the ethereal rift in the North Berelia region, a place afflicted by psychic disturbances. Upon sensing the approach of humans near the rift, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. How could there possibly be anyone in such a remote location? A research expedition, perhaps? After meticulously assessing the gear of these individuals, Baiyu's expression darkened, and his pace quickened. It was exceedingly unfortunate. He had not anticipated the arrival of a dedicated research team at such a critical moment. The rift into the spirit world was wide open. It was uncertain when entities from that realm might emerge, heralding ominous signs. These scientists likely believed they were on the verge of uncovering some miraculous scientific phenomenon. Please, host, expedite the repair of the spirit world rift. As he drew closer, the system's prompt materialized before Baiyu's eyes. Silently, he urged himself to hasten, praying that these individuals would refrain from recklessly endangering themselves and merely conduct a superficial investigation. If an entire research team were to perish in such a place, the repercussions would undoubtedly be impossible to conceal on an international scale. Given the current quantity of gray mist within the organization, mending such a vast rift posed considerable challenges. Should an international organization dispatch representatives to this site, the extraordinary occurrence would inevitably attract public attention. A rift of this magnitude could not be hidden. In the vicinity of the explosion site, Xia Wan led her research team gradually closer to the rift. As they approached, she sensed something amiss. "Do you feel something strange?" she inquired, turning to her team clad in protective suits. Although she couldn't pinpoint the source of her unease, it was an instinctive warning from her body. Her sixth sense cautioned her to halt their advance. At that moment, Ning Shi, standing nearby, responded, "Indeed, there is something peculiar. The magnetic interference in this area is overwhelmingly intense. None of our equipment functions, and it feels as though this bizarre magnetic field is disrupting our very beings, creating a sense of discomfort." Ning Shi's brow furrowed, as the physical unease instilled a profound sense of danger within her. Xia Wan then gazed at the rift emanating a dense green luminescence, her expression grave. "We cannot proceed any further. The magnetic interference exceeds the threshold. We must withdraw immediately, and I will request support from headquarters." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Wan quickly reversed her previous decision. Although her curiosity still burned within her, she yearned to investigate despite the risks. However, she was not alone in this expedition, and the magnetic disturbances were indeed beyond comprehension. She had encountered meteorites before and was aware that such celestial bodies could emit unusual magnetic fields, yet she had never experienced anything this severe. It was worth noting that even on the moon, human machinery could function normally. Yet now, nothing was operational. This bizarre circumstance rendered it entirely inappropriate to advance any further. Although she felt a pang of regret, she found herself powerless. "Captain, we are nearly there." A dissenting voice arose within the expedition team, tinged with dissatisfaction. He understood Xia Wan's concerns. However, scientific exploration inherently entails certain risks. With their destination so close, the fissure could vanish at any moment. To halt their progress now was simply unacceptable. I sincerely apologize. While I previously stated that this opportunity was rare, the current circumstances exceed our comprehension. For the sake of everyone's safety, we cannot proceed any further, Xiaowan asserted firmly, secretly lamenting her decision. It was not that she was capricious, rather, she had never anticipated such an occurrence before reaching this vicinity. Having undertaken numerous scientific missions, she found herself facing an unprecedented scenario. What might transpire next remained uncertain. But what if the fissure disappeared? Another voice chimed in, articulating the concerns of the others. Each individual had disregarded the risks in pursuit of this unique opportunity. In that case, let us retreat to a distance where we can resume using our equipment. Ningxi and I will withdraw further to seek assistance, while the rest of you collect samples from the trees illuminated by the eerie green light. Xiaowan proposed a compromise. Upon hearing this, the others had no objections, casting reluctant glances at the ominous fissure before beginning their return. At that moment, Baiyu, who had been monitoring the situation, let out a sigh of relief. Instinctively focusing his attention on Xiaowan, he nearly berated the foolish woman. However, it seemed that she had realized her mistake, which was a significant improvement. Now, they merely needed to wait for his arrival to perfectly resolve the matter, provided no otherworldly beings emerged from the fissure in the meantime. Upon retreating to a location where the signal could be restored, the expedition team divided into two groups to commence their actions. Xiaowan and Ning, she grasped the satellite phone to call for assistance. Remarkably, the satellite phone, usually slow to connect, was answered almost immediately today. The voice on the other end belonged to the head of their research institute, sounding somewhat grave. Xiaowan, I was just about to reach out to you. The situation is rather complex. Shortly, someone will explain everything to you. Before Xiaowan could respond, the call was redirected to another line. A strange male voice on the other end rang out, urgent and severe. Immediately evacuate the area of the Tusk explosion. The farther you run, the better. Absolutely do not linger there. Chapter 16. The Wound of the Void. At this moment, within the confines of Bureau 749, a middle-aged man, his visage marked by the passage of time, clutched a satellite phone while conversing with Xiaowan on the other end. His brow was furrowed deeply, the wrinkles on his forehead appearing capable of crushing a fly. As a senior administrator of Bureau 749, he found it utterly baffling why individuals persist in seeking peril in various anomalous locales. He was equally perplexed as to why, despite the thorough sealing off of investigation pathways leading to the area of the Tongxi ancient explosion, scientific expedition teams were still departing from the mainland. Coupled with prior reports regarding the suspected presence of enigmatic high-level psychics in Lehigh City, the weight of these matters bore heavily upon him. After a brief silence on the satellite phone, a voice gradually emerged. All right. With that, the call was terminated. The man's furrowed brow relaxed significantly. Although these scientists often engaged in unexpectedly foolish endeavors in their quest for knowledge, they remained, at their core, intelligent beings. There was little need for further explanation on his part. Setting down the satellite phone with a sigh, he pressed a button on the desk. Shortly thereafter, two members of Bureau 749, clad in suits, entered the room. They promptly organized personnel to head towards North Berlia. A significant rift in the spirit realm was about to manifest. In the North Berlia region, Xiaowan ended her call, her expression grave. She suddenly realized that the situation was seemingly more complicated than she had anticipated. Although she was still uncertain about the identity of the person who had just spoken with her, the fact that the director of the research institute had personally transferred the call suggested that the individual held considerable significance. Moreover, the words spoken were worthy of contemplation. Leave immediately? Was it possible that there truly existed some unknown anomaly in the explosion area? It was well known that instances in which the upper echelons ordered expedition teams to withdraw were exceedingly rare. Wan Jia, have you found support? Ning Ti, noticing Xiaowan's troubled demeanor, inquired. At that moment, Xiaowan had no time for further reflection. She promptly replied, "You must call them back immediately. We need to evacuate now. Faced with Xiao Wan's serious expression, Ningxi found herself unable to even ask why. Swiftly preparing to utilize her communication device to notify their colleagues standing not far away. However, just as she grasped the communication device, her expression suddenly froze in astonishment. She witnessed the green light emanating from the nearby rift begin to flicker ominously, and the surrounding fallen trees, as if receiving some signal, stood upright in unison. A subtle breeze swept silently across the land, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Ningxi's pupils constricted sharply as she beheld this strange spectacle. Her body rendered immobile by shock. The communication device she had just picked up began to emit a piercing high-frequency hum, resembling the shrill cry of some bizarre creature. Not good. Xiao Wan, sensing the anomaly as well, altered her expression and swiftly snatched the communication device from Ningxi's grasp, hurling it forcefully aside. Simultaneously, she seized a nearby loudspeaker and shouted towards the distance, "Come back quickly!" Indeed, without her uttering a word, the other members had already discerned the peculiarities surrounding them. They forsook the samples they had just collected and fled desperately into the distance. It was evident, even to the most oblivious observer, that something was amiss. Xiao Wan gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the ominous storm gathering not far away. She retrieved a weapon from her backpack and handed one to Ningxi, who remained oblivious to the unfolding situation until she witnessed the ground fissures expanding violently once more. An eerie green luminescence seemed poised to saturate the sky. Amidst this ethereal glow, an entity gradually materialized. This was no conventional creature or object. It resembled an exceedingly unstable, deep green vortex of energy perpetually collapsing in on itself. At its core lay an absolute black singularity that devoured light. The periphery of the vortex flickered with ominous dark arcs of electricity, accompanied by a piercing shriek. What on earth is this? Ningxi, who had just grasped the weapon, quivered, nearly losing her grip. The events unfolding before her were utterly beyond her comprehension. Could such a bizarre form of life truly exist on Blue Star? Meanwhile, Xiao Wan was rendered speechless by shock, her pupils trembling, her body quaking. Uncertain whether it was excitement or fear that gripped her. There truly exists, she whispered softly, disregarding the immobilized Ningxi, and sprinted toward the few colleagues still racing towards them, shouting, "Keep running. Don't look back." As she spoke, she raised her air gun and pulled the trigger at the strange green entity. Yet, like a feather falling upon a tranquil lake, the creature's energy-formed body merely rippled. Suffering no harm whatsoever. The dark singularity at its core began to scan the minuscule beings below with a cold, indifferent gaze reminiscent of a watchful eye. Its body began to undulate, releasing an invisible and potent irregular gravitational field. The trees that had only just stood tall were pulled down once again, uprooted entirely. The bodies of those still fleeing were uncontrollably hurled backward. Such immense suction was inescapable for Xiao Wan. She felt as though her very flesh and bones were being torn away by the overwhelming force, an infinite agony surging within her. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself beneath the imposing figure of the creature, its massive presence suffocating her, making it difficult to breathe. The unknown energy, mingled with wind and thunder, rendered the scorched earth a pitch-black abyss. The monster's core stirred once more, locking its gaze onto her, a symbol resembling an eye gradually emerging from the inky darkness, devoid of any emotion and chilling her very soul. Xiao Wan felt her heart constrict painfully. She was acutely aware that this creature was fixated upon her. Damn it! Xiao Wan gritted her teeth, her usually civilized demeanor giving way to a curse uttered in the depths of her mind. To her astonishment, the first encounter with the legendary extraordinary being unfolded in such a dire situation, leaving her fearing for her life. Yet, she remained indifferent. At least she could ascertain the existence of genuine secrets in this world before her impending demise. It was her colleagues she lamented for, as her own insatiable thirst for knowledge had led her to this desolate place, now faced with this life-threatening crisis. A profound sense of guilt surged within Xiao Wan, causing her heart to ache. "Wan Jia, are you all right?" Just as Xiao Wan was engulfed in regret, a voice called from the distance, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. She turned her head, her pupils constricting sharply. "Did I not instruct you to evacuate?" The newcomer was Ning Shi, who was laboriously crawling on the ground with a mountaineering pick, her firearm discharging at the creature. How could one flee from such a being? Ning Shi took a deep breath, forcing a semblance of a smile, though her trembling voice betrayed her inner turmoil. After all, the exhilaration of uncovering mysteries had plummeted to the stark reality of facing a lethal monster. Such a drastic shift was not something everyone could endure. "You!" Xiao Wan bit her lip, momentarily rendered speechless by anger. Even if escape was impossible, one should not relinquish the hope of survival. Firing at the creature was utterly futile, and approaching it now would be tantamount to courting death. "Wan Jie, do not worry. This creature seems disinterested in humans. We are so close now, and yet we are still alive, aren't we?" Ning Shi swallowed hard, avoiding eye contact. As the creature loomed closer, its oppressive presence intensified. Even if it were not a man-eating monster, escape seemed futile. Xiao Wan sighed, glancing down at her palm. Under the immense gravitational pull, the flesh had been torn, exposing her stark white bones. Her colleagues, who had collapsed on the ground, were equally afflicted, their conditions mirroring hers. It would not be long before they transformed into mere skeletons. "If you flee now, you might survive." Xiao Wan's gaze dimmed. She had always regarded Ning Shi as a younger sister, and the thought of her potentially dying before her eyes was unbearable, deepening her regret. "Wan Jie, please do not give up." With the bullets exhausted, Ning Shi cast her firearm towards the creature, realizing it served no purpose to retain it. Regardless of her actions, the creature remained unmoved, its pitch-black eyes coldly surveying the surroundings. However, Xiao Wan noticed that while the creature remained inactive, the range of its invisible pull had significantly expanded, threatening to extend to their distant camp. Even in this place, she could hear the sounds of equipment exploding within the camp. A cursed creature, appearing so suddenly. This is not how it's portrayed in the dramas I watch. It gives no one a moment to prepare. Seemingly at her wit's end, Ning Shi could not help but utter a curse. The relentless suction emanating from the creature seemed to momentarily cease. Suddenly, a ferocious tempest unfurled in the heavens above, accompanied by a deep, resounding thunder, as if something were on the brink of awakening. With a rustling sound, the surrounding trees, previously toppled, seemed to sense an unseen force and abruptly straighten their trunks. What could this phenomenon be? Both individuals instinctively lifted their gazes skyward, perceiving an extraordinary aura in the air. The creature, too, exhibited a transformation. Its form, which had been fluctuating between solidity and ethereality, now stabilized. The obsidian core felt an intangible pressure, gradually ascending toward the firmament. Strands of resplendent golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, entwined with violet-blue lightning and howling winds, creating an oddly surreal tableau. With a sudden hum, the creature began to stir, emitting a piercing drone that resonated through the air. In an instant, blood began to seep from the ears of Xiao Wan and Ning Shi. Yet, it lasted merely a fleeting moment. The shrill hum abruptly ceased. An unseen pressure descended from the sky, seemingly halting the very fabric of time and space around them. The creature's energy-like form was instantaneously disbanded, leaving only the dark core, firmly pressed into the ground, sinking inch by inch. Raindrops began to fall from the heavens, and wisps of white clouds materialized in the sky. Xiao Wan and Ning Shi, astonished, gazed upward. Before them, countless natural wonders seemed to converge in the celestial expanse. The setting sun cast its slanted rays, and the clouds mingled with a gentle rain, creating a scene so exquisite it resembled a painting, standing in stark contrast to the environment below. Suddenly, a heavy beam of sunlight descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area of the Tongsu ancient explosion, isolating it from the outside world. A figure, stepping upon white feathers, emerged slowly from the sunlight. Observing the injured yet surviving individuals below, the figure let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, they would have surely perished. After confirming their safety, his gaze shifted towards the suppressed core of the creature, as a system notification flashed before him. Detected spiritual realm entity, void wound, target level, tier 2. Please proceed with containment promptly. Chapter 17. Second order ethereal beings. The gaze of Baiyu flickered momentarily. The creature's level did not disappoint given the enormity of the ethereal rift. In the current scenario, where the collision of the two worlds is not excessively fierce and the will of the blue star remains overwhelmingly dominant, second order should indeed be the limit. This creature, however, poses little challenge. Yet, the sheer size of the ethereal rift raises concerns about the considerable amount of gray mist that would be required for its restoration. Additionally, there is an aspect that perplexes Baiyu. Upon briefly attuning to this area, he discerned that the land beneath him was severely disrupted by spiritual energy. This interference was not a consequence of the void wound, but rather something that had existed long before. He was naturally aware of the legends surrounding the Tongsu ancient region, and a hint of speculation arose in his mind. Could it be that the catastrophic explosion that occurred here in the past was indeed caused by ethereal beings? The characteristics of the explosion site align remarkably with the traits of the void wound. Perhaps, long ago, a more formidable void wound traversed the ethereal rift and wreaked havoc upon this region. However, he had not yet come into existence at that time, leaving the true events shrouded in mystery. With his mind clouded by intrigue, Baiyu nonetheless recognized the necessity of attending to pressing matters. Without a shred of hesitation, he lowered his palm. An invisible repulsive force began to emanate from him, striking precisely at the void wound. This monstrosity, an aggregation of energy, could not be harmed by conventional weapons of the material realm. Only spiritual energy could affect it. As the owner of the world and a formidable third-order entity, Baiyu could harness the power of the world without the need for spiritual energy. Merely a thought sufficed. However, the void wound was distinct from other creatures. Without infusing it with spiritual energy, capturing this entity would prove challenging. Below, Xiao Wan and Ning, she gazed in awe at the scene unfolding above. They beheld the divine figure in the sky and glanced down at the struggling core of the creature. The unparalleled sense of oppression that had once enveloped them had now vanished entirely. In their eyes, the void wound appeared more like a small beast desperately pleading for mercy. The core emitted faint humming sounds, reminiscent of anguished cries. Yet, these sounds would not linger for long, as they were swiftly dispersed by an invisible force. The sound of shattering porcelain resonated through the area, blending with the rustle of leaves in the rejuvenated forest, creating an eerie symphony. Baiyu showed no signs of restraint, his fingers gently clenching. An invisible force enveloped the core of the void wound from all directions. This time, the creature could not even emit a lament. As its colossal obsidian core began to crack, the fragments breaking down into finer dust, which was ultimately obliterated by the omnipresent storm of light energy. In less than half a minute, the void wound that had been ravaging this area vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Successfully contained. The essence of the void wound has been stored in the system's backpack and can be retrieved at any time. Reward: 130 points of legendary value. Editable history and legends detected 2 times. New organizational facilities unlocked. Saviors can exchange for them using legendary value. It seems the problem has been resolved. Glancing at the system's notification, Baiyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with this creature was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in how to address such a vast rift in the spirit realm. If left unchecked, this rift would undoubtedly give rise to a continuous influx of spiritual beings, posing a significant threat to the material world. First, I will utilize the gray mist to mend part of the rift and prevent stronger spiritual entities from emerging. And once I have sufficient gray mist, I will complete the repairs. It appears I must remain in the North Burlia region for the time being. After some contemplation, Baiyu formulated a plan. He glanced at the few individuals below who were still in shock when the system's notification reappeared, surprising him. Could there truly be talents to be found here? His gaze settled on Xiao Wan. If he was not mistaken, this woman was part of the research team sent by the organization to the Tongsiga region. He had been monitoring the situation here prior to their arrival. He found her approach quite commendable and believed she possessed great potential. Since the system had provided a hint, it would be unwise to disregard it. With a graceful descent upon a cloud, Baiyu's form slowly descended from the air, enveloped in a sacred radiance, and he appeared before Xiaowan, still reeling from the shock of the recent creature encounter. Xiaowan was startled by the sudden appearance of the entity that had effortlessly dispatched the monster. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped the arm of her colleague Ning Shi and retreated, cautiously inquiring, "Who are you?" Although the figure before her could be considered her savior, she could not afford to lower her guard in this situation. Her colleagues had just escaped danger. She could not allow them to fall into another peril. Moreover, she could not ascertain whether this being was truly human. As Xiaowan raised her gaze, she perceived the presence before her shrouded in a delicate glow, which was not blinding but rather soothing, instilling a sense of tranquility. Enveloped in this luminescence, she found it difficult to discern the entity's features. In a moment of reverie, she even felt as though the being before her was not a creature at all, but something else entirely, perhaps a rock, a flow of water, or an intangible essence. "Do not be alarmed," Baiyu smiled, unfazed by Xiaowan's reaction. In fact, he considered her response rather mild, indicative of someone with a strong capacity for acceptance. He had also familiarized himself with her background and was aware of her research into various mysterious phenomena. Observing the scars adorning the individuals before him, Baiyu waved his hand, and an invisible vitality emanated from it, enveloping everyone present. It was as if time had accelerated. In that fleeting moment, the lacerations on each person's flesh underwent a miraculous transformation, stopping the bleeding, healing, and scabbing, all in an instant. Remarkably, every injury had mended. Possessing the power of the world, Baiyu naturally wielded the authority of life itself, although his healing abilities could not rival those of specialized healers. As a third-tier spiritual practitioner, mending such minor wounds posed no challenge for him. Xiaowan and Ning Shi observed their transformations with astonishment, their hearts brimming with disbelief. What manner of ability could defy the laws of nature to heal others so swiftly? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Baiyu's gentle voice resonated in their ears, as if it had permeated from all directions. At this moment, Xiaowan and Ning Shi set aside their earlier apprehension, gradually relaxing. Both were astute individuals, aware that with Baiyu's power, eliminating everyone present would be a trivial task. Yet, not only had he refrained from violence, but he had also aided in healing their wounds. It was evident that Baiyu's true objective lay with that strange beast they had encountered, while they, mere ordinary humans, were the beneficiaries of his mercy. "Thank you," Xiaowan murmured, her momentary relaxation causing her body to succumb to gravity, and she fell to the ground. "We owe our lives to you. Otherwise, my colleagues, whom I brought along, would have perished here." Her voice carried a hint of trepidation. Had they met their demise today, even her own death would have offered her no solace on the road to the underworld. "Don't say that, Wan Jie. We all came here to explore this enigmatic region together. None of us could have anticipated such unforeseen circumstances," Ning Shi softly consoled. In her eyes, every decision Xiaowan made was justified, emblematic of a scientist's rational choices. Who could have foreseen that in this desolate expanse, an indestructible beast would suddenly emerge? Sighing, Xiaowan lifted her gaze to the indistinct figure before her. "Could you tell me what that creature was?" "I cannot divulge that information just yet," Baiyu replied, shaking his head gently. "All I can say is that the monster you encountered does not belong to this world. If you wish to learn more, now is not the appropriate time for discourse." He was acutely aware that Xiaowan had already contacted personnel from Bureau 749, and it would not be long before those responsible for handling such matters would arrive. Compared to the initial encounter, this revelation was far more significant. Yet, having regained the ability to edit history on 2 occasions, Baiyu was also prepared to share a morsel of information with Bureau 749. "When then can you tell me?" Xiaowan pressed, her curiosity about the creature intensifying. Baiyu had revealed only a fraction, yet it had ignited an insatiable thirst for knowledge within her. After so many years of existence, she finally discovered the presence of extraordinary beings and superhumans. This revelation perfectly aligned with her long-held suspicions and completely transformed her perception of the real world. Ning Shi gazed intently at Baiyu, clearly eager to uncover the truth. Baiyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he produced a piece of flint and placed it before them. I am aware that you have already called for assistance, and it is likely that aid will arrive shortly. You will be questioned, and while you may divulge any information, please refrain from mentioning this stone. Once the inquiries conclude, should you wish to know more, hold this stone tightly, and with your thoughts I shall appear. Baiyu's voice possessed a unique enchantment, causing Xiao Wan and Ning Shi to instinctively glance at the flint on the ground. Upon it was an abstract flame rune, emanating a gentle warmth, accompanied by two enigmatic characters. Ning Shi could not decipher them, but Xiao Wan instantly understood their significance. Fire seed, she whispered, raising her gaze to ask something, only to find that Baiyu had silently vanished without a trace. Clutching the flint, Xiao Wan suddenly felt a surge of panic and called out to the sky, "Sir, please assist our guide, Nikolsky. He is not far and must also be in peril." Her voice echoed through the area, filled with desperation. Almost simultaneously, she heard Baiyu's reassuring response, "Do not worry." Chapter 18. The Research Institute of Psionic Weapons. Upon hearing Baiyu's response, Xiao Wan finally exhaled with relief, for the guide was indeed innocent. "Sister Wan, we have entered a new world," Ning Shi murmured beside her. "I have always been a staunch materialist, but now..." The overwhelming impact of recent events left her feeling as though her previous life had been in vain. Hearing her speak thus, Xiao Wan couldn't help but feel a pang of sentiment. While she had always believed in the existence of mysterious phenomena, the magnitude of this revelation rendered her momentarily breathless. She lifted her gaze to the distance, where a colossal fissure yawned open, emanating an eerie, intangible aura. Now, as she gazed upon that chasm, Xiao Wan felt no thirst for knowledge. She was no fool. In any case, the pursuit of knowledge could never be weighed against the sanctity of life. Who could say what bizarre creatures might emerge from that great rift? Yet, recalling Baiyu's divine-like presence, her heart settled considerably. Safeguarding the flint, she turned to Ning Shi and spoke with gravity. "Once reinforcements arrive, we shall withdraw immediately. Moreover, we must adhere to the instructions given by that individual and keep the matter of the gifts he provided under wraps." "Rest assured," Ning Shi replied promptly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Baiyu sought out a quiet spot to meditate and began to assess his recent acquisitions. The essence of the void wound spoke for itself. Given the creature's peculiar nature, this essence would indeed prove useful, even for him. Furthermore, due to the containment of a second-tier entity, the number of historical edits had risen to 2, laying a solid foundation for the initial unveiling of the spark. What delighted Baiyu the most was the prospect of unlocking new organizational facilities. After all, the advancement of the spark remained paramount. "What organizational facilities can I unlock now?" Baiyu inquired, and the system promptly responded. "Research Institute of Psionic Weapons. Invest psionic essence and psionic items to activate the forging array for the creation of psionic weapons. It requires 150 points of legendary status to unlock this facility. Organizational members may traverse the facilities at will while holding flint. Note: once the organizational facility is established, it automatically gains the ability for 1 historical edit." "Oh, such a fortuitous opportunity?" Baiyu's brow arched in surprise, his heart swelling with excitement at the thought of enriching the depth of the organization's history. Unlike the headquarters, the other organizational facilities could be configured to permit entry to outsiders. However, the experience for outsiders would differ significantly from that of Spark members. Outsiders would merely perceive it as a historical relic, unable to utilize any of the tools within the facilities. Nor would the existence of the Spark organization be revealed to them. Only Spark members would be granted full access to activate the facilities. Having recently regained the privilege of historical editing, Baiyu is now fully capable of linking this organizational facility to a significant historical moment or figure, thereby rewriting history. A perfect trace of the fire seed has thus emerged. It feels as though a pillow has fallen into one's lap, just as one was about to doze off. Baiyu smiled broadly. As he was about to engage with the 749 Bureau, the depth of the fire seed history could only serve to strengthen his position. Given that the rifts in the spiritual realm cannot be entirely sealed, and with no means of departure, he resolved to establish the Spiritual Energy Weapons Research Institute here. After all, Possessing flint allows for seamless traversal. The appearance of the facility must be meticulously crafted to align with historical figures. Weapons, technology. After pondering for a moment, Baiyu suddenly conceived an idea and promptly expended 150 legendary points to unlock the Spiritual Energy Weapons Research Institute, simultaneously commencing the editing of its exterior. Before long, a vast ancient relic materialized underground. Much like the headquarters cave, this space resembled a colossal primordial cavern. Baiyu deliberately left a small opening to serve as an entrance for external personnel. The interior, however, was transformed entirely. The cavern sides appear to be product from two distinctly different eras, flanking four statues. The two statues on the left were garbed in ancient attire, wielding a hammer and a sharp sword, with names inscribed beneath them, Oyezi and Ganjiang. Behind these statues stood rows of furnaces that seemed to have existed for ages, each emblazoned with the emblem of the Fireseed organization, atop which lay weapon models shimmering with a cold light, inscribed with peculiar runes. In contrast, the two statues on the right bore unmistakably Western features. One was clad in a sharply tailored suit, while the other donned attire reminiscent of the Victorian era. Their names were also engraved below, Tesla and Da Vinci. Behind these statues, a symphony of steam and electric arcs resonated, harmonizing with the furnaces on the left. Modern weapons gleamed with a frosty luster, radiating a brilliant blue glow, alongside what appeared to be knightly armors passed down from the medieval era, pulsating as if alive. As he ventured along the pathway lined with weapon models, he found himself in an even more expansive space, where colossal furnaces stood side by side with high-tech laboratories, seamlessly integrated into the surroundings despite their stark contrasts. Layers of dust coated the surfaces, indicating a long period of inactivity. Observing the Spiritual Energy Weapons Research Institute he had crafted, Baiyu nodded in satisfaction. The overall style of the institute echoed that of the headquarters cavern, ensuring that other members would feel at home upon their arrival. Moreover, with connections to historical figures established, a slight alteration to history could render this place a perfect relic. This time, Baiyu did not intend to completely edit the histories of all four figures, but aimed to focus on the one whose era was closest to the present. After all, editing all four simultaneously might appear overly intentional. The sudden emergence of such targeted information would inevitably raise suspicions among the astute. Thus, he resolved to edit only one figure's history. The remaining history of ancient figures is best left for the curious to explore. The system's notification appeared punctually. The establishment of the Psychic Weapon Research Institute has been completed. At that moment, Baiyu felt a sudden surge in his psychic energy, an enhancement so profound that it was almost overwhelming. He sensed that he was nearing the pinnacle of a third-tier psychic practitioner. Given the formidable power of the world, it seemed plausible that he could contend even against a fourth-tier practitioner. It became evident to Baiyu that he and the organization were intertwined in their fortunes. As the organization flourished, so too would his strength. A realization dawned upon him. His elevation in psychic prowess was undoubtedly linked to the establishment of the Psychic Weapon Research Institute, which had amplified the organization's overall reputation, thereby enhancing his capabilities as well. It appeared that the acquisition of reputation could not be overlooked. When he had recently unlocked the Psychic Weapon Research Institute, Baiyu had sensed that numerous organizational facilities remained to be unlocked, hindered only by his current insufficient reputation. However, he felt no urgency. The crisis within the spiritual realm of Blue Star was manageable at present. Moreover, the organization had only just been formed, and it was almost a certainty that it would grow stronger over time. Taking a deep breath, Baiyu calmed his mind. The next step was to make the most of the opportunity to edit history on 3 occasions. Unlike the last time, this editing was not aimed at assimilating a member, but rather to genuinely introduce the spark to the world. Thus, this editing must be executed with utmost caution and precision. Before long, personnel from the 749 Bureau would arrive, and such an organization would undoubtedly transmit data in real time. There was no time to waste. Therefore, he would begin his editing from the very land beneath his feet. Chapter 19. Psychic Runes and the Passage of Time in the Blink of an Eye. Night descended. Xiao Wan and Ning, she sat upon the frigid ground, tending to their still unconscious colleague while awaiting further developments. Soon, several blinding beams of light pierced the inky blackness of the night sky, accompanied by the thunderous roar of armed helicopters circling above. The two women instinctively lifted their gazes. 4 armed helicopters, brimming with heavy weaponry, loomed ominously, their dark gun barrels chillingly evident against the night. These helicopters were true instruments of war, seldom seen even in military reports, yet today, for had manifested together. From the helicopters, several ladders descended, and a battalion of fully armed combat personnel disembarked. Simultaneously, a group of mysterious individuals clad in suits leapt from several dozen meters above, landing gracefully on the ground without the aid of any apparatus. Xiaowan observed this scene with a detached demeanor. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have been utterly astonished. After all, it was inconceivable that a human could withstand the impact of such a fall. Yet, confronted with an extraordinary situation, she found herself more accepting. Beside her, Ning, she appeared listless, her spirit dampened, grappling with a sense of dismay. When had the world transformed into such a perilous place? Why had no one informed her? Dispatch medical personnel. There are 5 survivors below, 3 of whom remain unconscious. Evacuate the survivors immediately. The psychic interference in the Tongsu Valley is severe, estimated to be at the 2nd tier. No entities from the spirit realm have been detected. Commands echoed from specially designed walkie-talkies, ultimately converging into the earpiece of a single individual. If Li Ming had been present, he would have recognized the commanding officer as Lin Yi, who had previously overseen his interrogation. The other, Yang Miao, was closely following him. Something feels amiss. With such intense psychic interference, how can there be no entities from the spirit realm? Yang Miao queried, his expression tinged with uncertainty as he turned to Lin Yi. Is there a need to request higher-tier psychics? Not for the moment, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head while scanning the surrounding environment and gazing at the conspicuously large rift in the spirit realm visible in the night sky. Given the size of this rift and the psychic interference, it is highly probable that entities from the spirit realm have emerged. First, arrange for a thorough search of the entire vicinity, increase vigilance, and prepare the containment devices for the rift. I will inquire with the witnesses to see if we can glean any insights. Lin Yi's expression was grave. Having just ascended to the rank of a first-tier psychic, he had been dispatched on this mission, assuming the role of primary commander for the first time. Initially confident, he had not anticipated the complexity of this situation. With such a substantial rift in the spirit realm, it was likely that second-tier entities could emerge. The task of containment would undoubtedly be challenging, and he wondered how many containment devices would be required. Understood, Yang Miao nodded in agreement, promptly organizing personnel to commence the operation. Lin Yi glanced at the survivors being escorted onto the helicopter and summoned a subordinate, instructing, erect a makeshift tent within the safe zone. Without further inquiry, the individual promptly boarded the helicopter. Inside, due to their consciousness, Xiao Wan and Ning, she remained together, while the other 3 were swiftly taken away. To their surprise, they encountered an acquaintance on the aircraft. Nikolsky, are you all right? Xiao Wan sighed in relief upon seeing Nikolsky curled up in a corner of the helicopter. It appeared that the enigmatic entity had effectively safeguarded the guide. I am fine, Nikolsky replied, shaking his head, still huddled, and his gaze appearing vacant. In the span of a single day, his worldview had been utterly shattered. He was reluctant to recall the events that had transpired. What he initially thought was merely a routine guiding job had turned chaotic when a sudden force uprooted his tent. Before he could comprehend the situation, a grotesque creature emerged from the explosion site, radiating an overwhelming pull that left him unable to escape. Then, a figure resembling a deity descended from the heavens, vanquished the monster, healed his wounds without uttering a word, and whisked him away to safety. Subsequently, he encountered a group of foreign individuals resembling special forces. For him, the day's experiences were nothing short of surreal. It is a relief that you are unharmed. Noticing Nikolsky's distress, Xiaowan refrained from probing further and returned to her seat. Fastening her seatbelt, the helicopter was enveloped in an eerie silence. The soldiers on guard spoke not a word, and the survivors remained quiet as they flew until the green light seeping from the fissure became nearly imperceptible. Please undergo a brief preliminary assessment. Medical personnel will attend to you shortly, one soldier announced. Xiaowan said little in response, merely nodding as she disembarked the helicopter with Ning Shi. She was well aware of the procedures that lay ahead. What astonished her most was the realization that her country possessed an organization dedicated to extraordinary events. Until now, she had considered such notions to be mere urban legends. Wang Jie, I never imagined that the 749 Bureau was real. Ning exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she gazed at the imposing 749 insignia. Although she typically had little interest in such matters, she had heard of it and had even visited the so-called 749 ruins with friends. It was surreal to encounter its genuine existence now. Remember what to say and what to withhold, Xiaowan advised, noticing someone approaching. She emphasized the crucial points without indulging in unnecessary conversation. Ningxi nodded, rest assured. Xiaowan felt a sense of trust in her junior sister, gripping the flint in her pocket as she approached the soldiers who had come to greet them. Meanwhile, within the Psychic Weapon Research Institute, as Baiyu immersed himself in the spiritual essence of the Void Wound, engaging in the crafting of weaponry, he felt a subtle resonance and glanced into the distance, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. Has it begun already? The actions of the 749th Bureau were swifter than he had anticipated, indicating that this organization wielded considerable influence, capable of deploying such advanced armed helicopters. Yet, when confronting spiritual entities like the Void Wound, human technology proved of little consequence. Ultimately, it was the power of spiritual practitioners that mattered. Unless humanity could master the technology of spiritual weaponry. The facilities unlocked this time were indeed useful, once the organization absorbed more members. Even without the mist to awaken their spiritual abilities, equipping them with spiritual weaponry would suffice in combating spiritual beings, Baiyu pondered. In the future, should he establish connections with these extraordinary organizations, sharing spiritual weaponry could be mutually beneficial. Not only would it augment their combat prowess, but it would also enhance the reputation of the Spark organization, embedding its noble status further into the hearts of the people. However, the time was not yet ripe. The primary distinction between spiritual weapons and ordinary ones lay in their spirituality. Spiritual weapons are infused with essence, whether extracted from the natural world or derived from spiritual entities, rendering them true spiritual weapons. Compared to conventional arms, spiritual weapons significantly amplify the user's capabilities and inflict greater harm upon spiritual beings. Currently, Baiyu possessed no spiritual materials, meaning he lacked the requisite forms of spiritual entities. Yet, the essence alone sufficed, as affixing it to ordinary weapons would yield commendable results. With a forging furnace at his disposal, as long as the essence was ample, weapons could even be produced en masse, though the operational demands of the furnace were high. At present, he doubted anyone could manage it besides himself. In the future, courses on the forging of spiritual weapons might need to be established within the organization. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Baiyu cast the essence of the Void Wound into the forging furnace. In an instant, the sounds of hammering, steam, and electromagnetism intertwined, crafting a symphony rich with the weight of an epic. Baiyu operated with diligence, watching as the essence he had fed into the furnace transformed into intricate runes, a thrill surging through him. These runes, known as spiritual runes, were born from the convergence of essence, and the creation of spiritual weapons hinged upon inscribing these runes onto the arms. The higher the grade of the spiritual materials and essence, the more formidable the crafted equipment would be. Lacking suitable weapons at hand, Baiyu directly cast 2 gas guns he had salvaged from the explosion zone into the furnace, while the essence he infused was derived from the electromagnetic properties of the Void Wound. The forging furnace hummed to life, and soon the 2 gas guns bore the etchings of spiritual runes. A gentle glow emanated from the weapons, their forms undergoing a dramatic transformation. The high-tech exterior now housed an electromagnetic core capable of continuously releasing electromagnetic pulses imbued with spiritual energy. Baiyu estimated that the power of this electromagnetic pistol roughly equated to the offensive strength of a Tier 0 spiritual practitioner. Should the self-destruction feature be activated to fully detonate the electromagnetic core, its power could reach the first tier. It would be splendid to possess superior psychic materials. Holding two electromagnetic pistols, Baiyu let out a silent sigh, feeling a twinge of regret within. He mused that he should not have reduced the deep diver to ashes. Had he known, he would have preserved that body with care. Extracting some essence would have surely constituted a valuable psychic material. He reminded himself to be more cautious in future endeavors. With a firm resolution, Baiyu steeled himself. Meanwhile, the routine inquiry from Bureau 749 commenced. Chapter 20 Similar stories in a dimly lit room. Xiao Wan and Lin Yi sat across from each other. Lin Yi, straightforward and succinct, wasted no time and presented his credentials directly. Greetings, Dr. Xia. I am Lin Yi, an operative from Bureau 749, tasked specifically with managing extraordinary incidents. I trust that after the events of today, you comprehend the gravity of my words. Recognizing the ambiguity of the situation, he continued, I must conduct a standard inquiry. There is no need for you to feel anxious. Please feel free to voice any objections. Lin Yi spoke with a measured tone, while Xiao Wan listened in silence. Awaiting her turn to respond. Have my colleagues regained consciousness? She inquired. They have awakened. Once their condition stabilizes, they too will be interviewed. Lin Yi replied. This is a standard procedure. The presence of injuries does not alter the protocol. Please proceed, Xiao Wan said, settling into her chair, prepared for the questioning that lay ahead. After all she had endured, she was mentally ready for this moment. Lin Yi wasted no time and asked, what was the purpose of your expedition to the Tongxi ancient region? Scientific research. We believe there are significant discrepancies in the existing reports regarding this area. Xiao Wan responded calmly. Did you obtain the necessary permits? Lin Yi said. Aware that access to the Tongxi ancient region had been prohibited for many years due to its unique characteristics. The permit I utilized was granted by my mentor, she explained, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes as she thought of her teacher. She pondered whether her mentor, who had not witnessed the events of today, would consider it a misfortune or a stroke of luck. Yet, it was clear that her mentor had recognized the region's peculiarities long before, which was why they had procured the permit so early on. Understood, Lin Yi nodded. He had conducted background checks prior to the investigation and was well acquainted with the interpersonal connections of the individual before him. He was also aware of Xiao Wan's late mentor. What surprised him was that her teacher had, long ago, been an external associate of Bureau 749. The reason for not formally joining the Bureau was the lack of qualifications to become a psychonaut, which barred access to core intelligence. Not long after, that individual had exited Bureau 749. It was likely that the investigation permit for the Tongxi ancient region had been secured during that time, as the area's psychical atmosphere had been relatively stable many years ago. However, it was indeed a remarkable coincidence, how everything seemed to align so fortuitously. Lin Yi suddenly felt a headache coming on, yet he brushed it aside and continued with his questions. Could you describe the creature that emerged from the fissure? Xiao Wan contemplated for a moment before responding. It did not resemble a traditional biological form, nor did it align with the descriptions found in mythologies. It appeared akin to an extraterrestrial entity, manifesting as an irregular green energy body, with a black core resembling an eye at its center. Its movements were accompanied by piercing shrieks, and it seemed to show no interest in humans. As Xiao Wan conveyed her description, Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly grim, eventually settling into a complete scowl. It is the Void Wound, he murmured softly, internally lamenting his misfortune. This particular type of monster is among the most troublesome. Human weaponry is utterly ineffective against it, and the only means to vanquish such a creature relies upon the abilities of psychics. Decades ago, the catastrophic explosion in Tongsu was instigated by the emergence of a Void Wound. At that time, the 749 Bureau, in conjunction with other extraordinary organizations, failed to contain it. And it was only when the Void Wound vanished on its own that the crisis was averted. A report to superiors is imperative. Lin Yi sighed. Encountering a Void Wound with the current troop strength at his disposal was wholly inadequate, necessitating the assistance of more psychics. Did you see which direction the creature took? Lin Yi inquired, harboring little hope of acquiring useful intelligence. Unlike other spiritual realm beings, the void wound possesses spatial jumping characteristics, rendering its movements exceedingly elusive. His question was merely procedural. The creature has not fled. Xiaowan shook her head and replied calmly. The entity you refer to as the void wound is dead. What? Dead? Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Xiaowan. The void wound is dead? How could that be? It had only been a day since the spatial rift had manifested, prompting the 749 Bureau to address the extraordinary incident. Moreover, according to on-site psychic readings, the void wound's level likely reached the second tier. How could such a formidable creature have been dealt with so swiftly? Dr. Xiaowan, every word you utter has implications for the lives of thousands. Please respond seriously. Lin Yi's expression turned grave, while Xiaowan sighed. It is precisely because I recognize the weight of my words that I share this with you. She understood that even uttering such statements to extraordinary organizations would be met with skepticism. The figure truly seemed godlike. Collecting her thoughts, Xiaowan recounted the sequence of events from the appearance of Baiyu to the resolution of the void wound in meticulous detail to the person opposite her. Lin Yi's expression shifted continuously, from initial shock to confusion, ultimately settling into a state of numbness. Why did he feel as though he had heard this tale before? In an instant, Li Ming's face surfaced in his mind. Lin Yi recalled the interrogation of Li Ming, during which the responses given by Li Ming were strikingly similar to those now provided by Xiaowan. Are you saying that a person descended from the heavens and somehow annihilated the void wound, leaving not even ash behind? Lin Yi asked anxiously, observing Xiaowan nodding resolutely, his heart racing. It has appeared again. That mysterious and powerful psychic has resurfaced. Upon learning of this formidable psychic from Li Ming, he immediately reported it to the Bureau, and an investigation was swiftly initiated within the organization. However, due to the scarcity of information, the inquiry yielded little in the way of results. Moreover, with the increasingly frequent emergence of ethereal beings, the scrutiny of enigmatic spiritual practitioners has gradually diminished. Yet, unexpectedly, merely a few days after vanishing, this particular practitioner has reappeared. Lin Yi harbors no doubt that the resolver of these two extraordinary incidents is the same individual. For it is implausible for a tranquil planet to simultaneously host two such formidable entities. However, how did this practitioner come to know that the cataclysm of Tongsu would give rise to fissures in the spiritual realm? It is noteworthy that due to the interference of spiritual energies, investigations in this area have been considerably hindered. Had it not been for Xiaowan's initiative in seeking assistance, the 749 Bureau might have remained oblivious to the situation for an even longer duration. Yet, this practitioner managed to arrive at the site of the spiritual fissure in advance and employed decisive measures to rectify the grievous affliction of the spiritual realm. How could this have been accomplished? Suddenly, a thought sparked in Lin Yi's mind. It is entirely plausible that this powerful spiritual practitioner is not acting alone, but rather is supported by an organization capable of monitoring global events. If this is indeed the case, the situation becomes significantly more complex. Such a mysterious and potent force, operating without a trace of intelligence, reaching the 749 Bureau, is exceedingly abnormal. Just as Lin Yi was immersed in contemplation, an individual approached with a report. Team leader, we encountered some issues while sealing the spiritual fissure. The newcomer, clad in a suit akin to Lin Yi's, bore a somewhat nuanced expression. What issues? Lin Yi's countenance shifted, a sense of urgency gripping his heart. A problem with the spiritual fissure is no trivial matter, should it incite a surge of spiritual energy. This nation would be unable to escape its consequences. During the sealing process, we discovered that it appears the fissure has already been half sealed. The research team is currently attempting to ascertain the method by which the fissure was sealed. What? Chapter 21. The deception resumes. Lin Yi abruptly rose from his chair, his expression shifting between uncertainty and agitation. A wave of turmoil had scarcely settled before another arose. Half of the rift to the spirit realm had been sealed. After years of undertaking missions and perusing the archives within the Bureau, He had never encountered such a phenomenon. In an instant, he recalled Xiao Wan's recent words. Could it be that the formidable spirit wielder was responsible? Given the current circumstances, this seemed the only plausible explanation. In the absence of the 749 Bureau and other extraordinary organizations who possessed the capacity to seal the rift. Yet, what could it signify that only half of the rift had been sealed? Was it possible that they anticipated the arrival of personnel from the 749 Bureau and intentionally assigned the task of sealing the rift to them, merely offering half a seal as a gesture of goodwill? As Lin Yi pondered this, the likelihood of such a scenario grew stronger in his mind. After all, this powerful spirit wielder had never acted in any manner deemed improper. They had consistently contained the spirit entities at the scene, ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens. Undoubtedly, the stance of this formidable spirit wielder aligned with that of the 749 Bureau, both striving for peace in this world. With the frequency of rifts to the spirit realm escalating, the 749 Bureau found itself increasingly overwhelmed. Although the spirit wielder was indeed powerful, they were ultimately but one individual. Perhaps they sought to seize this opportunity to collaborate with the 749 Bureau or even consider joining their ranks. With this realization, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. If the 749 Bureau could indeed enlist such a powerful spirit wielder as an ally, their strength would experience a significant enhancement, enabling the containment of numerous spirit entities without incurring sacrifices. He resolved to earnestly report this development to his superiors and to intensify the intelligence search concerning this individual. He harbored no belief that such a formidable spirit wielder would leave no trace in history. There must be a deficiency in the search efforts. Let us proceed to the scene, Lin Yi declared decisively. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan immediately stood as well. May I accompany you? She implored, eager to uncover the true nature of the so-called rift to the spirit realm. Xiao Wan was acutely aware that her connection with Baiyu would not be severed. Yet she yearned to learn more beforehand. Regrettably, this matter is classified, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head and offering no further elaboration as he departed with the individual who had come to report. Xiao Wan opened her mouth, intending to plead once more, but soon realized that Lin Yi moved with remarkable swiftness, vanishing from sight in mere moments. With a resigned sigh, she returned to her chair. However, as she turned back, she was startled to discover a young man she did not recognize seated in Lin Yi's former position, smiling at her. Xiao Wan's eyes widened, her body stiffening in surprise. When had he appeared here? She felt as though she must be hallucinating. It was inconceivable that someone could materialize so silently in the short span of a few seconds since she had turned. Do not be alarmed. I am here to seek you, he said. Observing the unusually tense Xiao Wan, Baiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Xiao Wan suddenly realized something and tentatively inquired, Are you the one who gave me the flint? Indeed, Baiyu affirmed with a nod. This time, he did not conceal his visage, appearing in his true form, which understandably led to Xiao Wan's confusion. He gestured towards Xiao Wan's hand, which was tightly clutching the flint in her pocket. I sense your thirst for knowledge, so I came to introduce myself. My name is Baiyu, a torchbearer of the Receded organization. Glancing in the direction Baiyu indicated, Xiao Wan looked down and discovered that she had instinctively tightened her grip on the flint. A wave of shock surged within her. How could Baiyu perceive her thoughts when she had said nothing? After regaining her composure, Xiao Wan regarded Baiyu and asked, What is the Receded? From the name, it seemed to be the title of some organization. However, despite her extensive reading, she had never encountered this name before. Well, explaining it now would be rather time-consuming. You wish to see the rift to the spirit realm, do you not? Let us go there now, and I shall elaborate on the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Baiyu's form almost instantaneously appeared beside Xiao Wan. Do not be alarmed. At the sound of his voice, the tension in Xiao Wan's body instinctively relaxed, only to be swept away by a gentle breeze. She found herself soaring uncontrollably into the air, finding it difficult to breathe. At that moment, Baiyu waved his hand as if releasing some invisible force, allowing her breathing to become easier. The sudden shift left Xiao Wan's mind momentarily bewildered. After several seconds, she regained her senses, realizing she was inexplicably suspended in mid-air, prompting a startled exclamation. Yet, even more astonishing was the fact that her voice seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate beyond her immediate vicinity. Her words echoed around her body. "What is this?" Xiao Wan's pupils trembled as her mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Could this be the power of an extraordinary being? "It's merely a form of ability," Baiyu replied with a smile, leisurely gliding toward the rift to the spirit realm while continuing his explanation. "I trust you now understand that this world is not as simple as you once believed. In the shadows of existence lie unknown monsters, or rather, beings from the spirit realm, within the confines of Blue Star. This planet is colliding with another dimension known as the spirit realm, which has long sought to invade Blue Star. The monsters you encountered previously emerged from that realm. The collision of these two worlds has also given rise to a substance called spiritual energy on Blue Star. Any ordinary person who absorbs it can become a spiritual energy wielder, acquiring extraordinary powers, much like yourself." Xiao Wan swallowed hard. Indeed, this was a power beyond comprehension. The man before her appeared to possess boundless abilities, almost akin to a celestial deity. His remarkable youth was nothing short of astonishing. Individuals of such extraordinary caliber were indeed rare. Baiyu spoke with an air of ease, gesturing towards the nearby rift in the spirit realm as he pointed out the members of the 749 group, remarking, "Most spirit practitioners possess only this level of capability, lacking a complete mastery over their spiritual energies, rendering them incapable of unleashing significant combat power." Xiao Wan nodded in silent agreement, for she indeed sensed no aura comparable to that of Baiyu among the others. The young man beside her exuded an intriguing sensation, simultaneously feeling as diminutive as sand and as vast as the cosmos. Under Baiyu's guidance, they swiftly ascended above the rift in the spirit realm. Gazing down at the immense chasm, Xiao Wan could not help but draw a sharp breath. It was only now that she comprehended the folly of her earlier decision to venture into such a perilous place. It was a reckless gamble with her life. That was the rift in the spirit realm. Baiyu continued to narrate, his tone growing somber, as if he were reminiscing. Long ago, the two worlds began to collide, with spirit beings incessantly pouring into this realm, leaving the feeble humans powerless to resist, forced to watch as monsters slaughtered their kin and invaded their homes. As he spoke, Baiyu waved his hand, conjuring an exceptionally vivid tableau that captivated Xiao Wan's attention entirely. The scene portrayed a crude primordial era, where a gigantic creature emerged from the rift. With each step it took, the ground crumbled beneath it, resulting in countless deaths. The echoes of roars and wails formed a harrowing tapestry of human suffering, though she had not lived through those times. The stark realism of the imagery sent a shiver through Xiao Wan, casting a pall over her spirit. Yet humanity has never contemplated surrender. When Shuiren ignited the first spark of fire, humanity harnessed the power to resist the spirit realm, giving birth to the fire seed. At that moment, the scene shifted once more. A man clad in a beast's skin raised a torch amidst the darkness, an invisible force radiating from his form. His physique was robust and formidable, even as it bore the stains of blood. His gaze remained resolutely steadfast, refusing to retreat in the face of that terrifying monster. Chapter 22. The Truth of the World. Are you implying that the Fire Seed organization was established by the legendary figure, Shuiren? Xiao Wan's mind raced with dread, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. Shuiren is a mythical character from ancient times, with no concrete evidence of existence that can be substantiated. Yet, this ancestral figure of humanity created an organization specifically designed to confront spiritual entities, continuing its legacy into the present day. The very notion is terrifying. Having studied history for many years, Xiao Wan had never encountered such a phenomenon. Baiyu did not respond verbally, but merely nodded. Proceeding to elaborate, Shuiren founded the original Fire Seed, known as the Bearer of Fire, which has persisted through the ages to the present. I am now its 17th generation. His voice carried a hint of melancholy, imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom that seemed incongruent with his youthful appearance. The establishment of Fire Seed was intended to combat spiritual beings, safeguarding the world's security and protecting human civilization. Whenever the spiritual entities retreated, Fire Seed would disband until the next gathering. This principle has been upheld since its inception, with every generation of members adhering to it. They fight not for fame or status, but driven by a profound sense of mission and responsibility, willingly facing death for the beliefs that ignite their hearts. At this juncture, the illusions before Xia Wan transformed once more. She beheld a general clad in armor, brandishing a long sword as he charged towards a monstrous creature resembling a dragon. Flanked by an unwavering army, she witnessed a Western woman in a flowing robe demonstrating her spiritual powers before the public, vanquishing the beast, only to be pushed toward the pyre by the crowd, bravely accepting her fate. She also saw a gentleman sitting in solitude at a desk, flickering candlelight illuminating his features as he meticulously sketched blueprints of various weapons, his hair gradually turning gray until he became nothing but a skeleton. Such scenes flickered incessantly before Xia Wan's eyes. Individuals from countless eras and diverse nations, varying in skin color, gender, and age. Yet, their endeavors were unified. They fought for the preservation of human civilization against spiritual entities, undeterred by misunderstanding or the specter of death. Like embers in the darkness, they burned tirelessly, never extinguishing their light, radiating warmth even in their fragility. Xia Wan was profoundly moved. She had never imagined that such a noble organization existed within the annals of human history, where each individual fought for their convictions. To refer to these individuals as heroes would be an understatement. At this moment, standing beside her was the leader of these heroes. A surge of respect filled her gaze as she looked at Baiyu. What remarkable achievements he must possess. It was shameful to have harbored wariness towards someone so noble. Yet, despite her newfound understanding, a question lingered in her heart. Why was there no trace of Fire Seed in the historical record? This seemed utterly implausible. After all, even conspiratorial organizations in the contemporary world leave some semblance of evidence behind. However, it is utterly unscientific that an organization such as the Fire Seed, which has fought for humanity and traversed through numerous eras, has left no trace. Achievements need not bear my name. Baiyu smiled faintly, as if recalling something, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Ultimately, the emergence of spiritual energy was a consequence of the collision between Blue Star and the spirit realm, an energy that ought not to exist in this world. Although the Fire Seed has harnessed this energy, it is ultimately to combat the beings of the spirit realm and protect our homeland. Once these beings retreat, all traces of spiritual energy in this world will be eradicated by us. Yet, the history of humanity is intricate and ever-changing. Even we cannot erase all traces. The reason you remain unaware is perhaps due to your lack of exposure. Much of the surviving documentation is held by other extraordinary organizations. The remnants of these organizations in reality remain sealed away, and as the newly appointed torchbearer, I have only just discovered 2 locations. Upon hearing this, Xia Wan felt a deeper astonishment and accepted this explanation. With such formidable power, erasing certain historical traces should indeed be a trivial matter. At that moment, Baiyu spoke again, shifting his gaze downward, saying, "In fact, the very land beneath your feet bears the traces of the Fire Seed, though you are unaware of it." With a wave of his hand, he altered the illusion before Xia Wan once more. The scene depicted was the Tongsiga region. However, unlike the present, this area had yet to experience any extraordinary events. It was merely a commonplace plain. Yet in this desolate place there was something distinct. A subtle fissure had opened in the ground, emanating a familiar green glow that Xia Wan recognized. Beside this fissure stood a group of individuals clad in distinctive uniforms, diverse in appearance, yet unified by the emblem emblazoned on their attire. Xia Wan recognized this emblem, identical to the one etched on the flint. Who are these? They are the predecessors of the previous generation of the Fire Seed. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Baiyu's eyes. At that time, the Fire Seed organization was on the brink of dissolution, yet a fissure to the spirit realm re-emerged in the Tongsigo area, prompting the organization to dispatch personnel to establish a forward base here and commence research on the spiritual energy emanating from the spirit realm. However, little did they anticipate. He suddenly sighed deeply, and at that moment, the fissure to the spirit realm erupted with an even more radiant light, as a void wound crossed over from the fissure and descended upon this land. This void wound was even more terrifying than those encountered today, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. In an instant, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the entire North Bolia region. The gravitational force of the void wound causing nearby trees to topple, and the electromagnetic interference released by the spiritual energy rendered devices within hundreds of kilometers inoperable. Even in this remote area, the emergence of the void wound still resulted in casualties, including members of the Fireseed organization. This is a third-tier psychic entity. The organization miscalculated, failing to anticipate the emergence of such a formidable creature amidst the collision of two worlds. To avert greater losses, the veterans at the outpost, disregarding their own safety, managed to confine the void wound within this region, ultimately sacrificing their entire battalion to trap the beast. It was only through the intervention of the previous generation of torchbearers that the creature was contained. Baiyu's expression was one of profound sorrow, while Xiao Wan felt an overwhelming sense of tragic grandeur enveloping her. She had not anticipated that the truth behind the Tunguska event would unfold in such a manner. Moreover, the elder members of the Embers displayed an astonishing disregard for their own peril, as Baiyu had mentioned, valiantly facing the formidable beings of the spirit realm without retreat, despite their inferiority in strength. The Tunguska event occurred a mere century ago, making Xiao Wan particularly sensitive to its implications in the present day. Following this incident, the collision with the spirit realm ceased, allowing the world to remain stable for over 100 years, until now, when the spirit realm resurfaces, and the embers re-emerge to illuminate humanity and offer hope to civilization. The Tunguska event serves as a painful lesson. As the newly appointed torchbearer, I shall remain vigilant even in the face of minute fissures in the spirit realm. This is precisely why I have come here to confront the monster, to prevent a repeat of such tragedies. At this moment, Xiao Wan felt a dual pang of sorrow for the sacrificed members of the Embers and a lingering fear. Today, her momentary lapse in vigilance nearly resulted in irreparable consequences, and it was only thanks to Baiyu's timely arrival that calamity was averted. Now, her heart swelled not only with admiration for Baiyu, but also with profound gratitude. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wan slowly remarked, "Is this the truth of our world?" Everything she had just learned diverged entirely from her previous imaginings. She had initially believed that the anomalous occurrences on Blue Star were merely trivial. She had not expected the situation to be so dire, a matter of life and death for civilization. Without the protection of organizations like the Embers, the inherent strength of Blue Star would be insufficient to contend with these entities from the spirit realm. Although the revelation of the world's truth was profoundly transformative, after all she had experienced today, Xiao Wan found herself unable to disbelieve it. This is indeed the truth of our world. Baiyu nodded earnestly, his gaze shifting downward. The members of Bureau 749, who had just conversed with Xiao Wan, had arrived. Chapter 23. Speculations of the heart clearly enveloped by the aura of Baiyuling. The personnel from the 749 Bureau remained oblivious to the anomalies above. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Lin Yi made his way directly to the rift in the spirit realm. Meanwhile, Yang Miao, who had remained at the site, approached to report. "What is the specific situation?" Lin Yi inweited. "Half of the rift in the spirit realm has been mended, and the means by which it was repaired is beyond our current technological understanding. The substance used for the repair is unlike any spiritual energy we know, remarkably perfect. Should this substance completely seal the rift, the risk of future collapse would likely be eliminated," Yang Miao responded, her expression grave. The method of repairing the rift was unprecedented, and she felt not only astonishment but also an unsettling chill. After joining the 749 Bureau, she had believed she grasped the secrets of this world. Yet now she realized she was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Regardless, the unknown is the most terrifying of all. Can the probing spiritual energy practitioners detect it? Lin Yi asked, his countenance equally serious. Yang Miao shook her head in response. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. Approaching the rift, he gazed at the impeccably mended section, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. He could now ascertain that this halfway repair was left behind by the formidable spiritual practitioner they had encountered. Perhaps it served as a signal to the 749 Bureau. Let us set aside the half-repaired rift for now and focus on mending the other half. Document the entire situation meticulously and dispatch a team to search the surroundings. We must leave no stone unturned, Lin Yi declared decisively. He had resolved to uncover the whereabouts of that extraordinary spiritual practitioner nearby. They could not remain in this state of uncertainty any longer. An ominous premonition stirred within him, suggesting that something unknown lay hidden in the vicinity. With the issuance of orders, the members of the 749 Bureau sprang into action. Baiyu, observing with keen interest, was specifically studying the methods employed by the 749 Bureau to repair the rift. Unlike his own extraordinary means using gray mist, their approach resembled that of advanced technology. He watched as the members of the 749 Bureau retrieved high-tech canisters pulsating with blue photon-like fluid, placing them on either side of the rift. Once positioned, these canisters began to emit a wave of spiritual energy. This energy resonated with the fluctuations within the rift, ultimately intertwining with them. Initially, the emanating spiritual energy was contained within the canisters, followed by a gradual absorption of the energy surrounding the rift. Should any canister reach its limit, it would be replaced by another until all the spiritual energy was fully absorbed. As a third-tier spiritual practitioner, Baiyu could discern the contents of the canisters, organs of spirit realm creatures. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This was indeed a viable method, in the absence of gray mist. This approach might prove the most effective. Ultimately, it is simply not as stable as the gray mist. Once the deeper layers of spiritual energy surge forth from this fissure, it will reopen. It seems that once the gray mist is sufficiently abundant, this fissure will need to be mended anew. Baiyu pondered silently, while Xiaowan's attention was entirely captivated by the scene below. Even though she was currently thousands of meters high in the sky, remarkably, neither her sight nor her hearing was affected. She could perceive everything happening below with clarity. This deepened her understanding of the extraordinary events unfolding. "Did you mend that fissure to the spirit realm?" Xiaowan inquired, for she believed that no one else in this world possessed such means. "Indeed," Baiyu nodded, his tone laden with significance. "Consider it a gift of introduction. The spark has just re-emerged. Its members are few, and its foundation requires my careful exploration. Furthermore, the spirit realm is particularly rampant at present. Even I cannot attend to the global situation alone. Thus, it is imperative that I unite with other organizations to confront the threats arising from the spirit realm." Baiyu spoke steadily, yet his mind was occupied with other thoughts. Since Lin Yi was preparing to search the nearby area, he intended to disclose information regarding the ruins of the Spiritual Weapon Research Institute. After all, a biological upheaval from the spirit realm had just occurred here, and it was only natural for the surrounding environment to have undergone changes. Coupled with the history he had just meticulously crafted, now was the opportune moment to tentatively unveil the spark. "Let us depart," with a plan in mind, and seeing that Lin Yi was ready to leave, Baiyu felt no need to linger. The atmosphere had been established. The next step was to integrate Xiaowan into the spark. Given Baiyu's declaration, Xiaowan naturally had no objections. She promptly accompanied Baiyu into the ruins of the Spiritual Weapon Research Institute. Upon witnessing such an arid landscape housing such a structure, Xiaowan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "What is this place?" "A part of the Spark organization," Baiyu replied with a smile, leading her into the true interior of the Spiritual Weapon Research Institute. The moment they entered, Xiaowan was awestruck by the magnificent sight before her. For lifelike statues, each distinct in style, greeted her, resembling a colossal underground cavern that had existed since ancient times, alongside previously unseen weapon models. Wheezy, Ganjiang, Da Vinci, Tesla. Reciting these familiar names, Xiaowan swallowed hard. The impact of this scene was even more profound than her initial encounter with the wound of the spirit realm. When Baiyu mentioned that the spark had been passed down since antiquity, she had speculated that some well-known historical figures would be associated with it. However, she never anticipated that these particular individuals would be so renowned. Compared to the more ancient figures on the left, as a contemporary scientist, Xiaowan had a deeper understanding of Da Vinci and Tesla on the right. She had studied their lives, yet she had never realized that they could have connections to an extraordinary organization. "Are you astonished?" Observing Xiaowan's astonished expression, Baiyu inquired with a smile. At that moment, Xiaowan found herself at a loss for words, only able to nod in a daze. In truth, the legacy of the Ember has persisted through the ages, and many renowned figures you are familiar with are members of the organization. However, due to the organization's regulations, they have all erased their connections to it. The 4 individuals before you are esteemed predecessors of the Ember organization. Their statues are present here because they were pivotal creators and transmitters of this spiritual energy weapons research institute. As Baiyu led Xiaowan further inside, he continued his narrative. The so-called spiritual energy weapons are specifically designed to combat entities from the spirit realm. Equipping them allows one to inflict damage upon such beings, proving far more effective than conventional firearms. With the advancement of time, spiritual energy weapons have undergone continuous evolution. Under the auspices of the esteemed Tesla, the weapon manufacturing within the Institute has reached a state of semi-automation. Should future geniuses emerge, complete automation may very well be realized. As she listened to Baiyu's exposition while traversing the lengthy corridor, Xiaowan felt her heart race with astonishment. It was as if she were traversing the river of time, surrounded by an array of weapons from various eras, each distinct in craftsmanship, yet strikingly lifelike in their models. Cautiously, she touched them, feeling a peculiar sensation spread through her palm, as though connecting her to a bygone era. They continued until they reached the innermost chamber, ultimately standing before the furnace. Before her lay a technological marvel transcending this era, and Xiaowan found herself utterly captivated. For a scientist, nothing could be more alluring than this creation. The exquisite amalgamation of mechanization and steam, infused with the essence of ancient forging techniques, exuded a unique aesthetic. The spiritual energy runes within the furnace emanated a radiant glow, and Xiaowan sensed a familiar aura emanating from them. Approaching the weapon display rack, Baiyu retrieved an electromagnetic handgun and presented it to Xiaowan. "This weapon has been forged by inscribing spiritual energy runes onto your air gun. Consider it a gift." "Is it truly permissible?" Xiaowan's breath quickened. After absorbing so much explanation, she was well aware that the weapon in her hands was extraordinary, likely harboring unimaginable power. Had she possessed such a weapon in the past, perhaps she would not have faced the Void Wound with such trepidation. Of course, it is not free. Baiyu's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness, his aura intensifying in that moment. Gazing at Xiaowan, he declared, "Are you willing to join the Ember?" Chapter 24. The search for clues in this present age. The spiritual realm stirs once more, intent on encroaching upon Blue Star. The spark has recently awakened from its slumber, desperately in need of living forces to join its ranks. As the leader of the spark and the harbinger of flame, I have recognized your character and wisdom. Would you be willing to join the spark and undertake the responsibilities that ordinary mortals cannot bear, shouldering the noble duty of safeguarding civilization? Baiyu spoke with solemnity, his heart fervently wishing for Xiaowan to join. The spark was in its nascent stages, urgently requiring manpower, especially now that new organizational facilities had been unlocked, necessitating vigilant guardianship. Xiaowan, acknowledged as a talent by the system, would be an invaluable asset at such a critical juncture. Xiaowan had long been prepared for Baiyu's invitation. After all, she was merely an ordinary person, while Baiyu had tirelessly unveiled the hidden grandeur of the spark that lay within the fissures of history, even escorting her to places forbidden to outsiders. All signs indicated his desire to integrate her into the organization. Without much hesitation, Xiaowan nodded earnestly and declared, "I am willing." In the past, she had been a scientist ready to sacrifice her life for knowledge. However, she now understood that in the unseen corners of humanity, there existed a group of unassuming individuals who devoted their lives to igniting the faint embers of civilization. How noble, how glorious! Upon learning of the Spark's noble deeds, Xiaowan felt a profound admiration for such an esteemed organization, accompanied by an innate yearning. She possessed a deep self-awareness, recognizing that she could never attain the lofty heights of those predecessors of the Spark. Yet, she was willing to contribute her own modest strength to this world. Even if it meant being but a flickering light in the darkness, she was resolute. To illuminate humanity and instill hope in civilization, Xiaowan softly recited in her heart, kindling within her an unquenchable flame. She was ready to dedicate her life to her choice. Congratulations! Xiaowan has successfully joined the organization. As the system notification materialized before him, Baiyu smiled. The appearance of the notification signified that Xiaowan had willingly embraced her new role within the organization. With the absorption of a new member, the legendary points required for unlocking the spiritual weapon research facility were replenished, alleviating any urgency for new facility unlocks. You are now a member of the Spark. Once this incident concludes, I will hold a ceremony for you at headquarters, where you will step into an entirely new world. Furthermore, as the organization is just awakening, even if I intend to collaborate with other extraordinary organizations, you must not disclose the existence of our group. I understand, Xiaowan nodded. Although Baiyu had not fully elucidated the current state of the Spark, she could infer much from his brief remarks and would not act foolishly. The individuals from Bureau 749 are expected to escort you back to your homeland. I shall personally ensure your safe return shortly. Additionally, you might consider inquiring with the young lady who has been shadowing you, to see if she would be inclined to join our organization. This thought suddenly struck Baiyu. Although the girl named Ning, she is not officially recognized as a talent by the system. Her qualifications appear to align favorably. To have joined such a specialized research team at such a tender age speaks volumes of Ning's capabilities, which are indeed worthy of trust. Given the organization's current shortage of personnel, her inclusion would be most advantageous, should she express a willingness to join. Is it truly permissible to reveal the existence of the organization to her? Xiaowan questioned, her brow creased in uncertainty. After all, Baiyu had just cautioned against the casual disclosure of the organization's secrets. Despite their close relationship, having committed to Receded and the monumental responsibility of saving the world, all other matters must take a back seat. Baiyu cast a surprised glance at Xiaowan, taken aback by how swiftly she had assimilated into her role. It's quite all right. Simply convey the message to her. If she declines, I shall erase her memory concerning Receded, ensuring her well-being remains intact. With Baiyu's assurance, Xiaowan found no reason to refuse, and she nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall escort you back now, and once everything is concluded, you may seek me out. Where shall I find you? Xiaowan inquired, pondering how she could possibly return to this secluded location. Honestly, without Baiyu's guidance, she would have been utterly lost in such an obscure place. You can reach me at Linghai City by Hua Mountain, Baiyu replied with a smile, revealing the location of their headquarters. Calculating the time, he realized that he should be returning to the camp shortly, and without further hesitation, he led Xiaowan out of the Psychic Weapon Research Institute. Be sure to keep your weapon secure. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, prioritize your safety, Baiyu advised once more, mindful of the newly acquired talent he had just absorbed. I will, Xiaowan affirmed, a peculiar sense of being cherished washing over her. Now aware that Baiyu was a pivotal figure in their quest to save the world, it felt oddly surreal to have him concerning himself with her trivial matters. Without further ado, Baiyu escorted Xiaowan back to the base before returning to the Research Institute. At present, he had no task to undertake but to await the discovery of this relic by Bureau 749, alongside the history he had crafted, which would surely elevate its legendary status. Furthermore, having unlocked new ideas at the Psychic Weapon Research Institute, he contemplated the impracticality of carrying such advanced weaponry. With the ethereal nature of the Void Wound in mind, he decided to bestow a storage capacity upon the flint, a feature that would undoubtedly showcase the organization's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, upon her return to the camp, Xiaowan soon noticed Yi arriving by helicopter, accompanied by Yang Miao. The two hastily retreated to a small room, oblivious to her presence, which allowed Xiaowan to exhale in relief as her heart raced uncontrollably. She had now become a member of the Salvation Organization. Such a monumental transformation in her life left her with a sense of disconnection, as if she were traversing through time itself. Yet, what predominated in her heart was an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and pride. Having joined the organization, she naturally shared in the glory with her predecessors. For now, it was not the opportune moment to act, so the task at hand would have to wait until her return to her homeland. Suwan ponda silenti, gradually regaining her composure, her hand that clutched the flint tightening resolutely. Within the confines of a small room, Lin, Yi, and Yang Miao were present. This chamber served as a repository for various documents. Due to the peculiar nature of entities from the spiritual realm, it was imperative to ensure the success of their missions. Thus, the operatives of Unit 749 were mandated to carry an extensive array of pertinent information before embarking on any task. This occasion was no exception. Are we truly to retrieve all the classified documents regarding the Tongsiga region? This is among the most confidential of materials, Yang Miao inquired with a furrowed brow. The Tongsiga region had long been sealed off due to a previous incursion by spiritual entities, rendering its records highly classified. As the team leader, my current authority suffices. We shall proceed as I instruct, and should the higher-ups object, I will address it, Lin Yi replied in a grave tone. His sole focus was to uncover leads concerning the formidable spiritual adept, and, alongside investigating the surrounding areas, the documents pertaining to Tongsigu could not be overlooked. Understood. Yang Miao took a deep breath, refraining from further inquiries, and began to assist Lin Yi in the search for the records. Time slipped by, each second seemingly stretching into eternity. In the dimly lit room, even the sound of their breaths was scarcely audible, replaced only by the rustling of papers and the tapping of keyboards. It was unclear how long they had been at it, their eyes growing weary and bloodshot, when suddenly Yang Miao exclaimed, "I found it!" Chapter 25. The first glimpse of the spark of intelligence shocks the 749 Bureau. Yang Miao's ethereal voice echoed within the confines of the dimly lit chamber, abruptly rousing Lin Yi from his stupor. Could be true? In that moment, disregarding the documents clutched in his hands, he hastily cast them aside. Rushing to Yang Miao's side, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the computer screen. I utilized your access to review all reports concerning the Tunguska region within our organization. It discovered not a single trace. However, through my network, I managed to establish contact with a clandestine extraordinary organization based in the Bear Country. They were quite amenable to sharing intelligence, and given that the 749 Bureau contributed significantly to this endeavor, they requested little in return and promptly forwarded the information. Yang Miao's voice carried an undercurrent of excitement. After all, she had interrogated Li Ming and was already aware of the existence of the enigmatic psychics. Upon returning to the organization, she had engaged in intelligence gathering, yet had come up empty-handed. Now, having finally unearthed a clue, how could she not be exhilarated? Without further hesitation, having provided her explanation, Yang Miao summoned all pertinent data regarding the Tunguska region. The first images that appeared were several vintage photographs reminiscent of the last century. They captured scenes from the aftermath of the Tunguska explosion. Due to their proximity and the early timing of the photographs, these images were far clearer and more detailed than those recorded by the 749 Bureau. Yet they offered no additional content. As the mouse scroll rolled, the subsequent image materialized, tightening the grips on both their hearts. It was an exceedingly blurred photograph. The captured scene depicted two completely expanded sources of light, occupying the entirety of the frame, rendering the events obscured. Yet as psychics, both individuals understood the truth. The orb of light emanating a distorted glow from the lower part of the image was indeed the Void Soar. They could not be mistaken. Within the 749 Bureau, there existed an exceptionally detailed report regarding this creature. The report indicated that the true culprit behind the Tunguska explosion was this very monster, possessing an extraordinary energy level of the third tier. The explosion had reverberated throughout the global extraordinary organizations. During that period, various nations rarely united their forces, all in a bid to confront this calamity. However, when the psychics from these organizations arrived at the scene with the conviction of certain death, they discovered that the Void Soar had vanished without a trace, and even the fissures between realms had disappeared. Were it not for the undeniable occurrence of the explosion and the peculiar circumstances surrounding the site, many would have questioned the authenticity of the Tunguska event. In the aftermath, organizations from various nations conducted thorough investigations, yet all were met with failure, leading them to cease their inquiries and seal the records, returning to their respective domains. Due to the antiquated nature of information dissemination at that time, the Tunguska explosion did not garner significant attention. It was only in the present that the details of this cataclysm began to circulate widely on the internet, albeit primarily through the theories of related experts, who proposed that the explosion was the result of a meteorite impact. Only members within various extraordinary organizations truly comprehend the fundamental cause behind the cataclysmic explosion. As they perused the materials, both individuals were aware of the information, yet this was their first encounter with the image. Despite its lack of clarity, it was evident that above the void wound stood a powerful psion, one so formidable that they could entirely suppress a third-tier void wound. Gazing upon this radiant being, whose every movement seemed capable of instigating ecological shifts, both individuals unconsciously conjured the same thought within their minds. The psion depicted in the image was likely the very one described by Li Ming and Xiaowan. The resemblance between the visual representation and their accounts was simply too striking to ignore. Even if it were not the same individual, it was certain that the psion in the image bore intricate connections to those who had addressed the two previous extraordinary events. Was this image authentic? Why had the extraordinary organizations of the Bear Nation not shared this intelligence before, only to reveal it now? He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and voiced his doubts. It was imperative to ascertain the veracity of this image, for it bore immense significance. If the contents were indeed true, it would imply that a powerful psion had existed in this world since at least the last century, remaining undetected by all extraordinary organizations while quietly safeguarding the realm. The response confirmed its authenticity, explaining that the unique circumstances of the era, coupled with the terrifying emergence of such a powerful psion, necessitated its classification as a top-secret document to maintain global stability. The current release of this information stemmed from the local extraordinary organization's diminished capacity to manage further psionic incidents, thus serving as an olive branch to Bureau 749. Yang Miao spoke slowly, her astonishment mirroring Lin Yi's. The revelation she had just received was utterly revolutionary. The existence of such a formidable psion within Blue Star, capable of vanquishing third-tier spiritual realm monsters, was almost beyond comprehension. It was important to note that third-tier spiritual realm monsters could withstand the impact of atomic bombs. Should they ascend further, their existence would transcend the definition of mere biology. Lin Yi fell into silence, his gaze inscrutable. The intelligence he had just uncovered left him profoundly shaken. Although he had long been mentally prepared for the existence of a powerful psion in this world, the revelation of one so immensely powerful yet nearly undetectable throughout human history surpassed his imagination. He continued to scroll down, forcing himself to remain calm. In the current situation, it was crucial to avoid panic. Regardless of the circumstances, it was at least evident that this potent psion had shown goodwill towards Bureau 749. Otherwise, they would not have employed measures to seal the rift in the spiritual realm. Before reporting to the higher-ups, it was essential to gather more intelligence. Yang Miao's hands trembled as she controlled the computer screen to move downward. The subsequent photographs and their accompanying captions convey a rather limited amount of information. They primarily discuss the suspicions surrounding the identity of a formidable psychic and the means by which this individual repairs the rifts in psychic energy. It is not until the conclusion of the intelligence report that the two discover a glimmer of useful information. Within the images, both combatants have vanished, leaving behind a profoundly distorted emblem of flame upon the crumbling earth, as if infused with some arcane power. The mere sight of this emblem engenders a searing warmth that courses through their bodies. Beneath the emblem lies a line of indistinct text, and inexplicably, both are able to comprehend its meaning. Ember. In unison, they utter the significance of these words. Meanwhile, within the research chamber for psychic weaponry, Baiyu, engrossed in studying the spatial storage capabilities of Flint, suddenly lifts his gaze towards the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Has the history I meticulously crafted finally been uncovered? The revelation is prompt, and it is a testament to the clarity of the Ember text I designed for all to understand. Shaking his head with a smile, Baiyu resumes his concentrated study of the spatial flint. He has composed 3 segments of history, and this is merely the first to come to light. The information he has imparted is scant. Aside from the name Ember, he has fabricated a predecessor of the Torchbearer, designed in accordance with his own image and abilities. Given that the personnel of the 749 Bureau are astute individuals, Baiyu never intended to divulge too much information at once. Such an overt approach would be too conspicuous and would contradict the ethos of Ember, which is to remain entirely hidden after saving the world. He has left behind only subtle traces, but those capable of discerning them, like the 749 Bureau, can surely uncover the clues. It can be said that the editing of this history required significant effort on Baiyu's part, as he aimed to maintain the prestige of Ember while also ensuring a connection to history, thus preserving the weight of the era. Fortunately, with the discovery of this first historical document, the response seems quite positive. At the very least, Baiyu can observe that the legendary status is gradually ascending, a testament to Ember beginning to resonate within the hearts of the people. Silence once again envelopes the chamber. Yang Miao and Lin Yi repeatedly scrutinized this long-hidden report. Ultimately, they uncover evidence that the extraordinary organization from Bear Country had previously sought traces of Ember in the Tongxi ancient region, but swiftly lost track of its whereabouts. At this juncture, the two are at a loss for words. Is Ember the organization to which that powerful psychic belongs? Lin Yi murmurs to himself. He had long suspected that the formidable psychic was not a solitary figure, and this intelligence serves to corroborate his hypothesis. Yet he feels no joy, only a profound curiosity and yearning for Ember. After such an extensive search, they have finally stumbled upon a mere thread of evidence. This leaves Lin Yi perplexed. Why would such a powerful organization go to such lengths to conceal its presence, requiring even the 749 Bureau considerable effort to unearth a single clue? Although extraordinary organizations around the world tend to conceal their existence, whispers of their presence inevitably circulate in the realm of reality. However, the name Fireseed was entirely unfamiliar to Lin Yi. It was imperative to report this intelligence post-haste. After a prolonged silence, Yang Miao suddenly spoke up. Given the clandestine nature of this information, she believed that their current authority was insufficient to fully address the matter. You must promptly upload this intelligence. I will provide a detailed report upon my return, she instructed. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to utter something further, a sudden knock echoed from the door, accompanied by the voice of a member from Bureau 749 delivering a report. Reporting to the organization. A suspicious structure has been discovered over 100 miles away in the Tongsu Valley region. Chapter 26. A terrifying history after reporting the situation. The member of the 749 Bureau patiently waited outside. Yet, scarcely a moment passed before he heard hurried footsteps emanating from within the room. The next instant, the door was flung open, revealing 2 pairs of eyes filled with terror and stained with blood, fixed intently upon him. Startled, the 749 Bureau member instinctively recoiled. However, upon recognizing that the individuals emerging were Lin Yi and Yang Miao, his previously taut nerves began to relax. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Yi dashed forward, gripping the member's arm tightly and inquiring loudly, "What does the suspicious structure look like?" His tone was urgent, driven by an overwhelming desire to gather more information. Recently informed of the existence of the seeds of fire, he had also seen intelligence indicating that the extraordinary organization from the Bear Nation was attempting to trace the remnants of the seeds, albeit to no avail. Nevertheless, he was convinced that something left behind by the seeds must exist nearby. Such a formidable organization, no matter how adept at concealing its movements, could not possibly leave no trace in this world. The member had just mentioned the discovery of a suspicious building, which immediately led Lin to contemplate the possibility of it being a relic left by the seeds. Thus, he rushed out, disregarding all else. He felt an urgent need to uncover more intelligence regarding the seeds. Momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's fearsome countenance, the 749 Bureau member quickly regained his composure and reported. According to our scans, it appears to be a vast underground cavern that has been developed postnatally. Originally concealed underground, it is speculated that it has surfaced due to the emergence of rifts in the spirit realm and the appearance of ethereal beings. As we are uncertain about the conditions within the cavern, we have yet to venture inside. The members are currently stationed at the entrance. Take me there at once. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, his heart racing wildly. He had an inkling that this was precisely the place he had been searching for. The emergence of a post-natally developed underground cavern in the desolate expanse of North Berylia was anything but ordinary. One need only use common sense to discern that such a construction project would be unthinkable unless undertaken by an extraordinary organization like the 749 Bureau. Due to the random appearances of rifts in the spirit realm, the 749 Bureau had established outposts in many unexpected locations. Lin Yi was confident that even if the Seeds organization possessed formidable spiritual practitioners, their methods of monitoring the rifts would be similarly effective. The recently discovered suspicious structure might very well serve as an outpost left by the Seeds. If this were indeed the case, it was certain that valuable intelligence regarding the Seeds lay hidden within this relic. Should they make a discovery, it might pave the way for establishing contact with this powerful organization. I shall accompany you, Yang Miao chimed in, clearly recognizing the significance of this revelation. The member of the 749 Bureau, although uncertain about the reasons behind the considerable reactions of the two officials, chose not to inquire further and led the way ahead. Shortly thereafter, the group boarded a helicopter, swiftly arriving at the location of the archaeological find. A multitude of 749 Bureau members were already stationed below. From a distance, Yang Miao observed the site, noting it was merely a small opening. However, Lin Yi, as a psychic with enhanced perceptive abilities, immediately sensed the distinct energy emanating from the entrance. A powerful surge of psychic energy was palpable. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without waiting for the helicopter to land, he leaped from the heights, propelled by the formidable strength of a psychic. Yang Miao, witnessing his urgency, promptly followed suit. The two approached the entrance side by side. Surveying the surrounding 749 members, Lin Yi spoke in a hushed tone. Yang Miao and I will enter to investigate. You all remain on guard outside. The presence of psychic energy within indicated a strong likelihood of a connection to the Seed of Fire. Since the intelligence regarding the Seed of Fire had yet to be reported to higher authorities, Lin Yi was uncertain how the information would be handled at the upper echelons. But it was prudent that fewer individuals were aware of it. The other members of the 749 Bureau raised no objections. Given the psychic fluctuations detected, it was only fitting that Lin Yi and Yang Miao, the strongest in the team, should be the first to explore. Their thoughts were unclouded by doubt. They perceived this as a standard operational procedure. Upon hearing Lin Yi's directive, Yang Miao quickly grasped his intentions. Without further ado, she followed closely behind him as they entered the opening. In an instant, they felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm. The vibrant psychic energy suffused the air around them, akin to drifting through an ocean of spirituality. The sheer magnitude of this energy astounded Yang Miao. She had never encountered such a place on Blue Star. The Seed of Fire was revealing increasingly profound wonders. In truth, there were areas within the 749 Bureau where psychic energy was similarly dense, designed as training chambers utilizing the essence emitted by the corpses of spiritual beings in conjunction with specialized equipment. However, the concentration of psychic energy in those chambers paled in comparison to that of this location. She pondered whether the energy in the spiritual realm could possibly surpass this experience. The richness of the psychic energy they encountered upon entry hinted at extraordinary discoveries deeper within. Lin Yi's breath quickened, his expression a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. Prepare yourself. We are outsiders, and there may be defensive measures within, he cautioned. Yang Miao nodded, a faint aura of psychic energy emanating from her, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Her psychic affinity was characterized by flow, related to water, and although she had yet to master precise control over the currents, she was capable of establishing some defensive mechanisms. The two remained vigilant as they ventured deeper into the dimly lit passageway, their acute senses undeterred by the enveloping darkness. Yang Miao approached the wall, gently plucking a piece of soil, and remarked, "This cavern has existed for an extensive period, perhaps traceable back thousands of years. Document everything. All of this must be reported." Lin Yi responded in a deep voice. Nodding in agreement, Yang Miao collected a sample of the soil and placed it in a sealed bag. The two proceeded onward, swiftly traversing the dim corridor until a flicker of light appeared ahead, gradually expanding, unveiling a broad vista before them. Unlike the earthly formations outside, the new locale they entered was entirely cloaked in high-tech panels of indiscernible material, adorned with flowing azure electronic patterns that seemed utterly uncharacteristic of contemporary technology. It was as if they had stepped into a realm of science fiction. Yet, what captivated their attention was not merely the peculiar scenery, but rather the four statues, each distinct in style, standing at the very heart of this space: Oyezi, Ganjiang, Da Vinci, and Tesla. Lin Yi recited the names beneath each statue, his expression momentarily vacant. He recognized these figures, yet their unexpected assembly left him bewildered. There were inscriptions below as well. Yang Miao prompted Lin Yi, who then refocused his gaze downward. He soon noticed that beneath these names were emblems resembling twisted flame patterns. In an instant, he recognized them, the flame patterns that appeared in the records of the great explosion of Tongsu. Beneath each flame pattern was inscribed the same phrase, in tribute to the predecessors of the flame organization who perfected the psychic weapon. Upon discerning this statement, Lin Yi and Yang Miao exchanged startled glances, a chilling thought surging within them. Could it be that all four statues were members of the flame organization? But how could this be? Setting aside Da Vinci and Tesla, who were renowned geniuses of the modern era, Oyezi and Ganjiang, they were figures from ancient times, dating back over a millennium. Could it be that the flame organization existed over 1,000 years ago and began combating spiritual beings? Both men instinctively dismissed this notion. After all, the establishment of Bureau 749 was barely 2 centuries old. How could the history of spiritual beings extend so far back? Yet, despite their doubts, the remnants before them caused that thought to dissipate almost unconsciously. What if the records within this relic were indeed true? Perhaps spiritual beings have long existed, and before the emergence of extraordinary organizations in various nations, it was the flame that silently safeguarded this world. After enduring an extensive epoch, this could explain the formidable prowess of the flame's most powerful psychic. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi declared solemnly, "Let us document everything. We shall proceed further." Chapter 27 Prototype. Yang Miao nodded dazedly, her heart a tempest of emotions. The magnitude of the revelations before her was overwhelming. If the organization known as the Seed had indeed existed for so long, it suggested that the course of human history might be intricately intertwined with its existence. The histories and myths familiar to all might diverge significantly from the underlying truths. Perhaps those legends and myths were even woven by the Seed itself. Yang Miao dared not dwell further on such thoughts, a chill coursing down her spine. She had not anticipated that her investigation into the Seed would unveil such profound secrets. Each shocking revelation left her feeling as though her worldview was on the brink of collapse. Should we truly press onward? After capturing several photographs with a dedicated camera, Yang Miao suddenly spoke. To be candid, she felt a reluctance to continue. While the pursuit of unknown truths could satiate her thirst for knowledge, the prospect that these truths might starkly contrast with her long-held beliefs was daunting. She dreaded the possibility of uncovering a reality in which a transcendent organization orchestrated human history. Such a notion would render the world absurd. "What troubles you?" Lin Yi halted, turning to her with a cold inquiry. Having worked together on missions for years, he understood his colleague all too well. "Are you concerned that human history is orchestrated by a transcendent organization?" Yang Miao lowered her gaze, remaining silent, for she indeed harbored such anxieties. "That is unlikely. I prefer to believe that the Seed is a silent guardian of humanity, not a puppeteer." If this organization truly sought to manipulate, it would not have remained in the shadows, aiding the world in cleansing spiritual entities. Your worries stem from a lack of understanding. We have yet to fully explore this relic, and it is premature to ponder such matters. Moreover, even if your fears held some validity, what then? Would you choose to perish? So, set aside those apprehensions and focus on completing our current task. Lin Yi's voice was blunt, devoid of emotion. He was unwilling to entertain conspiracy theories, choosing instead to believe that the world was filled with unsung heroes like those of Bureau 749, who quietly safeguarded humanity. You are correct. Chastened by Lin Yi's words, Yang Miao regained her composure, somewhat vexed as she tapped her forehead. The day's revelations had been overwhelming. From discovering the seed to grasping its significance, she now understood the existence of such a formidable yet obscure organization, which naturally filled her with concern. However, upon reflection, since they had traced the footsteps of the seed, that powerful spiritual adept had been diligently cleansing spiritual entities and assisting with the rifts in the spirit realm. These deeds alone suggested that the adept affiliated with the seed harbored goodwill towards humanity. It was indeed inappropriate for her to have entertained such thoughts earlier. Recognizing that Yang Miao had regained her clarity, Lin Yi refrained from further commentary. He was acutely aware that his colleague was merely overwhelmed by fear. After all, the 749 Bureau has consistently emphasized the importance of rules and containment. The formidable power must not be exposed to the outside world, whether good or bad. It offers no benefit to society. The world has its own developmental laws that should not be swayed by powerful individuals. It was evident that Yang Miao regarded the spark as that powerful entity. The two of them composed themselves and continued forward, position on either side, observing everything around them. The more they looked, the more astonished they became. Even the chaotic thoughts that had previously occupied their minds vanished in that moment. Could these weapon models truly be manufactured? Lin Yi exclaimed, picking up a model of a long sword to scrutinize it closely. The blade bore intricate engravings that he could not decipher, clearly designed for the flow of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy weapons. This was an area the 749 Bureau had long been investigating, albeit with little progress. Uncertain, Yang Miao also picked up a model of a spiritual energy weapon, marveling at it. If such weapons truly existed, confronting spiritual beings would undoubtedly become simpler, eliminating the need to rely on the populace to fill the gaps. Can these models be taken back? Yang Miao inquired, wondering if the experts within the Bureau could replicate them. Not yet, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head as he returned the weapon model to its original place. Given that it was an ancient relic and concerning the spark, it was best not to cause any damage. Yang Miao sighed and also set down the spiritual energy weapon model. This was indeed not a matter to be decided lightly. The two continued along the corridor of weapon models, a plethora of designs greeting their eyes. Deeper inside, the weapon models completely disappeared, revealing an immense plaza that seemed to stretch into infinity. At the apex, lines of spiritual energy flowed, intertwining to form what appeared to be ancient murals left behind from a bygone era. It was a mural. As Lin Yi gazed upon these flowing lines, his heart raced, and he immediately focused his attention upwards. Yang Miao followed suit, intending to use her specialized camera to capture the moment. But the camera was hindered by intense spiritual energy interference, and the image failed to materialize. Left with no alternative, she could only observe with her naked eyes. The dome of this space appeared boundless, resembling a radiant starry sky woven from the interlacing of spiritual energy. Soon, the first mural was delineated. It depicted a long-haired man clad in a beast robe, holding a torch, surrounded by distinctly ancient features. This man faced a terrifying monster. The content of the painting was straightforward and easily comprehensible, but a line of text beneath the image sent a shock through both their hearts. Spark founder, Shuiren. Indeed, Yang Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. If this were the case, the history of the spark and the spiritual beings would be pushed further back, originating from an era before civilization had even emerged. Moreover, the founder of the spark was none other than Shuiren, a venerable figure among humanity. Before there was time to express further bewilderment, the second scene swiftly emerged. In contrast to the first scene, which prominently featured the ancient figure of Shuiren. This tableau was replete with detail. Countless individuals clad in ancient garb wielded cold weapons as they charged towards a horde of monstrous creatures. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and blood flowed abundantly, saturating the earth in a dark crimson hue that sent chills down one's spine. It was evident that the fallen humans vastly outnumbered the monsters, and it was apparent that human weaponry was largely ineffective against these beasts. This depicted a tale of ancient struggles against entities from a spirit realm. Lin murmured softly as the imagery shifted once more. A figure radiating an unusual luminescence, obscured in countenance, sought out a reclusive blacksmith hidden deep within the mountains, who stood before a massive forge. The indistinct figure seemed to be pleading for something. This was the formidable psychic and Uyuzi. Lin recognized them instantly, for the features were unmistakable. Descriptions from witnesses and precise images in intelligence reports portrayed the powerful psychic as an exact match to the figure in the painting. As for Uyuzi, his likeness was nearly identical to the statue outside. However, it was possible that he was merely a former member of the Fireseed organization, possessing similar abilities. Even the mightiest psychics could not possibly live for such an extended period. Yang Miao shook his head, voicing his conjecture, while Lin pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. This must be the case. Regardless, a psychic's lifespan would not extend that far. Perhaps the figure in the imagery was a precursor of the Fireseed organization, while the current one merely inherited this power. At that moment, the psychic energy pathways within the image began to shift. Rather than revealing a new mural, the scene itself transformed. Within the frame, Uyuzi solemnly nodded and accepted an object handed to him by the psychic, beginning the forging process. Before long, a gigantic sword engulfed in flames was crafted. This was a psychic weapon? As he gazed upon the blazing longsword, Lin recalled something. The design of this sword bore an uncanny resemblance to a weapon model he had recently observed. Could it be that those models corresponded to actual artifacts? He continued to watch as the psychic energy pathways wove together, gradually revealing text. The third-generation leader of the Fireseed organization realized that it was exceedingly difficult to harm spirit realm creatures with cold weapons. Thus, he sought out Uyuzi, the hermit in the mountains, to recount the history of the Fireseed and request his joining the organization, as well as the forging of a weapon capable of combating these entities. Uyuzi was profoundly shocked, resonating with the ideals of the Fireseed organization, and joined their ranks. With the leader's assistance, he forged the first psychic weapon in human history. With the aid of these psychic weapons, the casualty rate of Fireseed members in their battles against spirit realm creatures significantly decreased. The Psychic Weapon Research Institute began to take shape. Chapter 28. Heritage. After perusing the text, both Lin and Yang Miao found themselves at a loss for words. It was some time before Yang Miao spoke again. To their astonishment, Yangzi was indeed a member of the Ignite organization and the creator of the psionic weapons, while that psionic wielder was the leader of the Ignite organization. Perhaps the individual they were familiar with was also the current leader of the Ignite organization. Listening to Yang Miao's analysis, Lin remained silent, the impact of historical upheaval weighing heavily upon him. Even though he had anticipated such revelations, he found himself at a loss for words. It was unexpected that the Ignite organization had emerged in this world so early, tirelessly striving against the beings of the spirit realm and making significant contributions. Yet, why had the Ignite organization chosen to obscure its historical presence? Would it not be more glorious to bask in the light of heroism? Pondering these questions, Lin sighed. Let's continue. Clearly, the transformation of the mural was far from complete, as new images soon emerged accompanied by textual annotations. With the aid of psionic weapons, the beings of the spirit realm suffered continual defeats. However, Master Yangzi unfortunately passed away. His disciple, Ganjiang, took over his work, continuing to forge psionic weapons to aid human civilization in winning this war. Within the mural, members of the Ignite organization, wielding psionic weapons, engaged in fierce combat with the spirit realm beings. No one faltered. Each individual was driven by an unwavering belief in their mission. Their eyes reflected no other emotion than a resolute determination to protect their homeland and a profound hatred for the spirit realm entities. As the mural transitioned once more, the third-generation leader of the Ignite organization soared above, radiating boundless light, captivating the world in that moment. The earth healed, waters calmed, plants flourished, and darkness receded. A vast rift to the spirit realm was thus sealed. As the images gradually faded, an indescribable sense of tragic grandeur enveloped the two. They had initially believed that the crisis from the spirit realm was a recent phenomenon, unaware that such threats had begun long before, with their ancestors paying an unimaginable price to repel them. Overwhelmed by the revelation, they found themselves speechless until the mural shifted again. Before long, Master Ganjiang also departed from this world. Although he left behind numerous manuscripts, there was still a significant gap in the technology of psionic weapons. The beings of the spirit realm invaded once more, and without the support of psionic weapons, the Ignite organization suffered heavy losses. Ultimately, the leader of the Ignite organization sacrificed himself to bring an end to this conflict. The Ignite organization began to recognize the significance of psionic weapons, conducting relentless research. During this time, a few geniuses managed to revive the art of forging psionic weapons, but they could not ensure its legacy, waiting instead for a gifted new member to emerge. It was not until the arrival of Da Vinci that numerous simplified weapon manufacturing manuscripts were produced, leading to the establishment of a steam workshop, allowing psionic weapons to be crafted like conventional armaments. The True Research Institute for Psionic Weapons was finally established to honor the remarkable contributions of several predecessors in the creation of psionic weapons. The leader of the Ignite organization commissioned commemorative statues for them. The issue concerning psychic weaponry has reached a preliminary resolution until the advent of Tesla, when the Research Institute achieved true semi-automation, perfectly blending psychic pattern technology with modern craftsmanship. A new statue has emerged. Fragments of narrative, akin to a voiceover, materialize, accompanied by shifting murals. Lin Yi and Yang Miao seem to find themselves traversing various eras, battling alongside the members of the Spark, delving into the study of psychic weapons. They admire geniuses such as Da Vinci and Tesla, expressing gratitude for the advancement of psychic weapon technology. As the content of the murals completely fades, a colossal spark emblem is woven, accompanied by a phrase, "To grant humanity light, to bestow hope upon civilization." Upon reading this phrase, the two involuntarily recite it aloud, feeling a warm current surge through their bodies, as the immense emblem appears to be etched into their very eyes. Lin Yi and Yang Miao stand in silence, neither daring to break the stillness, each lost in their own thoughts. Although the murals depicted the historical development of the Psychic Weapons Research Institute, they palpably sensed the hardships of bygone eras. The members of the Spark must have endured a profoundly dark and challenging period, bearing the weight of human civilization as they forged ahead. Merely contemplating this fills them with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. What a magnificent organization it is! Yang Miao cannot help but exclaim, feeling a renewed sense of shame for her earlier thoughts. How absurd it was to envision the heroes of humanity as mere petty figures. Should she ever have the opportunity to meet the contemporary leader of the Spark, she vows to express her sincerest apologies. Lin Yi remains silent, merely bowing respectfully. He cannot ascertain the authenticity of this history. However, even if it were fictitious, he would willingly pay the highest tribute to those silent heroes who fought valiantly. Let us document all that we have seen and heard and report it without any alterations, he states. I understand, Yang Miao replies with a nod. She is resolute in her commitment to report the truth, knowing she could never distort the deeds of heroes. It seems that no new murals will manifest. Let's take our leave. Having acquired such vital intelligence, Lin Yi does not wish to linger and prepares to depart with Yang Miao. Upon returning to Bureau 749, he intends to apply for full responsibility for the related operations. It is imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with this organization. Yang Miao feels a twinge of reluctance, but recognizes the importance of their mission, casting a wistful glance around before preparing to leave. Just then, A dense aura of spirituality suddenly descends from above, colliding with the ground. Gently, a stone pillar slowly rises from the earth. Atop the pillar lies a weapon reminiscent of a firearm. What could this be? Perhaps due to their emotional state. Even in the face of such a transformation, Lin, Yi, and Yang Miao do not adopt a defensive posture, but rather observe with curiosity. Lin approaches first, gazing at the suddenly manifested electromagnetic pistol, momentarily taken aback. Yang Miao discovered the inscriptions etched upon the stone pillar. Look, Lin Yi quickly turned to gaze at it, whereupon he beheld a passage inscribed in vigorous and powerful characters. Though the flame is faint and the spiritual energy obscured, let this weapon remain for future generations. Even those who are not members of the flame may take this spiritual weapon. It can be used for experimentation and combat, but it must never be aimed at one's compatriots. If success is achieved, there is no need to sing praises of the flame. This is humanity's victory, a triumph of civilization. Upon reading these words, the two were rendered speechless, enveloped in a surreal sensation. In this world, could there truly exist such a noble organization? Even as its own existence had been extinguished, it left behind resources to aid those who would battle against calamity, asking for nothing in return. Lin Yi and Yang Miao found it unfathomable, as if they were characters in a novel. The inscriptions were obscured by dust, their clarity diminished, suggesting they had been carved long ago. Yang Miao gently caressed the text, a wave of melancholy washing over her. The phrase "the flame is faint," and the spiritual energy obscured could hardly signify anything other than the decline of the flame organization. The mere fact that a legacy was left in such a significant place indicated that circumstances must have been dire. It was no surprise that the spiritual practitioner, who had been nearby, did not approach this relic. It was likely that their condition was not right, perhaps they bore injuries. Previously, she had wondered why such a formidable practitioner did not come to reignite the research on spiritual weapons. Now everything made sense. What could have transpired to cause such a powerful organization to wither? Was there perhaps a catastrophe unknown to humanity? Setting aside her thoughts, since this was a relic left by the predecessors of the flame, it should be preserved. Given that the current leader of the flame still existed, the flame would not be extinguished. Upon our return to Bureau 749, I will personally report to the director. Lin, he declared with unwavering resolve as he gently retrieved the electromagnetic pistol, safeguarding it. This could potentially be the key to humanity's triumph over the beings of the spiritual realm, as well as the linchpin for the Bureau 749's connection to the flame. I understand, Yang Miao affirmed, nodding heavily, her fists clenched tightly. Regardless of the current state of the flame, having accepted this weapon meant she bore a portion of the responsibility of the flame upon her shoulders. She had no intentions of retreating. For the sake of human civilization, she was resolute in her commitment. Chapter 29. The new Flint. Has it departed? At this moment, within the exclusive organizational space reserved for the members of the Flame Seed, Baiyu lifted his gaze, silently observing the two individuals departing with the electromagnetic pistol he had placed there. This pistol, of course, was of no use to him, as he could effortlessly manufacture another batch whenever he desired. By presenting it to the 749 Bureau, he aimed to create an impression of the Flame Seed organization's current fragility, facilitating his future emergence. Furthermore, it served to embody the organization's commitment to sacrificing everything for humanity. If the personnel of the 749 Bureau were willing to believe that the Flame Seed was a noble entity devoted to quietly safeguarding humanity, then any future endeavors would undoubtedly be much smoother. Baiyu felt that achieving this effect would not prove too challenging, especially since the two who had just entered had completely trusted the background story he had crafted. The sound of the system's reputation increasing had not ceased. Once they uncovered the rest of the history I had edited, their belief would surely deepen. I sincerely hope that the organization's development continues to progress as effortlessly. With a sigh, Baiyu shifted his focus back to the research on psychic weapons. Compared to the study of ordinary arms, integrating spatial storage capabilities into the flint was markedly more challenging. Although he possessed the spatial psychic essence obtained from the containment of the Void Wound, Bestowing this quality onto a weapon was no simple feat, fortunately. He ultimately succeeded. Taking a deep breath, Baiyu retrieved the newly crafted flint, scrutinizing it intently. Compared to its predecessor, the new flint gleamed with an added silvery luster. Once infused with the psychic energy he endorsed, the flint's spatial function could be activated. The internal storage space measured approximately 50 square meters. Though not vast, it was more than sufficient for the current members. After all, apart from the psychic weapons, there was little else that needed to be stored within the flint's confines. He intended to reserve one for Chunyin, while the one for Xiaowan could wait, as she had yet to awaken her psychic abilities. Having concluded his thoughts, Baiyu hesitated no longer and promptly utilized the organization as facilities to return to the headquarters at Baiwa Mountain. Inside the headquarters, the towering statue of the Flint Man continued to loom majestically. At that moment, Chunyin was in the knowledge sanctuary within the headquarters, diligently studying the lore of the beings from the spirit realm. In an instant, he sensed something, looked up, and discovered Baiyu standing before him, having arrived unbeknownst to him. "Leader, you have returned." Previously, Baiyu had informed him of his departure to address the rift in the spirit realm. At that time, Baiyu's grave expression had led Chunyin to believe the situation was quite dire, so he was astonished at how swiftly it had been resolved. Truly, the leader is remarkable. Chunyin mused silently, reflecting on that day when Baiyu had appeared almost divine. He believed that image would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. "Here, this is for you." Without further ado, Baiyu directly presented the new version of the flint to Chunyin, explaining, "This time, we have resolved the rift in the spirit realm, and I discovered a facility of our organization there, successfully restarting it and restoring a portion of its foundation. What I have just given you is the new flint, crafted within the newly established facility, the Spirit Energy Weapon Research Institute. By infusing it with spiritual energy, one can unlock a small storage space, allowing you to place items that are inconvenient to carry within it." "Thank you, Chief," Chunyin exclaimed with uncontained joy, immediately conducting an experiment. To his astonishment, he found that the new flint indeed possessed a storage space. This sight evoked memories of storage rings from online novels. It seemed that the current flint was akin to such an artifact, albeit imbued with the significance of the organization. Moreover, it did not require blood to acknowledge its master. "You can also visit the new facility. You should be able to sense it now," Baiyu added. Chunyin focused his perception and realized that his spiritual energy had established a connection with a specific location, allowing him to teleport there at will. Instantaneous movement. Could this be one of the foundational abilities of the organization? Chunyin was astounded. He had never imagined he could wield such legendary power at this nascent stage. Had he not joined the Spark organization, even if he became a spiritual energy user, he would have no idea when he could attain such a skill. The Weapon Research Institute has just been initiated, and currently, there are no new spiritual energy weapons produced, nor suitable materials available. "You will have to remain empty-handed for a while," Baiyu said with a hint of regret. Chunyin waved his hands dismissively. "Chief, you have already bestowed upon me 2 strands of spirituality, granting me the ability to protect myself. It matters not if I do not receive a weapon." Hearing this, Baiyu smiled gently, saying, "Once we find suitable materials, I will prepare a set of weapons for you. Your spiritual energy leans toward support, and a weapon is indeed necessary, as the 2 strands of spirituality you possess are not of high caliber. Additionally, I have recruited a new member this time. I may need to remain in North Berlia for a while and won't be able to visit headquarters often. When a new member arrives, I would like you to host him on my behalf." "Understood," Chunyin replied earnestly, accepting the task. Curiosity swelled within him about the identity of the second member of the Spark organization. Would they, too, be someone chosen like him? After a moment of contemplation, Baiyu continued, "Moreover, we can commence action with Li Ming." Upon hearing this, Chunyin's expression shifted, excitement flickering in his eyes. "Are we finally starting?" he thought, fully aware of the implications of this operation. Previously, Baiyu had merely suggested he reveal himself moderately. Now, he was being directed to take action. This indicated that the Spark organization would no longer remain concealed, gradually unveiling itself to the world. To be precise, It is about revealing oneself before the extraordinary organization of this era. In truth, Baiyu harbored such thoughts. Since he was prepared to engage with the 749 Bureau, there was no need for Li Ming to remain concealed any longer. The moment had come to make this strategic move, and it was most fitting for Chun Yin to undertake it. At present, the Spark organization had entered a phase of rapid development, and naturally, the more recognized members, the better. Furthermore, as the invasion from the spirit realm had evidently intensified, the addition of new members would also alleviate some of the burdens he bore. Having entrusted all matters, Baiyu did not intend to linger at headquarters. The fissure repair technology of the 749 Bureau was progressing slowly. It would likely take several days to completely mend the rift to the spirit realm. In the meantime, it was probable that more beings from the spirit realm would emerge, and he needed to oversee the situation. It was essential to cultivate diligently. After uttering this final remark, Baiyu's figure vanished without a trace. Chunyin inhaled deeply. Gazing at the spot where Baiyu had disappeared, a flicker of yearning passing through his eyes, followed by resolute determination. He indeed needed to devote himself to training. He must not hinder the organization. Chapter 30 report returning to the Psionic Weapon Research Institute located in the North Barrier region. Baiyu discovered that Lin, Yi, and Yang Miao, who had previously entered the ruins, were preparing to board a helicopter for departure. Even the members of Bureau 749 guarding outside the ruins had all withdrawn. In the entire North Barrier region, only the location of the spiritual rift remained under the watch of Bureau 749 personnel. Was this a gesture of goodwill? Observing this situation, Baiyu raised an eyebrow. Realizing it was the decision of Lin, Yi, and Yang Miao, he could somewhat grasp their thoughts. After entering the ruins and learning about the construction history of the Psionic Weapon Research Institute, they had, to some extent, also come to understand the development history of the Spark organization. They were aware that, long ago, the Spark organization had begun to contend with spiritual beings, and it was currently in a state of decline. Whether out of respect for the Spark or a desire to foster goodwill with a powerful psionic like himself, there should be no continued deployment of personnel to guard the periphery of the Spark's ruins. After all, despite the Spark organization's current decline, there were still individuals associated with it. If such guarding actions led to unnecessary misunderstandings, it would be detrimental to the entire world. Truly, two promising individuals, Baiyu mused. If it were not for the fact that these two had been with Bureau 749 for many years, he would have considered bringing them into the Spark. The system had also indicated that both were absorbable talents, and their qualifications were entirely suitable. Unfortunately, having spent many years executing tasks in Bureau 749, even joining the Spark would not guarantee their complete commitment. Nonetheless, Li Ming was also commendable, not falling short in comparison to these two. As long as he could be integrated into the organization, it would not be a loss. Shaking his head, Baiyu dismissed further thoughts, and the power of the world was activated, enveloping the North Barrier region. At this moment, the spiritual rift had yet to fully close. His task, now, was to keep a vigilant watch over this area, preventing any spiritual beings from crawling out of the rift to endanger the world. As for everything else, he simply needed to let time take its course. Meanwhile, on the returning helicopter, Xiao Wan, a survivor of the recent spiritual being attack, was brought back along with Ning, Shi, and 3 other colleagues who had already regained consciousness. It was truly unexpected that we would encounter such an event. Even more astonishing was the existence of such monsters in this world, which completely defied scientific explanation. A colleague let out a bitter laugh. After waking up, he took a considerable amount of time to accept the current situation, effectively reconstructing his shattered worldview. Fortunately, someone saved us. Otherwise, our bodies would likely be unrecognizable now. Ningxi chimed in, her tone somewhat reflective. She was still pondering the divine figure they had witnessed, wondering what manner of existence it was. Was it human? Or a deity from mythology? Yes, indeed. Gratitude to Bureau 749, gratitude to the nation, another individual spoke up, expressing heartfelt thanks to the members of Bureau 749 who stood guard nearby, as he had already succumbed to unconsciousness at the moment the void wound first manifested. He remained unaware of Baiyu's existence. Subsequently, The personnel of Bureau 749 did not interrogate them. They merely signed a confidentiality agreement, urging the survivors to refrain from disclosing the events that transpired. Upon hearing this, Ningxi instinctively wished to retort. Although the agents of Bureau 749 had exerted effort, the true saviors were not from the Bureau. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed Xia Wan giving her a discreet signal. Instantly, she comprehended its meaning, and her mouth, which had just opened, closed once more. She simply blinked at Xia Wan, conveying the question, "Why won't you let me speak?" Xia Wan offered no reply, only letting out a silent sigh. As a member of the Spark organization, she was compelled to uphold the group's code of conduct, ensuring that the organization remained concealed from the prying eyes of the public. Nonetheless, Xia Wan felt a sense of frustration. It was evident that the true contributors were the Sparks, yet the heroes had to remain shrouded in darkness, all for the sake of allowing the world to progress normally. Simultaneously, she felt admiration for the predecessors of the Sparks. She could barely endure this singular instance. However, throughout the long years, those predecessors must have concealed their merits and fame countless times. They had risked their lives, shedding blood in battle to safeguard others, only to receive neither gratitude nor accolades, and perhaps even to be misunderstood. It seemed that I, as a member of the Sparks, am still unworthy. Xia Wan mused silently, suddenly recalling the emblem of the Spark organization seemingly etched into Baiyu's palm. That twisted flame appeared to emanate warmth and light at all times. Perhaps when the day comes that the emblem is inscribed upon her, she will finally be considered a true member of the Sparks. The helicopter traveled swiftly, and Bureau 749 appeared to possess some unique privileges, allowing for an unobstructed journey directly to the Bureau's headquarters. After a night spent on the aircraft, Xia Wan and her companions disembarked, only to see Lin, Yi, and Yang Miao approaching from the opposite side. Yang Miao, leading the way, spoke, "I apologize. Due to the exceptional nature of this incident, you may need to remain here for several hours. Once everything concludes, arrangements will be made for your return home." "That's perfectly fine," Xia Wan replied, nodding in agreement, while the others expressed no objections. After all, having just endured such a terrifying ordeal, staying within the confines of an extraordinary organization like Bureau 749 felt far more reassuring. Following this exchange, Yang Miao hurriedly departed with Lin Yi, likely to report on the situation. Meanwhile, the members of the research team were escorted by other staff to a designated area. They were divided into 2 rooms, separated by gender. As soon as Ningxi entered her room, she could hardly contain her curiosity and asked, "Sister Wan, why didn't you let me speak? You seem a bit off." Ningxi regarded Xia Wan with a hint of suspicion. Having known each other for many years, they were well acquainted. However, after this experience, she felt that Xia Wan had undergone certain changes. It is not an external change, but rather a transformation that has occurred from within. She cannot quite articulate the specifics. Yet it is undeniably different from before. "Surely, you are not frightened, are you?" "How could that be?" Xia Wan rolled her eyes, glancing at the camera nestled in the corner of the room, hesitating to speak further. "This place is hardly suitable for revealing the truth to Ningxi. I will tell you once we return to the research institute. It is all rather mysterious." Ningxi pouted, but upon seeing Xia Wan's reticent demeanor, she refrained from probing further. She had indeed noticed the camera. Discussing such matters in a monitored environment felt decidedly sensitive. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Yang Miao, having detached from the main group, made their way swiftly to the top floor of the 749 Bureau's office building. On this floor, only one room was in use, the director's office. "Let us report together," Lin Yi suggested, believing that addressing such an important matter jointly would yield a more comprehensive account. "Very well," Yang Miao nodded in agreement. In truth, as a level 0 psychic, she held little sway within the organization and felt somewhat intimidated in the presence of the director. However, the current circumstances left her no choice but to proceed. They exchanged a glance, and before Yang Miao could even knock, Lin Yi boldly pushed the door open. Chapter 31. Internal Reactions of Bureau 749 Uncle. Upon entering, Lin Yi's tone was grave as he called out, his gaze fixed on the figure seated behind the desk. The director responsible for the administration of Bureau 749, Zheng Wang. How many times must I remind you to address me by my title during work? Zheng Wang lifted his head with a hint of annoyance, glaring at his nephew. This young man never seemed to learn. If others overheard him, they might mistakenly believe that he was merely a nepotist granting employment to relatives. Director Lin, taken aback by the look, immediately adopted a more respectful demeanor, while Yang Miao, beside him, hesitated to speak. Zheng Wang, however, chose not to elaborate further. With a sigh, he lowered his gaze to the report at hand. This document contained the detailed account and special findings from the incident relayed by Lin, Yi, and Yang Miao in the Baiyu region. He had already perused it 5 times since it arrived that morning. Yet, no matter how many times he read it, he felt as though either his eyesight had faltered or the report itself was flawed. Setting the report down, he turned his attention to the 2 individuals before him and inquired in a somber tone, "Is the content you provided in this report entirely accurate?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi straightened, responding earnestly, "Absolutely accurate. It is devoid of any personal bias. It is solely based on the first-hand experiences of both Yang Miao and myself." Devoid of personal bias? Zheng Wang raised an eyebrow, then flipped open the thick report to reveal a page before them. This preliminary assessment declaring, "The Spark, as an organization of absolute goodwill and suggesting collaboration. Does that not reflect subjective sentiment?" The 2 were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual surprise. They had meticulously crafted this report together and had scrutinized it several times. At the time of review, that statement had seemed innocuous. But now, Zheng Wang's observation made it apparent that subjective sentiment indeed permeated the text. After all, the Spark was an entirely unfamiliar organization, boasting a formidable psychic. The unknown always harbored the greatest peril, especially when it came to unfathomable power. Should such a force ever turn against humanity, the repercussions could be dire. Yet, Lin Yi and Yang Miao believed that the likelihood of such a scenario was nearly non-existent, which is why they had included that line in their report. After considerable contemplation, Lin Yi gathered his courage and reiterated, "Although we have yet to interact with the Spark organization, we are aware of a portion of its developmental history, knowing that they have long been combating spiritual entities. Moreover, the current leader of the Spark has repeatedly intervened to address these spiritual beings. And one can glean insights into the organization's code of conduct from this psychic's modus operandi. But of course, this remains unverified, does it not?" Zheng Wang interjected coolly. With that single remark, Lin Yi and Yang Miao found themselves at a loss for words. Observing these rising stars of Bureau 749, Zheng Wang shook his head. He felt neither disappointment nor resentment towards them. In truth, from the moment the initial signs of the seed emerged, he had been conducting investigations. Upon learning of Baiyu's actions, he developed a profound admiration for the organization and yearned to establish a collaboration. However, he was fundamentally different from the likes of Lin Yi and Yang Miao, the youth. As the director of the 749 Bureau, he wielded authority over a department responsible for extraordinary incidents within the nation, bearing a significantly heavier burden of responsibility. Over the years, the funding allocated to the 749 Bureau had increased substantially, and resources from armed forces were increasingly directed towards it. Logically, this should be viewed as a positive development, one that would undoubtedly benefit the Bureau's growth. Yet, Director Zheng's mood remained somber. He understood all too well what such a shift in resources implied. It signified a more frequent invasion of beings from the spiritual realm. In the past century, manifestations of these entities had been so rare that they might not appear even once a year. However, in recent times, within the span of a mere month, 2 formidable spiritual beings had emerged, including a second-tier void blight. It was crucial to remember that this was a type of spiritual entity that had once caused significant repercussions. The return of such beings to the earthly realm signified a grave escalation in the spiritual world's encroachment upon reality. Faced with formidable external adversaries, he was compelled to deliberate cautiously upon the internal concerns. Even though this seed currently exhibited undeniable goodwill, he had to proceed with utmost prudence. Only when he could ascertain that the risks were nearly negligible could he act with confidence? Should the report be amended? Yang Miao inquired, sensing the weight upon the director's spirit. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang slowly shook his head. No, at least regarding the current situation, the record of this report is satisfactory. Upon hearing this, both individuals sighed in relief, understanding that Zhang held a degree of recognition for the seed organization, yet various factors prevented him from making a decisive judgment. What shall we do about that relic? Zhang inquired. I did not assign anyone to guard it. I left the relic as it was. I have observed that there has been no biological activity within 1,000 miles of that area, so it should remain undiscovered by others. Lin Yi replied. Well done. Zhang acknowledged, then picked up the report from the table, deep in thought. Given the implications concerning the seed organization and powerful spiritual practitioners, we must proceed with caution. On one hand, we must remain vigilant. On the other, we must also demonstrate our goodwill. For now, maintaining the status quo is our best option. Since the other party has already shown goodwill, we ought not to make matters difficult. The seed organization is undoubtedly aware of that relic. The reason they permitted you to enter might be to signal their intention to share spiritual weapons with us. There is no need to dispatch anyone for surveillance. We shall wait for the representatives of the seed organization to reclaim the relic. If you discern any willingness on their part to engage, ensure that you notify me in advance. Upon hearing Zhang's words, the two replied in unison, understood. From now on, matters concerning the seed organization will be entrusted to the two of you. Remember to keep me informed at all times. Zhang's command was issued with his own considerations in mind. Within the confines of Bureau 749, Lin Yi and Yang Miao are the individuals who have engaged most deeply with the Spark organization, even having personally entered the latter's research facility for psychic weaponry. He could hardly believe that such a crucial location would lack defenses, yet Lin Yi and Yang Miao were able to traverse it unharmed. Hence, Zhang surmised that this might be a signal released by the Spark organization. With this in mind, he decided to acquiesce to the flow of events. Furthermore, resources within Bureau 749 were currently limited, leaving few capable individuals to oversee such matters. Indeed, upon hearing this, both individuals felt a surge of joy within their hearts, particularly for Lin Yi, who had intended to request from the Bureau the responsibility of overseeing matters related to the Spark organization. To his surprise, before he could voice his intentions, the task had presented itself to him. Given his favorable disposition towards the Spark organization, he was naturally eager to undertake the assignment and yearned to glean further insights into their operations. Chapter 32. The significance of psionic weapons, by the way. What about the psionic weapon obtained from the ruins? Zhang Wang inquired, lifting his gaze towards the two. This matter is of utmost importance. Should the psionic weapon indeed inflict substantial damage upon entities from the spirit realm, the operational methodologies of the 749 Bureau would undoubtedly undergo a significant transformation. Perhaps the casualty rates would no longer be as dire as they currently are. At this moment, Yang Miao promptly stepped forward and placed the suitcase he had been carrying onto the desk. Within it lay the psionic weapon retrieved from the Ember Ruins. Aware of its gravity, they had preserved it with utmost care, refraining from any individual experimentation or usage. All decisions must await their return to headquarters. Zhang Wing's expression grew solemn as he inhaled deeply and slowly unlatched the suitcase before him. Inside, a pristine white high-tech pistol rested quietly, measuring approximately 30 centimeters. Its body was adorned with incomprehensible, intricate patterns. At the magazine's location, an energy-firing core pulsated with immense electromagnetic energy, capable of unleashing this ferocious force with a mere gentle squeeze of its delicate trigger. Have its capabilities been tested? Zhang Wang extended his hand, hesitating to lift it, merely posing the question. Not yet, Yang Miao replied, shaking his head. However, the accompanying research personnel have assessed the psionic intensity, estimating that a single bullet could deliver the full force of a peak-level 0th tier psionic practitioner. Moreover, this psionic weapon possesses a self-destruct feature, amplifying its destructive potential. A peak-level 0th tier. Zhang Wang gasped, forcing himself to regain composure, though his heart raced uncontrollably. Cultivating psionic practitioners is an arduous endeavor. compounded by a high casualty rate. Thus, despite the 749 Bureau's establishment for 2 centuries, the most formidable within its ranks remains merely a second-tier psionic practitioner. Individuals like Lin E, classified as first-tier psionic practitioners, are already considered elite combatants, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Within the 749 Bureau, the core strength still rests with 0th tier psionic practitioners, and those of peak-level 0th tier prowess number only in the hundreds. Yet now, this diminutive electric pistol can unleash force equivalent to that of a peak-level 0th tier practitioner's attack. How could Zheng Wang not be exhilarated? With this electromagnetic pistol, confronting entities from the spirit realm would no longer necessitate sacrificing the lives of psionic practitioners. Remote strikes could suffice for resolution. Striving to maintain his composure, Zheng Wang inquired, "Is there a possibility of replicating the psionic weapon?" As testing has yet to be conducted, the answer remains uncertain. Both men shook their heads in unison, silently praying that the 749 Bureau could master the technology for manufacturing psionic weapons. After all, having worked at the 749 Bureau for so many years, they are acutely aware of the sacrifices demanded during missions, witnessing familiar faces perish at the hands of psionic entities. The sorrowful emotions, dulled by the relentless passage of time, had long since become numbed. However, they now glimpsed a flicker of hope, akin to a spark in the darkness, a warm promise of better days. Immediately, they intended to transport the psychic weapon to the Research Institute for testing. "Never mind. I shall go personally," Zheng Wang declared as he rose abruptly from his chair, ready to escort the psychic weapon himself. In truth, the Research Institute lay not far from this building, and it could be delivered swiftly. Yet, the significance of the psychic weapon demanded utmost vigilance, even for this short distance. Lin E and Yang Miao harbored no objections to this decision. Such a grave responsibility was best entrusted to someone of the director's stature. Before Zheng Wang departed, Lin E made a request. "Director, I hope to obtain the information regarding the statues discovered within the Ember Relics. The overall responsibility now lies with you. Proceed as you see fit, and I shall elevate your access permissions," Zheng Wang replied, and without further delay, he hurried away, clutching the briefcase containing the psychic weapon. In the vacant office, Lin E and Yang Miao exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of excitement. "We must act swiftly and investigate," Lin E urged. Indeed, Yang Miao nodded in agreement. Ever since she had learned a fragment of the Ember's history at the Psychic Weapon Research Institute, her curiosity about the organization had grown immensely. The fastest way to unravel the mysteries of the Ember was to trace the historical figures associated with it. Meanwhile, Baiyu at the Psychic Weapon Research Institute sensed a disturbance. When he had gifted the electromagnetic pistol, he had left his mark upon it for easy detection. Now that the pistol had reached Bureau 749, he could distinctly feel the surge of psychic energy emanating from one location. Have they already commenced their research? They are quite efficient, Baiyu mused, stroking his chin, quickly grasping the unfolding events. Yet, he was acutely aware of the slim probability that Bureau 749 could successfully replicate the technology of the psychic weapons. Nearly non-existent. The psychic runes were not a technology that could be reproduced through modern science. Should they attempt to forcibly create similar weapons from the electromagnetic pistol, the resultant weapon would likely possess only half the potency, if not less. Nevertheless, even such a weapon would suffice for Bureau 749's needs. After all, the perilous entities from the spirit realm posed no requirement for Bureau 749 to contain. Baiyu himself would take on that task. There were several key individuals within Bureau 749 who needed to be monitored continuously. Xiao Wan had yet to depart, but the focus remained on Lin E and Yang Miao. He hoped these two would swiftly uncover the historical context he had prepared. Baiyu whispered softly. Meanwhile, the unhealed rift in the spirit realm exhibited unusual fluctuations. "Time to get to work," he proclaimed, rising and vanishing swiftly from sight. Within Bureau 749, Lin E and Yang Miao moved with remarkable speed, soon arriving at the studio dedicated to the storage of personnel records. Due to the elevated authority of the 749 Bureau, it currently possesses access to the figures that have graced history. The two individuals present, driven by purpose, disregarded all else and directly commenced their search for the historical accounts of the four esteemed statues. Naturally, the first to be examined were the renowned forging masters, Baiyu and Ganjiang, whose legacies are steeped in antiquity. The records pertaining to these illustrious figures within the 749 Bureau are rather scant, primarily consisting of information readily available online. Regrettably, no connections to the fire seed could be uncovered, likely due to the considerable passage of time resulting in incomplete documentation. Lin Yi sighed, feeling no significant disappointment. He had long anticipated this outcome. The means by which the fire seed concealed itself were exceptionally adept, particularly several millennia ago. Had remnants from that era been easily discernible, their familiarity with this organization would not be so lacking. To uncover the tales of the ancient fire seed, it is indeed essential to rely on relics, Yang Miao remarked. The outcome of this endeavor would hinge upon fortune. Setting aside the materials at hand, Lin Yi turned his attention to the dossier on Tesla, while Yang Miao delved into the records of Da Vinci. Compared to the modern era, these two figures are not exceedingly distant in time, and consequently, a wealth of information remains, making them the focal point of Lin Yi and Yang Miao's investigation. Chapter 33. What? Although Leonardo da Vinci and Nikola Tesla did not belong to the same era, a certain connection can indeed be discerned between the two. The three universally acknowledged geniuses are Da Vinci, Newton, and Tesla, all of whom made monumental contributions to the advancement of human civilization. In contrast to the former two, Tesla's renown is arguably the least, often regarded as the most overlooked of scientists. Yet, he was a pivotal figure in ushering humanity into the electric age. His research manuscripts during his lifetime were deemed absolute secrets and preserved by the Eagle Nation. Numerous enigmatic rumors about Tesla circulate online, rendering him a figure embodying both mystery and science. Due to his uniqueness, the 749 Bureau housed only a scant number of his research manuscripts. Nevertheless, Lin Yi sought to uncover some clues within this limited collection. Given the scientific nature of the material, much of it was laden with specialized terminology. Even with some prior knowledge, Lin Yi found the search quite arduous. However, he felt fortunate, as he soon stumbled upon a peculiar inconsistency. The Wardenclyffe Tower project? As one of history's renowned experiments, Lin Yi was certainly familiar with it. Tesla spent 8 months constructing the first Wardenclyffe Tower, touted as an electrotransmission tower capable of creating a series resonance between the Earth's ionosphere and the ground. The energy produced could be received by another Wardenclyffe Tower on the opposite side of the planet, thus enabling the transmission of electricity to any location on the blue planet. This process generated immense energy without any pollution. However, the experiment ultimately halted for some unknown reasons, and similar experiments were never resumed. The prevailing rumors suggest that someone deliberately sabotaged it, as the success of this experiment would have threatened the interests of many. Yet, the records at the 749 Bureau tell a different story. After testing, the Wardenclyffe Tower was found capable of peering into the spiritual realm within the Earth, capable of drawing spiritual energy to nourish the blue planet. However, this process would inevitably result in uncontrollable rifts in the spiritual realm, leading to its cessation. The rift that caused the Tunguska event is suspected to have been influenced by Tesla, though conclusive evidence remains elusive. Astonished, Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon reading this information. He was no stranger to the Tunguska event, having just returned from that very place. However, he had not anticipated a connection between it and Tesla. The two seemed entirely unrelated at first glance. Although Tesla had claimed he could create an explosion on the scale of the Tunguska event, most dismissed it as mere bravado, taking little heed. In the annals of the Spiritual Energy Weapons Research Institute, Tesla appeared to hold a significant position, yet the specifics of his history lack the detail afforded to other figures. Could it be that his monumental contributions were accompanied by equally significant risks? Lin Yi pondered meticulously. contemplating that perhaps the establishment of the Spiritual Energy Weapon Research Institute in the desolate expanse of northern Berlia was not without reason. The purpose might well have been to safeguard the dimensional rift manufactured by Tesla. An unsettling realization gripped him, prompting him to delve deeper into the text. Through assessments by various extraordinary organizations, it was determined that although Tesla was an ordinary man, he posed an exceptionally high level of danger. He had inexplicably come into contact with intelligence regarding spiritual energy, which led him to embark on research. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the death ray concept was not intended for warfare, but rather served as a prototype of a directed energy weapon. Through a particular technology, spiritual energy was inscribed onto the weapon in the form of runes, endowing it with formidable spiritual power. The ultimate aim was to accurately strike spiritual beings or dimensional rifts. However, for reasons unknown, this technology did not disseminate. In Tesla's later years, his fervor for spiritual energy research intensified, revealing an inexplicable hatred towards the spiritual realm. He sought to employ more efficient means to address the crises posed by spiritual entities while also beginning to construct devices capable of receiving signals from the spiritual realm. Aspiring to pinpoint the locations of dimensional rifts with precision, it was established that Tesla's research was imbued with immense spiritual energy release, posing a significant risk of a large-scale emergence of dimensional rifts. The extraordinary organization of the Eagle Nation assessed that following Tesla's demise, no one would be able to continue such research. Should anyone attempt to engage in similar experiments, it would pose a grave threat, prompting the containment of all research drafts. However, these drafts held tremendous value. The 749 Bureau exchanged a portion for further study, yet none proved successful, leading to their eventual abandonment. As Lin E. perused the records related to the 749 Bureau, his jaw fell agape. The revelations were startling. The discrepancies with actual history were alarmingly vast. It appeared that all of Tesla's weapon research was aimed at combating spiritual beings, and given that he was not a spiritual energy user, how had he come into contact with the spiritual realm? Lenny deduced, almost instinctively, that it must have been due to the Spark organization. Perhaps they had sensed the potential danger Tesla's research posed to the world, prompting them to approach him and disclose information regarding the spiritual realm. For reasons undisclosed, Tesla's animosity towards spiritual beings was ignited, leading this genius to direct all subsequent research against the spiritual domain. Tesla's audacity to pursue such perilous research may have stemmed from the backing of the Spark organization, which shielded him from the repercussions. Yet, the nature of these studies was utterly astonishing. Had he successfully completed them, it was likely that the blue planet would have been free from the incursions of spiritual beings. Nevertheless, the long-standing safety issues plaguing a world could hardly be resolved so easily by a single human. Thus, even a prodigy like Tesla ultimately failed to accomplish the related research within the confines of human mortality. Perhaps by that time, the Spark organization had gradually become more clandestine, failing to completely consolidate those materials and allowing the Eagle Nation's extraordinary organization to contain them instead. Most importantly, the sections concerning the death ray weapon within these reports increasingly evoked a sense of familiarity with spiritual energy weapons for Lin E. Upon reflecting on all that has been witnessed within the confines of the Psi Weapon Research Institute, the Psi weapons were originally conceived by the illustrious Oyezi. Yet their full-scale dissemination remained elusive until the era of Tesla, when semi-automated manufacturing was finally realized. What does this signify? A historical figure with whom one is familiar turns out to be a member of the Spark organization? Indeed, Lin E. has harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of this information. However, the internal investigation report from Bureau 749 has unequivocally presented evidence that confronts him directly. Chapter 34. What are your thoughts? Tesla, the Spark. Lin E. murmured softly, his mind in turmoil. Had it not been for his experiences at the Psychic Weapon Research Institute and the precise information from the 749 Bureau, he could never have connected a genius scientist like Tesla, who made significant contributions to humanity, with an extraordinary organization like the Spark. The notion was simply surreal. Both Tesla and other historical figures have, to varying degrees, contributed to the advancement of human civilization. Yet, They all possessed experiences in combating ethereal entities. Does this not imply that the spark, which orchestrated these individuals, is an organization influencing civilization in multifaceted ways? Lin could scarcely fathom the extent of the spark's influence throughout the course of human history. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart and continued to peruse the materials in his hands. Due to his elevated clearance, the documents he was reviewing were classified at the highest level, and he was also entitled to examine the experimental manuscripts compiled by the 749 Bureau. Unsurprisingly, the manuscripts penned by Tesla were chaotic and disordered, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the correct sequence, let alone comprehend the intricate formulas recorded within. However, understanding these complexities was not Lin Yi's true objective. He was genuinely in search of traces related to the spark. Thus, he decisively chose to bypass the incomprehensible sections and began to examine the pages meticulously. Before long, he stumbled upon something unusual. It was on a weapon design blueprint, which, being a draft, was filled with erratic, dark scribbles. Yet within these seemingly random markings, one area resembled a twisted, burning spark, accompanied by a line of text. This scribble was not particularly conspicuous on the draft paper, but Lenny noticed it immediately because he had seen this emblem before, specifically, the insignia of the spark at the Psychic Weapon Research Institute. He could not be mistaken. This was not mere doodling. It was a deliberate mark left by Tesla, though the reason remained a mystery. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had finally uncovered a definitive link between Tesla and the spark. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin turned to Yang Miao and inquired, "How are your findings coming along?" "I haven't discovered anything of value yet," Yang Miao replied, her tone somewhat somber. As one of the most renowned geniuses of modern times, Da Vinci left behind few paintings, but numerous miscellaneous design manuscripts. It was challenging to find anything of worth among these designs. "What about you?" she asked. Lin nodded with excitement, handing her the draft paper emblazoned with the spark's emblem. Upon seeing the markings, Yang Miao's eyes widened in astonishment, her earlier disappointment evaporating in an instant. "It's true. Tesla was once a member of the spark," she exclaimed, her voice filled with exhilaration. Although no historical evidence regarding Da Vinci has been uncovered, the findings concerning Tesla are remarkably compelling. She examined the documents in Lin Yi's possession, her expression gradually shifting from surprise to solemnity. Clearly, she did not anticipate Tesla's significant role within the Spark organization, nor the perilous nature of those weapon drafts. After a moment of contemplation, she regained her composure and reflected on the current situation and the intelligence at hand, stating gravely, "It is imperative that we engage in negotiations with the 749 Bureau and the 8th District of the Eagle Nation as swiftly as possible. We must recover as many of Tesla's design manuscripts as we can. We cannot allow such substantial strategic resources to remain vulnerable. I understand that even if there are no hostile conditions among global extraordinary organizations at present, such dangerous weapon information cannot be left in the hands of others, especially since the 749 Bureau currently holds greater power than the 8th District." Lin nodded. Even without Yang Miao's words, he shared similar sentiments. The drafts of Tesla's weaponry are exceedingly hazardous, and since the Spark organization shows no inclination to recover them, the responsibility must fall to the 749 Bureau. Moreover, the 749 Bureau currently possesses what may be the only existing psychic weapon in the world. If they were to acquire Tesla's experimental manuscripts, it could greatly aid in the replication of psychic weaponry. This matter pertains not only to the Spark, but also to diplomacy. I will consult with the director to expedite our actions. Pausing momentarily, Lin continued, "There is much to be done. The 749 Bureau must swiftly enhance its capabilities. Otherwise, even if we manage to replicate psychic weaponry, we may find ourselves unable to utilize it, let alone establish a collaborative relationship with the Spark." The promising candidates he had previously noted could be approached again, and I shall also conduct psychic tests on the members of the scientific expedition team shortly to identify any potential talents. Lin quickly organized everything, and as he spoke, Yang Miao's mind involuntarily conjured the visage of Li Ming. Among the many promising candidates, Li Ming stood out as one of the finest. "I shall depart immediately," Yang Miao declared, eager not to delay, and Lin Yi said nothing further. With some crucial documents in hand, the two departed together. Meanwhile, in the coastal city of Linhai, at Chen Yan's private villa, Li Ming was invited to visit and was awaiting Chen Yan's arrival in the reception room. Although they had interacted on numerous occasions, this marked Li Ming's first visit to Chen Yan's home. He did not wait long. Soon, Chen Yan arrived in a wheelchair pushed by a caregiver, who paused at the entrance and closed the door to the reception room. "Mr. Chen," Li Ming called out, rising to assist with the wheelchair as Chen Yan approached. He held a deep respect for this philanthropic entrepreneur. In recent days, Chen Yan's charitable activities had become increasingly frequent and expansive, which was one of the few things that brought Li Ming joy lately. After all, he regarded Linhai as home, and having such a capable individual in his family undoubtedly filled him with pride. "Thank you, Officer Li." Chen Yan smiled softly, accepting the kindness without refusal, as Li Ming gently guided him to the tea table. "Mr. Chen, you are older than I am. Simply calling me by my name will suffice," Li Ming remarked with a slight smile, ensuring the wheelchair was securely positioned before taking his seat opposite the guest. He then inquired, "Mr. Chen, with your busy schedule, what prompted you to invite me today?" Since the incident with the deep diver, the two had maintained correspondence. However, Li Ming had a specific motive. He wished to ascertain whether anyone else had witnessed the emergence of the deep diver that day. Yet, whenever he broached the topic, Chen Yan would deftly evade the matter. Thus, he was quite taken aback by this unsolicited invitation. "You have contributed so much to Linhai City. As a member of this community, it is only natural that I express my gratitude," Chen Yan offered politely. "Mr. Chen, you exaggerate. I could never compare my contributions to yours," Li Ming replied with a hint of bashfulness, scratching the back of his head. Gazing at Chen Yan, he suddenly exclaimed, "You seem to be in much better spirits lately. Could it be that your health has improved?" Compared to his previous frail appearance, Chen Yan now appeared indistinguishable from a healthy individual. "It seems I have encountered a benefactor." "Ah, I see." Li Ming's eyes brightened, feeling genuinely pleased for Chen Yan. He had often lamented the plight of this charitable entrepreneur suffering from a grave illness. And now, with a turn for the better, it was indeed wonderful news. At that moment, Chen Yan wore a mysterious smile, scrutinizing Li Ming from head to toe, and softly said, "Captain Li, haven't you been inquiring about that incident lately?" Do you have any new information?" Li Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had not expected Chen Yan to bring up the matter unprompted. He had longed to uncover the meaning behind the enigmatic patterns he had witnessed that day and to discern the source of the voice that whispered in his ear. If he could gather more information, perhaps the truth would be revealed. Noticing Li Ming's eager expression, Chen Yan wasted no time and addressed the matter directly. "I do have some insights, but first, I would like to know your thoughts on the deep diver incident that day." Chapter 35, A Special Existence Upon Hearing a Familiar Term. Li Ming's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the smiling Chen Yan. "How do you know this name?" The sudden mention of the name deep diver from Chen Yan's lips left Li Ming in a state of shock. He had never imagined that the frail and ailing Chen Yan could be associated with such a concept. Even though the other party was also an experiencer, he had never considered this angle. Yet now, Chen Yan had uttered the true name of that monstrosity, indicating that someone must have had contact with him. Could it be that the people of the 749 Bureau have also reached out to you? Li Ming tentatively inquired, as this was the only possibility he could conceive. To his surprise, Chen Yan shook his head and replied, "I have never had any contact with the 749 Bureau. I doubt such an extraordinary organization would take notice of a mere patient like me." "And how did you?" Li Ming opened his mouth to ask again, but before he could finish, he suddenly realized something. The events of that day flashed through his mind, particularly the divine figure that loomed high above. Could it be? "It seems you have already deduced it." Chen Yan smiled, and in the midst of Li Ming's astonished gaze, he gracefully rose from his wheelchair and strolled towards him, patting his shoulder. "You must be quite curious now. Do you have any questions?" Faced with this inquiry, Li Ming found himself speechless. Indeed, he was filled with curiosity, yet his mind was in disarray, rendering him momentarily unable to formulate a question. Everything he had experienced today had completely deviated from his expectations, leaving him uncertain whether to inquire about Chen Yan's miraculous recovery or the nature of his connection with that figure. Noticing Li Ming's silence, Chen Yan did not wait. He drew a flint from his pocket and presented it before Li Ming. "You should be familiar with this emblem." "This is..." Li Ming was taken aback, staring at the familiar ember insignia. In a flurry, he retrieved the photograph he had taken earlier, which he had kept hidden to avoid scrutiny. Upon careful comparison, he realized that the emblem in the photograph was entirely identical to the one in his hand. After extensive research following that encounter, he had never found another mark that resembled it. Little did he expect to see it today. This was the emblem left by that powerful psychic. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming forced himself to regain his composure, for he suddenly understood that Chen Yan's willingness to disclose so much indicated that the purpose of summoning him today was far from simple. "The flint I hold is a token of the Ember organization, engraved with their emblem," Chen Yan declared, standing tall, his voice imbued with a profound sense of pride. Li Ming naturally sensed this, deducing from these details that Chen Yan must indeed be a member of the Fireseed organization. Carefully stowing away the flint, Chen Yan turned to Li Ming and continued. "The Fireseed organization was established by the ancient figure known as the Firestarter, with the purpose of combating the invasion of spiritual beings, ensuring the continuous development of human civilization. Throughout the millennia, countless invasions from the spirit realm have occurred, yet nearly all have been thwarted by the predecessors of the Fireseed organization. This is why humanity enjoys such stability today, providing light to humanity and hope to civilization. Countless members of the Fireseed organization have sacrificed their lives for their beliefs and the homes they cherish, indifferent to the accolades behind them. If civilization calls, the Fireseed will emerge. If civilization flourishes without the threat of the spirit realm, the Fireseed will remain hidden. This is an astonishingly noble organization, and the powerful spiritual adept who saved us that day is the current leader of the Fireseed organization, the torchbearer Baiyu." Chen Yan's voice rang out with strength, imbued with profound emotion. As he spoke, a grand organization, one that has existed since ancient times with the mission of saving humanity, vividly materialized in Li Ming's mind. His heart raced with excitement, an involuntary quickening of his pulse. He sensed that he had perhaps unveiled a hidden corner of history. However, Li Ming, being in the field of security, approached all matters with utmost vigilance. Since that day, he had searched for traces of the Fireseed through countless means, yet found nothing. An organization that left no historical footprints could not be fully believed based solely on one person's account. After a moment of calm, he spoke in a deep voice. "How can I trust you? After all, there has never been an organization called Fireseed in history." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated Li Ming's response. In Li Ming's astonished gaze, Chen Yan slowly picked up a dagger from the table and forcefully sliced it across his own forearm. The sharp dagger painfully pierced his skin, and glistening blood began to flow slowly. "What are you doing?" Li Ming sprang to his feet, bewildered by Chen Yan's actions. But he soon stood frozen, for the wound that had just appeared on Chen Yan began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state, leaving no scar behind. In an instant, a thought flashed through Li Ming's mind. "You are a spiritual adept?" There is no one else who could wield such power besides a spiritual adept. "Indeed," Chen Yan replied with a smile, casually setting down the dagger. "The leader healed my ailments and granted me spiritual abilities. My purpose in inviting you here is not merely to recount the tale of the Fireseed, but to extend an invitation for you to join. This is the leader's command, as you, like me, are a being of special significance." Chapter 36. A Unique Existence? Li Ming found himself momentarily entranced by the phrase, repeating it in a daze. He struggled to comprehend what made him special. Could it truly be, as the members of the 749 Bureau suggested, that he possessed the potential to become a psychic? However, the organization known as Fireseed seemed to be an immensely powerful entity. In a remarkably short time, it transformed the gravely ill Chen Yan into a formidable psychic. An organization of such stature would hardly lack individuals with the potential to become psychics. Yet, when he heard Chen Yin refer to him as a unique existence. His heart raced uncontrollably. Regardless of the circumstances, the image of Baiyu from that day was etched in his mind like a divine apparition. He felt an irresistible admiration for Baiyu, akin to a child's reverence for a guardian. This emotion surged from the depths of his being, spiraling within him, refusing to dissipate. Thus, beyond his curiosity, this profound feeling was the driving force behind his eagerness to uncover the truth of that day. Today, however, Chen Yin revealed that Baiyu wished for him to join the Fire Seed organization. A wave of elation washed over him, rendering him momentarily unable to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming finally spoke. Why? Why has the torchbearer not made an appearance? A sense of trepidation gripped him, as he feared it might be due to his own inadequacy. Although Chen Yin had declared him a unique existence, what could truly be considered special in the eyes of such a powerful being? At this point, Chen Yin's expression turned grave as he solemnly stated, "The Fire Seed has only just begun to awaken and is in dire need of personnel. The leader has never regarded himself as a superior. Even when I was gravely ill, he personally recruited me. His absence now is due to a massive rift in the spirit realm that has emerged in the North Beryllia region. The current capabilities of our extraordinary organizations are woefully insufficient to confront this crisis. Thus, the leader is currently occupied with addressing this situation in North Beryllia, which is why he has not appeared to personally recruit." What? Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, a wave of anxiety surged within Li Ming. The mere thought of a massive rift in the spirit realm invoked a profound sense of foreboding. If his memory served him correctly, the rift from which the deep diver emerged was merely a small fissure. Yet even then, the 749 Bureau had yet to locate its source. A colossal rift could potentially unleash countless terrifying creatures. The incident occurring in the remote North Beryllia region, compounded by the involvement of spirit realm entities, had only recently come to Li Ming's attention. Seemingly sensing his concern, Chen Yin reassured him, "Do not worry. Currently, the creatures capable of tearing open a rift to reach Blue Star pose no threat to the leader. He is the most powerful psychic." Most powerful. Li Ming's breath hitched momentarily, disbelief washing over him. After all, organizations like the 749 Bureau still existed. Yet he refrained from voicing his doubts, instead turning his gaze towards Chen Yin and inquired, "I am merely an ordinary individual. I fear that joining the Fire Seed would not allow me to make any significant contributions." He was beginning to feel a flicker of interest. An altruistic organization devoted to saving the world, indifferent to fame and fortune, perfectly aligned with his ideals. "You need not worry about that," Chen Yin replied, shaking his head. "Once you join the organization, the leader will assist you in becoming psychic, and the tasks you will undertake are of great importance, even concerning the safety of the entire world." At this moment, Chen Yin had discerned that Li Ming was somewhat tempted, so he seized the opportunity. Li Ming was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he looked at Chen Yin. "If what you say is true, then the Fire Seed must possess the means to transform ordinary people into psychics." However, what truly piqued his curiosity was the nature of the significant task he was to undertake, one that allegedly pertained to the safety of the world. At present, he had yet to join the Fire Seed. Chen Yin, not one to keep him in suspense, continued, "Upon becoming a psychic, the organization requires you to infiltrate the 749 Bureau and relay valuable intelligence." As soon as Chen Yin finished speaking, Li Ming abruptly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet and exclaiming, "I could never do that." The 749 Bureau was also an extraordinary organization willing to contribute to the world. How could he possibly serve as a spy in such a place? He glared at Chen Yin, incredulous. He had never anticipated that the matter concerning the world's safety would involve him acting as a spy within the 749 Bureau. If it were a malevolent organization, that would be one thing, but the 749 Bureau was a legitimate organization, one that he was even associated with. There was no way he could agree to infiltrate it. Seeing Li Ming's vehement reaction, Chen Yin sighed softly, preparing to offer an explanation, when a calm voice emerged from behind them. "It is not about making you a spy." Recognizing the familiar voice, Chen Yin turned to find Baiyu had appeared without him noticing, and he promptly addressed him, "Leader, You have returned from Northern Berlia. Indeed, I just dealt with some spiritual entities, Baiyu replied with a smile and a nod. He had returned after resolving a situation involving a batch of spiritual beings that had emerged from a rift in the spiritual realm, collecting both their remains and spiritual essence. He had intended to observe how the recruitment task was progressing, only to stumble upon this scene. Adhering to the principle of preventing misunderstandings, he chose to present himself. You are the leader of the Fireseed organization? Li Ming was astonished, his eyes widening as he listened to their exchange and observed Baiyu's remarkably youthful visage. He could hardly believe that the individual who had saved an entire department that day was such a young person. He appeared to be scarcely 20 years old. The thought of someone so young bearing the weight of saving the world was almost unfathomable. My name is Baiyu. He introduced himself with a smile. While Li Ming found himself at a loss for words. He had been on the verge of expressing his anger, but Baiyu had interrupted him. Before the revered savior, the fire within him could not ignite regardless of the circumstances. You seem perplexed, Baiyu spoke softly, her voice imbued with a magical quality that instinctively eased the tension in one's heart. Li Ming, influenced by this inexplicable atmosphere, felt his anger dissipate significantly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I do not comprehend why I am to assume the role of a spy. When the 749 Bureau is undeniably an exemplary organization dedicated to combating the entities of the spirit realm. He harbored aspirations for the Fireseed. Were he to be granted membership, it would be acceptable, but to become a spy, regardless of Baiyu's personal solicitation, was not something he would entertain. It remains true that we do not genuinely require you to act as a spy. Baiyu shook her head, gesturing with her hand, and before them materialized a vast screen constructed from light and shadow, upon which vivid and lifelike images began to unfold. This extraordinary spectacle astonished Li Ming, prompting him to rub his eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chunyan stood proudly, chest out, fully aware of Baiyu's intentions, and cast a glance at Li Ming. It was time for Li Ming to grasp the true nobility of the Fireseed organization and the profound significance of the tasks it undertook. Chapter 37. The initial expansion of the organization as shadows danced and the surroundings plunged into darkness. Only the vivid images within Li Ming's gaze remained illuminated. They depicted the relentless progression of human civilization throughout history. Baiyu's timely narration resonated alongside him, recounting how the Fireseed was established with the noble purpose of combating beings from the spirit realm and safeguarding humanity. It was precisely for this reason that whenever the spirit realm entities vanished, the Fireseed would dissolve, retreating into the annals of history. For spiritual energy is ultimately an external force. Its potent presence upon the blue planet would only hinder the advancement of human civilization. Now, as the spirit realm invades once more, the Fireseed must reassemble. Yet, even such a formidable organization faces immense challenges in rebuilding from the ground up. As I, a bearer of the flame, have only recently awakened, and with the other seasoned members of the Fireseed presently in seclusion, there are currently only 2 formal members. It is evident that this scant number is insufficient to save the world. However, given the imminent threat posed by the spirit realm, the Fireseed lacks the luxury of time to fully revive. Thus, collaboration with contemporary extraordinary organizations is essential. The Fireseed, being both unique and powerful, has historically refrained from leaving traces in the annals of history to prevent influencing human civilization, as per organizational protocol. Thus, recruiting you to convey messages to other extraordinary organizations on behalf of the Fireseed is not a matter of deceitful espionage. Rather, is a desperate measure dictated by the current circumstances. Regardless, the Fireseed must remain concealed from the world at this juncture. This approach is the only means to gather valuable intelligence and effectively counter the entities of the spirit realm. The core mission of the Fireseed has always been to safeguard human civilization, ensuring that no actions detrimental to this world are undertaken, including any influence over existing extraordinary organizations. During the years of the Fireseed as dissolution, how many times have rifts to the spirit realm manifested, and how many entities have emerged? Even I, despite my strength, possess scant knowledge of these occurrences. The salvation of humanity cannot be approached with carelessness. As I have yet to fully explore the depths of the organization, the Fire Seed requires information and allies to confront the spirit realm. Baiyu appealed to both emotion and reason, and as Li Ming absorbed the narrative, the images of the Fire Seed predecessors bravely battling the spirit realm flickered before him, sowing seeds of doubt within his heart. Although reluctant to play a duplicitous role, he pondered whether a slight compromise was not worth it for the sake of this world. After all, the predecessors of the Fire Seed had once risked their very lives fighting valiantly against the spirit realm. To cling stubbornly to his trivial sentiments now would be excessively obstinate. What he needed to undertake was not espionage, but rather to serve as a conduit between the two organizations. Sharing intelligence and uniting against the spirit realm seemed a far more commendable endeavor. Gradually, Li Ming began to persuade himself. As Baiyu observed that the time had come, he waved his hand to disperse the luminescent screen composed of his own spiritual energy. Maintaining such intricate imagery consumed far more spiritual energy than engaging in combat. With a rift in the spirit realm yet to be sealed, one could not predict what other ominous entities might emerge. It was wise to conserve one's energy. He felt he had expressed all that needed to be said. At present, the spark was still in its nascent stages, indeed requiring ample intelligence to support its mission of salvation. He could not continuously envelop the globe with his spiritual energy, setting aside the toll it would take on him. In areas like the Tongsigu explosion, where spiritual energy interference prevailed, transmitting information would not be timely. Although the 749 Bureau lacked top-tier spiritual practitioners, its intelligence-gathering capabilities were unparalleled, operating seamlessly on a global scale. Until Spark established its own intelligence organization, relying on the 749 Bureau for information was the most prudent choice. Both Baiyu and Li Ming were lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chunyan was still savoring everything he had just witnessed on the luminous screen. The history of Spark was overwhelmingly vast. Even with his unrestricted access to the Temple of Knowledge, he could not fully comprehend it. Now, having learned a fragment of its history, he could not help but marvel at how truly noble and unparalleled the organization was. As a member of Spark, he felt woefully inadequate. He must adhere to the organization's teachings and strive to grow into a true member of Spark. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts. After a brief contemplation, Li Ming exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting towards Baiyu, and he nodded earnestly. I wish to become a member of Spark and accept this mission. Excellent. Baiyu replied with a smile, his heart swelling with joy at the system notification before him. The individual he had long sought had finally been persuaded. His efforts had not been in vain. Chunyan then smiled at Li Ming, stating, from now on, we are all members of Spark, dedicating our lives to the belief of saving the world. It is my honor. Li Ming thumped his chest with enthusiasm. Once, he had deemed the notion of saving the world to be far too distant, merely a childhood dream. As he matured, his sole desire was to protect Linghai City from malevolent threats. However, upon uncovering the secrets of this world and the existence of the spirit realm, his childhood aspirations resurfaced within him. Now, he was truly poised to begin the quest to save the world. In a few days, more members will arrive, and I will hold a ceremony for your induction into the organization, Baiyu announced, presenting Li Ming with a piece of a new flint. Li Ming accepted it with great excitement, realizing that the ceremony Baiyu referred to was likely the one that would transform him into a spiritual practitioner. At that moment, Baiyu gazed into the distance, envisioning the scene before him, and nodded silently. It seemed that Xiaowan's progress was swift as well, and with 3 new forces bolstering the organization, it had begun to grow. Meanwhile, Ning Shi and Xiaowan, who had just been escorted out of the 749 Bureau's base, were on their way back. After both individuals were assessed and found lacking in the potential to become psychics, Bureau 749 promptly released them. Initially, Ning Shi felt a tinge of regret for not being able to embody the extraordinary powers of a character from a novel. However, she was taken aback when Xiaowan suddenly spoke to her about a spark, the salvation of the world, and mentioned that a benefactor was the leader of a saving organization. Observing the serious expression on her senior's face, Ning Shi swallowed hard, realizing this was no jest. Yet, The revelation was overwhelmingly sudden. The notion of her saving the world seemed insurmountable. Xiao Wan, with an earnest demeanor, stated, "My invitation comes at the behest of the leader, who regards your potential with great importance. Should you possess the resolve to bear this responsibility, then you shall accompany me to Linghai City, where you will henceforth live as a spark." Xiao Wan's gaze was intense, making Ningxi hesitant to maintain eye contact. Nonetheless, she could distinctly feel her heart racing, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through her. The vision of that almost divine figure from her recent experiences lingered in her mind. To save the world. After much contemplation, Ningxi seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. She lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Wan's eyes and nodded vigorously. Chapter 38. The Ember Cloak. A few days had passed. Within the headquarters of the Cave of Wonders, Baiyu summoned Chun Yin before him and tossed a small spherical object from the storage space of flint. "Give this a try." Chun Yin, slightly flustered, caught the item, feeling its icy touch send a shiver down his spine. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the object resembled a concentrated essence of some kind. "What is this?" Chun Yin inquired, glancing at Baiyu with confusion, uncertain of the nature of this peculiar item. After recruiting Li Ming, Baiyu had promptly returned to the Psionic Weapon Research Institute in the North Berlia region, and this was his first return since then. "This is a new piece of equipment I have developed," Baiyu replied with a smile. "Try infusing it with psionic energy." During his time at the Research Institute, Baiyu had not been idle. Although the rift to the spirit realm still lingered, the influx of spiritual entities was not constant. Thus, he had dedicated most of his time to the research of psionic weapons. Recently, he had acquired a batch of corpses from spiritual beings, meticulously harvesting their useful parts to create psionic materials for crafting equipment. Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Chun Yin had no reservations and promptly infused the small sphere with his psionic energy. In the next moment, under the stimulation of the energy, the sphere transformed dramatically. The icy sensation was replaced by a searing warmth as a torrent of flames erupted from a sphere. Within that crimson blaze, the sphere gradually unfurled, ultimately taking the form of a cloak. Simultaneously, the flames that had just burst forth were entirely absorbed by the cloak. The dark fabric of the cloak was soon adorned with several fiery red patterns, reminiscent of the insignia of the Ember organization, subtly radiating warmth and light. The cloak seemed to possess a life of its own, draping itself over Chun Yan's shoulders. "What is this?" Chun Yan's pupils constricted slightly, his heart filled with astonishment. The moment he donned the cloak, he could distinctly sense a surge in the intensity of his psionic energy, reaching the threshold of a first-tier psionicist. The Ember Cloak, a protective gear I specifically crafted, features psionic defense, energy amplification, and flame release. Baiyu elucidated. Both you and the new members set to join possess insufficient strength. Protective gear is essential for survival during containment operations. Given the current psionic materials at our disposal, this equipment represents the pinnacle of what can be produced. Should we acquire superior materials in the future, upgrading it would certainly be feasible. In terms of human weaponry, the Ember Cloak was already capable of withstanding the firepower of large-caliber sniper rifles, rendering ordinary attacks trivial. "Thank you, leader," Chun Yin exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as he experienced the extraordinary properties of the Ember Cloak. Although he had yet to become a first-tier psionicist, with the Ember Cloak equipped, he could contend with, and even potentially defeat, a first-tier spiritual entity. In summary, he was no longer a mere liability. Once again infusing it with spiritual energy, the Ember Cloak would revert to its spherical form, allowing it to be placed within the flint. By the way, during the transformation, the Ember Cloak emits a flame attack. "Be mindful not to harm your allies," Baiyu cautioned. He himself was uncertain whether this uncontrollable flame attack constituted a flaw, but could be deemed a formidable method of offense. "I understand," Chun Yin nodded, following Baiyu's instructions to infuse the Ember Cloak with spiritual energy once more. A surge of fiery brilliance erupted, and the Ember Cloak transformed back into a sphere. He carefully stowed it away before turning his gaze back to Baiyu. "All right, our new member is almost here. We should prepare to welcome them." Baiyu smiled, his eyes directed beyond the headquarters. In his line of sight, three figures were hastening from two directions, their destination being Birch Mountain. Sister Wan, is this truly the headquarters of the Ember? As they traversed Birch Mountain, Ningxi leaned closely against Xiao Wan, glancing around with a hint of anxiety. The verdant Birch Mountain was awash with life. The patterns on the trees resembling eyes scrutinizing the world, sending a chill down one's spine. This is indeed the place. Xiao Wan nodded calmly. Her courage was not so easily shaken. Moreover, the closer they approached the center of Birch Mountain, the stronger the reaction from the flint she carried, indicating they were undoubtedly on the right path. However, just after taking a few steps, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Xiao Wan furrowed her brow and halted instantly, positioning Ningxi protectively behind her. Emerging from among the numerous birch trees was a robust man dressed in sportswear, his face equally etched with vigilance. Li Ming had not expected to encounter others on Birch Mountain today. Since the deep diver incident had occurred, the mountain had seen a significant decline in visitors. Both Xiao Wan and Li Ming came to a standstill, exchanging no words, merely locking eyes in a tension-laden silence. Ningxi was the first to find the atmosphere unbearable. Regardless of how one viewed it, playing a game of cat and mouse in such a remote forest felt excessively nerve-wracking. She swallowed hard and turned to Li Ming, inquiring, "Brother, what brings you here?" "To play." Li Ming replied tersely, his tone betraying no emotional inflection. Xiao Wan frowned slightly, while Ningxi scanned her surroundings, noting that it was merely trees as far as the eye could see. What could possibly be entertaining in this desolate place? At that moment, Li Ming contemplated questioning the duo's intentions, but suddenly, the flint nestled in his arms emanated a wave of warmth, a profound sensation washing over him. Simultaneously, Xiao Wan experienced the same feeling. She clenched the flint in her pocket, incredulously gazing at Li Ming, tentatively asking, "You two?" The sensation just transmitted from the flint dissolved any animosity she felt towards the man before her, even fostering a sense of camaraderie akin to that between comrades. The sudden and uncontrollable emotional shift overwhelmed her, leading her to ponder a possibility that this man might also possess the enigmatic spark of flint. Li Ming azitan linudda, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Wan. He understood the implications of her thoughts, yet he was taken aback by the serendipitous encounter with members of another organization in this very location. "I am Li Ming," he introduced himself, his sense of vigilance dissipating as he relaxed. Given that they were to become comrades in the future, there was no reason for hesitation. The bond they were about to forge could very well be one of life and death. "Xiao Wan, Ning Qi." The two introduced themselves as well. Though Ningxi appeared somewhat perplexed, lacking any flint, she felt no connection to the mysterious energy. However, being perceptive, she grasped the essence of the conversation unfolding between the two and understood Li Ming's true identity. The headquarters must be nearby. Confirming their identities, Li Ming boldly produced the flint. The red-tinged flint emitted a faint glow, indicating a specific direction. "Let us go together," Xiao Wan nodded, revealing her own flint. The light from both stones intertwined in the air, ultimately directing them toward a singular path. Feeling a pull, Li Ming strode confidently ahead, with Xiao Wan guiding Ningxi closely behind. Without further ado, both Xiao Wan and Li Ming halted simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of connection flooding their minds, affirming that they had arrived at the place they sought. Soon, Ningxi too experienced this sensation. The three of them, guided by this instinct, felt their latent spiritual energies resonate with it. In the next moment, the trio vanished from the land. They perceived the scenery around them transforming rapidly, as if traversing through time and space, leaving them momentarily disoriented. When their vision steadied, they found themselves before a colossal statue of the Flint Man, nestled within an immense cavern that seemed to exist since ancient times, resembling a miniature world of its own. Countless grand murals adorned the cavern walls, depicting familiar histories and myths. Under the crystalline radiance, the figures within the murals appeared poised to awaken. The overwhelming energy permeating the space was palpable. Even to those yet to become energy wielders, it enveloped them like a warm embrace from the ocean. The awe-inspiring scene left the three momentarily speechless. Just then, amidst the shadow cast by the statue, A warm light suddenly materialized, gradually descending from above, showering countless luminous energy points upon them. Ultimately, this radiant mass settled beside the grand emblem of the spark, revealing the figure of Baiyu, who emerged gently. With an intense gaze that flickered with fiery brilliance in his dark eyes, he addressed them in a calm and soothing voice. "Welcome, new sparks." Chapter 39. Vigilance. Upon hearing Baiyu's voice, the three individuals simultaneously quivered. They could distinctly sense the spiritual energy of the space around them surging forth, the impact of which was profoundly palpable. This was the weight of the leader of the Fire Seed organization. In comparison to the other two, Ning Shi's emotional fluctuations were markedly more intense. This was her first encounter with Baiyu's true visage, and she noted with surprise that he appeared even younger than his years suggested. Were it not for the overwhelming spiritual aura emanating from him, she might have mistaken him for a handsome young student from some prestigious academy. Noticing Ning Shi's gaze, Baiyu smiled and nodded in her direction. He had observed everything that had transpired outside and had subtly guided Ning Shi with his spiritual energy, granting her a unique advantage. He nearly forgot that he had not yet bestowed a piece of flint upon her, gently caressing the immense fire seed insignia beside him. Baiyu spoke softly. "The place you now inhabit is the headquarters of the Fire Seed organization, a realm distinct from Blue Star, akin to the miniature worlds depicted in novels. This location serves as the foundation of the organization, the root system of a great tree. For generations, the bearers of the flame have painstakingly crafted this sanctuary, shielded from the disturbances of the spiritual realm. Should the fate of Blue Star be irrevocably doomed, this will stand as humanity's final refuge." At this revelation, their hearts trembled with intensity. They had initially believed that establishing a small world as their base was an ambitious endeavor, yet now they understood that the headquarters possessed a significance far deeper. Humanity's last stronghold. This implied that even a formidable entity like the Fire Seed could not guarantee a complete triumph over the spiritual realm, having long ago devised an escape for humanity. Nevertheless, humanity continued to thrive on Blue Star, and this space had never been traversed by anyone outside the Fire Seed members. It was evident that the sacrifices made by the members throughout the years were immense. In just a few words, the pride swelling within them deepened. It was a privilege to be part of an organization with such a noble cause. "Only those members I recognize may enter this space. As formal members, you can access it at any time through the flint." With that, Baiyu handed a piece of flint to Ning Shi, who received it as if it were a priceless treasure. "Your gathering here today is a manifestation of destiny, as well as a testament to your own will. Long ago, you embraced the lofty ideal of dedicating yourselves to the advancement of human civilization. By now, you should have resolved your affairs in the current world. Without further delay, I shall conduct the initiation ceremony for your entry into the organization." Baiyu's voice was calm, yet the mere mention of the initiation ceremony sent waves of excitement through the group, their breaths growing heavier. The initiation ceremony signified their imminent transformation into spiritual practitioners. Having witnessed the formidable powers of spiritual practitioners and the beings of the spiritual realm, even the most composed among them could not suppress their exhilaration at this moment. Upon witnessing the performances of several individuals, Baiyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he leisurely stepped into the mist. The accumulation of these past days had increased the quantity of fog, ensuring that transforming these new members into psionics would pose no challenge. Gently lifting a mass of gray mist, Baiyu softly proclaimed, "I declare that the individuals before me shall attain psionic abilities." As a gentle breeze swept through, tendrils of mist enveloped the three, and they could distinctly sense a profound change occurring within their bodies. Their senses sharpened, and their understanding of the world became increasingly lucid. The once faint awareness of psionic energy now surged forth with the clarity of a tempest. More strikingly, amidst this tempest, there existed a colossal assembly of spiritual energy, vast as an entire world. This immense reservoir of spiritual essence loomed over the newly ascended psionics, akin to the towering presence of Mount Tai, rendering them nearly breathless. causing them to collapse in astonishment. At that moment, Chun Yin approached from a distance, adeptly assisting each of the three to their feet, his eyes reflecting a hint of empathy. He understood why they exhibited such reactions, for he had once experienced the same, prior to becoming a psionic. He had merely perceived Baiyu as formidable. However, upon attaining psionic status, he realized that Baiyu's strength was something to be revered yet never reached. In comparison to this radiant power, they were but insignificant specks of starlight, mere dust gazing upwards. Timely, Baiyu reigned in his spiritual essence, and the three finally regained their composure, seated upon the ground, gasping for breath as they processed the recent events. They had not anticipated such an ordeal immediately upon becoming psionics. Had they not known that Baiyu was not an adversary, they might have lost all consciousness. Observing the astonished expressions of the trio, Baiyu maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "I have awakened your psionic abilities through the foundation of our organization. Henceforth, you shall be psionics, bearing the mission to combat the spirit realm. Always remember, you are humanity's last hope." Listening to his tranquil voice, the tumult within the three gradually subsided, leaving them with a weighty sense of responsibility. Each acquisition of power comes with a price, accompanied by a profound obligation. However, they had long prepared themselves, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of this world. Witnessing the determination in their eyes, Baiyu nodded in satisfaction, knowing that with their assistance, the Spark organization would flourish imminently. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of excitement. Taking a deep breath, he turned his back to the crowd, gazing at the monumental statue of Shuiren, and slowly intoned, "The flame shall be passed down, guarding the abyss, with fire in hand, illuminating the eternal night. As a beacon, sheltering the land, the spark shall never extinguish, vigilance shall not wane." His voice was gentle yet resolute, and the listeners felt their imaginations of the ancient savior organization sharpen further. Almost in unison, they placed their right hands over their left chests and solemnly declared, "The spark shall never extinguish, vigilance shall not wane." Chapter 40. The nature of psychic energy, a resolute vow echoed in his ears, and a barely perceptible smile graced Baiyu's lips. He did not turn back. Instead, his figure vanished in an instant. All that needed to be done had been accomplished, and there was no longer any necessity for him to linger here. As the leader of an ancient organization, it was essential to maintain an air of mystery. There was no further explanation required. Let these individuals ponder the implications themselves. The rift in the spirit world in the Biberia region remains open, and I must attend to its guardianship. Chun Yin, as the foremost member of the organization in this era, possesses a comprehensive understanding of its various aspects. He will guide you in familiarizing yourselves with the headquarters and address any inquiries you may have. Should any confusion persist, you may seek me out at the Psychic Weapon Research Institute. Baiyu's voice lingered for a moment before fading away, and the gazes of Li Ming and the others swiftly turned toward Chun Yin. Li Ming was well acquainted with Chun Yin, yet Xiao Wan and Ning, she had never encountered him, though they had seen him on television. Despite not being residents of Linhai City, they were aware of Chun Yin's vast commercial empire, which extended into their own city, and he frequently appeared on television programs due to his philanthropic endeavors. Xiao Wan and Ning, she introduced themselves first. "Greetings," they said in unison. Chun Yin politely nodded. Being the eldest among them and one of the earliest members to join the organization, he naturally assumed the role of a mentor. In truth, this was not his first meeting with Xiao Wan and Ning Shi. He had been in contact with them previously. After all, both were renowned young scientists, hailed as the rising stars of the scientific community. He often traversed various cities, thus he had certainly heard of them. However, upon arriving at the headquarters, all external identities must be relinquished. Within these walls, every member of the organization was defined solely by their role as a Spark member. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Yin presented the Spark coats to the three newcomers. Baiyu had provided him with 10 coats, intended for new members' equipment and replacements. This is protective gear developed by the leader at the Psychic Weapon Research Institute. By infusing it with psychic energy, this orb will transform into a Spark coat. Please take care of it. The three of them were taken aback completely unprepared for such employee benefits upon their induction. At the same time, they were even more astonished by the fact that such advanced psychic weapon technology was not something an ordinary organization could possess. This demonstrated that although the Spark organization had only recently revived, its foundational strength was formidable. Before they could test the psychic equipment in their hands, Chun Yin spoke again. Although you have just awakened your psychic energy, you should each have reached the pinnacle of the 0th tier. Every psychic practitioner possesses a unique psychic nature, which ultimately determines the extent of their capabilities. My psychic nature is healing, and by communicating with your own spiritual essence, you should be able to discern your own psychic nature as well. As he spoke, Chunyin opened his palm. A radiant orb of green light floated up and down in his palm, exuding a faint aura of life. At this moment, he was on the verge of becoming a first-tier psychic, with an increasingly precise grasp of his abilities. How impressive! Ning, she was left speechless. Now, as a psychic herself, she could distinctly perceive the diverse natures of spiritual energy. To her, Chun Yin appeared as if he was cradling a newly born life form. This extraordinary sensation left her at a loss for words, overwhelmed by astonishment. She had seldom encountered such formidable powers while reading novels. Yet here it was before her upon becoming a psychic. Chun Yin chuckled and remarked, "Members of the Ignition organization awaken their psychic abilities by leveraging the organization's foundation, resulting in most awakened abilities being exceedingly rare and practical." In truth, Ningxi's praise was quite gratifying to Chun Yin. This feeling was distinct from the flattery one might receive outside. The compliments from fellow members carried a different significance, serving as recognition of his affiliation with the Ignition. It was no wonder he could so effortlessly heal himself back then. Liming nudda tulut furi. The scene of Chun Yin injuring himself and then rapidly healing had left a deep impression on him. Initially, he had assumed this was a fundamental ability of psychics. But after becoming one himself, he realized that he certainly lacked such terrifying regenerative speed. He had thought it was due to his insufficient talent, but it turned out to be a matter of differing psychic natures. Closing his eyes, Li Ming carefully attuned to his own spiritual essence, and after a moment, he spoke, "My psychic nature is beast form, allowing me to manifest the abilities and forms of wild beasts. As my strength increases, the potency of the abilities I can embody will also enhance." Pausing briefly, he continued, "I have a sense that I could also transform creatures from the realm of imagination, but my current strength is too feeble to achieve that." Quite impressive, Baiyu's voice suddenly echoed, startling the newly joined members who glanced around, unable to locate Baiyu's presence. At that moment, Chun Yin calmly smiled, explaining, "The leader's psychic nature is world, and he is already a powerful third-tier psychic. So essentially, the entire world falls within his perceptual reach. As the master of this headquarters, he is naturally aware of the circumstances here." This information was not imparted by Baiyu, but was rather something he had discovered within the Knowledge Sanctuary. According to the records in the Knowledge Sanctuary, each generation of leaders of the Ignition organization possesses the psychic nature of world akin to a legacy. Based on Chun Yan's speculations, it seemed that the emergence of the Ignition organization was a choice made by this world, and possessing such power was to be expected. As Chun Yan had suggested, Baiyu is indeed silently observing the conditions within the headquarters from the Psychic Weapon Research Facility, taking a keen interest in the psychic natures of these new members. Even he could not interfere with the awakened nature of other spiritual powers, and an exceptional spiritual nature largely determines the growth potential of a spiritual practitioner. Undoubtedly, the beast form represents an extraordinarily promising spiritual nature. If, in the future, Li Ming could truly transform into various mythological creatures, the terrifying combat prowess would be beyond imagination. He is indeed a promising talent worthy of my attention. Baiyu nodded in satisfaction and turned his focus to the other two individuals. Within the headquarters cave, upon hearing Chun Yan's explanation, Li Ming was left speechless with astonishment. Could world truly exist as a spiritual nature? What immense power this must entail. Could it possibly allow one to manipulate the entire world? No wonder Baiyu, as perceived by him, seemed to embody an expanse akin to an entire world. This was the reason behind it. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming felt an overwhelming sense of security. With such formidable strength, the leader could undoubtedly combat the creatures of the spirit realm and save the world. This was the power befitting a savior. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan and Ning, she were equally astonished by Baiyu's extraordinary spiritual nature. At the same time, they each completed their communication with their own spiritual essence, discovering the true nature of their powers. Xiao Wan spoke first. My spiritual nature is mind force, a pure mental strength with vast versatility, akin to a superpower. Ning, she followed suit. My spiritual nature is morphing, allowing me to manipulate the form and structure of any non-living entity, rapidly repair damaged equipment, and sense the structure and composition of surrounding materials, all within my capabilities. As the two elaborated on their abilities, Baiyu's voice resonated at that moment. All of these are exceptionally remarkable spiritual natures. As the first members of the organization, you will serve as the foundational strength of the contemporary Sparks. In the coming days, you will remain within the headquarters space to familiarize yourselves with your powers, absorbing the spiritual energy to enhance yourselves, striving to break through to the first tier of spiritual energy as soon as possible. Mastery of abilities, close combat, weapon usage, and acquiring information on spirit realm creatures from the Knowledge Sanctuary are all aspects you need to learn. You should be the hope of human civilization. Baiyu's voice echoed from all directions, and upon hearing it, everyone felt the spiritual energy within them boiling, their spirits soaring with excitement, and they unanimously exclaimed, "Yes." Chapter 41. Hierarchy within the confines of the Spiritual Energy Weapon Research Institute. Baiyu meticulously pondered the potential contributions of the newly recruited members. Li Ming, without elaboration, possessed formidable combat-oriented spiritual energy, promising boundless prospects for future development, and would serve as a vital force against the entities of the spirit realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan exhibited exceptional potential in her spiritual abilities. The mental impact of her powers was exceedingly difficult to defend against in the face of void wounds. Her capabilities in Mind's Will were particularly apparent. Moreover, the developmental potential was immense. Baiyu speculated that if Xia Wan truly possessed the capacity to continuously elevate her spiritual energy level, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for her to influence reality through her own will. Even now, the versatility of Mind's Will was striking. Whether it be telekinesis, telepathy, or mental protection, these abilities were remarkably effective and could cultivate her into a capable team commander. As for Ning Shi, while the developmental potential of shaping might not compare to that of the former two, it was nevertheless a highly practical ability. More importantly, her capacity for material perception made her exceptionally suitable for research and production within the Spiritual Energy Weapon Research Institute. With a clear vision for the future trajectories of these members, Baiyu silently nodded in approval. With the addition of these promising new members, the future path of the Spark could be described as a broad avenue. Baiyu also sensed that with the organization's membership now reaching 4, the rank of the Spark was on the verge of elevation. In truth, despite having acquired the system for some time, he remained unaware of the specific requirements for organizational advancement. He could merely sense the necessity of accumulating legendary points and absorbing new members. Now, with his gradual initiation of actions and the establishment of preliminary contact with Bureau 749, his legendary points were steadily increasing. It would not be long before he reached a critical juncture, marking the day of the organization's upgrade and the moment he ascended to the rank of a 4th-tier spiritual practitioner. According to Baiyu's current understanding, the levels of spiritual practitioners could be categorized into 7 tiers. He was presently at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, truly invincible in the current realm. Once he stepped into the 4th tier, a spiritual transformation would occur, more precisely, a deification. Practitioners at this stage would be comparable to mythical beings, attaining a demigod status. Currently, the spiritual beings flooding through the rifts in the spirit realm were largely suppressed by the will of the world. As long as his spiritual energy level remained slightly superior to that of these beings, Blue Star would not face significant peril. Baiyu murmured to himself, articulating his envisioned ideal scenario. Yet, he was acutely aware that the spirit realm would not be so naive. In any world, there exists a will. Compared to Blue Star, which disperses its will among countless lives, the spirit realm resembled a tyrant, wielding its will to dominate spiritual beings and instill in them a greed for Blue Star, thus facilitating invasion. As his own strength intensified, this sensation grew increasingly palpable. The so-called invasion of the spirit realm was not merely a conflict between life forms. Rather, it resembled a struggle between the wills of the worlds themselves. However, all life residing on the blue planet embodies its will. As the most formidable individual among them, possessing a nature akin to that of the world, he stands as the highest grade executor. To confront an entire world, Baiyu murmured, then chuckled, shaking his head. This was not the moment for such contemplations. Moreover, after accepting the mission bestowed by the system, he had already comprehended the weight of the responsibility resting upon his shoulders. He would not abandon his duty, just as the world would not forsake life. Within the headquarters cave, Qin was guiding the new members to familiarize themselves with the premises. The headquarters, as an independent microcosm, boasts an immeasurable expanse. At least, I have yet to ascertain its precise dimensions, though you may choose to explore it if you wish. Currently, due to the organization's recent revival, many auxiliary facilities remain dormant, leaving only a single knowledge sanctuary operational. This sanctuary archives all knowledge possessed by the Blue Planet, including detailed information on various spiritual realm creatures and the historical development of the Fire Seed. The leader once stated, "To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles." Thus, it is imperative that you diligently study all knowledge pertaining to spiritual realm entities. Additionally, there exists an auxiliary facility outside the organization, known as the Spiritual Energy Weapon Research Institute, located in the northern Bellaria region. As long as you reside in the headquarters, you can be directly transported there via Flint. Qin meticulously explained, while the others listened attentively. They had long ceased to find teleportation remarkable. What piqued the interest of Xiao Wan and Ning, she was the knowledge sanctuary. Although they had joined the Fire Seed, their essence as scientists remained intact, and their thirst for knowledge was deeply ingrained. Furthermore, this was entirely new knowledge, never before encountered, which made them exceedingly eager. After exchanging greetings with Qin, the two hastily made their way to the knowledge sanctuary. Li Ming had intended to accompany them, as he too wished to learn more about the history of the Fire Seed. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he was called back by Qin. Li Ming, wait. Within the headquarters, Qin addressed him by name rather than his title of captain, for here, everyone stood as comrades. Do not forget your mission. Members of Bureau 749 should be seeking you soon, so you likely cannot linger at the headquarters for too long. Qin's expression turned serious. Intelligence remained a shortcoming for the organization. Although he had endeavored to utilize his connections to establish an information network, the power of an individual was ultimately limited. Reliance on the national organization was essential. I understand. I will depart shortly. Li Ming nodded, fully aware of his mission, though he felt a tinge of regret. Here he was, in possession of such an exceptional training venue, yet unable to remain for an extended period. Nevertheless, even within this brief window, he was resolute in his determination to visit the knowledge sanctuary and delve into the history of the Fire Seed. This was an absolute necessity. Chapter 42. Solomon, aware of the tasks that still lay before him, Li Ming hastened his pace, his aim resolute. Unlike other members who could linger at the headquarters for extended periods, the Temple of Knowledge appeared as an ancient sanctuary from the outside. Its facade graced by a statue depicting a Western man, draped in sumptuous robes, his gentle gaze benevolently surveying all. An inscription adorned the pedestal, "Creator of the Temple of Knowledge, Solomon." Upon reading these words, Li Ming felt a jolt of emotion. Though he had mentally prepared himself for the secrets he would uncover upon joining the organization, the revelation of such historical truths left him both astonished and exhilarated. Solomon was no stranger to him. While he may not have been as well-versed in history as Xiao Wan and Ning Shi, the figure of King Solomon loomed large in historical lore. His presence echoed in myriad cultural works of the modern era. Consequently, Li Ming had also come to know of the great rulers from other lands. To his astonishment, the organization's reach was vast enough to encompass even the monarchs of ancient realms, with Solomon himself as the architect of the Temple of Knowledge. The depth of the organization was indeed formidable. Li Ming mused silently. He had initially intended to explore his organization's origins from the inception of the spark, but now, with the knowledge that the temple's founder was King Solomon, he resolved to begin his inquiry with this esteemed predecessor. As he stepped into the Temple of Knowledge, his eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal bronze globe, slowly rotating and emanating an extraordinary allure. Within the sanctuary, there were no traditional bookshelves. Instead, countless tomes floated gracefully around the bronze globe. Additionally, illustrations of ethereal beings' anatomy were depicted on parchment, while mysterious substances were sealed within crystal vials above. For a moment, Li Ming was rendered speechless by the breathtaking sights within the temple, his vision consumed entirely by the imposing bronze globe. Numerous locations were inscribed upon its surface, and he seemed to glimpse the predecessors of the spark, who had battled ethereal beings since antiquity. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming steadied his mind. To seek knowledge within the temple, one merely needed to summon it using one's spiritual energy. As Li Ming's innate energy surged, an ancient parchment containing information about King Solomon drifted gently before him. Swallowing hard, he grasped the scroll and unfurled it slowly. The first line that greeted him read, "To the absolute founder of the Temple of Knowledge, the Lord of Contracts, the sealed sage Solomon, I extend the highest respect." A tremor coursed through Li Ming's heart. Indeed, as the founder of the Temple of Knowledge, King Solomon held a position of paramount importance in the annals of the spark, as evidenced by the reverent tone of this address. With excitement swelling within him, Li Ming gradually lowered his gaze to continue reading. In 963 BC, a colossal rift to the spirit realm emerged in the western regions, unleashing a multitude of entities from that realm. King Solomon mobilized the entirety of his nation to combat this calamity. Just as resistance seemed futile, the Ember organization descended, sacrificing immensely to seal the rift. From that moment, the youthful King Solomon became acutely aware of the unimaginable disasters and powers that plagued the world. He beseeched the contemporary torchbearers of the Ember organization for strength. After undergoing rigorous testing by the organization, a torchbearer personally conducted a spiritual awakening ceremony for King Solomon, bestowing upon him the rare and formidable spiritual property known as binding. Binding is an exceptionally rare and potent spiritual quality that enables the creation of contractual clauses imbued with immense spiritual energy, compelling targets to comply. Those who defy these terms would suffer the preordained backlash of spiritual retribution. This became the primary means through which King Solomon forged contracts with spiritual entities. Harnessing the power of binding, Solomon coerced 72 spirit beings into binding contracts, transforming them into formidable allies. He meticulously studied the characteristics, weaknesses, behavioral patterns, and even languages of these entities, documenting this invaluable knowledge and thus creating the inaugural archive of the Knowledge Sanctuary. With these records, the Ember members experienced a significant reduction in casualties when confronting similar spirit beings, leading King Solomon to recognize the paramount importance of knowledge. To effectively combat the spirit world, the collective knowledge of humanity must be amassed. He embarked on a quest to gather knowledge pertaining to the spirit realm, extensively searching for ancient texts, mystical wisdom, and engineering techniques from across the globe, particularly those related to spatial stability, thus laying the foundation for the Knowledge Sanctuary. After a decade of toil, King Solomon constructed a complete knowledge sanctuary in reality, later relocating it to the headquarters of Dongtian. To seal the potent spirit beings in the rift, he dedicated himself to the study and design of spatial domains. His early rudimentary, yet effective technologies and concepts have been passed down, providing a solid theoretical foundation for the scientific advancements of future Ember organizations. As his power grew, King Solomon became increasingly aware of the uncontrollable nature of spirit beings. He began to attempt communication with those intelligent entities, seeking to establish contracts through the power of binding. However, the prolonged negotiations with these wise spirit beings gradually eroded and tainted his spirituality, leading to his downfall in later years, ultimately resulting in his being sheltered by the contemporary torchbearer. King Solomon stands as a legendary figure within the Ember organization, epitomizing the pinnacle of wisdom in its history. His legacy continues to nourish future generations, remaining the eternal soul of the knowledge sanctuary. The parchment also contains records of Solomon's research reports on contractual devices and spatial stability mechanisms, but Li Ming, lacking understanding of such knowledge, merely touched upon the subject. His pupils trembled incessantly, his heart tumultuous with overwhelming shock. Everything aligned perfectly. The historical King Solomon possesses a considerable degree of mythological embellishment, and, as time has passed, history has transformed into legend. However, according to the records of the Ember organization, King Solomon's experiences were not mere fabrications of myth, but genuine encounters with spirit beings and the Ember organization. The organization has merely erased its traces from history. At this moment, Li Ming's reverence for the spark has ascended to new heights. Such profound historical depth ensures that the organization can maintain a considerable level of combat prowess amidst continuous reconstruction and revival. Suddenly, a conjecture emerged in Li Ming's mind. Perhaps the various myths across the world are not mere figments of human imagination, but indeed reflect events that have transpired. The experiences of King Solomon serve as a compelling illustration of this notion. The depth preserved by the organization closely parallels the descriptions found in myth and legend. Perhaps when the organization's heritage is fully revitalized, it will herald the reemergence of these myths. What scene shall unfold in that time? And among the familiar figures in history and legend, how many are truly members of the Spark? A profound curiosity surged within Li Ming. He yearned to uncover more about the Spark's historical journey. Thus, he once again unleashed his psychic energy, seeking to acquire additional hidden knowledge. Yet, at the very moment he began to communicate, an unfamiliar yet exceptionally benevolent voice resonated within his mind. To know too many secrets is to be cursed by knowledge. Let this suffice for today, young one. Though this gentle voice floated lightly through his thoughts, it struck Li Ming with the force of a great bell, instantly awakening him and compelling him to suppress his psychic energy. His heart raced, and a name involuntarily surfaced in his mind: Solomon. It was the voice of King Solomon. Though he had never heard Solomon's voice before, Li Ming felt an undeniable certainty. This was indeed a spiritual guidance, an admonition from the heroic spirit concealed within the sanctum of knowledge. Chapter 43. The Pursuit of Knowledge. Enough now, child. The Temple of Knowledge does not harbor an abundance of historical flames. Reading this will suffice. With a sigh of resignation, Baiyu spoke within the confines of the Spiritual Weapon Research Institute. This individual seemed endlessly engrossed in history, yet he had not yet compiled a sufficient number of foundational histories regarding the flames. His original intention in editing the history of Solomon was for the members of Bureau 749 to unravel the threads, but unexpectedly, it had been discovered by members of the organization first. The history of King Solomon had been meticulously revised by Baiyu during a singular opportunity to edit history. Thus, the narrative presented to Li Ming appeared extraordinarily authentic. However, apart from the meticulously curated accounts he had crafted, the remainder of the histories associated with the flames were exceedingly vague, riddled with gaps even within the Temple of Knowledge. Although the temple served as an ancillary organizational facility, it contained only information pertaining to spiritual beings and various combat knowledge. Everything else required his personal contributions. Despite Baiyu's prowess as a formidable third-tier spiritual practitioner, he was not omnipotent. It was beyond his capabilities to fully compile the history of the flames. Moreover, should he complete the comprehensive history at this juncture, any future attempts at deception would be constrained to the currently edited accounts, making it exceedingly difficult to amend. Such a scenario would undoubtedly hinder the organization's advancement. Therefore, Baiyu had only drafted a rudimentary history of the organization's origins and had implemented reading permissions accordingly. He had fortuitously linked the Temple of Knowledge with Solomon. enriching the historical narrative while providing ample justification for the permissions due to the experiences of King Solomon. Observing the frequent notifications of increasing legendary status, Baiyu's eyes flickered with intrigue. He pondered when Bureau 749 would uncover this segment of history. An increase in legendary status was always welcomed. Should Bureau 749 remain oblivious, he would have to prompt Li Ming to bring it to their attention. Meanwhile, within the Temple of Knowledge, Li Ming had refrained from further exploring history, having been greatly enlightened by Solomon's experiences. Even such a powerful figure ultimately succumbed to the corrupting forces of the spiritual realm, suffering due to knowledge. What chance did he, a zero-tier spiritual practitioner, possess? Li Ming had joined the flames with the aspiration of contributing to the salvation of the world, but he did not wish to perish before his mission could commence. Although he could not access the organization's history, he discovered that there were no restrictions on the information regarding spiritual beings. Currently, the data available within the temple only encompassed information on spiritual beings from Tier 0 to 3. Yet, this information was vast and overwhelming. He could scarcely fathom how long it would take to thoroughly review and retain it. Now, Li Ming understood why Baiyu had urged them to diligently study the knowledge of spiritual beings. With such an abundance of biological information, it would indeed be a formidable challenge to commit it all to memory without earnest effort. Upon grasping this understanding, Li Ming was filled with profound admiration for Solomon, the founder of the Temple of Knowledge, as well as for the other members of the Fire Seed, who continuously contributed to its repository of wisdom. Time was of the essence, and he resolved to acquire only the knowledge that intrigued him. Whispering softly to himself, Li Ming sought out the biological data on the deep diver. This ethereal creature from the spirit realm was indelibly etched in his memory. Not only was it impossible to forget in the present, but he suspected he would find it equally challenging to erase from his mind in the future. To this day, he vividly recalled the sheer terror of the deep diver's sudden appearance and the overwhelming sense of helplessness it instilled within him. Confronted by such a monster, he felt as vulnerable as a child, his weapon rendered as futile as a mere toy. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Baiyu, countless lives would have surely been lost that day. Now, could I stand a chance against the deep diver? Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of spiritual energy within him and could not help but entertain the thought. With this contemplation, he turned his attention to the information in his hands. It meticulously documented various details about the deep diver. Deep diver, discovered in 273 BC in Europa, typically possesses a spiritual energy level of 0, with the highest recorded level reaching 2. As a humanoid spirit entity, it exhibits a certain degree of intelligence and harbors extreme malice towards life forms on Blue Star. The abilities of this spirit creature predominantly include control over rain and mental illusions, resulting in minor casualties upon its appearance. It is recommended to deploy 2 to 3 members of equivalent rank for containment. Spiritual energy can be harnessed to create weapons such as the fishbone spear and the phantom flute, which can also be utilized by organizational members. Danger level. Upon seeing this danger classification, Li Ming inhaled sharply. It was truly difficult to fathom that such a perilous spirit entity was rated merely as a D-level threat. In his mind, a single deep diver could annihilate an entire unit of fully armed human elite forces without shedding a single drop of blood. Ordinary humans stood no chance against the deep diver, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet, a spirit creature deemed to pose such a threat to human civilization was classified as D-level. He could only wonder what other spirit entities lay beyond this threshold of danger. The members of the Fire Seed who contained these ethereal beings faced unimaginable risks. In an instant, Li Ming felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. Despite his preparations, it seemed he had underestimated the difficulties of saving the world. The detailed dossier on spirit entities also contained effective countermeasures and insights into optimizing the use of spiritual energy. Li Ming meticulously absorbed this information, committing it to memory. While uncertain if he would encounter the deep diver again, this creature held significant importance as his first adversary in the realm of spiritual energy. Once he had ingrained this knowledge, he released the biological dossier, which gracefully floated into the air, continuing to orbit the bronze globe. However, Li Ming refrained from perusing further materials, reluctantly turning away. It was nearly time, prior to reporting to the Fire Seed. He had arranged a meeting with personnel from Bureau 749, and the hour had come for him to fulfill that appointment. Chapter 44. Contact. Li Ming glanced back and noticed that both Xiao Wan and Ning Shi were engrossed in the tomes within the knowledge sanctuary. However, like him, they were hindered by their reading permissions and could not access the full history of the organization. They were currently studying texts related to psychic weaponry. Observing their earnestness, Li Ming decided against bidding them farewell. As fellow members of the Ember, there would undoubtedly be numerous opportunities for farewells on their shared journey to save the world. Exiting the knowledge sanctuary, Li Ming exchanged a brief greeting with Chun Yin before departing from the headquarters. The rendezvous point with Bureau 749 was the same location where he had previously undergone inquiries. Although it was somewhat remote, he had now become a psychic. His physical abilities significantly enhanced, allowing him to traverse the distance in a short span of time. Upon reaching the clandestine base, Li Ming immediately spotted a vehicle emblazoned with the Bureau 749 insignia parked outside. Standing beside it was a man in a suit, who cast a glance in his direction upon noticing him. "You've arrived," Lin Yi nodded at Li Ming, having awaited his arrival for some time. As the primary liaison with the Emperor, Lin Yi had been traveling extensively with Yang Miao, seeking to recruit promising newcomers while also gathering various secret texts to uncover leads related to the Emperor. The task of collecting texts had now been entrusted to Yang Miao, while Lin Yi focused on engaging with potential recruits. Among the first batch of recruits, Li Ming was the last to join, yet he was the one Lin Yi regarded with the highest hopes. Now that Li Ming had arrived punctually for their meeting, Lin Yi understood the young man's intent to join Bureau 749. With increasing interactions with the Emperor, Lin Yi was confident that Li Ming could become a psychic within 3 years, and perhaps even attain the status of a Tier 1 psychic in a decade, serving as a backbone of the organization. "Indeed," Li Ming replied, meeting Lin Yi's gaze with a firm nod as he strode confidently towards him. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, Li Ming declared, "I have become a psychic." His startling revelation caught Lin Yi off guard, halting the man's planned exposition of a grand vision for the future. The first-tier psychic's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the implications of Li Ming's statement. "No, you must be joking," Lin Yi replied incredulously, unable to reconcile the extraordinary claim with reality. The notion of becoming a psychic within such a short time frame seemed utterly implausible. Even he, possessing considerable talent in psychic cultivation, had taken nearly 3 years to transition from an ordinary person to a psychic. Yet, how long had it been for Li Ming? Merely a month. In such a brief span of time, becoming a psychic is nothing short of astonishing. "I am not jesting." Li Ming solemnly shook his head, harboring no intention to elaborate further. A surge of psychic energy coursed through him, and before Lin Yi's astonished gaze, his form began to transform. A thick layer of gray fur erupted across his body, his limbs grew robust, and his physique expanded against the wind. The sound of tearing muscles echoed continuously, accompanied by the creaking of his elongating bones, which was enough to make one wince. Sharp claws sprouted from his mouth and paws, glimmering with a chilling sheen. In an instant, a gigantic gray bear, measuring 7 meters in length, materialized before Lin Yi's eyes. As a psychic, ordinary beasts posed no threat to him, not even large carnivores. Yet, the terrifying wildness and pressure emanating from this enormous gray bear made him shudder, compelling him to involuntarily take a step back. Meanwhile, Li Ming was acutely attuned to his own metamorphosis. This was, after all, his inaugural display of power, and the myriad sensations of change within him were known only to him. The primary ability of beast form is to directly harness the strength of wild beasts or to simulate various animal senses through psychic energy, engaging in combat with a human body. While the ability for complete beast transformation demands significant psychic expenditure and complicates the use of psychic weaponry. Nevertheless, to most vividly showcase his capabilities, Li Ming opted for total beast transformation. Such sensory impact spoke more profoundly than any words could convey. It is indeed real. Cold sweat began to bead on Lin Yi's forehead. After familiarizing himself with fire's seed, he had believed his capacity to accept extraordinary circumstances had heightened. Yet, as Li Ming demonstrated his power before him, his heart raced uncontrollably. He found it unbelievable that within a mere month, someone could transition from an ordinary person to a psychic. What extraordinary opportunity could enable such rapid advancement? My psychic nature is beast form, and I trust you now comprehend the essence of my abilities. A deep, distorted voice emanated from the massive bear's mouth, its resonant tone causing vibrations within Lin Yi's chest, even altering his breathing rhythm. Acutely aware of his transformation, Lin Yi's thoughts stirred. This was an unprecedented psychic nature, and merely from a sensory perspective, beast form undeniably represented an immensely powerful combat-oriented psychic ability. The very sound it emitted could influence a first-tier psychic like him. Not to mention the terrifying strength contained within such a colossal physique. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, his mind racing with myriad thoughts, forcing himself to regain composure as he posed the question he most yearned to understand. How did you achieve this, becoming a psychic in such a short time? The answer to this inquiry was crucial to Lin Yi. For the 749 Bureau, if Li Ming had indeed discovered a method to swiftly become a psychic, one that was controllable, then the training cycle for psychics would be significantly shortened. The rapid growth of spiritual energy will undoubtedly transform the current situation. Presently, there has been progress in the research of psychic weapons. If the number of psychics were to increase significantly, the struggle against entities from the spirit realm would not necessitate such high casualties. Lin Yi harbored a sense of hope. While Li Ming shook his massive bear-like head and muttered, "I'm not entirely certain why I have become psychic in such a short span of time. I only recall that after the submersible incident, the image of that powerful psychic who saved me would occasionally surface in my mind, accompanied by a warm current flowing through my body. It was only a few days ago that I realized I had become a psychic." As he spoke, Li Ming's form shifted back from that of a bear to a human. His clothes were torn apart in the transformation, leaving remnants scattered about. Lin Yi's gaze appeared somewhat vacant as he casually tossed a garment to Li Ming, yet his mind was tumultuous with thoughts. He was all too familiar with Li Ming's description, having spent considerable time investigating it. Undoubtedly, the catalyst for Li Ming's transformation was the spark, or rather, that formidable transmitter of flame. Chapter 45, Perfect Fit. At this moment, Lin Yi's mind was in turmoil. He had never anticipated that Li Ming's awakening of spiritual energy could be linked to that enigmatic firebearer. Could it be possible that powerful spiritual practitioners could hasten the awakening of latent potential in ordinary individuals? Yet, neither the 749 Bureau nor the records he was aware of contained any references to such phenomena. Aside from this bewildering explanation, Li Ming's situation seemed to defy any other rational interpretation. After a brief silence, Lin Yi inquired further, "Aside from this, are there any other anomalies?" "None," Li Ming replied with a calm demeanor, donning the clothes he had received and shaking his head subtly. This response had been prearranged in consultation with Chun Yan. To elucidate how he had become a spiritual practitioner so swiftly, implicating Baiyu was the most prudent choice. After all, although the 749 Bureau had existed for over a century, it had never birthed a spiritual practitioner as formidable as Baiyu. This implied that within the Bureau, there was a complete void of information regarding the characteristics and details of such powerful practitioners. Hence, even if Baiyu were invoked, the personnel of the 749 Bureau would be unable to ascertain the veracity of Li Ming's claims. Moreover, given that the fire seed had only recently emerged, Baiyu, as the leader of the organization, had frequently taken in formidable spiritual entities. Such assertions would surely lend credibility to Li Ming's narrative. Listening to Li Ming, Lin Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Despite the unfolding complexities, his desire to have Li Ming join the 749 Bureau had never wavered. Furthermore, with Li Ming's awakening of such potent spiritual energy, it was indeed inappropriate for him to continue working in a mundane security department, as a single misstep could potentially lead to societal upheaval. The crux of the matter now lay in how to explain this to the bureau chief. In contrast to Lin Yi, Zheng Wang had always maintained an ambiguous stance regarding the fire seed and the firebearers, a position Lin Yi fully understood. However, if that were the case, it was highly likely that Li Ming would not be given significant responsibilities upon entering the 749 Bureau. Such talent would be squandered on ordinary tasks. In Lin Yi's eyes, the manner of Li Ming's awakening was inconsequential. What mattered was Li Ming's resolve to confront spiritual entities and safeguard the nation. The 749 Bureau was home to an array of peculiar individuals. One more would hardly make a difference. Once you join the Bureau, you will need to undergo a comprehensive medical examination. Are you amenable to that? Of course. Li Ming nodded, finding no reason to decline such a minor request. Even without the awakening of spiritual energy, it was likely that a medical examination would be requisite for joining the 749 Bureau. Very well, I will report your situation truthfully. Should there be any objections within the Bureau, I will address them. Rest assured, I will not allow the aspirations of the ambitious to be buried. I'm delighted to have you as a colleague. Lin Yi's gaze was resolute as he extended his hand toward Li Ming. Welcome to the 749 Bureau. A smile graced Li Ming's face as he reciprocated the gesture, shaking Lin Yi's hand. I, too, am very pleased to become your colleague. Though he currently occupies a unique position, Li Ming harbors a profound admiration for both the 749 Bureau and Lin Yi. To him, both the Fire Seed and the 749 Bureau embody noble organizations willing to sacrifice their lives in the battle against entities from the spirit realm. It is merely that the responsibilities of the Fire Seed are somewhat more substantial. Now that he has joined the 749 Bureau, he is resolutely committed to fulfilling his duties, serving as a crucial link between the two organizations and safeguarding human civilization. Li Ming has pondered why the Fire Seed, with its formidable technological foundation, does not share its knowledge. If the number of spiritual practitioners were to increase, perhaps the struggle against spirit realm entities would not be as daunting. However, upon delving into the history of King Solomon, he came to a realization. Ultimately, spiritual power does not belong to Blue Star. The advancement of civilization on Blue Star must remain untouched by spiritual energy. An influx of spiritual practitioners would undoubtedly disrupt the atmosphere and technological progress of the entire world. Just as King Solomon fell into corruption due to excessive contact with the spirit realm, the Fire Seed is likely aware of this, and thus keeps the number of spiritual practitioners at a manageable level. With even powerful practitioners opting for self-seclusion to avoid disturbing the progression of civilization. This noble spirit is beyond Li Ming's comprehension. He can only aspire to grasp it. Without further delay, you should accompany me back to the 749 Bureau. The activities of spirit realm entities are becoming increasingly frequent, and there is a shortage of personnel within the Bureau. Since you're already a spiritual practitioner, you would serve as a valuable asset. Your original department will have dedicated personnel to handle your transfer request, and officially, you will merely be promoted to another province. Lin Yi spoke decisively, his efficient manner aligning perfectly with Li Ming's preferences. He nodded in agreement, as he had no desire to dally. According to Baiyu's plan, he must swiftly engage in the tasks of the 749 Bureau and relay effective intelligence back. In terms of investigating the fissures of the spirit realm, the Fire Seed and the 749 Bureau are perfectly aligned. The 749 Bureau possesses the authority to utilize satellites. Yet the fissures of the spirit realm are often suffused with spiritual energy, making it challenging to probe using human technology. Unless one encounters a strikingly large fissure like that in the Tongsu ancient region. However, such occurrences are rare. Most of the time, the 749 Bureau's method of exploring spirit realm fissures involves observing cultural changes and anomalies in various locations. Much like the deep diver incident, investigators are dispatched subsequently. Although this may consume some time, the accuracy of their findings is remarkable. With Baiyu's involvement, inefficiencies would be eliminated. Li Ming's mission is to report various locations suspected of harboring spatial fissures to Baiyu. Baiyu will then utilize the formidable world spiritual energy for precise investigation, expending minimal time and effort while achieving exceptional accuracy. While this task may seem straightforward, Li Ming is acutely aware of its significance. As long as his future reports are timely, the lives that can be saved are beyond reckoning. Such incidents, where individuals inflict harm upon dozens before being contained, will never occur again. Chapter 46. The Spiritual Manifestation Apparatus. At this moment, within the confines of the Spiritual Energy Weapon Research Institute, Baiyu was engrossed in experimenting with a new forging array. He was naturally attentive to the developments concerning Li Ming, yet he had no intention of intervening, as the current trajectory of events was aligning with his expectations. In the face of Li Ming's formidable spiritual energy, the 749 Bureau had no justification for disregarding him. Such clandestine departments meticulously conduct thorough background checks on prospective members, and Li Ming was no exception. His background was remarkably clean, leaving no room for scrutiny. Even though the method of rapidly becoming a spiritual energy user remained uncertain, any association with a spark could essentially mitigate the risks involved. Once Li Ming became a member of the 749 Bureau, he would undoubtedly receive ample training. Therefore, Baiyu's primary objective was to create a device capable of training the remaining new members. Although Chun Yin and his companions possessed exceptional spiritual energy attributes, they were still at the 0th level. Without sufficient combat experience, they would be at greater risk when confronting beings from the spiritual realm. Baiyu had gone to great lengths to persuade these individuals to join the Spark, and he was determined not to let their journey end here. After a brief pause, Baiyu retrieved a sphere radiating a pure white light from the Tesla workshop. The sphere pulsated with photon blood, subtly revealing various spiritual energy fluctuations that were quite restless. This was Baiyu's latest invention, named the Spiritual Manifestation Apparatus. Its primary function was to extract the residual spiritual essence of spiritual realm beings encapsulated within and to manifest these contained entities through a projection. This apparatus was designed as a trial for the members of the Spark. For these newcomers, facing spiritual realm beings directly posed an excessive risk. Thus, utilizing this controllable device was the most prudent approach. In recent days, Baiyu had captured numerous spiritual realm beings in the explosion zone, using their spiritual materials to create equipment. Their essence had been preserved to construct this device. Even though the apparatuses within the Spiritual Energy Weapon Research Institute were highly advanced, crafting this particular device had indeed demanded considerable effort from him. It seemed imperative to cultivate an individual capable of operating the Tesla workshop swiftly. Baiyu rubbed his neck. As the leader of the organization, his continued focus on researching spiritual energy weapons felt somewhat incongruous with his role. It was essential to nurture relevant talent promptly. Otherwise, should additional auxiliary facilities be constructed in the future, he could not oversee them all. Securing the spiritual manifestation apparatus, Baiyu cast a fleeting glance towards the fissure in the spiritual realm. After several days, this fissure had been substantially repaired by the members of the 749 Bureau. The progress had been remarkably smooth, not only due to the relentless efforts of the 749 Bureau members, but also because he had contributed his share. Any spiritual realm beings attempting to emerge from the fissure were promptly contained by him, preventing even their heads from breaking the surface. This ensured that the repair work by the 749 Bureau remained unaffected. Once the personnel from Bureau 749 have repaired the fissures, I shall envelop them with a gray mist, ensuring absolute security. Baiyu smiled with satisfaction. He had previously inquired of the system, confirming that the repair methods employed by Bureau 749 could indeed overlap with the gray mist. This meant that the amount of gray mist consumed to mend the already patched rifts in the spirit realm would be significantly reduced. With a little more time to accumulate, the quantity of gray mist would be sufficient. After estimating how much longer the personnel from Bureau 749 would require, Baiyu swiftly returned to the headquarters within the cave. For the foreseeable future, barring any disruptions from the creatures of the spirit realm, he intended to remain in the cave to supervise the training of the new members. Upon his return to the headquarters, Baiyu noticed Chun Yin seated upon the enormous palm of the divine figure, diligently attending to documents, his expression earnest. As the first member to join the Spark, Chun Yin had consistently managed a significant portion of the organization's worldly affairs. Aware that his spiritual energy was ill-suited for direct confrontation on the battlefield, he had always positioned himself in a supportive role. In this moment, when his combat skills were not yet required against the creatures of the spirit realm, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities to uphold the clandestine principles of the spark and fulfill the tasks assigned by Baiyu. While Chun Yin was engrossed in his work, he suddenly sensed a vast aura emerge behind him. Instinctively, he turned to see Baiyu standing there, quietly observing him. Leader, Chun Yin immediately rose, addressing Baiyu with utmost respect. As his own strength grew and he uncovered more secrets, his reverence for the leader deepened. You have performed excellently, Baiyu said, smiling as he patted Chun Yin's shoulder, acknowledging his efforts. It must be said that selecting Chun Yin as the inaugural member of the Spark was indeed a sagacious decision. Chun Yin's exceptional managerial experience and meticulous nature meant that Baiyu need not concern himself with the mundane affairs of the world. He could entrust everything to Chun Yin, allowing his focus to rest entirely on extraordinary events. Just moments ago, Chun Yin had been addressing the issue of acquiring Baiyu Mountain. With the increasing number of members in the Spark, the activity around Baiyu Mountain had also intensified, although not yet overtly apparent. Should the organization's foundation continue to revive, the unusual influx of visitors to Baiyu Mountain would inevitably attract attention, jeopardizing the organization's secrecy. Thus, Chun Yin contemplated negotiating with the government regarding the acquisition of Baiyu Mountain. By leveraging the influence of the Linghai Group, they could transform Baiyu Mountain into a private territory. Members of the Spark could masquerade as developers, effectively alleviating any concerns. In truth, Baiyu had long intended to discuss the matter of Baiyu Mountain with Chun Yin, for as the hidden sanctuary of the headquarters, its integrity was paramount. However, he had not anticipated that before he could voice his thoughts, Chun Yin had already resolved everything. In comparison to the burdens you bear, my contributions are but trifles, Chun Yin humbly remarked. As a member of the Spark, he felt that his contributions were insufficient. He merely fulfilled the responsibilities that were rightfully his. There is no need for such modesty. Every member is vital to the Spark, and your efforts are indeed laying the foundation for the organization's endeavors. Without you, the Spark would scarcely deserve its name. Baiyu smiled and shook his head. This was no mere courtesy. Without these members, the Spark would exist in name only. He then retrieved the spiritual manifestation sphere from the flint. Observing the small orb radiating with diverse spiritual energies, Chun Yin displayed a hint of confusion and inquired, "What is this?" He was aware that Baiyu's possessions were generally extraordinary, yet the complexity of this spiritual conglomerate left him unable to discern its purpose. "This is a new gadget I have developed," Baiyu explained. "It can utilize the spiritual essence contained within the sphere to conjure beings from the spirit realm for your training purposes. While it may not perfectly replicate the essence of real entities, it should suffice. Call the other members over. Let us test it together." "Understood." Chun Yin's face lit up with excitement as he nodded eagerly, his heart racing. Since becoming a spiritual adept, he had longed to gauge the extent of his current abilities, but he had struggled to find suitable spiritual entities for practice. With Baiyu presenting the spiritual manifestation sphere, he could finally experience the strength of spirit realm beings. Chun Yin recognized that he would inevitably confront genuine entities from the spirit realm. Thus he wasted no time and summoned Xiaowan and Ningxi, the two girls, who had just been engrossed in studying knowledge of spirit realm beings within the Temple of Knowledge, appeared bewildered at the sudden call. However, upon hearing Chun Yin's explanation, they quickly grasped the situation and shared in his excitement. They had not anticipated such a swift opportunity to engage with spirit realm beings. Ningxi rubbed her fists in anticipation. Being the youngest among the members, her desire to join the Spark stemmed not only from her admiration for this noble faith, but also from her yearning for supernatural abilities. The image of Baiyu descending as a divine figure had left an indelible impression on her. While she understood she could not match Baiyu's prowess, she was eager to discover her own capabilities. In contrast, Xiaowan maintained a composed demeanor. She observed the spiritual manifestation sphere in Baiyu's hand and asked, "Leader, shall we test one at a time?" "No, you shall all engage together," Baiyu replied, shaking his head. He placed the spiritual manifestation sphere on the ground, and with a casual wave, the earth trembled. Layers of rock walls surged forth from the depths of the cave. And in an instant, a naturally formed arena emerged. Baiyu ascended to a higher vantage point, gazing down at the gathered individuals, and softly remarked, "The spark never fights alone. Although the sphere contains a limited amount of spiritual essence, it is substantial enough. Therefore, this test will not only enhance your experience in confronting spirit realm beings, but also evaluate your mastery of spiritual energy and your understanding of these entities. Without further ado, let us commence, everyone." Chapter 47. The escape. As Baiyu's words fell, the three individuals below were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the spiritual manifestation body emitted a resonant roar akin to a beast's growl. Upon hearing this sound, the three nearby felt their muscles and bones being compressed, involuntarily taking a step back. Meanwhile, Baiyu above was quietly recording the event. Due to the insufficient level of spiritual materials, the suppressive force on the spirit was not particularly strong, indicating that additional restrictions would need to be established in the future. While he noted this spiritual manifestation body burst forth with a dazzling light at that very moment. Flecks of spirit surged out from the device, transforming into clouds, raindrops, or drifting in their original forms. However, these wandering spirits quickly converged, beginning to construct themselves from nothingness into a semblance of cells. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-tall creature from the spirit realm was formed. This being resembled a colossal white ape, fierce in countenance, with a muscular body exuding immense strength. Yet paradoxically, its lower half was that of a gigantic spider, two entirely different life forms fused into one. The uncanny quality of this hybrid evoked a strong urge to retch in the three observers. Xiaowan was the first to regain her composure, suppressing her urge to vomit. Gazing at the spirit creature before her, she spoke in a solemn tone. "This is the ghost ape spider, a first-tier spirit creature, devoid of intelligence, with a body as hard as fine steel." She had just encountered information about this spirit creature in the Hall of Knowledge, and was astonished to see it manifested so soon. First tier, Chunyan's expression turned grave. He understood why Baiyu had insisted on their collective effort. Confronting a first-tier spirit creature alone would leave them with no chance of victory. Xiaowan took the lead, with Ning, she providing support from the side. Chunyan quickly made a decision, and upon receiving the command, the two sprang into action. A subtle wave of mental energy emanated from Xiaowan's palm as she forcefully hurled it towards the ghost ape spider, unleashing two invisible mental blades. Though the creature's body was sturdy, Mind's will was a spiritual energy type that manipulated the mind. Being struck would not cause physical harm, but it could disrupt its spirit and energy. As a construct of the spirit realm, the ghost ape spider undoubtedly lacked a spirit. However, if it were to experience spiritual interference, its form might very well dissipate. Quite astute. Baiyu observed Xiaowan's actions with a satisfied nod. Although this was a clever tactic she had devised to counter the spiritual manifestation body, it did not diminish her combat intelligence. The ability to make such a decision in an instant was a testament to Xiaowan's potential. Yet, this alone would not suffice. The spiritual manifestation body, an apparatus that Baiyu had painstakingly created, would not be so easily vanquished. Confronted by the two invisible blades of mental energy hurled by Xiaowan, the ghastly red eyes of the demon ape spider flickered momentarily, and its colossal form sprang into action. 6 robust spider legs crashed violently against the ground, unleashing a tremendous impact that fractured the rocky surface. Harnessing this immense force, the demon ape spider deftly evaded Xiaowan's assault and appeared before her in an instant. Its overwhelming presence enveloped her, and Xiaowan's instincts surged with frantic warnings, a profound sense of peril suffocating her, rendering her breathless. How swift! This singular thought consumed her mind as she realized she had underestimated the first-tier spiritual creature. However, there was no time for regret. The demon ape spider swung its powerful arm, its enormous fist cleaving through the air, descending with unparalleled might. The creature's massive form moved with astonishing speed, leaving Xiaowan no opportunity to erect a mental barrier. At that very moment, a colossal stone pillar suddenly hurtled from the distance, crashing into the demon ape spider with force akin to the collision of steel. The pillar shattered upon impact, yet the force it carried momentarily stilled the spider's movements. A fleeting glance revealed Ning Shi coming to her aid, and seizing this chance, Xiaowan swiftly darted aside, not daring to look back. Layers of invisible mental barriers began to materialize behind her, and she could distinctly hear the sound of the freshly constructed shields being obliterated. Without hesitation, she shouted, "Run! Don't stay put." She had come to understand that this monster was akin to a tank, while her and Ning Shi's attacks barely registered as mere bullets. If they did not flee now, when would they? Ning Shi hesitated momentarily upon hearing her voice. Casting a glance at the demon ape spider that effortlessly shattered the stone pillar she had conjured, before resolutely taking off in flight. Chunyin, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth. He had yet to unleash his abilities, yet they were already retreating. With Baiyu watching from above, he truly did not wish to flee. But glancing at the approaching demon ape spider, akin to a moving mountain, Chunyin followed closely in the footsteps of the two ahead. Baiyu, observing this unfolding drama, found himself both amused and exasperated. These new members were rather astute, grasping the essence of fighting while fleeing in their very first battle. However, this approach rendered the trial rather meaningless. With a casual snap of his fingers, the enraged demon ape spider emitted a furious roar, its form dissipating into specks of spiritual energy, returning to the spiritual manifestation body. Thus it came to an end. Chapter 48. Anomaly. The white feather descended slowly, an ethereal glow shimmering around him. With a mere flick of his hand, the recently damaged ground restored itself to its original state. The three individuals, who had just fled in a panic, halted upon hearing his voice, turning back breathlessly. The initial exertion of spiritual energy had taken a considerable toll on them. Chunyin fared the best, having had little opportunity to exert himself, thus conserving his spiritual energy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he lowered his gaze. To him, his recent actions felt slightly shameful. After all, having lived for over 40 years, his temperament was distinctly different from that of Xiaowan and Ning Shi. As the first member of the contemporary torchbearers, he instinctively believed he should have performed better. In contrast, Ning Shi and Xiaowan were far more candid. This was merely a test, not a true battle. Should they encounter a spiritual entity on the battlefield, they would undoubtedly not retreat an inch. Hence, there was no need for shame. The two simply wiped the sweat from their brows, inwardly astonished. They had not anticipated that a first-tier spiritual entity could be so formidable, rendering them entirely incapable of resistance with their current abilities. It was unfathomable to consider how powerful Baiyu must be, effortlessly containing a second-tier spiritual being like the Void Wound. After confronting the ghost ape spider, their reverence for Baiyu had deepened, and they gained a clearer understanding of the strength of the modern torchbearers. Baiyu seated himself on the ground, smiling warmly at the group before him. "How do you feel?" he inquired gently. Xiaowan was the first to respond. "The strength of a first-tier spiritual entity exceeds expectations. As zero-tier beings, it would be nearly impossible for us to contain the ghost ape spider." Xiaowan articulated her genuine feelings. The suppression of spiritual energy tiers could not be compensated for by mere enthusiasm, even if it was not the true form of the first-tier ghost ape spider. Its inherent power was beyond her capacity to withstand, a sentiment that resonated equally with Ning Shi and Chunyin. This encounter had granted her a profound new understanding of the terror posed by spiritual entities. Ning Shi nodded in agreement, her own spiritual energy being even weaker than Xiaowan's, thus amplifying her sense of helplessness. "Well said," Baiyu replied with a smile, a gentle force enveloping the three of them, soothing their troubled thoughts. Indeed, the disparity between tiers is akin to a chasm, yet it is not insurmountable. Spiritual energy is classified into 7 tiers, with tiers 0 to 3 belonging to the realm of ordinary extraordinary beings. Those within this range, whether spiritual entities or spiritual practitioners, wield powers that are comprehensible. Therefore, despite the significant disparity in strength between tiers, one can compensate through various means. Whether utilizing spiritual energy weapons or synergizing with other members, these methods serve as ways to contain stronger spiritual beings. Do you remember what I said? The flame never fights alone. The purpose of this arduous trial is not only to hone your individual skills, but also to cultivate synergy among you and your fellow members. Upon finishing his statement, Baiyu cast a sweeping glance over the three individuals before him. As members of the flame, they remain rather inexperienced. If they cannot surmount this hurdle, their future prospects will undoubtedly be bleak. Creatures like the ghost ape spider, classified as first-tier monsters, are abundant within the spiritual realm. Your current task is to eliminate the ghost ape spider. Failure to do so would render any discussions of saving the world utterly futile. Although formidable, the ghost ape spider is merely a first-tier spiritual being. In comparison to the formidable entities faced by the predecessors of the flame, it is but a minor challenge. The dangers that Baiyu, as the leader, must confront are beyond their imagination. Rest assured, leader, we will succeed in this trial, Chen Yin replied, nodding solemnly. The responsibility of the flame is to save the world, a realization he had long accepted. He could not afford to falter at this juncture. We shall defeat the ghost ape spider, Xiao Wan added, her expression particularly earnest. She was never one to relinquish her resolve easily. Once she committed to a cause, she would not hesitate to risk her life for it. A single ghost ape spider would not deter her. Furthermore, Baiyu had saved her life and recognized her potential, and out of gratitude, she would give her utmost effort. Let us strive forward, Baiyu said with a gentle smile, his figure dissipating like mist. Since these individuals had chosen to join the organization, they had already embraced their own convictions. There was no need for him to rally them further, merely to set forth their objective. He had faith in these selected members. From now on, follow my command, Xiao Wan stated gravely, and the other two nodded in agreement. The capabilities of the minds are remarkably comprehensive, excelling in both support and intelligence sharing, making it an ideal choice for the command position. Moreover, Xiao Wan's calm demeanor was well understood by the others. In terms of both spiritual energy and sheer intellect, Xiao Wan was undoubtedly the most suitable for this role. The three of them turned their gaze toward the spiritual manifestation body within the trial arena. For the foreseeable future, they would be companions with this entity. As time flew by like a fleeting shadow, a month passed in the blink of an eye. For the members of the Flame, this month was filled with activity. Members within the organization busied themselves completing the trials set forth by Baiyu. Outside the organization, Li Ming sought to fully integrate himself into the 749 Bureau while continuously relaying intelligence. Likewise, Baiyu's days were not without their own challenges. Is it still not enough? Baiyu slowly opened his eyes, gazing into the world from the statue of the fire ancestor. Within his pitch-black pupils, a profound light of spiritual essence flickered and vanished, vast as the cosmos itself. During this period, he has been striving to transcend the limitations of the third tier and attain the fourth tier of demigod status. However, this barrier, seemingly superficial, presents an insurmountable challenge akin to divine retribution when one attempts to breach it. Baiyu senses that should he truly break through to the fourth tier, he might connect with deeper, more profound forces, existences that transcend the current material universe, embodying a higher and more magnificent reality. It appears that only upon the organization's advancement will he be able to achieve this breakthrough. Baiyu murmurs softly, his expression devoid of disappointment. After all, he had long speculated about the conditions for promotion. Now, he is merely putting his theories into practice. Yet, the timing of this ascension remains uncertain. Although the current members of the organization provide a modest amount of legendary energy daily, it is ultimately insufficient, and recently, the spirit realm has been unusually tranquil, with rifts appearing only a few times. This stands in stark contrast to the earlier days of impending invasion, evoking a sense of foreboding as if a storm is about to break. Consequently, even while seeking opportunities for advancement, the power of the world remains vigilant, constantly monitoring the most densely populated areas to avert potential calamities. After closing his eyes and sensing his surroundings, Baiyu slowly shakes his head. Today, He has not detected any anomalies. The world appears peaceful and thriving. Since he has not sensed anything unusual, he does not dwell on it further. Turning his gaze towards the trial grounds, he observes Chen Yin, Xiao Wan, and Ning Shi engaged in a fierce battle with a peak-level first-tier spirit realm creature. Their progress is evident. Witnessing the trio, transformed from a month ago, Baiyu nods in satisfaction. During this time, they have all made significant advancements, having all been promoted to first-tier spiritual practitioners, and the spirit realm monsters within the spiritual manifestation body have been nearly entirely contained. They have truly begun to embody the essence of the Fire Seed members. Chun Yin remains composed, his temperament and spiritual energy attributes well suited for a supportive role from the rear. He excels as an assistant in battle, ensuring that the situation remains stable. Xiaowan, with her calm demeanor and excellent spiritual energy attributes, possesses a clear mind and adeptly commands the fight using her abilities. Although Ning Shi appears carefree, she is not reckless. She can calmly analyze the battle dynamics and create a more favorable environment through her capabilities. As Baiyu observes the trio successfully containing another spirit realm creature, he offers his assessment. After this period of trial, their current abilities are sufficient for them to undertake missions independently, should an appropriate opportunity arise. It may be time to test them. However, news from Li Ming, far away in Bureau 749, has been absent for quite some time, and it remains uncertain whether this is due to the recent tranquility. Just as Baiyu contemplates this, the flint he carries begins to tremble and emit a gentle warmth. This signifies a message from a Fire Seed member. Is it Li Ming? Baiyu raises an eyebrow. The information transmission feature of the flint was recently added, and currently, only Li Ming is utilizing it. Taking out the flint, I found a brief message from Li Ming. Leader, it is suspected that there is a rift to the spirit realm in the Luo Kingdom. According to the current conjectures of Bureau 749, the monsters within this rift may be of at least level 2 or even higher. Chapter 49 Crisis within the confines of Bureau 749, Li Ming found himself engaged in a significant meeting. Having joined the Bureau over a month ago, he had quickly ascended to the ranks of psychic, leading to extensive scrutiny from the higher-ups. However, once confirmed to be unproblematic, he was promptly integrated into the team, particularly due to his exceptional psychic abilities and Lin Yi's intention to promote him. Despite his relatively short tenure, he had already attained a notable position as a combat execution officer. Today's meeting bore great importance, warranting his presence. Yet, rather than elation, a heavy sense of foreboding weighed upon Li Ming's heart. Above in the meeting room, Lin Yi stood behind a vast projection screen, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, in recent days, a series of violent incidents have transpired in the remote regions of Luo Nation. The assailants are not beasts, but rather humans, if one could accurately refer to them as such. As he spoke, Lin Yi raised his hand, directing attention to the rear screen, where a grainy video commenced playback. The footage shook, indicating the instability of the cameraman at the time of recording, while the scenes depicted were chilling. A contingent of heavily armed soldiers stood vigilant, facing an aberrant figure whose movements were grotesquely distorted as it encroached upon their perimeter. Illuminated by bright floodlights, the figure's condition became starkly visible, eliciting gasps of horror from the assembled audience. The individual was afflicted with varying degrees of skin ulceration, presenting a bizarre, pallid hue. Their pupils were entirely consumed by darkness, devoid of any trace of sclera. The limbs contorted in unnatural angles, yet this creature moved forward in an uncanny manner. A strikingly red flower blossomed on its shoulder, the pale yellow center resembling an eye, pulsating rhythmically. Suddenly, the figure seemed to sense something, its obsidian eyes fixated ahead. With a burst of incredible speed, its twisted limbs propelled it forward. Then, the screen erupted into a cacophony of gunfire, abruptly cutting off the footage. At this juncture, Lin Yi resumed speaking. The video was captured in Luo Nation, where soldiers from Eagle Nation are currently stationed. This footage has been provided by them and has yet to circulate online. As you can all discern, the peculiar state of this individual cannot be attributed to any known disease on Blue Star. It is undoubtedly linked to entities from the spirit realm. though the specifics remain elusive. At present, we are devoid of information regarding the hierarchy and capabilities of such spirit beings, yet we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. You may have heard of creatures known as zombies. According to intelligence relayed from the Eagle Nation's military, these spirit entities exhibit a contagion similar to that of zombies. Though the mode of transmission is unclear, infected individuals will sprout vibrant red flowers, and within an hour, they will completely lose their faculties, transforming into abominations akin to the one depicted in the video. Currently, such ethereal beings have manifested only in a remote border town of Luo country, and have yet to proliferate. Thus, the directive from the Bureau is to launch an immediate strike to prevent the situation from deteriorating beyond control. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, all attendees of the meeting bore solemn expressions. Those present were predominantly individuals who had encountered ethereal beings before. Most of these entities were purely destructive in nature, akin to the monsters depicted in traditional tales. The more peculiar instances were energy conglomerates like the Wound of the ethereal realm. However, they had never encountered a contagious ethereal being with an unclear essence. Nonetheless, everyone understood the potential ramifications should such a being spread globally. What does District 8 have to say? One person inquired. District 8 is the extraordinary organization of Ing country, which should have been informed of this matter sooner. Personnel from District 8 have already been dispatched to coordinate with local Ing soldiers. However, given the unusual circumstances, they sent a video to Bureau 749 seeking assistance. Lin Yi replied calmly. The director's intention is to promptly organize a combat team to the site of the incident. We cannot afford any delays. I wish to go. Li Ming immediately stood up, volunteering himself. He was determined to prevent this threat from escalating worldwide. Lin Yi cast him a glance and nodded. You are now a first-tier ethereal adept. Even if you did not volunteer, you would still be required to join. He then addressed the assembly, saying, I will personally select individuals. We depart in 1 hour. Understood. A chorus of voices replied in unison, with no one voicing any further dissent as they dispersed to fulfill their respective duties. Lin Yi approached Li Ming, his expression grave. The current situation is exceedingly unclear, and your combat prowess is invaluable. Join me shortly to acquire an ethereal weapon. Yes, Li Ming nodded in agreement. The research on ethereal weaponry at Bureau 749 had just commenced, originally intended as a last resort. The decision to deploy them for this event signifies the gravity of the situation. With that, Lin Yi turned and departed, while Li Ming sent a message to Baiyu through a flint device. Such a significant matter necessitated informing the organization. At the headquarters, within the cave realm, Baiyu furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze inscrutable as he absorbed the entire account of events. This situation felt amiss. Luo country is one of the more densely populated nations, and he had consistently conducted ethereal energy scans there, yet had never detected anything amiss. Yet now, such an occurrence had transpired. There was also ethereal interference and remarkably strong interference at that, capable of obscuring my perception. Baiyu's demeanor grew serious. He was currently at the peak of the 3rd tier and possessed the power of world. Yet the fact that Luo country could completely shield his awareness indicated the emergence of a being comparable to, or even more formidable than, himself. Chapter 50. All hands on deck. We must depart immediately. Baiyu rose to his feet with determination. Regardless of whether this creature from the spirit realm surpassed his strength, he felt compelled to act. In the current world of Blue Star, he stood alone in his capacity to confront such a formidable being. There was no room for complacency. Chun Yin, Xiao Wan, Ning Shi, Baiyu called out, drawing them forth with a mere gesture before they could even approach him. Leader. Chun Yin's expression was somewhat stiff, still grappling with the unfolding situation. He had only just heard Baiyu's voice when he was suddenly summoned. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of him. Yet upon witnessing Baiyu's grave demeanor, he swiftly adopted a serious attitude. Leader, what has transpired? Xiao Wan inquired. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Baiyu wasted no time, stating succinctly, a rift to the spirit realm has emerged within the borders of Luo country. This time, you will accompany me. His words were direct, and the gravity of the situation was not lost on the trio. Had the moment finally arrived? Over the past month, Rifts had appeared twice, each time addressed solely by Baiyu while they remained at headquarters for training. Xiaowan had anticipated that this process would continue for a while longer, believing they needed further development as members of the Fire Seed before undertaking missions. To her surprise, this moment had come so abruptly. However, any fleeting excitement quickly subsided as they regained their composure. From the outset of their involvement in the organization, they had harbored the conviction and courage to confront beings from the spirit realm. Moreover, having trained for over a month, they were no longer the novices they once were. I cannot afford to elaborate on the specifics right now. You must consult Li Ming for further details and coordinates. I will be departing shortly and cannot take you with me. Xiaowan, upon reaching Luo country, you will assume command of the mission. The course of action is yours to decide. We may need to split into 2 teams. Baiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, he could have taken all 3 with him, albeit at a slower pace, employing more spiritual energy to shield them. Yet the current situation was exceptional. Every second counted, and he needed to reach Luo country with utmost urgency. The trio was not yet equipped to withstand the force of his full speed, necessitating their separation. Furthermore, their objectives differed. With the emergence of a higher-level entity, Baiyu's adversaries would not merely be the humans infested by spirit realm creatures. Those afflicted would be entrusted to the remaining members for resolution. Understood. Xiaowan nodded resolutely, her expression now grave. That Baiyu had made such arrangements indicated the mission's complexity and potential peril. In the face of danger, do not hesitate to preserve your lives. He cautioned before vanishing from sight, leaving the 3 to exchange glances. Let us act without delay. Xiaowan refrained from saying much. The pre-war mobilization was entirely unnecessary, and there was no need for prolonged contemplation regarding Baiyu's words. The moment they joined the spark, everyone had already prepared themselves for sacrifice. This was a battle for lofty ideals and beliefs, and even in death, their sacrifice would not be in vain. Their names would be etched in the Temple of Knowledge, immortalized in the annals of Spark, remembered by the world. May the spark endure forever. Xiaowan extended her hand. May the spark endure forever. Chunyan and Ning, she similarly reached out to collide with hers. Their gazes intertwined in the air, and the brilliance of their conviction erupted in the crevices of the moment. Since Baiyu had instructed them to inquire with Li Ming about the mission details, it implied that Li Ming from Bureau 749 would undoubtedly participate in this operation. This was the first collective deployment of all members of the Spark, and it was imperative that nothing go awry. The flickering spark would illuminate this world. At this very moment, in a remote region of northern Luo country, a place that epitomized poverty and backwardness, the inhabitants here had yet to fully embrace modern civilization, living in tribal forms, with the eldest member presiding as the ruler. Were it not for the Luo government discovering this area years ago, the people might still be leading a life of savagery. With the progression of time, the Luo government established a small town nearby, slightly civilizing the tribe's way of life, yet it remained largely unchanged compared to earlier times. In stark contrast to the lifestyle of the town's residents, it was as if 2 worlds coexisted. Yet, amidst this backwardness, the sound of youthful reading echoed. The voices emanated from a thatched hut at the center of the tribe, guarded by several robust tribesmen who scanned their surroundings with fierce gazes, ever vigilant. An elderly man with graying hair sat cross-legged on the dusty ground, his eyes slightly squinted as he seemed to listen to the sounds. Before long, the voices abruptly ceased. A tall, golden-haired man, incongruous with the surrounding environment, emerged from the thatched hut. The man bore a distinct appearance reminiscent of the Bear Country, his deep blue eyes strikingly clear and pure. The hut echoed with fragmented and somewhat unclear English. The man smiled, nodded towards the interior, and bid farewell in English before swiftly approaching the elder. "Old Samuel, you've come to watch the children learn again today," Alexei said with a smile, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. At that moment, a group of children emerged from the thatched hut, lining up in an orderly fashion, greeting both Alexei and Samuel before joyfully running off. Observing these children, Alexei felt a profound sense of accomplishment. As a member of an international rescue organization, he had always traversed the globe with like-minded companions, aiding vulnerable groups and underprivileged tribes like the Cayman tribe in their pursuit of knowledge. His primary course of instruction is language, and due to the presence of the Eagle Nation's military stationed here, he teaches English. Although language cannot serve as a weapon, it is an essential tool for communication. Alexei firmly believes that if everyone in the world raises their voice, the world will inevitably change. He considers himself fortunate that the Karman tribe is home to sages like Samir, who comprehends the significance of his endeavors and graciously permits him to establish a school here to impart knowledge. Compared to the previous locations he has visited, his work in the Karman tribe is remarkably more relaxed. Teacher Alexei, you teach splendidly. I thank you on behalf of the children of the tribe, Samir said, sitting on the ground and greeting the children as they emerged from the classroom before he cautiously rose to speak with Alexei. His English flowed fluently, even more so than Alexei's own. It is merely my duty, Alexei replied with a shy smile, his gaze toward Samir filled with admiration. Upon his arrival, hearing such a venerable elder speak fluent English had genuinely startled him. He later learned that Samir had once studied English when similar individuals visited the Karman tribe. However, after his education, Samir chose not to venture beyond the tribe. Instead, he remained steadfast in his role, facilitating communication with outsiders until this day, now a venerable elder. Alexei had once inquired of Samir why he did not personally teach the tribe's children English. Samir had replied that it was due to his faith. As an elder, he must uphold the tribe's beliefs and serve its deities, refraining from an unbridled pursuit of external knowledge, thus rendering him unfit for the role of teacher. Nevertheless, while he steadfastly adhered to his faith, he was also acutely aware of the profound changes that had transpired in the world outside, which led him to support Alexei's desire to impart knowledge. For this reason, Alexei held Samir in high esteem. The Karman tribe was fortunate to have such a wise elder. Suddenly recalling something, Alexei paused, his expression shifting as he spoke. Elder Samir, I recently heard some unsettling news indicating that the nearby town has been experiencing disturbances and peculiar events. Please inform the tribe to refrain from venturing into the town during these times. I will do so. Samir nodded, then crossed his hands in a peculiar gesture. Addressing Alexei, may Prometheus bless you. Prometheus is the deity revered by the Karman tribe, the great bringer of fire. Alexei mirrored the gesture and replied, may Prometheus bless you as well. After this exchange, he offered a slight nod to Samir and turned to leave, his expression suddenly grave. The situation in the town was far more bizarre than merely being described as disturbed. He had witnessed many convoys arriving while procuring supplies, laden with soldiers clad in full armor. The number of soldiers has surpassed 3 times the usual garrison strength. The deployment of such a multitude indicates that something significant is undoubtedly unfolding in the vicinity. Upon returning, I must confer with my companions to devise a strategy. Should a grave event transpire, we shall not be caught unprepared. Alexei murmured softly, quickening his pace. Chapter 51. Heroes as a volunteer who traveled from a distant land to the Karman tribe, Samir arranged for Alexei to stay in remarkably favorable accommodations. The dwelling constructed from bricks was one of the few in the tribe. Although it fell short of standard lodging after years of service with the International Rescue Organization, Alexei had even slept in the desert. Having a shelter to shield him from the sun and rain sufficed to satisfy him. Upon returning to his quarters, Alexei glanced inside and sighed in relief upon spotting a dark-skinned man seated on the bed. Yabo, how are things in town? He inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. Yabo was his companion and a fellow member of the International Rescue Organization. The two had come to the Karman tribe as volunteers. Initially, their mission revolved around imparting knowledge, but unexpected disturbances had arisen in the nearby town. To avert any unforeseen incidents, they resolved to intermittently scout the town's circumstances. Having traversed the world for many years, they had grown accustomed to preparing for the worst in any situation. Not good, Yabo replied, shaking his head, a grave expression etched on his face. I just returned from the town after procuring supplies and noticed that the supermarket's essentials have nearly been depleted. The townsfolk have caught wind of rumors regarding monsters appearing in the vicinity, which has left them in a state of alarm. To make matters worse, numerous Eagle Nation soldiers have cordoned off the entire town, lending credence to these claims and exacerbating the residents' anxiety. If this unrest continues to fester, a riot could erupt. With a sigh, Yabo expressed his deep concern. He, being a native of the Eagle Nation and a retired soldier, was all too familiar with the methods employed by the soldiers. In such a remote area, should those soldiers receive orders, they would execute them without hesitation. Coupled with the increasing number of stationed soldiers, should a riot indeed break out, the entire town could face annihilation. Alexei, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. His brow furrowed in thought. The population here was substantial, comprising not only the townspeople, but also the members of the Carmen tribe. Having lived here for several months, he had been captivated by the simplicity and warmth of the local culture, and he was loath to witness such devastation. Have we sent a distress signal to the organization? Alexei asked, realizing the situation had escalated beyond their control, necessitating immediate communication with their organization for assistance. Yabo shook his head. We cannot send anything. Not only is the signal jammed, but even letters cannot be mailed. This place has turned into an isolated fortress. After this exchange, a heavy silence enveloped them. If that were the case, the reality of the situation was likely far graver than they had anticipated. After a prolonged pause, Yabo looked up at Alexei, hesitantly asking, Alexei, do you truly believe that monsters have appeared? He is a staunch materialist, having never believed in such phenomena. Yet, the gravity of the current situation compels him to entertain the possibility. When it comes to such matters, consulting Alexei is most appropriate, for his friend's grandfather witnessed the battle between monsters and superhumans firsthand. After a moment of silence, Alexei shook his head. I am uncertain. He understood why Yabo posed the question, but dared not make any assumptions. Let me see that photograph, Yabo said, eager to acquire knowledge on the subject for future reference. Very well, Alexei nodded, hesitating not for long. He retrieved his suitcase from beneath the bed and extracted a photograph from its compartment. The photograph was not encased in a frame, but rather wrapped in brown paper. Upon unwrapping it, the image came into view. It was an exceedingly blurry photograph. Yet its content was profoundly striking. At a glance, it appeared to depict merely two expanding sources of light, but a closer inspection revealed distinct forms within these luminous orbs. In the upper light, a vague human silhouette was discernible, while the shadow below seemed to represent some grotesquely distorted creature, unlike any living being found on Blue Planet. Beneath the photograph, an inscription was written in Bear language, captured in 1908, Tangsu region. Examining the photograph, Yabo curiously reached out to touch it, finding no peculiar sensations. According to Alexei, this photograph was taken by his grandfather shortly after the renowned Tunguska explosion. Although Alexei's grandfather had long since passed, the photograph remained a cherished heirloom. Alexei, do you believe such monsters could truly exist? Yabo inquired, pointing at the distorted creature in the picture. Upon first seeing the photograph, he instinctively thought it was digitally manipulated. However, after verification, it was confirmed to have been taken in 1908, devoid of any signs of alteration, as though it had been captured on location. This account has become a well-known tale within the International Rescue Organization, prompting many to question Alexei. Yet his response was always the same. I do not know. Even now, Alexei reiterated those words. I do not know. He shook his head, speaking the truth, as at that time his father had just been born, and he refrained from commenting on events he had not personally witnessed. His grandfather often recounted the occurrences of that day during his childhood, but to Alexei, it merely sounded like a cliché tale of heroism versus monstrosity, something he regarded as a bedtime story in his youth. It was only upon reaching adulthood that he began to take this matter seriously. After all, this photograph had undergone numerous examinations without revealing any issues. Had it not been for its bizarre nature, no one would have questioned its authenticity. Alexei had also visited the site of the explosion, yet he found nothing of significance. Thus, he maintained a skeptical attitude towards the content of this photograph. Nevertheless, having grown up hearing tales of heroism, he held a certain reverence for the heroes within those stories, which is why he carried this photograph with him as he traversed the world. It had been quite some time since he last took it out, especially with his companion Yabo being a staunch materialist. He had not anticipated that today would bring this topic to the forefront. If indeed there were monsters, he hoped that heroes would emerge as well. Yabo smirked, accustomed to Alexei's responses after having heard them countless times before. Even in the absence of heroes, we must strive to become those heroes ourselves. Alexei's expression turned serious as he glanced out the window, where a tribe's bonfire had recently been ignited. Elders and children gathered around it, feasting on simple fare. A small child emerged from the crowd, carrying food, and approached them directly. After placing the food outside the door, the child timidly knocked and then quickly scampered away. This was the place he wished to protect, and it must not be harmed. Have we not always engaged in heroic deeds? It is merely that we lack superhuman abilities, and such monsters cannot be vanquished. Yabo grinned widely, revealing a gleaming set of teeth that stood out starkly in the dimly lit room. He took great pride in the work he was currently undertaking. Upon hearing this, Alexei paused, contemplating the gazes of the children in the tribe directed towards him, and he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, there remains much for us to accomplish. I plan to return to the town tomorrow to gather more information, at the very least to ascertain what has transpired. I will accompany you. Yabo raised an eyebrow, though it was not particularly noticeable in the darkness. He relished the pursuit of intelligence gathering. Chapter 52. Investigation. At dawn the following day, Alexei made his way to the thatched dwelling of the tribal elder, Samir. The wise old man sat in a chair, his murky eyes gazing out at the cerulean sky, lost in contemplation. Samir, I need to visit the town with Yabo today. We must suspend classes for a day. Please inform the children that there will be no lessons, Alexei stated. To the town, you say? Samir suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing yet devoid of vitality, as if he could see through everything. Alexei instinctively took a step back. After a moment of silence, Alexei spoke in a grave tone. Something feels amiss. I must go to the town. There is danger there. Samir's voice remained steady, though his eyes shifted away from Alexei to once again behold the outside world. The members of the tribe were gradually awakening, their figures visible through the window. I understand, Alexei murmured, lowering his gaze. Although Samir's words bore no emotional weight, Alexei felt an undeniable sense of being admonished by his elder. The two men sat in silence until a ray of sunlight pierced the room, flickering in and out, prompting Samir to finally stir. The venerable leader approached an ancient wooden cabinet, opening its door with a creaking sound that echoed throughout the humble abode. Alexei shivered involuntarily at the sound, feeling as though it had been ages since he had heard such a noise. When he looked up again, he saw Samir approaching him with an irregular sphere in hand. Alexei, if you are indeed bound for the town, take this with you, the elder instructed. Samir Alexei hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words as he beheld the sphere. He recognized it. During each ritual honoring Prometheus by the Cayman tribe, Samir would present this object alongside the offerings. For the entire Cayman tribe, it was a relic of considerable antiquity, said to have existed for several centuries. Alexei had observed the sphere closely before, yet had never discerned anything particularly remarkable about it, only noting its ancient material and extraordinary durability. However, more importantly, it represented the spiritual legacy of the Cayman tribe. Seeing Samir entrust him with such a significant artifact, Alexei was momentarily taken aback before hastily waving his hands in refusal. Elder Samir, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Take it, Samir replied with a smile. Disregarding Alexei's objections, the elder's frail hand grasped Alexei's wrist, placing the item firmly into his palm. It will bring you good fortune. The children of the tribe will hope for your safe return. With that, without waiting for Alexei to protest again, Samir unsteadily made his way to a small chair and sat down with a steadying motion. He refrained from further conversation, directing his gaze once more toward the window, where the sunlight grew ever warmer. Elder, Alexei felt a slight sting in his eyes as he tightly grasped the orb in his hand. Though this object would not aid him in his reconnaissance efforts, it embodied the heartfelt wishes of his elder. Thus, he found no reason to refuse it. Steadying his emotions, Alexei spoke in a low voice. Rest assured, Yabo and I are merely going to the town to assess the situation. We shall encounter no danger. We will return promptly. Samir did not turn around but casually uttered a farewell, waving his hand as if to dismiss them. Alexei was not one to linger. After placing the orb in his pocket, he turned and departed directly. Outside, Yabo had been waiting for some time and inquired as soon as he saw Alexei emerge. "What took you so long?" "Elder Samir gave me something," Alexei replied gravely, revealing the orb to Yabo. Upon seeing it clearly, Yabo's mouth fell agape in surprise. "How did the elder entrust this to you?" As Alexei's colleague, Yabo had also lived in the Cayman tribe for a long time and was familiar with the object. "It is said to ensure safety." Alexei smiled softly, stowing the orb away once more. "Safety? We could certainly use something to safeguard us right now." After hearing this, Yabo felt a twinge of melancholy. He had always been skeptical of such objects, yet upon seeing this small orb, an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over him. Indeed, one's thoughts can shift with changes in environment and circumstance. We are merely investigating a few matters. Let's not overthink it. Unless it is an extreme situation, those soldiers will not act against ordinary folk, Alexei remarked, casting a glance at Yabo as he strode ahead with purpose. Yabo hurried to catch up, murmuring under his breath, "I fear he may not be contending solely with those soldiers." He was uncertain of himself. Ever since he had heard the whispers in town, he found himself increasingly inclined to believe in the supernatural. The two moved swiftly, and before long, they had left the tribe and arrived at the nearby town. Upon entering, Alexei immediately sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet. It was morning, a time when the town should be bustling, particularly during this hour. Yet, the streets were nearly devoid of people. After surveying the area, Alexei's gaze fell to the ground, where he spotted the massive tracks of a vehicle, causing his pupils to contract in disbelief. "Are these tank tracks?" He looked incredulously at Yabo. How could such a remote place attract the deployment of tanks by the Eagle Nation's army? "Let me take a look," Yabo said, furrowing his brow as he stepped forward to examine the marks. Upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. "These tracks weren't here yesterday. They must have arrived last night. Behold this mark. It appears to be that of an Abrams tank, the principal battle tank of the Eagle Nation's military. How could it have found its way here? What on earth has transpired?" Yabo was utterly perplexed, struggling to fathom what could possibly warrant the deployment of a tank to such a location. Could it be that a monstrous entity has indeed emerged? "Do you know where the military base is?" Alexei inquired. Being foreigners, and with Yabo's background as a veteran, they should find it relatively easy to gather some information. "I'm not certain," Yabo replied, shaking his head. He crouched down, gently sifting through the soil with his fingers, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Even if we were to ask, they likely wouldn't divulge anything. After all, this area is under complete lockdown. It would be wiser to gather intelligence in the town first." True enough, Alexei breathed deeply, striving to calm his rising anxiety. After some deliberation, the duo resolved to venture to the bar at the center of the town to glean information. After all, it was the locale with the highest foot traffic, and any whispers of news would likely emerge from there first. The town was not particularly large, so their walk was brief. However, despite the bar typically bustling with patrons during the day, it was surprisingly sparsely populated today. Within the expansive establishment, only one table had occupants. Out of professional habit, Alexei and Yabo discreetly cast their gaze toward the patrons at that table. Upon discerning their features, they both involuntarily uttered a soft sound of surprise. Asians? Such a sight was indeed rare in this small town, and they appeared to be new faces. Their presence at such a time stirred a sense of curiosity within the two men. Exchanging a glance, they masked their emotions and casually selected a seat against the wall. Alexei signaled to Yabo, who immediately understood the cue. Rubbing his face, he unveiled a radiant smile, showcasing his brilliant white teeth. He turned to the strangers and, with a friendly demeanor, initiated conversation in his halting summer dialect, asking, "Are you here on vacation?" Chapter 53. The Great Red Flower indeed. We have just arrived, and this place is quite enchanting. Observing the black and white duo approaching, Xiaowan offered a polite smile and responded in fluent English. She had noticed these two individuals earlier, for in this quaint town, few dared to venture out with such confidence. Upon hearing Xiaowan's articulate English, Yabo felt a sense of relief. Although he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the local language, his knowledge was limited to casual greetings. Engaging in deeper conversation proved to be a formidable challenge, given that it is considered one of the most difficult languages to master. How did you manage to get in? Yabo inquired, his curiosity piqued by Xiao Wan's innocuous appearance. He did not dwell on it for long, directly posing the most pressing question. The town should have been sealed off by the military, rendering entry impossible for outsiders. These individuals either had exploited a loophole or possessed some connections within the armed forces. Alexei also turned his gaze in their direction, feeling an undercurrent of caution. Although they appeared benign, their presence at such a peculiar juncture warranted a degree of vigilance. We simply walked in. Ningxi interjected, peeking from behind and rolling her eyes in disbelief. Are we supposed to fly in? True, Yabo chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by the surprisingly sharp retort from the pretty girl. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts and rephrased his inquiry. What I meant to say is that outsiders shouldn't be allowed in the town at this time. Yet you both are clearly from elsewhere. Oh, when we arrived, the town had not yet been sealed off. We came in quite smoothly. Xiao Wan elucidated with a smile, glancing at Alexei and the others before continuing. By the way, we happened to pass through here while traveling. Although the town is beautiful, why do we see so few people? Moreover, I noticed a significant military presence outside. Has something occurred? Curiosity sparkled in Xiao Wan's eyes, accompanied by a hint of anxiety, resembling a traveler caught in an unexpected situation. Upon hearing her words, Yabo turned to Alexei, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table as he relayed a message. The town had indeed been opened just days prior, suggesting they had arrived during that window. Alexei furrowed his brow, surveying Xiao Wan and Ningxi, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. It seemed a touch too coincidental. Yet, these two did not appear to be suspicious individuals. After some contemplation, he spoke in a measured tone. The town is situated in a remote area, nestled against the mountains. Recently, there have been incidents involving wild animals attacking people. To ensure everyone's safety, residents have refrained from going out. It would be prudent for you to avoid wandering outside as well. Your safety is paramount while traveling. I see, Xiao Wan responded, her understanding dawning as she nodded appreciatively at Alexei. Thank you for the warning. You're welcome, Alexei replied, shaking his head. After a moment of thought, he inquired, by the way, have you seen where the nearby military camp is located? We wish to inquire whether the beast has been captured, lest anxiety spread among the people. The military camp? I have not seen it. Xiao Wan shook her head in confusion, and Alexei did not press further. After glancing at the deserted bar, he rose from his seat. Then we shall take our leave. You should return to your lodgings as well. With that, Alexei took Yabo by the hand and departed. Goodbye. Xiao Wan smiled politely, watching the two leave before her expression returned to calmness. Alexei and Yabo must be volunteers from the nearby tribe. What brings them to the town at this hour? Prior to the mission, Chen Yin and Li Ming had both provided information through their respective channels. Xiao Wan had reviewed this information and committed it to memory. The two individuals had been mentioned therein as they were members of an international rescue organization, their identities being rather unique. They were likely here to investigate the situation. It seemed the news had already spread here, and the tribe's volunteers were aware. Ningxi interjected, her expression more grave than before. Sister Wan, we have been here for a day, yet there is still no news from the leader. Could something have gone awry? Impossible, Xiao Wan replied decisively, lightly tapping Ningxi on the back of her head to signal her to refrain from such speculation. We both know of the leader's strength. The lack of news is likely due to the handling of the rift to the spirit realm. For now, we must focus on our own task. Indeed, Ningxi nodded in agreement, recalling Baiyu's divine-like presence that day, which reassured her. Chunyin is currently in contact with Li Ming, if any new information arises. Do informe me. I shall go and take care of that matter in the bar's kitchen. With that, Xiao Wan stood up and strode purposefully toward the back. Sister Wan, be careful, Ningxi called out, her voice lacking genuine concern, for they had both grown through this period of trials. Moreover, they had nearly resolved the issue at the back already. Xiao Wan made her way to the kitchen. What should have been a bustling place was now eerily empty, with an unsettling low growl reverberating through the still air. Maintaining her composure, Xiao Wan approached the source of the sound. There lay a person, their body ensnared by a concrete pillar rising from the ground. A bizarre, crimson flower bloomed upon this individual, its roots embedding into the palm and sprawling upwards, entwining half of the body, with petals even protruding from the person's mouth. As if sensing Xiao Wan's presence, the person's pure black eyes suddenly began to move, and their contorted limbs trembled restlessly, as if attempting to break free from their bonds. Witnessing this strange scene, Xiao Wan gritted her teeth. Indeed, it is truly this cursed thing. Chapter 54. The proxy Xiao Wan's gaze was shrouded in uncertainty as she recognized the ghastly entity before her. There were records of such ethereal beings within the sacred halls of knowledge at headquarters. The burial red flower was merely a first-tier spiritual entity, relatively weak even among its ilk, and it paled in comparison to most zero-tier beings. However, what rendered this type of spiritual creature truly fearsome was its infectious nature. Creatures like the deep diver or the void soar could only influence a limited area, typically confined to a single province, with no possibility of expanding their reach. The burial red flower, however, was an entirely different matter. As a parasitic spiritual entity, it possessed an extraordinarily high contagion rate, if left unchecked. It was entirely plausible that all life on Earth could succumb to its parasitism. Furthermore, the method of parasitism was deceptively simple. Upon inhaling a sufficient quantity of pollen, the burial red flower would begin to inhabit the host body. Although the entire process required time, it was insidious and silent. A typical individual would remain blissfully unaware of the burgeoning flowers within until the moment they erupted from their flesh, at which point they would only then realize the anomaly within their own being. In that very instant of emergence, the burial red flower would swiftly seize control of the host's consciousness, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Parasitic spiritual entities were relatively rare, which made a profound impression on Xiao Wan. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable challenge on her inaugural mission. This bar, situated in the heart of the town, was an unexpected locale for witnessing those afflicted by parasitism. Xiao Wan furrowed her brow, an unsettling emotion brewing within her. Initially, upon receiving the relevant intelligence, she had assumed that the burial red flower was only spreading in desolate areas, but the current situation suggested otherwise. The presence of parasitized individuals within the town indicated that the pollen had begun to infiltrate the vicinity. Every resident here now faced the risk of being infected. Drawing a deep breath, she gazed at the struggling figure on the ground, now overtaken by the burial red flower, a flicker of sorrow passing through her. If the parasitism had only recently taken hold, there might have been a chance to eliminate the parasitic site and restore normalcy. However, the individual before her had been infected for over 5 hours. By the time she had arrived, the roots of the burial red flower had already infiltrated the brain, rendering any hope of rescue futile. Rest in peace. With a soft sigh, Xiao Wan slowly unfurled her palm, revealing a flash of red light in her hand. An intangible mental shock surged forth, penetrating the mind of the afflicted individual before her. In mere moments, the once struggling figure became still, their expression blank and body rigid. The head, bereft of support, slumped to one side, rendered completely silent. Although the strength of the parasitized being was significantly amplified, their physical resilience had not increased substantially. At most, they could withstand small-caliber bullets. As a first-tier spiritual practitioner, Xiao Wan wielded power that surpassed most conventional weaponry, making the eradication of the burial red flower a straightforward task. Gazing at the lifeless body and the withered funeral red flowers before her, Xiao Wan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a slightly anxious voice from outside broke the silence. "Sister Wan, we have news from Chunyan. What did they say?" Xiao Wan slowly rose to her feet, turning her gaze toward the approaching Ning Shi. Their communication with Chun Yin still relied on Flint, and although she possessed the ability to facilitate a psychic connection among her team, the precarious situation left her uncertain about what might transpire. Thus, she prioritized conserving her spiritual energy for the time being. Chun Yin reported that the number of individuals parasitized by the funeral red flowers has suddenly surged. Even soldiers from the Eagle Nation's army have been infected, and Ning Shi clenched her teeth and spoke gravely. It seems there are those who have escaped their control. Damn it, is the army utterly useless? Upon hearing this, Xiaowan found herself unable to restrain her expletive. Her usually composed demeanor faltered, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. The pollen from the funeral red flowers had already begun to spread across the town, yet it had not yet caused significant harm. If they swiftly extinguished the source, the pollen would pose no threat. However, with new parasites emerging, if they were to spread the pollen throughout the town, Xiaowan's expression darkened, unable to fathom the hellish scene that might unfold. Ning Shi, you must go find Chunyan and ascertain the specifics. I will remain here in the town to guard against any infiltrators. Understood. Ning Shi nodded, not daring to delay. Casting a glance at the corpse on the ground, she turned and dashed away. Every second wasted magnified the threat posed by the funeral red flowers. They could not allow the situation to escalate to its direst form. Watching Ning Shi depart, Xiaowan chose not to linger any longer. There was no time to deal with the body. Should it cause any repercussions later, she could always use her abilities to erase others' memories. She set off toward the highest point in the town, anxiety gnawing at her heart. As she gazed at the azure sky, Xiaowan let out a heavy sigh. Leader, where are you right now? At that very moment, in a higher realm of spiritual space, a pure ocean of spiritual energy existed, an end to all supernatural fantasies in the world. Here, no life thrived. Only the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy pulsed ceaselessly. Within this dark expanse, a trace of spirit slipped through a barely perceptible crack, arriving at this place. This spark of spirituality began to expand, the vast power radiating outward, with flickering lights gradually coalescing into a human form. Baiyu surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the nature of this place. He had not anticipated that it would take him so long to cross over from the outside. He muttered to himself, although he could not perceive the passage of time, and the connection to the outside world had grown indistinct. Yet, through the sheer essence of consciousness and the transformation of his physical form, he remained aware of how long it had taken him to arrive here from the outside. Days ago, he arrived at this place, the very site of the Crimson Blossom's eruption, and discovered a rift to the spirit realm nestled within. In stark contrast to the gaping voids that birthed the wounds of nothingness, this rift appeared diminutive. Yet, the oppressive aura it emanated was of an entirely different magnitude. Within this fissure, Baiyu sensed a presence that resonated with his own essence. This aura was unmistakably of the spirit realm, yet devoid of the overt malice characteristic of other ethereal beings. On the contrary, it exuded an unmistakable benevolence, striving to convey a myriad of emotions. Even from the outside, Baiyu could distinctly perceive the invitation embedded within this essence. It beckoned him to enter this spiritual domain. Should he choose to abstain, a far more significant invasion of spirit beings would ensue, and annihilating this small town would pose no considerable challenge. Faced with such a subtly menacing invitation, Baiyu initially harbored intentions to disregard it. However, the world compelled him to heed the call, warning of dire consequences should he fail to comply. Being guided by his own spiritual essence, Baiyu found it impossible to turn a blind eye. Thus, he exerted considerable effort to traverse into this spiritual space, situated at the intersection of the spirit realm and Blue Star. It bore a striking resemblance to the entity he sought to communicate with in pursuit of ascending to the fourth tier, albeit with a lesser standing. Nonetheless, remaining here promised him substantial benefits. As Baiyu contemplated his transformation, he acknowledged that, were it not for this extraordinary invitation, he would never have contemplated such an act of clandestine passage. After all, in the eyes of the spirit realm, he, as a harbinger of a salvation organization, was regarded as an unequivocal adversary. This spatial realm could indeed exert its influence. Had it wished to prevent his arrival, he would have been unable to breach its confines. Yet, this time, it was an invitation. Despite the effort expended, he had successfully gained entry. At that moment, an ethereal light, distinct from the essence of this realm, suddenly manifested before Baiyu. This light, imbued with a contradictory yet closely aligned aura, drifted before him. Gradually, it expanded, integrated, and reformed. In the next instant, a figure, strikingly similar in appearance to him, emerged. Baiyu, intrigued, extended his hands for inspection, and those grayish eyes turned to meet the gaze of the true Baiyu. A handsome visage suddenly broke into a smile, and with impeccable grace, the figure performed a gentlemanly bow and spoke. "Welcome, emissary of Blue Star." Chapter 55. The Will of the Spirit World. Baiyu gazed coldly at this other self before him. From the moment this spectral entity manifested, he recognized its origin. The will of the spirit world, unlike the beings residing within it, resembled a collective consciousness of an entire realm. Although its thoughts could not entirely encapsulate a whole world, its actions reflected the desires of that world, including the present moment. In essence, it was the spirit world itself that beckoned him forth. Baiyu clenched his fist, attuning himself to his current state. His spiritual clarity was profound, and his energy had fully replenished upon entering this space. At this moment, he stood in an optimal condition. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a radiant brilliance erupted from his being, illuminating the dim surroundings as though he were a miniature sun. The scorching sunlight unabashedly enveloped the will of the spirit world. Simultaneously, an ominous cloud, foreign to this space, began to materialize above the entity. Purple lightning surged within the cloud, coalescing into a towering beam that descended silently, its brilliance flashing and resonating throughout the vicinity with thunderous echoes. Upon contact with this dazzling display, the embodiment of the will of the spirit world dissipated instantaneously. Yet, as the onslaught subsided, it reappeared before Baiyu, seemingly unscathed. Its visage mirroring that of Baiyu, adorned with a courteous smile. Is this the climate of Blue Star? As a world, it is only natural for it to wield such control. The will of the spirit world spoke softly, appearing unfazed by the recent events. With a subtle wave of its hand, two chairs materialized at their feet. The will took a seat first, extending a hand towards Baiyu. "Please have a seat. It aligns with the etiquette of your world." Baiyu cast a fleeting glance at the will before sitting down with an indifferent demeanor. The previous display of power had merely been a test. He had not anticipated that a single beam of light or a strike of lightning could extinguish the will of an entire world. Should a genuine confrontation ensue, Blue Star would inevitably bear the repercussions. Nonetheless, the fact that the will remained unperturbed after enduring his might was indeed astonishing, leaving no room for Baiyu's contempt. "You have both threatened and invited me here. What is your true intention? If it is to eliminate me, I suggest you reconsider. With your current strength, that is beyond your capability," Baiyu stated calmly, acutely aware of the energy fluctuations emanating from the will, which were nearly on par with his own. As an entire world, it could not possibly possess only this level of power. It was merely this essence that had permeated into this space. "I harbor no such intentions. Although the spirit world and Blue Star are sworn adversaries, that enmity is dictated by the sentiments of the beings residing within these realms." The will of the spirit world replied with a smile. "We are, after all, akin in nature. Creatures like you and I cannot be deemed similar," Baiyu retorted. Baiyu smiled faintly, extending a finger as an invisible air cannon erupted forth, shattering half of the spirit realm's consciousness. Although he understood that such an act held little significance in this realm, he felt compelled to do so. The notion of emotional connections between beings was merely a fallacy. Were it not for the interference of the world's forces, how could the beings of the spirit realm harbor such profound malice towards those of Blue Star? It could be said that the spirit realm's consciousness was the principal instigator of the war between the two worlds. We, as the embodiments of the world's will, how could we not be considered akin to one another? The spirit realm's consciousness tilted its head, its recently damaged form swiftly regenerating. Its misty gray eyes fixated on Baiyu, and suddenly it emitted a soft sound of intrigue. It appears you are not merely a pure embodiment of the world's will. You possess a remarkably high level of biological spiritual energy within you." Fascinating. Much like a human, the expression of contemplation surfaced on the spirit realm's face, seemingly perplexed by all it perceived. How could a being wield the power of the world? Such a phenomenon was inconceivable. No world would undertake such an action. It seems you must be an alternative embodiment of the world's will. Blue Star is indeed peculiar. The spirit realm's consciousness shrugged in resignation, while Baiyu observed coldly. The power of the world within him was a gift from the system. Initially, he had questioned whether the system was bestowed upon him by this world, but as his strength grew, he dismissed that notion. He realized that although the will of Blue Star was formidable, it lacked the capability to create something akin to the system. Ultimately, as he ascended, his abilities would transcend the confines of the entire world. Thus, the system must be a distinctly special entity. Clearly, the spirit realm's consciousness mistook the power of the world within him as a gift from Blue Star, which prompted its subsequent remarks. "Why have you summoned me here?" Baiyu inquired directly, unwilling to waste any more words with this enigmatic entity. The spirit realm's consciousness had been mimicking various emotions. Yet, as the embodiment of the world's will, it was inherently devoid of any true sentiment. This unparalleled sense of dissonance provoked a surge of nausea within him, and he entertained the thought of summoning a few meteors to the spirit realm. "I have called you here to discuss a collaboration," the spirit realm's consciousness stated succinctly, revealing its purpose without hesitation. Its gray eyes fixated on Baiyu with fervor as it proclaimed, "It is a partnership between worlds." Chapter 56. Concepts. The countenance of the spirit realm's consciousness radiated an unparalleled fervor. Its visage, strikingly akin to Baiyu's, appeared somewhat contorted, rendering it peculiarly odd. "Cooperation?" Baiyu cast a cursory glance at the spirit realm's will, pondering within. "Indeed, cooperation." The expression of the spirit realms will gradually regain its tranquility as it nodded with a smile. Subsequently, it raised its hand, and an irregular planetary model materialized within its palm. Baiyu's gaze shifted to the model, which exhibited an exceedingly irregular shape, its surface marred by conspicuous fissures, seemingly partitioned into distinct ecological regions. Encasing the planet, twinkling lights of spiritual essence flickered, reminiscent of the very heart of the cosmos. Baiyu raised an eyebrow, sensing something profound, and murmured, "Is this the spirit realm?" "Indeed," the spirit realms will affirmed, its grayish eyes revealing a chilling emotion akin to that of beholding a rare treasure. "What a beautiful planet, pure and unblemished, serene and harmonious. Alas, the creatures inhabiting it are rather distasteful." "Creatures?" Baiyu's eyes flickered, while the spirit realms will sighed. "Indeed, creatures, the beings of the spirit realm, are but insects, regardless of their power or weakness, ultimately mere pests that siphon the realm's essence. Without the spirit realm, these pests could not exist. Yet, do you not find it somewhat unreasonable to allow these beings to thrive so effortlessly upon this world? They drain the planet's spiritual energy and wage wars that devastate their very habitat. How foolish. Without these creatures, the planet might flourish far better." This held true for both the spirit realm and Blue Star. Suddenly, the spirit realms will rose, smiling, as the will of the world. "I trust you can sense my sincerity." For the spirit realm, Blue Star is exceedingly feeble, so weak that it cannot withstand even a Tier 3 spirit realm creature. Nevertheless, the will of the planet shall forever transcend that of its inhabitants. No matter how powerful an individual creature may be, this will remain the case. This universe is undeniably peculiar. As the cradle of all existence, a planet ought to be supreme. Yet some beings aspire to overturn this principle, aspiring to dominate the will of the planet through sheer strength. Utterly absurd. As the planetary will of Blue Star, you should cast your vision further ahead, cooperate with me. Cease your futile resistance, and allow Blue Star and the spirit realm to merge into a more formidable world, ascending to greater heights. Indeed, we might even supplant this universe. The spirit realms will spread its hands, exuding waves of furious spiritual energy. Its face brimmed with zeal as it began to laugh maniacally in the stillness of the space. Baiyu observed quietly, then joined in the laughter, which crescendoed, ultimately eclipsing the frenzied laughter of the spirit realm's will. The laughter of the will of the spirit realm gradually subsided as it lowered its head, casting its gaze upon Baiyu, who was laughing unabashedly. A glimmer of joy flickered in its dim, gray eyes. "Do you truly stand by your words?" it inquired, a hint of impatience lacing its tone. Baiyu could even detect a childlike anticipation in the voice of this world's will. Yet his laughter did not wane. He waved his hand dismissively, mocking, "Oh no, I find your words utterly nonsensical. Any planet's development is inextricably linked to the life it harbors. If you regard the beings of the spirit realm as mere insects to be manipulated at will, it is no wonder that, despite possessing such potent spiritual energies, the spirit realm remains unable to transcend the protective will of Blue Star. It seems the world's will is at odds with the very beings it governs. How foolish you are! For millennia, the spirit realm has encroached upon Blue Star, inflicting immeasurable devastation and slaughtering countless creatures. And you still wish to collaborate with me? Do you not find that laughable?" Baiyu's words dripped with scorn, and coupled with his laughter, they darkened the previously gentle countenance of the spirit realm's will, which now fixed a cold stare upon him. "The foolish one is you. The weight of living beings cannot be compared to that of a planetary will. The destruction wrought is inconsequential. If necessary, we can simply allow you to wreak havoc in return. Only through fusion can we glimpse higher realms. Your current assertions are the true absurdity. Paths that do not align do not collaborate." Baiyu's laughter gradually faded as he regarded the spirit realm's will with a knowing expression. The spirit realm was cruel, while Blue Star was benevolent. The energies embodied by their respective planetary wills were fundamentally different. To presumptuously regard all planetary wills as akin to your own is sheer ignorance. Someone like you likely has no comprehension of what hatred truly feels like. Blue Star is gentle, yet yearns for vengeance. From the moment the rifts of the spirit realm first appeared, the two worlds were fated to be adversaries, and you and I are destined to be enemies. Though I sit here now, I can scarcely suppress the desire to dismantle you piece by piece. To be frank, I do not relish such intense emotions surfacing within me. Yet my spirits are buoyed by the sight of your tragic existence." Baiyu clicked his tongue, surveying the spirit realm's will with a mix of disdain and amusement. As a planetary will, it was incapable of grasping the emotions of insignificant beings. In pursuit of its so-called grand ambitions, it mimicked the forms of life from another world. Groveling in submission, how pitiful, how laughable. You're truly fascinating. Let me take a guess. The spirit realm's invasion of Blue Star has persisted for quite some time. Yet only now do you seek negotiation, speaking of fusion and ascension, in stark contrast to your earlier declarations. Baiyu stroked his chin, his fingers gently rising and falling as he continued with a smile. "What is this? Has a formidable entity emerged in the spirit realm? One that you find difficult to suppress? It appears you are not on amicable terms with it, hence your urgency. Am I correct?" Baiyu gazed at the will of the spirit realm, a look of amusement dancing across his features. The expression on the face of the spirit realms will fluctuated continuously, at times manifesting anger, at others joy, as a profound spiritual light ebbed and flowed around him, radiating overwhelming spiritual energy. After a considerable time, this tumultuous energy gradually subsided. "You are correct. The voice and expression of the spirit realms will return to serenity, reminiscent of its initial state. Indeed, there have emerged formidable entities within the spirit realm that I cannot control, yet do not harbor the expectation that our internal strife will benefit Blue Star. Ultimately, such a possibility is utterly non-existent. Even if that powerful entity were to obliterate me, it would inevitably direct the same course of action towards Blue Star. No existence could remain indifferent to a planet brimming with such vitality. The war will not cease. It shall only escalate. If you do not acquiesce to my demands today, the invasions from the spirit realm will become increasingly frequent until both sides suffer devastating losses. Mutuelle destruction? You overestimate yourself, Baiyu scoffed, speaking slowly. You are right. No one would be disinterested in a vibrant planet. I find the spirit realm quite appealing. Are you suggesting that Blue Star intends to strike against the spirit realm? The spirit realms will echo Baiyu's laughter, filled with disdain. How could such a feeble entity as Blue Star possibly achieve that? Weakness does not equate to perpetual weakness. You incessantly proclaim feebleness, yet the spirit realm has yet to conquer Blue Star. Once the spirit realm decided to invade Blue Star, it must also consider the possibility of being counter-invaded, Baiyu stated, his tone resolutely unwavering. Is that so? But currently, The mightiest of blue star is likely you, the will of this planet. You find yourself trapped within this spiritual domain, unable to escape. I fear blue star cannot even resolve the matter of the morning red flower. The spirit realms will remain scornful, dismissing Baiyu's words. Baiyu, however, was undeterred as strands of spirituality seeped from this space, allowing him to perceive everything occurring outside. Just wait, the tides of battle are about to shift. The ember will ignite within the spirit realm. And how do you know I cannot escape? Baiyu turned, gazing at the spirit realm's will, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint. I not only intend to escape, but I shall not do so in vain. You shall accompany me. Chapter 57. Caught in the act. What do you mean? The expression of the spirit realms will shifted, and before any actions could be taken, an unparalleled surge of potent spiritual energy erupted beside it, causing the spiritual space to resonate with continuous rumblings. Literally, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Baiyu's lips. He was not one to leave empty-handed. After all, having arrived at such a splendid place, how could he depart without taking something of value? The spirit realms will before him appeared quite enticing, although it was not the complete will of the world. It was undeniably a fragment derived from it, a rare and precious entity. Moreover, if he did not deal with this fragment of will here, it would likely remain restless. The external affairs concerning the morning red flower would be entrusted to the remaining members of the fire seed. He had complete faith in those he had chosen. At this moment, the small town had succumbed to the embrace of night. It was tranquil and serene, yet it exuded a profound and unsettling aura. On the outskirts of the town, outside a clandestine military base, two heads, one black and one white, emerged from the underbrush. Yabo, are you certain our actions won't be discovered? Alexei surveyed the surroundings, his expression tinged with anxiety. He was about to infiltrate the military base of the Eagle Nation. If they were caught, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, I have experience. Yabo also scanned the area, dressed in black attire that seemed to meld seamlessly with the environment. Follow me. We need to uncover what is truly happening. We found no useful intel in the town, so we must seek the source. All right, I'll trust you this time. Alexei gritted his teeth, lowering his body to follow suit. The atmosphere in the town was exceedingly eerie. He knew he would not find peace of mind until the situation was clarified. The two disguised themselves and began to maneuver around the perimeter of the military base, searching for an entry point. Something felt off about this military installation. There were far too many enclosed laboratories, and the barracks were surprisingly scarce. As they moved, Yabo suddenly spoke up. He had previously served in the Eagle Nation's army and was familiar with various military structures. However, the configuration of this barracks was unlike anything he had seen before. If he hadn't encountered so much weaponry, he might have suspected they were in a biochemical research facility. Could they be researching something? Alexei inquired, equally perplexed by the unsettling silence that enveloped the barracks. Though dusk had fallen, it was not yet time for rest. That seems unlikely. Research wouldn't take place in such a location. Yabo shook his head, preparing to lead Alexei onward when suddenly, a blinding spotlight flared to life behind them. Hide! A troop is returning. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two swiftly concealed themselves. Before long, a fully armed combat team hurried through the night. Simultaneously, the two hidden figures detected a strong metallic scent of blood, so potent that it was impossible to mask. Alexei and Yabo exchanged a glance, both perceiving the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The overwhelming scent of blood hung heavily in the air, raising questions about the purpose of this small squad's mission. How many lives have been lost? A weary and fearful voice emerged from within the combat team, resonating with palpable distress. For, someone replied, their tone laced with sorrow and lamentation. Damn those monsters! If it weren't for the orders from above to bring this creature back for research, we would have lost so many lives. A bombardment from the aircraft would have sufficed and avoided all this chaos. Another voice chimed in with indignation, prompting Alexei and Yabo to cautiously turn their attention towards the source of the conversation. They discovered a trio engaged in discussion, with it being tethered by iron chains behind them. As the illumination of the spotlight revealed the entity, their pupils dilated, and they gasped in disbelief. Is there really a monster? Alexei and Yabo silently screamed within, overwhelmed by the sheer impact of the scene before them. A man clad in civilian attire was ensnared by chains, his body entwined with the roots of a plant, while a striking red flower bloomed ominously in the darkness. It emitted guttural roars intermittently, the sound of the rattling chains echoing unsettlingly in the silence. What on earth is this? Alexei's brow furrowed as his mind involuntarily conjured images reminiscent of the zombie films he had previously watched. The creature's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the zombies depicted in those movies. At that moment, the trio resumed their conversation. Have the other teams returned? One soldier inquired. Not yet. There were several creatures that escaped this time. I wonder if we'll be able to capture them all. He sighed heavily and turned to another comrade, seeking updates on the status of the other teams, but was met with silence. Puzzled, he turned to ask why his companion remained mute, only to be confronted with a shocking sight. His previously agitated comrade now stood frozen in place, a slender root protruding from his eye socket, slowly wrapping around his body. Simultaneously, the vibrant red flower began to bloom. Adieu, the man gasped, his mouth agape, as he beheld his companion's eyes turn pitch black, momentarily losing his composure. Yet another member of the group reacted instantly, cursing under his breath before raising his rifle and, without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards his ensnared comrade, shouting, "Don't just stand there. Adu has been compromised." Chapter 58. The apocalypse. A brilliant flash of light suddenly flickered before their eyes, accompanied by the sharp crack of gunfire that resonated painfully in the eardrums of Alexei and Yabo, rendering their vision momentarily obscured. "What on earth is happening?" Yabo exclaimed, still grappling with the bewildering situation. Moments ago, he could only recall witnessing a soldier seemingly infested by a parasitic plant, and then chaos erupted around them. The ferocity of the assault was akin to encountering terrorists. "We must flee. Such a commotion outside will soon attract attention to the military camp," Yabo quickly deduced, seizing Alexei by the arm and urging him to leave. Stealthily infiltrating was one thing, but being captured would make escape nearly impossible, especially within the confines of such an evidently fortified military base. Alexei nodded, preparing to depart with Yabo, yet his gaze remained fixed on the source of the gunfire. The dim environment was intermittently illuminated by the fiery bursts from the weapons, allowing him to clearly witness the unfolding scene. The soldier, silently possessed, seemed to have transformed into a grotesque being, his limbs contorting with unnatural agility. Like a serpent, he weaved through the hail of bullets, twisting his body to coil around tree trunks, deftly maneuvering in a fluid dance. The bizarre crimson flower atop him swayed ominously in the wind, standing out starkly against the darkness. Alexei could also hear the furious curses of two surviving soldiers, but soon, a terrified scream pierced the air, abruptly silencing one voice. Alexei's body stiffened, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a wave of nausea surged within him, compelling him to suppress the urge to vomit. Over the years, he had believed he had witnessed much, yet he was still profoundly startled by the scene before him. The infested soldier leapt onto another, effortlessly snapping his neck. The contorted limbs shredded the sturdy tactical vest, and a shower of blood and flesh rained down like a macabre storm in the darkness. Vivid red entrails were extracted by the parasite, crushed carelessly as if they were mere toys, with chunks of flesh cascading from the hand that still bore a semblance of humanity. "Alexei, what's wrong? We need to hurry." Yabo, ever vigilant to the commotion within the camp, sensed the growing urgency as the sounds of helicopters and tanks reverberated, yet he also noticed Alexei's distress. Following Alexei's gaze, Yabo's previously frantic expression froze, his lips paling in shock. What is happening? "I fear we may not escape," Alexei managed to utter, his complexion ashen. In that brief moment, the creature had not only torn apart one soldier, but had simultaneously slain another, fully armed. It is difficult to fathom that two fully armed soldiers could be so easily overpowered. It appears to be the case. Yabo swallowed hard, sensing that the creature seemed to be gazing in their direction. Not one, but two. As the two soldiers were swiftly dispatched, the creature that had been bound by iron chains broke free. two pairs of pitch-black eyes fixed upon them, as if capable of piercing through their disguise. "Run toward the barracks," Alexei shouted decisively. The events unfolding before him were beyond his imagination and far from his ability to resolve. At this juncture, the only option was to seek refuge within the barracks. He instinctively knew that the soldiers stationed there would surely be knowledgeable about the creature's nature. Although being discovered in the barracks might not guarantee a favorable outcome, it was undoubtedly preferable to waiting for death in this desolate place. "All right," Yabo nodded vigorously. Realizing that their cover had been compromised, he wasted no time in sprinting towards the barracks, pulling Alexei along with him. The thunderous roar that had once seemed perilous now resonated like the echoes of salvation. No matter how formidable the creature was, it could not withstand the onslaught of helicopters and tanks. "Let us flee swiftly and consider escaping from the barracks after we have distanced ourselves from these abominations." "Agreed." Alexei nodded, striving to match Yabo's pace while picking up the weapons dropped by the fallen soldiers. It was prudent to arm themselves for any unforeseen circumstances. As the two raced for their lives, the creature behind them emitted two inhuman roars, charging toward them with alarming speed. Neither dared to glance back, feeling the oppressive aura of danger intensifying, accompanied by the increasingly thunderous sound of the helicopter. "We are almost there. I will fire to draw their attention," Alexei shouted frantically, his eyes fixed on the armed helicopter circling overhead and the tank not far away. Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots into the sky. The flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, and Alexei felt as though his eardrums might burst from the reverberation. Simultaneously, the searchlight of the armed helicopter illuminated their surroundings. Upon sensing the blinding light, Yabo's expression brightened, revealing a broad smile. Suddenly, without any warning, the armed helicopter began to spiral uncontrollably in midair, its rotating blades seemingly seized by an unseen force. In the next moment, the helicopter, worth millions, erupted into a magnificent explosion, sending shockwaves that swept through the area, scattering debris and even toppling the tank on the ground. Staring at the dazzling flames, Alexei and Yabo gaped in astonishment, their pace faltering. Yabo, horrified and incredulous, cast a glance back. "Did you just shoot down the helicopter? Do you believe that is even possible?" Alexei gritted his teeth. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have chuckled. Yet this was not a moment for levity. He had just witnessed several shadowy figures leap onto an armed helicopter, dismantling steel with their bare hands. Undoubtedly, the creatures that had pursued him were the very same entities now atop the helicopter. It seemed the military camp was no longer an option. Alexei exhaled deeply, and before him, amidst the raging flames, shadow after shadow emerged. The striking crimson blooms flourished, resplendent and otherworldly, sprouting from the bodies of soldiers. Pairs of obsidian eyes melded seamlessly with the night, appearing from a distance like a circle of eyeless monstrosities. At this moment, Yabo also gradually ceased his frantic pace, feeling an inexplicable weakness wash over him. It was not merely fatigue from running. Rather, an insatiable terror gripped his heart. The sound of explosions continued to reverberate, likely due to gunpowder or other weaponry. Without a doubt, with each fiery detonation, vibrant flowers were unleashed. The moonlight gracefully enveloped the scene, its luminous hue harmonizing with the flickering flames, creating a striking beauty that simultaneously exuded a profound despair. Alexei managed a wry smile, his body trembling involuntarily. Yabo, with vacant eyes, could only swallow repeatedly, stammering, "Is this the end of the world?" Chapter 59, Divine Power Perhaps. Alexei murmured, his mind clouded with uncertainty as he grappled with the surreal scenario unfolding before him. Was this truly the apocalypse? The sight was so far beyond his understanding. A military camp had fallen so effortlessly, overrun by a horde of creatures parasitized by plants, everything resembling a scene from a science fiction film. What would happen next? Would a superhero emerge to save the day? If it weren't for the helicopter wreckage that had grazed him, Alexei might have thought he was merely dreaming. He glanced back. The two relentless monsters that had pursued him were now slowing their pace, joining their kin emerging from the fiery chaos, converging leisurely towards the center. "I apologize, Yabo," I shouldn't have dragged you into this heroics. Alexei's face twisted with bitterness. Had he known such calamity would ensue, he would have come alone, allowing Yabo to lead the townsfolk and tribe away from this cursed place. Yet, at this juncture, there was no point in lamenting. It was not as if he had been coerced into this predicament. Yabo exhaled deeply, his body still trembling. But he picked up a discarded weapon from the ground and clutched it tightly, uncertain of its effectiveness. Damn it, what rotten luck! He muttered under his breath. Had he known the supernatural was indeed real, he would have abandoned his materialistic beliefs, perhaps even beseeching for divine protection. I refuse to die like a coward. Alexei stifled his breath, the acrid smoke thickening around him, making it increasingly difficult to inhale. He would rather engage in battle against these monstrous beings than succumb to suffocation. Even if he could slay just one, perhaps a couple of townsfolk could escape. Aiming at the relentless pursuer, Alexei fired without hesitation. His familiarity with firearms was limited, so he did not take the time to aim. Instead, he emptied the magazine in a fit of frustration. Bullets rained down, yet none struck their intended targets. The grotesque forms exhibited an unimaginable agility and resilience, evading the onslaught. You are indeed correct. Taking advantage of Alexei's spent ammunition, Yabo raised his weapon and began firing relentlessly. He had observed that the camp had not been entirely overrun. Some soldiers were still engaged in combat with the creatures. This signified there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. If they could hold on, perhaps rescue was within reach. Choosing to undertake this line of work had proven Yabo's bravery, yet he was not prepared to embrace a heroic demise just yet. His marksmanship far surpassed that of Alexei's. Being a veteran, although the creatures moved with remarkable speed, they could not evade all the bullets. However, even when struck, the bullets seemed ineffective. The tendrils entwined around their bodies acted like a protective shield, dissipating the force of the projectiles, rendering them unperturbed in their movements. Truly, they were fiendish entities. Yabo gritted his teeth, unable to fathom the principle behind the monster that could withstand bullets. But there was no time for contemplation. Enraged by the impact, the parasites surged forward with a deafening roar. Alexei and Yabo barely had a moment to react before a parasite lunged at them. Damn it! Alexei cursed under his breath. Realizing he had no time to reload, he raised his rifle, intending to strike the approaching creature, but before the weapon could connect, its twisted appendage intercepted him. A tremendous force enveloped him, and he heard his joints crack as his body was forcefully pinned to the ground, leaving him no room to resist. Alexei, witnessing his companion being overwhelmed, Yabo was filled with urgency. He quickly finished reloading and opened fire at the parasite. Shoot at that flower! Alexei shouted from the ground. Every creature, no matter how formidable, should possess a weakness. After all, even the mightiest superheroes in comics have vulnerabilities. He refused to believe that these monsters were devoid of any flaw. The vivid flower blooming on the creature's body was too conspicuous, even if it wasn't a weakness. It had to be a critical point. Understanding Alexei's intent, Yabo acted swiftly. He kicked one parasite away and, as he leaned back, fired again, this time aiming at the large red flower. The parasite let out a low growl as layers of plant roots detached from its surface, wrapping around the flower like a cage and deflecting all the bullets. Indeed, Alexei felt a surge of hope, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. Yabo, get back! With that command, Alexei released his grip on the rifle and began to move to the side. Without the support of his weight, the parasite's hand easily clasped his shoulder, its fingers piercing Alexei's flesh despite lacking any sharp claws. He cried out in pain, the sensation shooting through his brain, yet his other hand continued its motion. Suddenly, he grasped something cold and hard. Taste this! As he recognized the object in his hand, Yabo's pupils constricted, and before he could utter a word, his body instinctively recoiled. Alexei grinned savagely, pressing his palm towards the large red flower and unhesitatingly pulling the pin of the grenade. The grenade exploded in his hand, the searing flames incinerating most of the flesh on one of his arms. Simultaneously, the explosion obliterated the roots surrounding the flower, which also showed signs of ignition. The parasite howled and leapt away without hesitation, but the explosion continued unabated, enveloping Alexei entirely. Damn, it's so close. The pain surged through his mind, and Alexei's consciousness began to fade. As he watched the monster leap away, an overwhelming sense of bitterness lingered in his heart. When he pulled the pin on the grenade, he never entertained the notion of survival. Rather, it was a lamentable reality that even in death, he could not vanquish a single creature. Now, he could only hope that the international rescue organizations would swiftly recognize the anomalies in this place and dispatch assistance without delay. Gazing at the flames that loomed so near, Alexei faintly heard the calls of Yabo, yet he found himself unable to respond. He closed his heavy eyelids, silently awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, he suddenly felt something stir within his pocket. The next instant, an extraordinary surge of energy coursed through his body, and his pain-riddled mind regained clarity in an instant. A warm, crimson light suddenly materialized before him, shielding him from shrapnel and flames alike. What was happening? Alexei opened his eyes to behold a small iron orb flying out of his pocket, momentarily rendered speechless. This, the ancestral artifact of the tribe, truly possesses divine power. Chapter 60. The arrival. The astonishing scene unfolding before Alexei momentarily distracted him from the pain coursing through his body. Beside him, Yabo stared wide-eyed. His previously shed tears now dried. Strange occurrences abound daily, but today was particularly extraordinary. The emergence of zombies infested by plants was terrifying enough. Now, the ritual artifacts brought from the tribe radiated a golden glow, reminiscent of a myth come to life. Yabo's materialistic mind was repeatedly shaken, his worldview flipping like a yo-yo. At that moment, Alexei was the first to regain his composure. When a small sphere had emerged from his pocket, it transmitted a wave of warmth. Although it did not heal his injuries, it prevented him from collapsing. Observing the crimson energy enveloping him and the gathering parasites, Alexei shouted to Yabo, "Come to my side." He had realized that, though the nature of this energy shield was unclear, it undoubtedly pertained to the realm of the extraordinary, effectively hindering the movement of these monsters. Yabo, jolted by Alexei's call, quickly regained his senses. Before his mind could process the situation, his body instinctively propelled him forward, leaping to Alexei's side in a few swift strides. At that moment, the crimson energy shield rippled, trembling with energy. A parasite lunged forward, yet its formidable body, capable of tearing through steel, was rendered ineffective against the shield. The protective aura surrounding Alexei and Yabo functioned like the most impenetrable of shields, firmly blocking all parasites from breaching their sanctuary. The parasites collided with the energy shield, emitting steam as they were scorched. Their piercing shrieks echoed around them, while the entwined plant roots quickly charred, crumbling into dust, and even the vibrant red flowers began to wither. Witnessing this spectacle, Alexei's eyes sparkled with realization. His conjecture had proven correct. The energy forming this shield and that which induced the mutations in these beings belonged to the same essence. Utilizing this energy against the parasites was far more effective than any firearm. Regrettably, this was an energy shield, not a long sword. Otherwise, he would have had to wield a weapon and charge forth. "What shall we do now, Alexei?" Yabo gasped, his heart racing as he scanned their surroundings. Though they were temporarily safe, the number of these creatures showed no signs of diminishing. On the contrary, the living within the military camp were dwindling, leaving them uncertain of how many survivors remained. The camp had evidently fallen. It would not be long before these monsters surged into the town, or perhaps they had already infiltrated its depths. And who could say how long the energy shield would endure, or how much longer Alexei could withstand his injuries? Although the critical damage from the grenades had been absorbed by the shield, one arm remained gruesomely injured, the stark white of bone visible through torn flesh. If such severe injuries are not promptly addressed, it is likely that he would not be able to endure even for an hour. At this moment, Alexei lowered his head, feeling utterly at a loss. After all, this small sphere was immovable, meaning the energy shield was fixed in place, leaving both of them confined within it. Should they venture even a step beyond this protective barrier, they would be torn to shreds in mere seconds. Gritting his teeth, Alexei turned to Yabo and inquired, "Do you have any confidence in escaping from here? If so, I can serve as bait. Given his current condition, he was utterly incapable of taking any action. His only hope rested upon Yabo. After all, his companion had no other remarkable skills, but was exceptional at fleeing. Setting aside whether I can escape, even if I were confident in my ability to do so, I would never leave you behind. We must consider alternative solutions, Yabo replied solemnly, outright rejecting the proposal. He had never been one to abandon his comrades. Furthermore, at this moment, he knew he could not escape, as those creatures were far swifter than he. Alexei hesitated, glancing at the densely packed parasites surrounding them, ultimately choosing to remain silent. For now, their only course of action was to await a miracle. How wonderful it would be if a superhero were to appear and resolve their calamity. Yabo sighed wearily, gazing up at the sparse stars in the night sky. A wave of melancholy washing over him. This might very well be his last opportunity to gaze upon the night sky. Yabo looked intently, as if he wished to engrave this moment firmly in his memory. The night sky was exceptionally clear, a vast expanse that he had never seen in the Eagle Kingdom. Yet the surrounding environment felt oddly incongruous. The stars twinkled above, and though Yabo was not particularly knowledgeable about astronomy, he could recognize the Big Dipper, a constellation every member of the world's rescue organizations was required to know. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the stars that had guided him countless times before. Strangely, despite the clarity of the night, the Big Dipper was nowhere to be found, as if shrouded by some unseen force. Yabo squinted, confident he had not misjudged its location. It should have been in that direction. However, no matter how he searched, those stars eluded him, and instead, an ominous shadow loomed larger, as if something were about to plummet from the sky. What is this? Yabo rubbed his eyes. It seemed as though a colossal black bear was descending from above. No, Yabo, get down. Alexei also noticed the anomaly in the sky, watching the ever-enlarging shadow with a change in expression. Ignoring his injuries, he gritted his teeth against the pain and pulled Yabo aside. In the next moment, a violent tremor emanated from beneath their feet, as layers of rock fissured apart, and a colossal black bear descended from the heavens, bearing an unparalleled force akin to that of a meteor. The horrifying parasites were crushed beneath the bear's paws, resembling helpless chicks, devoid of any strength to resist. The bear surveyed its surroundings, its emerald eyes strikingly vivid against the night. Ultimately, those feral eyes fixated upon Alexei and Yabo, their gazes drawn to the small orb suspended in midair, a hint of astonishment flickering in its gaze. Chunyin, someone is injured. You must tend to him first. A deep and distorted voice emerged from the bear's maw, leaving Alexei and Yabo questioning their sanity, wondering if they were merely hearing things. Yet, to their astonishment, a more astonishing spectacle unfolded. 3 figures gradually emerged from the bear's back, landing in unison upon the ground, clad in identical attire. Their pitch-black cloaks billowed like battle flags in the wind, adorned with vibrant flame motifs that conveyed an ancient essence, twinkling with points of light in the darkness. At that moment, the enormous bear underwent a transformation. Its massive form began to contract, the sound of muscles and bones colliding echoing hauntingly, instilling terror in those who listened. In less than a second, the once mighty bear had morphed into a human figure, standing alongside the 3 individuals, similarly garbed in the dark coat. However, unlike the others, this figure wore nothing but the coat, devoid of any other garments. Although this was somewhat unseemly, it did little to diminish the awe that surged within Alexei and Yabo. They simultaneously swallowed hard, a singular thought arising in their minds. Superheroes had truly arrived, and not merely one. Chapter 61. The situation. Xia Wan surveyed her surroundings and casually tossed a piece of clothing to Li Ming, her expression darkening as she observed the multitude of humans infested by the morning red flower. Moments ago, she and the other members of the Fire Seed, along with personnel from Bureau 749, had been engaged in purging the parasitic entities from the town. Once they had nearly completed this task, she hastily led the others toward the military camp, leaving the Bureau 749 team behind to deal with the remaining infestations. Despite Li Ming transforming into a massive bear to expedite their journey, They were dismayed to discover that the military camp had already succumbed to significant devastation. Damn it, Xiao Wan muttered under her breath. The situation in the town was dire, with a higher population density, making it impossible for additional personnel to be dispatched to oversee this area. She had not anticipated how swiftly the military camp would fall. It was evident that the 8th District of Eagle Nation had once again acted foolishly, attempting to contain some of the morning red flowers for research, resulting in catastrophic consequences. However, there was no point in assigning blame at this juncture. Addressing the present crisis was of utmost importance. Turning her head, she focused her mental energy, enveloping the area to sense the presence of survivors within the camp. To her surprise, she caught sight of Alexei and Yabo nearby. She had a profound impression of this black and white duo, having encountered them just that morning, and was taken aback to see them again in this context. As her gaze shifted, Xiaowan noticed the ancient, floating orb suspended in midair, prompting her to ponder its origin. Was it a product of the Psionic Weapon Research Institute, bestowed upon them by their leader? If not for the orb's emanating psionic energy, they would not have been able to locate it with such precision. At that moment, Alexei and Yabo also recognized Xiao Wan and Ning Shi. The faces of Easterners were a rare sight in this locale, making it easy to remember these two women. To their astonishment, they could hardly believe that these seemingly delicate figures were, in fact, the superheroes destined to save the world. The stark contrast left them momentarily bewildered, struggling to reconcile the image of travelers with that of legendary heroes. Furthermore, given their uniform attire, it was clear they belonged to the same organization. Before Alexei could fully comprehend the situation, a man effortlessly crossed the protective barrier and approached him. With his mind tightly wound, the sudden proximity of another person instinctively put Alexei on guard. However, before he could react, Chun Yin had already placed a hand on his shoulder. Alexei felt an irresistible force radiate from the man's touch, rendering him immobile. He gazed in trepidation at the refined-looking Eastern man before him, finding it hard to fathom how such a seemingly frail body could possess such immense strength. "Don't move," Chun Yin said calmly, placing his hand beside Alexei's injured arm. The healing energy began to flow from his palm, ultimately enveloping the wounded area. Chun Yin sensed the familiar aura emanating from the small spherical object, and a scheme began to form in his mind. He surmised that these two individuals were likely new recruits being prepared by Baiyu for their organization. The pale green spiritual energy transformed into an exceptionally pure form of life energy. Alexei felt a tingling sensation in his injured arm, and he looked over in disbelief. Before his eyes, the mangled flesh that had just been blown apart started to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace, akin to witnessing the transformation of a 3D model. In no time, the once tattered arm was restored to its former state, completely unrecognizable as the arm that had just been ravaged by an explosion. Alexei was momentarily speechless with astonishment. Yabo was similarly taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock, his face reflecting utter incredulity. His worldview had once again been upended. A being capable of transformation, endowed with the ability to heal any injury at will. What might come next? Telekinesis, perhaps? "You're all right now," Chun Yin spoke softly, as healing such injuries posed no challenge for him. After all, he had ascended to the rank of a first-tier spiritual practitioner, and Alexei's wounds were merely the result of an explosion, devoid of any spiritual energy overlay. "Thank you." Alexei attempted to move his arm, discovering it was not only as functional as before, but perhaps even more so. "I am Alexei, and this is my companion Yabo. We are grateful for your assistance." Alexei spoke in broken summer language, reaching the limits of his vocabulary. "It is my duty," Chun Yin replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The purpose of the spark was to save this world, and the creatures inhabiting it naturally fell within the realm of that salvation. Being recognized by Baiyu indicated that these two possessed trustworthy character, which was why Chun Yin had exerted himself without reservation when employing his abilities. A seemingly light statement, yet it profoundly shook both Alexei and Yabo. Chun Yin had spoken in English, making it comprehensible to them, and they felt the weighty significance behind those words. Duty. Could it possibly refer to the responsibility of saving the world? This phrase was frequently uttered by them as members of a global rescue organization. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within Alexei as he prepared to voice his thoughts, but Xiaowan did not afford him the opportunity. After all, the current situation was not conducive to conversation. There are still some survivors in the military camp. I will transmit their coordinates to the Flint shortly. We must make every effort to rescue the survivors, and those afflicted by the parasitic red flower should also receive our utmost attention. Chunyan, you may have your work cut out for you. There is no need for anyone to worry about exposure. Afterward, he would use his abilities to erase all memories. Once the information was organized, Xiaowan decisively issued her orders. The other three did not hesitate and immediately began to execute their tasks, dispersing in 3 different directions. Only Alexei and Yabo were left in a cold sweat, their minds racing. Had they truly heard correctly? Erasing memories? They have only just begun to uncover the secrets of this world. Chapter 62. The spark today has been replete with extraordinary events, leaving both Alexei and Yabo with a profound sense of enlightenment, as if they have pierced the veil of reality that had long obscured their vision. It is as though a thin shroud that had cloaked their perception of the world has finally lifted, revealing the stark truths that lie beneath. Although the unveiled reality is not particularly palatable, neither of them wishes for their memories to be erased. Xiaowan remained oblivious to their unusual demeanor and had no intention of erasing their memories. After all, upon witnessing that piece of psychic equipment, she had already surmised that Alexei and Yabo were connected to Baiyu, perhaps even destined to be future allies. Stay within the energy shield and do not wander, Xiaowan cautioned, then, without waiting for a response, swiftly darted to one side. Intense waves of psychic energy emanated from her, materializing into invisible hands that ensnared all nearby parasites. Despite the fact that these parasites had attained a first-tier level after being infected, they were still no match for the members of the Spark. Even Chun Yin, a support-type psychic, could stand alone against several creatures with his psychic weapon. The only conundrum was the overwhelming number of monsters gathered here, most of whom still retained their cognitive faculties, providing a glimmer of hope for rescue. Yet this also rendered the battle increasingly arduous. What a nuisance, Li Ming thought, casting a glance at the unconscious soldiers from the Eagle Nation and some parasites stripped of their morning red flowers, his expression darkening. His psychic abilities were purely combat-oriented. If he were to pulverize these infected beings into a mush, it would pose no challenge for him. However, he was unwilling to take such drastic measures. With many of the parasites' brains not yet invaded, he was reluctant to inflict harm on those who might still be saved. Yet, such meticulous combat was hardly his style. As he observed the approaching swarm of parasites, Li Ming transformed his arms into powerful gorilla-like limbs and struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled, and the rocks strata shattered, encircling the majority of the parasites. Watching as sharp earthen spikes pierced some of the infected, he frowned but dared not linger on his thoughts. Behind him, a pair of insect-like wings unfurled, vibrating rapidly. Approaching the immobilized parasites, Li Ming's arms morphed into a peculiar structure resembling serpentine tails, deftly removing all the morning red flowers. Although the plant roots enveloping the parasites were exceedingly resilient, the morning red flower itself was remarkably fragile. A gentle tug was all that was needed, and the moment the flowers were plucked, the previously ferocious parasites suddenly stiffened, the roots entwined around them darkening abruptly. It was as if they were corroded by some unseen force, rapidly losing their vitality and crumbling into dust upon contact with the ground. The parasites' heads drooped, and they swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. With utmost caution, Li Ming placed the now normalized parasite in a secure location. He immediately communicated through the flint. Chun Yin, there are injured individuals here. Hurry over. Wait, I might not have the time right now. Chun Yan's voice swiftly emanated from the flint, as he indeed found himself pressed for time. Among the members of the Fire Seed, his combat prowess was deemed the weakest, rendering him primarily suitable for support roles. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, even this auxiliary must confront the parasites on the front lines. The only resource at Chun Yan's disposal was his psionic weapon. With an outstretched palm, he grasped a spear that flickered with a faint luminescence. This spear resembled ancient human weaponry, exuding a rustic and primitive charm, which felt somewhat incongruous in his hands. I hope the quality of what Ning she crafted is satisfactory, Chun Yin mused, taking a deep breath as he steadied his stance, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. After days of specialized training, he had acquired considerable knowledge about the use of cold weapons, though not yet proficient. He had certainly made progress. The psionic weapon he wielded was not a creation of Baiyu, but rather the handiwork of Ning Shi. On a particular day of training, Ning Shi had been summoned by Baiyu to the psionic weapon research facility, where she received hands-on instruction in the operation of the forging furnace and the Tesla workshop. This spear was a product of Ning Shi's practice, which accounted for its rough appearance. Currently, the stockpile of psionic weapons within the fire seed was limited. Aside from the basic flint and fire seed coats, there were only a few electromagnetic pistols available. Baiyu had primarily focused on functional equipment, leading to a scarcity of weaponry. However, the electromagnetic pistols possessed formidable power. If unleashed upon these parasites, not only would the morning red flowers be obliterated, but their very flesh would be reduced to mere fragments. After much contemplation, the spear was the only weapon that met the operational requirements. Rest assured, my craftsmanship is undoubtedly reliable. At that moment, Ning Shi's voice resonated nearby. Chun Yin turned towards the sound. Noticing Ning, she's standing atop a tank. Extending from the tank's surface were several liquid metal tendrils, seemingly possessing their own consciousness, deftly maneuvering around the surrounding parasites. Occasionally, a morning red flower would be struck down by the metallic appendages. A small safe zone had formed around the tank, a sight that elicited a twitch at the corner of Chun Yan's mouth. Although Ning Shi's psionic abilities were not of the highest caliber, her aptitude for such situations was undeniably fitting, prompting a tinge of envy in him. "I'll trust you this once," Chun Yin muttered, swiftly swinging the spear in his hand. Aiming straight for a parasite, he harbored no intentions of holding back. This strike aimed directly at the creature's vital point. Crack! The rudimentary spear effortlessly tore through the plant-like armor of the parasite, pinning it to the ground, while the solid floor beneath shattered under the force of the impact. Quite impressive indeed. A smile graced Chun Yan's face. The spear possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely enhancing its sharpness. Yet that was sufficient. The parasite, impaled upon the ground, screamed frantically, struggling to escape as blood and entrails gushed from its wounds, while Chun Yin surged forward. Once more, he seized the spear and forcefully thrust it upward, nearly cleaving the parasite's upper body in two, shattering the morning red flower in the process. The parasite, now bereft of the morning red flower's power, quickly turned pale, its life force ebbing away. Chun Yin extended his hand, and a surge of pure life energy flowed into the creature, mending its grievous wounds in the blink of an eye. Observing the now-recovered soldier from the Eagle Nation, Chun Yin casually kicked him into the protective energy shield's range. And once again, his spear lunged toward another parasite. At that moment, Alexei and Yabo, at the heart of the energy shield, stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, their astonishment overwhelming and uncontainable. Although the timely intervention by the Spark organization had been nothing short of miraculous, they could hardly fathom that a mere quartet could completely turn the tide of battle. The parasites, which could easily rend armed helicopters asunder, appeared as feeble children before these individuals, offering no resistance and requiring little effort to subdue. Conversely, the members of Spark had to temper their strength, striving to avoid slaying these parasites. It was precisely because they had previously felt despair in facing the parasites that their astonishment now surged. As they witnessed the four members of Spark deftly maneuvering through the battlefield, liberating one parasite after another, Alexei's gaze flickered, the billowing Spark coats indelibly etched in his mind. Gazing at the patterns on the dark coats, he felt a particular memory stir within his mind. Fragments of recollection raced through his thoughts, attempting to recall something, yet his emotions were so tumultuous that he found it difficult to focus. It was Yabo, standing beside him, who broke the silence, stating in a daze, "Alexei, do you not feel that the patterns on their garments bear a striking resemblance to some markings in a photograph passed down through your family?" Chapter 63. Illusions, the words of Yabo, served as a key, unlocking the door to memories for Alexei, prompting him to recall something with startling clarity. The old photograph he had perused countless times now materialized vividly in his mind, though the image captured a fierce battle between two unknown sources of light. A mysterious insignia lingered in one corner. It resembled an abstract badge akin to a spark of fire, occupying a modest space in the photograph, yet exhibiting a striking clarity. Alexei remembered it distinctly, yet for reasons unknown, whenever he sought to uncover the origins of that emblem, the memory would subtly elude him, fading from his consciousness unless he concentrated intently. Now, upon seeing the fire spark insignia on the superheroes, that dormant memory was reignited. He was certain he could not be mistaken. Although the internet was replete with countless images of flames, including several that bore resemblance. Both the emblem in the photograph and the one before him distinguished themselves from the mundane. This extraordinary badge radiated warmth, flooding his being with a sense of hope akin to a beacon in darkness, instilling a powerful urge to ascend. It was not merely similar, it was identical. Alexei's voice trembled, and even his physical composure faltered under the weight of his emotions, as he confirmed one profound truth. The photograph long cherished by his family through generations might indeed be authentic. The dislocated fabric of time and space seemed to realign in that moment, rendering him momentarily disoriented. The scene before him transformed abruptly. Two colossal sources of light materialized, one harboring a grotesquely twisted monster, the other presenting a being of divine stature. He found himself standing upon that very fire spark insignia, with a quivering gaze. Alexei lifted his head, only to meet the gaze of the godlike figure, whose golden eyes shone like twin suns, colliding with his own in the vastness of the air. His breath caught in his throat as he widened his eyes, scrutinizing the celestial silhouette before him. What manner of existence was this? Any beautiful word seemed inadequate to encapsulate its essence. Magnificent, resplendent, glorious, and honorable. Alexei struggled to articulate his current emotions, merely gazing in awe until that enigmatic being offered him a faint smile. His suspended breath quickened abruptly, and the disjointed reality before him began to normalize. Huff, huff. Alexei gasped for air, casting his eyes downward to find himself upon a dark crimson earth stained with blood, starkly contrasting the coveted fire spark insignia he had envisioned. Here, there were no monstrous aberrations, only humans ensnared by grotesque flowers. Was this merely an illusion? Overwhelmed, Alexei collapsed onto the ground. The sensations he had just experienced were overwhelmingly vivid, as if he had traversed the very fabric of time and space, arriving at places once visited by his ancestors. Alexei, what is the matter? The sudden collapse of Alexei startled Yabo. In a flurry of concern, he crouched down, his heart racing as he gazed at his companion, fearing that Alexei's previous injuries had not fully healed and were now resurfacing. I am fine. Alexei waved his hand dismissively, his consciousness still somewhat hazy. I merely experienced some hallucinations. Hallucinations? Yabo paused, glancing around before hastily tearing a piece of cloth from a nearby soldier of the Eagle Nation and wrapping it around Alexei's face. We are at the center of the battlefield. Perhaps we are being affected by the pollen released by these bizarre flowers. After saying this, he wrapped another piece around his own face. Although he was unfamiliar with the morning red flowers, such close contact led him to form certain conjectures about these ethereal beings. These wretched things appeared to be infectious, and given the current circumstances, it was evident that transmission was not through direct contact. Otherwise, Alexei would have already begun to bloom. Since it was not contact-based, it must be the pollen that spread the affliction. This aligned with the present situation, as pollen could propagate silently, perhaps allowing such a fully armed encampment to fall so easily. Pollen? Perhaps, Alexei mused, still in a daze, uncertain of what had truly affected him. Yet, since Yabo had suggested it, he tightened the mask around his face. Taking a deep breath, he stood up from the ground. He raised his gaze towards Xiaowan, who stood aloft, her psychic energy radiating outward, suppressing the entire camp. Under the moonlight, the patterns of the ember insignia became even more pronounced. It must be no coincidence, Alexei muttered to himself, now firmly convinced that the experiences of his ancestors were indeed real and were intricately linked to the sudden emergence of this mysterious organization. A desire to uncover the truth began to form within him, but it was clear that this was not the opportune moment. With determined strides, he moved towards the energy shield, seizing the chance while there were no parasites nearby, swiftly pulling a soldier who had been stripped of the morning red flowers into safety. Yabo, let's not dawdle. While speaking, Alexei headed towards another area where Chun-Yin had previously thrown someone. Hearing his words, Yabo hesitated for a moment before rapidly springing into action, assisting Alexei in carrying the unconscious soldier to a secure location. A shared resolve blossomed in both their minds. They absolutely must not allow any memories to be erased. Yabo was reluctant to lose this rare insight, while Alexei yearned to uncover the truth of history. Chapter 64. Decisiveness. At this moment, Xiao Wan, suspended in midair, cast a glance at Alexei and Yabo. Choosing not to intervene, as one recognized by the leader, it was only natural for her to act in such a manner. After all, the existence of the spark was meant for salvation. However, the pressing matter at hand was to swiftly eliminate the corpse red flowers. In the distance, the town twinkled with scattered lights, and faint growls could be heard echoing in the air. Xiao Wan's expression grew solemn. There was still no news of Baiyu, and it appeared that the corpse red flower infection, which had just been suppressed, was once again stirring within the town. Otherwise, the personnel from the 749 Bureau would not have been delayed in their arrival. It was evident that they were occupied elsewhere. The situation seemed never-ending. Xiao Wan gritted her teeth. Although the individual corpse red flowers were weak, their infectious nature was alarmingly potent. Once one batch of parasites was dealt with, another would inevitably emerge. This cycle continued incessantly, and setting aside the energy reserves of her group, it was uncertain how many of the infected could survive. For now, their ability to act and heal these hosts was contingent upon their ample energy reserves. Should a critical moment arise, they might not have the luxury of such considerations. Xiao Wan's mind was in turmoil. Before Baiyu departed, he entrusted her with command, instilling in her a sense of trepidation and urging her to act with caution, fearing she might betray his trust and tarnish the reputation of Spark. Previously, in the Tongsiga region, her erroneous decisions had nearly led to the annihilation of the research team. Although the emergence of energy creatures there was unforeseen, Xiao Wan still bore the weight of the responsibility for the mishaps that occurred that day. Leading a group of ordinary individuals was fraught with challenges. How much more daunting was it to lead the Spark, an organization with roots tracing back to ancient times? In terms of experience, she could not compare to Chun-Yin, and her combat prowess was eclipsed by Li Ming. Even Ning, she had entered the Energy Weapon Research Institute by now. Xiao Wan understood clearly that the primary reason Baiyu entrusted her with such a heavy responsibility was her unique energy nature. The power of mind thought made her an exceptionally suitable leader. There could be no further delays, since the leader had placed this command in her hands. It was a sign of trust that she must not betray. At this juncture, there was no room for hesitation. With clenched fists, Xiao Wan took a deep breath. Suppressing all distractions, she recalled a profound statement made by Baiyu, the leader she held in such high regard. The Spark has existed for a long time, traversing various historical epochs. The organization has witnessed both periods of extreme strength and moments of near collapse. Energy creatures are formidable and diverse, with abilities that are exceedingly peculiar. Yet it is exceedingly rare for powerful energy wielders to emerge among humanity. It can be said that the longevity of the Spark is not solely reliant on each torchbearer, but more so on every member of the organization who possesses a strong mind, sustaining the very essence of the organization. These members vary in strength, some formidable while others are frail, even including ordinary individuals. Some possess psychic abilities that rival the essence of the world, while others exhibit negligible powers. However, the Ember of Hope has persevered through time, emphasizing not the individual's might, but the conviction residing in each heart. Even the smallest of ants, when united, can fell a mighty elephant. Though it may be inappropriate to liken the ember to an ant, and the spirit realm cannot be compared to an elephant. What I wish to convey is that irrespective of how far you may harness your own power in the future, as long as you exert your unique strength to the best of your abilities, it shall not contravene the oath of the Ember. At that moment, Baiyu directed these words towards Ning Shi, for compared to the other members, Ning Shi's psychic abilities were somewhat diminished. Yet, Xiaowan absorbed this message as well. The thought was not weak per se, but due to this as a first-tier psychic, it was nearly impossible for Xiaowan to fully channel the thought. The vast psychic energy, accompanied by mental force, if not meticulously controlled, could inflict harm not only upon enemies, but also upon oneself. However, Xiaowan could no longer afford the luxury of such considerations. If she were to dwell on these matters, cherishing her own existence, the crisis of the morning flower would remain insurmountable, and she would be unworthy of being a member of the Ember. Peering below, an array of information regarding the morning flower surged into Xiaowan's consciousness. Although this spirit realm creature possesses unparalleled infectiousness, it is not without its solutions. The morning flower cannot survive in isolation. It requires a host, and within each colony of morning flowers, there exists a flower king. The flower king is the progenitor of all morning flowers, intertwined with its very life. Thus, if the flower king is uprooted, the remaining morning flowers would wither away, thereby dispelling this crisis. Like the ordinary morning flowers, the flower king, too, must parasitize other beings for survival and cannot stray too far from its colony. The current location of the flower king is undoubtedly nearby the town, perhaps even mingling among these hosts. Xiaowan initially envisioned protecting the surviving humans, while simultaneously searching for the flower king among the parasites, a sentiment echoed by Li Ming relaying the directive from Bureau 749. After all, while the morning flower may lack substantial intelligence, it possesses an instinctual drive for self-preservation. The flower king will conceal itself, and the morning flowers will safeguard their king, rendering the search for it exceedingly arduous, relying solely on chance. Yet at this moment, with no progress in the task, relying on luck was no longer feasible, prompting Xiaowan to resolve to adopt a more aggressive approach. The psychic energy in this vicinity is far too chaotic. Bureau 749's tracking method cannot discern the Flower King's location, leaving it to me. By now, when I unleash all my psychic energy, the range of my mental perception can envelop the town and its surroundings entirely, albeit for a brief 5 seconds. Within these 5 seconds, I must locate the Flower King. Xiaowan's voice carried a chill, as she gradually retracted the suppressive psychic energy enveloping the area into her being, waves of energy beginning to ripple from her, illuminating her surroundings in flickers of light and shadow. The initial reluctance to implement this plan stemmed from the understanding that releasing all spiritual energy would not only endanger oneself, but also those within Xiaowan's range of influence would be imperiled. After all, such a vast release of power was beyond her current capacity for precise control. Even if the purpose of unleashing this energy was solely to trace the whereabouts of the Flower King, the sheer magnitude of the mental force would be unbearable for ordinary individuals. Xiaowan was uncertain of the potential repercussions, but she was confident it wouldn't lead to fatalities. The situation was bound to improve significantly. If necessary, Chen Yin could provide treatment later. With her spiritual energy fully accumulated and compressed within her, Xiaowan exhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Everyone, shield yourselves with your spiritual energy." Her voice resonated powerfully, prompting the other 3 members of the Fire Seed organization to look up. Upon witnessing her compressing her own energy, Chun Yin and Ning, she immediately grasped her intentions. Xiaowan had employed this technique during her training, though not for tracking purposes at that time. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 of them flicked away the parasites surrounding them, channeling their energy to envelop themselves completely. Li Ming, though somewhat confused, quickly followed suit. Similarly, Alexei and Yabo were perplexed but not foolish. They understood something significant was about to transpire. In a flurry, they lifted one person into the protective energy shield and curled their bodies as if bracing for an impact. Watching Xiaowan above, Yabo felt a surge of excitement. It seemed she was about to unleash a powerful move. Having indulged in comics and films, he recognized the classic scenes unfolding before him and understood that as a minor character, his sole responsibility was to safeguard himself. Alexei, equally curious, gazed upward. As an ordinary person, he could not perceive the pulsating energy surrounding Xiao Wan, yet he sensed an ominous force accumulating. At that moment within the town, the spiritual practitioners of the 749 Bureau also felt an unusual energy wave. Lin Yi turned his head, brows furrowed in concentration. That direction. Who could it be? Li Ming should be there, yet this energy did not belong to him. As a perceptive individual, Lin Yi could distinctly identify the nature of each person's spiritual energy, and he immediately recognized that this unfamiliar energy was not from Li Ming. The presence of another practitioner in such a remote location was startling. A flickering flame emblem, glimmering with tiny lights, suddenly filled Lin Yi's mind, causing his heart to race. Could it be the fire seed? His excitement was palpable, dispelling the sense of crisis that had recently clouded his thoughts due to the threat posed by the morning flower. In this secluded place, where news had not spread, he could conceive of no other undocumented practitioner arriving here apart from the fire seed. The mere thought of the fire seed filled Lin Yi with unwavering confidence. He has always believed that the spark symbolizes hope. Almost there, Xiao Wan murmured, observing the organization members and the black and white duo fully equipped with protective measures. The spiritual energy within her ceased to be compressed, surging forth with overwhelming vigor, radiating outward. An invisible pressure enveloped the small town, centered around Xiao Wan, forming an intangible mental domain. All parasitic entities momentarily halted, while every spiritual practitioner felt their own energy and consciousness profoundly disrupted in that instant. The previously mobilized spiritual energy inexplicably began to dissipate. As for ordinary individuals, they sensed nothing but a sudden jolt of pain in their heads before losing consciousness entirely. Xiao Wan's complexion turned pale, her mind feeling as though countless needles were piercing through it, the intense agony rendering her nearly incapable of thought. Her body swayed unsteadily before plummeting from midair. With a resounding thud, Xiao Wan crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The surrounding mental domain lasted merely 5 seconds before collapsing in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Wan felt excruciating pain beneath her, her head akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, leaving her in a daze. She lifted her gaze toward the moon hanging in the sky, gradually descending, and managed to force a faint smile. I have found you. At this moment, within the spiritual realm, the once stable space was now torn asunder, resembling the apocalypse. Terrifying gusts of wind surged through the breaches, colliding against a layer of spiritual energy, producing a deep, resonant roar. Baiyu stood amidst the fractured realm, holding a small orb emanating a peculiar glow, silently raising his head. Sensing the familiar fluctuations of spiritual energy from the outside, a smile graced his striking features. Xiao Wan, well done. Following the infiltrating energy into the space, Baiyu instantly grasped the recent events occurring in the external world. He lowered his gaze, playfully observing the small orb in his palm, chuckling softly. It seems your scheme has fallen through. The so-called burial of the red flower is of little consequence. Even in my absence, my members will resolve it. What other trump cards do you possess? The Flower King has now been located. Survival is impossible. Have you perhaps found a formidable biological host for the Flower King? Given your audacity to threaten me, it must be so, or else you would not have torn the rift in the spirit realm to this extent. Yet, regardless of your hidden cards, it is of no concern. Having dealt with you, I have no need to linger here. Come quietly with me. Baiyu spoke to the swirling orb in his hand, as if in a soliloquy. With each word, the damaged space trembled anew. The small orb, seemingly imbued with intelligence, radiated immense spiritual energy, swirling in Baiyu's grasp. It occasionally attempted to break free, only to be thwarted by an invisible wall of energy trapped firmly in the palm of Baiyu. At this moment, should another discerning individual be present, they would undoubtedly sense the extraordinary phenomenon. The small luminous sphere hovering in Baiyu's palm is no ordinary object. It is a manifestation of pure and immense spiritual energy, compressed into a formidable entity. Were it to be detonated, it could potentially obliterate a significant portion of Blue Star's surface. With a keen interest, Baiyu observed the struggling sphere for a few moments before bringing his hands together, promptly absorbing the orb into his being. Confronting the will of the spirit realm had drained considerable energy from him, as it was the essence of an entire world, albeit a fragmented one, possessing remarkable power. Though Baiyu appeared at ease, the residual spiritual energy within him had dwindled to less than a third. However, he need not linger any longer. Initially, with insufficient energy, he would have required time to recuperate before exiting, but now, sensing Xiao Wan's spiritual energy, he could follow this essence to depart. Baiyu murmured to himself, casually approaching a spatial rift, his form gradually becoming ethereal until he transformed into a small luminous sphere akin to the will of the spirit realm, swirling in the air. The spirit realms will still have contingencies in place. He could not afford to delay any longer. Chapter 65. The location of the Flower King at this moment. Within the military camp outside, the once stagnant flow of time and space, previously suppressed by Xiao Wanling, began to churn anew. All the parasites seemed to sense something, becoming increasingly frenzied, while the blooming funeral red flowers pulsated ominously. The other members of the Spark reacted swiftly upon witnessing Xiao Wan fall to the ground. Ningxi promptly struck the tank beneath her, transforming the multi-million Eagle Yuan vehicle into a torrent of steel that encircled and shielded Xiao Wan. Li Ming and Chun Yan also rushed over without hesitation. Casting aside any thoughts of restraint, they forcefully repelled all approaching parasites. "Have you found it?" Chun Yan inquired, simultaneously channeling a healing energy towards Xiao Wan. "Yes," Xiao Wan replied, taking a deep breath, her pallid complexion failing to conceal her joy. Weakly, she raised her hand to point in a certain direction. "The Flower King is over there, most likely hidden underground. No wonder we couldn't locate it." Li Ming scoffed, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. The stealthy approach to dealing with these parasites had left him feeling quite stifled. Now that they had finally discovered the Flower King, it seemed he could finally vent his frustrations. Leaning against the nearby steel barrier, Xiao Wan struggled to rise, stating, "The commotion I caused earlier was too great. Although the Flower King possesses little intelligence, it must now realize that its position has been exposed. The current agitation of these parasites suggests that the Flower King wishes to evade us." Uncertain of the host organism the Flower King had infested, she added, "If it manages to escape and relocate to continue its propagation, we may face grave consequences. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. Li Ming, you need to return to Bureau 749 at once and inform them that the Spark has arrived. These parasites will not allow us to pass. We require their assistance to fend them off. After that, follow the location of the flint and regroup with us." Xiao Wan spoke calmly, swiftly issuing her directives. Li Ming nodded in response, preparing to act. "I will head there immediately. You all stay safe." With that, the insect wings at his back flared, creating a tempest that scattered the encroaching parasites. "Wan Jie, can you still hold on?" Ningxi asked anxiously, observing Xiao Wan's pale visage. She understood the immense toll of Xiao Wan's full exertion of spiritual energy, recognizing that at this moment, Xiao Wan might be unable to unleash any energy. "Do not worry. I have this." Xiao Wan waved her hand, retrieving an electromagnetic pistol from the flint. While its power could not compare to that of the Mind's will, it sufficed as a weapon for the time being, ensuring she would not become a liability. Seeing this, Ningxi refrained from further urging. Both she and Xiao Wan had joined the Spark with a resolute mindset, ready to defend their beliefs and protect this land, even at the cost of their lives. To adopt a posture of fragility would be an affront to Xiao Wan. "Let us proceed." Xiao Wan spoke softly, and after Chun Yan's treatment, her condition had improved significantly. Just as the three were preparing to depart, a sudden shout echoed from a distance. They turned in unison to see Alexei waving frantically, his expression tinged with urgency. Upon noticing their gaze, his face brightened with evident relief. "You are headed to the Cayman tribe, right? I can guide you. I know a shortcut," Alexei called out, his voice booming, fearful that they might not hear him. Being confined within the protective barrier, he had no choice but to resort to such measures. He had been observing closely, and when he saw Xiao Wan gesture towards the Cayman tribe's location, he inferred that they were likely bound for that destination. A shortcut? Xiao Wan's eyes glinted as she surveyed the gathering swarm of parasites. Without hesitation, she declared, "Bring them along." Time was of the essence, and if a quicker route to the Flower King's location truly existed, it would be most advantageous. Moreover, they could not simply abandon Alexei and Yabo in this perilous situation. She nodded in agreement, extending her hand to strike the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath Alexei and Yabo shifted, pulling them closer. Meanwhile, the small orb generating the energy shield was now in Ningxi's grasp. She glanced down, her mind racing with calculations. Indeed, it resembled equipment from a psychic weapon research institute, albeit of an antiquated design. Although she harbored questions, she recognized that this was not the time for inquiries and stated directly, "Just lead the way, and I shall guide you." At that moment, Alexei, still in a state of bewilderment at his immobile orb now held by Ningxi, snapped back to reality. He pointed in a direction and said, "The shortcut is not far from here, and there are no obstacles along the way. Let us go." With the group assembled, Xiao Wan wasted no time, charging ahead in the direction Alexei indicated, while Ningxi and Chun Yin each grasped one of the two robust men, lifting them as if they were mere chicks. Trailing behind Xiao Wan, Alexei and Yabo felt as though the surroundings were rapidly shifting, akin to boarding a high-speed train. Before they could process the astonishment, Alexei urged them onward, silently praying for the tribe's safety. Meanwhile, within the town, Li Ming hurriedly approached Lin Yi, who was directing the battle. Upon seeing Li Ming, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy as he moved closer. "You are here. Has the spark arrived?" Before Lin Yi could finish his question, Li Ming blurted out the name. Upon hearing spark, Lin Yi's expression transformed from shock to delight. "Has that powerful psychic arrived?" According to internal estimates from Bureau 749, Baiyu is at least a third-tier psionic. If he were to arrive, the calamity here would be inconsequential. "No, it is the remaining members of the Fire Seed." Li Ming shook his head. He was unaware of Baiyu's current whereabouts, but he held an unwavering trust in his leader. He merely needed to fulfill the tasks assigned by the organization. "Have they mentioned anything?" Lin inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. The mention of the remaining members of Fire Seed was indeed a first for him. However, he was already aware that Fire Seed was an organization, so he felt no particular astonishment. It was merely regrettable that those who could join such an organization were undoubtedly gifted individuals, yet they could not rival that formidable psionic. It seemed that resolving the calamity at hand would require considerable effort. They had located the position of the Flower King, who was also aware of their presence. Currently, the parasites were in upheaval, rushing towards the Flower King's location, demanding that they withstand this wave of assault while they would deal with the Flower King. Li Ming succinctly conveyed this information, and upon hearing it, Lin Yi's expression grew grave. Without hesitation, he commanded through the intercom, "All psionics, assemble to form a barrier. Civilians are to be disregarded for now. Ready your weapons. Something large is approaching." Lin Yi possessed ample trust in the Fire Seed organization, as well as in Li Ming. Thus, upon receiving the intelligence, he did not hesitate. Given the urgency of the situation, even a moment's hesitation as commander could exacerbate the disaster. After issuing the order, Lin Yi turned to Li Ming and said, "You should assist as well. The Flower King is well concealed, which implies he possesses considerable strength. If possible, establish a rapport with the members of the Fire Seed. The Bureau has long sought collaboration with them." "I understand." Li Ming nodded, promptly turning to depart without delay. With Lin Yi issuing such orders, there was no need for him to volunteer for support. It was not that Li Ming was unwilling to remain and assist. Rather, the situation concerning the Fire Seed was far more urgent. Chun Yin and Ningxi were not pure combatants, and Xiao Wan was injured. If the Flower King were indeed some formidable creature, the three of them would be incapable of withstanding it, hence Li Ming's anxiety. Chapter 66. Prometheus and the Carmen tribe. As the moonlight gradually dimmed, a sliver of the sun slowly ascended from the horizon, faintly taking shape yet not yet radiating warmth. As the elder of the tribe, Samir had risen long before dawn broke. Having reached an advanced age, he found it increasingly difficult to enjoy prolonged slumber, especially now, as a heavy burden weighed upon his mind. Like the other members of the tribe, the first act upon waking for Samir was to pay homage to the tribe's guardian deity, Prometheus. The visage of the divine could not be captured, and statues depicting Prometheus had become increasingly scarce in the world. However, the Karman tribe had never placed great importance on such representations. In the hearts of these believers, the divine manifested in myriad forms. Even on the most significant sacrificial days, they merely ignited a grand bonfire to honor their god. Strolling leisurely outside his earthen dwelling, Samir retrieved a spark from the smoldering embers and ignited a small fire. Sitting beside the flames, he cast his gaze towards the room where Alexei and Yabo resided. Throughout the entirety of the previous day, no one had entered or exited that chamber, and the two had yet to return from the town. With a heavy sigh, Samir retracted his gaze. Could it be that dear teachers Alexei and Yabo had encountered peril? Having been part of the tribe for several days, the two had never asked for anything and had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the children of the tribe. As the only elder with worldly experience, Samir had always held great admiration for these young men, which is why he had entrusted Alexei with the tribe's heirlooms. He truly believed that the artifact would safeguard Alexei's well-being. In his childhood, Samir had once witnessed that small bead emanating a faint yet warm glow. Young Samir had reached out to touch it, and the light had subsequently faded. Many years had passed since that day, and the bead had shown no further anomalies. Yet Samir remained steadfast in his conviction that he had not been mistaken. He could never forget the sensation of that day. The light was warm and resplendent, piercing the heart like a beacon of hope. Samir mused that perhaps when humanity first beheld the fire stolen by Prometheus, their hearts must have been filled with a similar emotion. In the days leading up to Alexei's departure, an inexplicable sense of unease had settled within him, an instinct he had possessed since birth. This feeling had never led him astray. Something must have transpired in the town. Yet, now, in his frailty, he lacked the vigor to uncover the truth. When Alexei had expressed his intent to venture to the town, Samir had sensed the inherent risks of such an endeavor. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would remain absent for so long. Oh, divine power, grant them your protection. Samir fervently prayed. He recalled the words of the elders from his youth, who once spoke of Prometheus not merely stealing fire, but rather the hope of humanity's survival, a great hero willing to sacrifice a benevolent deity. Such a divine being undoubtedly bestows protection upon all those with kind hearts. After fervently completing his prayers, Samir let out a heavy sigh, attempting to rise, only to find himself devoid of strength. The years had weighed heavily upon him, leaving his vitality depleted. Even this seemingly simple task eluded him. The elderly man braced himself against the ground in an effort to stand. At that moment, several figures suddenly dashed toward him from afar, moving with astonishing speed. Samir blinked, and before him, where there had been no one, several individuals appeared, 3 unfamiliar faces of Eastern descent, and Alexei Yabo? Witnessing the two of them standing before him unscathed, Samir found an unexpected surge of strength and managed to stand upright. The two were equally astonished to see Samir there. Elder Samir, are you unharmed? Samir quickly approached them, relieved to see that although they bore some dirt, they had not sustained any injuries. It seemed the divine truly had protected them. Alexei glanced at the illuminated sky above, realizing it was likely the time for Samir's worship, and felt a pang of urgency. Elder Samir, there is danger here. I must escort you away. With little time for further explanation, Alexei prepared to assist Samir in leaving. After all, they were uncertain what monstrous entities might appear next, and he wished to shield the elder from any harm. At that moment, however, Samir seemed to sense something, gazing intently at a particular spot on the ground. Similarly, Xiaowan and her companions also focused their attention in that direction. Damn it, there are civilians here. Xiaowan cursed under her breath, realizing why Bureau 749 had been unable to locate the Flower King. It was inconceivable that the Flower King would hide in such a small tribe. What should they do now? Chun Yan's expression turned grave. Attempting to contain the Flower King here could lead to significant casualties. and even the spark of life risked increased exposure. Xiaowan furrowed her brow, poised to speak, when suddenly the ground nearby began to tremble violently. Like an earthquake, the earth cracked open, revealing something emerging from below. The trio's instincts ignited in unison, sensing a colossal surge of spiritual energy permeating the previously desolate area from beneath the ground. A peak first-tier entity? What monstrous being was the Flower King inhabiting? Xiaowan's pupils narrowed sharply. She had not anticipated the Flower King would take the initiative to attack, nor had she expected the creature it had parasitized to be so formidable. Typically, ordinary parasites barely achieve the threshold of the first tier, their strength significantly inferior to that of a typical first-tier spiritual adept, relying solely on their numbers. Under normal circumstances, beings parasitized by the Flower King would be somewhat stronger, yet still merely of moderate first-tier caliber. Now, with such a turn of events, only one possibility remained. The species that the burial Red Flower King had taken as its host was not an ordinary blue star life form, but rather a being from the spiritual realm. Ningxi. In a moment of urgency, Xiaowan shouted without the luxury of issuing commands. Her gaze fixed on the intensifying spiritual energy before her, and she instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, Ningxi grasped the situation instantaneously. She struck the ground with both hands, causing the earth to tremble violently, erecting a formidable rock wall that completely severed the area, resembling an ancient colosseum. As Ningxi's powers surged forth, the subterranean entities responded to the ensuing tremors, bursting forth from the earth. Upon witnessing the colossal shadow that obscured the sky, Xiaowan felt her body stiffen in disbelief. What in the world is this monstrous entity? Chapter 67. Kanjamat. Xiaowan's thoughts came to a near standstill as she gazed upon the monstrous entity that emerged from the depths of the earth. Chunyin and Ning, she found themselves momentarily breathless, as if their very hearts were being gripped by an unseen hand. The creature before them resembled a colossal, crimson avian beast, adorned with resilient, bat-like membranous wings and a lengthy tail, its enormous beak lined with razor-sharp teeth. With a mere sweep, the massive stone wall, cloaked in Ningxi's spiritual energy, crumbled violently, sending debris flying in all directions. The suddenness of this upheaval left the members of the Fire Seed organization in stunned silence, as the overwhelming spiritual pressure bore down upon them, while the shattering stones plummeted directly toward the earthen huts of the tribe. The immense weight crushed the fragile dwellings into ruins, black blood oozing forth from the debris. Isai. Witnessing this scene, Alexei's eyes widened in horror, a deep crimson rage seeming to well up within him as he beheld the dark blood flowing out, a wave of dizziness crashing over him. The collapsed hut was home to one of his students, Isai, a mischievous yet exceedingly kind-hearted boy. Alexei, who had often looked out for him, never anticipated that he would helplessly watch this child meet such a tragic fate today. Yabo, experiencing a profound anguish, closed his eyes as he gazed upon the creature with wings that could blot out the sun, a wave of terror surging within him. This was different. The beast before them was not akin to the previously parasitized humans. This was an entity far beyond human capability to conquer. At that moment, Samir, supported by Yabo, also turned his gaze towards the obliterated houses, a wave of uncontainable sorrow washing over his aged visage. As he looked upon the dragon-like monstrosity, his eyes reflected sheer terror and loathing. Kanjamat. It was identical to the descriptions chronicled in legends, a dreadful creature that would bring calamity to the tribe. Samir murmured to himself, clearly recognizing the nature of the beast before him. This was a monster recorded in the annals of the Cayman tribe, known as Kanjamat, rumored to have soared the skies in ancient times, regarding humans as mere sustenance, until it was ultimately sealed away by Prometheus. The murals of the Cayman tribe depicted this very creature, its vivid scarlet hue resembling that of a demon, precisely mirroring the horror that now loomed before them. Oh, divine powers! At that moment, Kanjamat unfurled its wings, slowly ascending into the air, its vertical pupils gleaming with a ferocious savagery, sending chills down the spine with just a glance. As the children of the tribe lay at the mercy of the beast, Samir found himself powerless to intervene. The abruptness of this calamity had left him consumed by profound hatred and despair, prompting him to begin a fervent prayer. With the emergence of Containment, the tribespeople were roused from their stupor. Upon witnessing several huts reduced to rubble, the fates of those inside uncertain, and the legendary monster manifesting before them, clarity returned to their minds, and many were struck with terror, collapsing to the ground in fear. Upon witnessing this scene, Alexei clenched his teeth, suppressing the seething hatred and sorrow within him. He swiftly made his way to Elder Samir's side and urgently exclaimed, "Elder Samir, the situation is dire. It is challenging for me to explain the specifics, but I never anticipated that the monster would manifest here. A battle is imminent. You must act quickly to evacuate the tribe. We cannot afford any more casualties." Originally, Alexei had believed that by hastily bringing the members of the Fire Seed organization here, he could avert tragedy. Yet, unexpectedly, a child had succumbed. Now, he could only urge the remaining tribespeople to flee. He sensed that this monster was unlike any they had encountered before. Even the members of the Fire Seed organization would struggle to contend with it. Leaving the tribe here would only hinder their escape and lead to unnecessary sacrifices. He could not allow such a calamity to unfold. Clearly, the people in the tribe were engulfed in terror, their emotions spiraling out of control to the point where they seemed to forget how to flee. It appeared that only Elder Samir, with his esteemed reputation, could rouse them from their stupor. Observing Alexei's grave demeanor, Samir quickly stifled his own sorrow, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Alexei, do you intend to remain here?" After receiving a response, Samir looked into Alexei's resolute eyes and suddenly comprehended something profound. Alexei did not conceal his intentions, smirking coldly as he declared, "I will stay here to lend assistance. I might still be of some use. I cannot find peace in my heart unless I witness the demise of this monster." With that, he donned a slightly more relaxed smile and assured Samir, "Do not worry. Elder, I shall be fine. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Should the situation become untenable, I will retreat. Prometheus shall watch over me." Samir gazed deeply at Alexei, nodding, "The divine will protect you." He then hurriedly moved to the side of the tribespeople, beginning to organize their escape. Meanwhile, Alexei's smile faded, and he let out a quiet sigh. Since there was enmity, there was no rationale for inaction. Moreover, he could not allow this creature to depart. That would contradict his beliefs. "Forgive my deception, Elder Samir. I am merely making a sacrifice akin to Prometheus, as you have said." He turned to Yabo and urged Yabo, "You must leave as well." "What are you saying? I did not flee at the military base, and I shall not do so here either, even though this monster is indeed unsettling." Yabo's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as he lifted his gaze towards the pterosaur-like creature, his body trembling involuntarily. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it nearly impossible to believe that such a monstrosity existed on Blue Star. At that moment, he was still a considerable distance from Containment, yet the oppressive weight of fear bore down upon him heavily. In stark contrast, the three members of the Fire Seed organization, who were perilously close to Containment, found themselves frozen in place, ensnared by the immense pressure of spiritual energy, as if caught in a tangible net. "Beast!" Chunyan gazed upon the shattered dwelling, cursing softly under his breath as he struggled fiercely. Yet, despite exerting every ounce of his spiritual energy, he found himself unable to break free from the binding force. "Wan Jia, this creature is at the second tier." Ningxi's expression was grave. While she lacked knowledge regarding Kong Jiamate, she could distinctly sense the oppressive high-level spiritual energy unique to the second tier. How can this be? Such a rift in the spirit realm should never yield a second-tier entity. Xiaowan's demeanor was solemn. Prior to embarking on this mission, she had meticulously gathered all available intelligence. According to the records of the Knowledge Sanctuary, the size of the rift should only suffice for the emergence of first-tier entities. The 749 Bureau had corroborated this information. Yet, the beast before them was undeniably a genuine second-tier creature, enhanced further by its parasitic association with the Flower King, likely rendering the very force that bound them a manifestation of this creature's power. So formidable was it that the three of them found themselves utterly immobilized. The records within the Knowledge Sanctuary could not possibly be erroneous. A horrifying thought suddenly crossed Xia Wan's mind. Perhaps this monster did not emerge from the rift in the spirit realm, but had long been dormant on Blue Star, only now awakened. The Knowledge Sanctuary held texts attesting that many mythical beasts were, in fact, entities from the spirit realm. Some had been contained by organizations, while others had evaded destruction before their retreat, resulting in their sealing across various locations. King Solomon's spiritual energy possessed sealing capabilities, and the previous Spiritual Weapon Research Institute had also developed equipment with similar abilities. Thus, it was entirely plausible that ancient spirit realm beings unknown to her existed on Blue Star. However, the terrifying prospect remained that a creature had managed to escape the binding force. Such an occurrence should have been impossible. Xia Wan understood that a disturbance must have transpired at this seal, yet there was no time to ponder this matter now. Casting a glance at the terrified crowd fleeing in panic, and then at the bloodstains scattered about, a cold glint flickered in her eyes. This monster could not be allowed to remain. Without hesitation, Xia Wan clenched her fist, and her electromagnetic handgun emitted a piercing roar. A surge of inexplicable spiritual energy erupting forth, momentarily freeing her from her restraints. Seizing the opportunity, she hurled the electromagnetic handgun toward Kong Jiamate. The once glimmering blue handgun now emanated a perilous red light. The self-destruct mode had been activated. Chapter 68. The Deluge at this moment. The spiritual energy runes on the electromagnetic pistol flickered with fervent intensity. The core, imbued with immense spiritual energy, began to fracture, releasing a tremendous electromagnetic force that surged outward. Sensing the impending peril, Kanjamart let out a piercing shriek, and the parasitic entity known as the Morning Red Flower King swiftly reacted. Tenacious tendrils coiled rapidly around Kanjamart's crimson skin, forming an indomitable armor of foliage. As the electromagnetic pistol detonated, Xia Wan and her companions felt an immediate alleviation of the oppressive pressure that had ensnared them. The instant the restraints were lifted, Xia Wan retreated hastily, calling out, "Stay away from that beast." She understood fully well that even if the electromagnetic pistol were to explode, its power would only be equivalent to that of a first-tier spiritual practitioner, capable at best of momentarily stunning Kanjamart. Yet, even that brief respite was invaluable. During her confinement, she had discerned a critical flaw in Kanjamart's restraining ability. It exhibited a pronounced limitation in range. She, along with Ning Shi and Chun Yan, had been adversely affected due to their proximity to Kanjamart, while Alexei and Yabo, mere ordinary individuals, were able to move unimpeded. This disparity suggested that Kanjamart could not extend its oppressive force over great distances. Now, they stood as three first-tier spiritual practitioners against a second-tier monstrosity. Although the disparity was not yet insurmountable, given their current conditions and the nature of their spiritual energies, defeating Kanjamart appeared unrealistic. They needed to disperse entirely, ensuring that Kanjamart's abilities did not ensnare all three of them simultaneously. If they could hold out until Li Ming arrived, perhaps the tide could turn. Upon hearing Xia Wan's urgent call, Chun Yin and Ning Shi acted without hesitation, retreating in two divergent directions. Meanwhile, Alexei and Yabo also moved away, fully aware that in this clash between superhumans and monsters, their role as ordinary individuals rendered them powerless to intervene directly. If they wished to assist, it would have to be through feigned attacks, but first, they needed to ensure they did not become a burden. The explosion of the electromagnetic pistol was brief. Kanjamart quickly dissipated the surge of electromagnetic energy, unleashing an enraged shriek as it observed the fleeing humans below. Its temperament was decidedly foul. The memories of its imprisonment were hazy, but upon awakening, it had discovered a feeble parasite clinging to its essence, an inescapable bond that frustrated its instincts. Now, as it yearned to unleash its primal ferocity, humans dared to impede its path. "It's coming." Ning, she exclaimed, watching as Kanjamart charged directly towards her. The enormous beak closed the distance in the blink of an eye, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Just as the strike seemed imminent, Ning Shi hurled the sphere she had taken from Alexei, and a crimson barrier materialized before her, shimmering with protective energy. As if encountering a formidable foe, The beak of the bird, capable of piercing through all things, was engulfed in a plume of black smoke the moment it made contact with the crimson barrier. The anguished cry of Containment echoed through the air. Its massive form twisted violently, plummeting to the ground below. Ningxi, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by the formidable effect of her protective maneuver. A second-tier spiritual realm creature had been so easily subdued. "Don't just stand there," came Xiaowan's voice from a distance. Her complexion was pale as she summoned the scant spiritual energy remaining within her. A colossal arrow, formed purely from her will, took shape in midair and swiftly hurtled toward the fallen Containment. Although Xiaowan was equally astonished, she understood that this moment might be an elusive opportunity. Chun Yin immediately joined the offensive, unhesitatingly hurling his spear toward Containment, mirroring the trajectory of the spiritual arrow. Seeing this, Ningxi also ceased her hesitation, instantly activating Shaping. She infused all available materials around her with spiritual energy, surging toward Containment like a torrential flood. Though Alexei and Yabo stood at a distance, they too fired their weapons, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. The earth was enveloped in clouds of dust, battered mercilessly by the onslaught of various attacks. Alexei and Yabo watched with eager anticipation, praying for the efficacy of their collective assault, while the expressions of Xiaowan and her companions grew grave. As spiritual energy practitioners, they could distinctly sense that the immense spiritual energy at the heart of the dust had not dissipated. It had merely been slightly weakened. Accompanying this diminishment was an overwhelming malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 69. The griffin. The first sound that pierced the air was an ear-splitting shriek, reverberating skyward with immense force, sweeping the dust into the heavens. The colossal figure of Containment ascended gradually, its vast wings unfurling majestically. Despite enduring numerous assaults, the creature's crimson feathers remained remarkably vibrant, though the tendrils entwined around its body showed signs of damage. Cursed! Ningxi clenched her teeth, fresh blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. The recent strike was the pinnacle of her current offensive capabilities, yet had failed to inflict any harm upon Containment. Gazing at the fearsome visage of the creature suspended in the air, Ningxi felt no fear, only a deep-seated frustration. If only her psychic abilities were of a combat nature, perhaps the situation would not be so dire. Ningxi, move aside. At that moment, a distorted, raspy roar echoed from behind her, accompanied by a fierce gale surging towards her. Almost instinctively, she leaped to the side. In the next instant, a gigantic entity, resembling a hybrid of lion and eagle, barreled forth from the rear, launching itself directly at Containment. A roar, reminiscent of both lion and eagle, resonated through the air as the two titanic beasts became entangled in a fierce struggle. The sharp claws of the lion and eagle tore at each other's tough hides, enacting a primal and bloody battle. Is this a griffin? Below, Yabo watched the spectacle unfold, momentarily entranced by the scene that resembled a blockbuster special effect. Just moments ago, they were witnessing superheroes saving the world, and now it had inexplicably transformed into a monstrous melee. Though he had been continuously bombarded by the shifts in worldview throughout the day, the sudden appearance of a mythical creature left him utterly astonished. This cannot be a true griffin, Alexei remarked calmly from the side. He faintly recalled a member clad in a fire seed coat who could transform into various creatures for combat. The memory of that massive bear was particularly vivid. The griffin had engaged Containment directly and exhibited a distinctly unreal quality, suggesting it was indeed the transformation of that fire seed member. Strange and foul-smelling green blood flowed from Containment's wounds, sizzling upon contact with the ground, emitting a sound akin to burning decay. Meanwhile, the griffin, shaped by Li Ming, appeared to be shedding layers of psychic illusion, its form tragically disheveled. Li Ming, catch this. Witnessing the scene, Ningxi shouted, hurling the small protective sphere she had just acquired into the air. The massive griffin turned its head, sharp eagle eyes gleaming with a glint of coldness. With a gentle flick of the half-torn wing, the sphere was deftly propelled towards Containment. Upon seeing this object, King Jiamat's frenzied demeanor momentarily faltered. As if confronted with something profoundly terrifying, its outstretched claws retracting instinctively. "There's hope." Li Ming felt a surge of joy and, without hesitation, unleashed his lion claw upon the mourning Red Flower King, found within the treacherous confines of King Jiamate. Although the situation at King Jiamate was dire, the foremost threat to be addressed was unequivocally the mourning Red Flower King. Countless parasitic beings in the town were spiraling into madness, claiming lives by the second each night. As a mere first-tier psychic, he had already expended most of his strength in transforming into the mythical griffin, a form he could not sustain for long. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. Once the peril of the mourning Red Flower was vanquished, King Jiamate could ally with Bureau 749 to eradicate the threat entirely. At that moment, King Jiamate roared furiously, its beastly eyes locking onto Li Ming's approaching claw. The creature's ferocity overcame its fear. Its resilient beak snapped open suddenly, sharp as saw teeth, sinking its fangs into the griffin's claw as if shattering exquisite porcelain. The griffin's talons were instantly crushed, splintering under the immense force. A surge of psychic energy erupted, and Li Ming let out a pained howl. The transformed griffin could no longer maintain its form. The sound of shattering glass echoed around them as the mythical beast disintegrated. Li Ming's body gradually reemerged, his robust frame marred with wounds, one arm having plummeted from the air. Beholding the weakened Li Ming, King Jiamate let out another furious howl, extending its massive claw to seize him. "Damn it!" Chun Yin, witnessing the scene below, cursed under his breath. He rushed to retrieve Li Ming's severed arm and then drew an electromagnetic pistol from his flint. This nearly limitless energy weapon unleashed a barrage of fire upon King Jiamate. Yet the electromagnetic bullets, capable of effortlessly disintegrating a human, seemed to have little effect on the monstrous creature. Xiaowan's expression was grave, her complexion paling significantly. The colossal drain of psychic and mental energy rendered her barely able to stand. She gazed at Li Ming, ensnared in King Jiamate's grip, his life hanging by a thread. And for the first time, a deep-seated fear welled within her. This feeling mirrored the terror she had experienced as an ordinary person confronted with the Void Wound. The fear did not stem from the monster itself, but from the impending loss of a comrade. With determination, Xiaowan bit her lip and sharply struck her own face, shaking herself awake. Now is not the time for hesitation. As the commander of this mission, even in death, she must be the first to act. Xiaowan harbored no fear of death, for the annals of the Ember's history were replete with tales of sacrifice. Great heroes had their moments of demise. How much more so for someone as insignificant as she? When Xiaowan joined Ember, she had already steeled herself for such a fate. Yet even in death, she would not succumb without a fight. Her gaze fell upon Ning Shi, who was desperately unleashing her powers against King Jiamate. Xiaowan's attention fixed on the small orb that had fallen to the ground. Taking a deep breath, she summoned the last vestiges of her mental strength, reaching out to draw the orb into her grasp. Xiaowan was uncertain about the nature of this object, yet the palpable fear that King Jiamate harbored towards it was undeniable. She was convinced that whatever instilled such dread in Kong must possess capabilities beyond mere defense. There was undoubtedly a deeper layer of complexity that eluded her comprehension. "Child, hand it over to me." Just as Xiaowan was racking her brain in contemplation, a steady and gravelly voice emerged from behind her. Turning to glance back, she discovered an elderly man, advanced in years, had somehow taken his place behind her. Xiaowan recognized this man, Samir, the esteemed leader of the indigenous tribe, a figure of considerable influence. Hesitating momentarily, she ultimately decided to relinquish the object to Samir. She was perplexed as to why this elder, who had just fled, had returned, but she recalled that this small orb was indeed an artifact of the Carmen tribe. At that moment, she found herself unable to activate the orb, and thus she surrendered it, hoping that this desperate measure might yield some form of salvation. Chapter 70: The Shadow of the Sky. As Samir received the small orb handed to him by Xiaowan, a surge of complex emotions welled up in his eyes. At that moment, the memories of his childhood, triggered by this very orb, became increasingly vivid in his mind. He recalled that his ability to unexpectedly activate this orb stemmed from a deep yearning within him. With reverence, he prayed to this relic, known as the seed of Prometheus, which had responded to his call at that time. Many in the tribe would offer prayers to the seed of Prometheus, yet Samir's supplication was somewhat distinct. Having been educated by volunteers during his youth, his way of thinking diverged from that of his fellow tribesmen. When confronted with living beings, he no longer perceived them merely as sustenance, but rather as sentient lives, integral parts of the blue planet. The Karman tribe had traditionally relied on hunting for survival, making Samir's perspective decidedly unconventional. He never dared to voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, he secretly rescued a rabbit that had fallen into a trap, concealing it and nurturing it in secret. However, as a child, hiding things was not an easy feat, and it wasn't too long before the rabbit, whom Samir regarded as a companion, was discovered by others in the tribe. By the time Samir realized what had happened, all that remained before him was a pristine white pelt and a scattering of bones. The tribe rejoiced in the delicious rabbit meat, while Samir, unable to express his grief, silently gathered the fur. When others gathered around the bonfire, he approached the seed of Prometheus to offer his prayer, willing to sacrifice his own life for the rabbit's revival. In that instant, the once inanimate seed of Prometheus stirred with a peculiar energy. A crimson shield of energy enveloped the space, isolating it completely. Young Samir was utterly astonished by the unfolding events. He stood transfixed, feeling a warm hand gently caress his head, accompanied by a tender voice. "You must not sacrifice yourself. Every life is precious." The voice appeared for but a fleeting moment, leaving Samir questioning whether he had imagined it. When he regained his senses, the extraordinary vision had vanished, and the rabbit-esque pelt he had clutched was gone. In the end, Samir was punished by the adults in the tribe for stealing the pelt. Yet this time, he bore the punishment without fear, silently enduring as his mind replayed the entirety of his experience, until now. The passage of time had blurred the memories, yet the fragments remained, piecing together like the remnants of his childhood. With reverence, Samir knelt upon the ground, bowing in respect. "O God, I am willing to sacrifice myself to bring about the demise of the monster." His aged voice resonated in the air, silent yet unmistakably piercing through the eardrums of all present. Alexei stood in a daze, as if he had come to an understanding. A flicker of resoluteness crossed his eyes, and he knelt in imitation of Samir. "Prometheus, if you can truly hear me, please take my life in exchange for others." "Alexei." Yabo looked at Alexei with a hint of surprise, preparing to utter more words, but at that moment, time seemed to stand still. A brilliant crimson light erupted from the seed of Prometheus, shooting into the heavens and illuminating the darkened sky, as if it were day. An immense aura began to radiate from this light, enveloping everyone nearby in an overwhelming pressure, as if something heavy weighed upon them. Flecks of crimson, spiritual light drifted from the seed of Prometheus, carrying an indescribable essence, slowly coalescing. At that moment, Kanjimat suddenly turned his head, gazing intently. The crimson spiritual light descended upon the monstrous bird, igniting it like a spark setting a prairie ablaze. Kanjimat emitted a pained wail, its massive claws involuntarily releasing the unconscious Li Ming. The primal ferocity in its gaze towards the seed of Prometheus dissipated, replaced by profound terror. Kanjiamat's colossal form began to tremble, its scarlet feathers bristled, and its enormous wings spread wide as it prepared to flee. At that instant, the funeral Red Flower King, sensing this shift, burst forth in vibrant bloom, its resilient roots entwining around the monstrous bird, attempting to bind it in place. Should it escape, the pollen painstakingly disseminated by the funeral Red Flower King would perish alongside it. Yet, Kanjiamat disregarded these concerns, as if it had glimpsed something horrifying, fixated solely on escape. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy emanated from its being, shattering the entangling roots. The massive creature had already ascended into the air. "Damn it, don't even think about escaping." Ningxi's eyes burned crimson, and the ground beneath her writhed violently as two stone pillars erupted from the earth, perfectly positioned to confine Kanjiamat mid-flight. Kanjiamat flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to shatter the pillars. However, in the next moment, its movement ceased. Above Kangjiamat, the scattered spiritual energy finally coalesced, transforming into an unremarkable yet scarred hand. This was... Xiao Wan gasped in astonishment, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from this spiritual arm, rivaling even that of Baiyu. Moreover, within this profound essence, there lingered hints of something even more exalted. The hand gently descended. The sky was awash in crimson, and a colossal surge of spiritual energy radiated from the palm, morphing into a resplendent red sea, rapidly descending. A figure, marked with scars, seemed to materialize, silently standing in the sky before vanishing without a trace in the next moment. In the next moment, the crimson hue receded like a tide, and the immense spiritual energy dissipated as if it had never existed. The members of the Fire Seed organization were bewildered by the unfolding events. They could hear the distant prayers of the people from the Karman tribe, while before their eyes, the colossal form of Kankama Te plummeted rapidly. With a resounding crash, the once mighty beast fell heavily to the ground, lying motionless as if it were lifeless. Chapter 71. Dawn. The air surrounding them was enveloped in a profound silence. At this moment, the most composed among them, Chan Yin, was the first to regain his senses. He swiftly dragged the still unconscious Li Ming to the side, cautiously approaching with his electromagnetic pistol in hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan and Ning, she also advanced with utmost caution. The mysterious figure that had appeared in the sky, though immensely powerful, was ultimately a mere illusion composed of spiritual energy exceedingly unstable. The force of the attack it had just unleashed was far from the overwhelming aura it exuded. It was merely a peak second-tier assault. Indeed, the king of morning red flowers had perished under that strike, its spirit completely dissipated, yet the spiritual essence of King Jiamate had not vanished. It was merely significantly weakened. This indicated that the monstrous bird had not succumbed to that blow. Though the situation remained unclear, the members of Fire Seed understood one thing. This moment might very well be the opportune time to bring everything to an end. Samir remained kneeling, lost in thought as he gazed at the vanishing figure on the horizon. The tribe's legends had proven true. Deities indeed existed in this world. Yet, why had this deity suddenly vanished? And why did his body, despite his willingness to make a sacrificial decision, show no signs of abnormality? Alexei shared the same doubts. Like Samir, he had prepared for sacrifice, believing that if the Prometheus seed were truly activated, it would come at a significant cost. However, the reality appeared otherwise. His body remained unscathed, even experiencing a degree of restoration from the contact with the Crimson Spirit. Alexei directed his gaze towards the Prometheus seed. This ordinary-looking bead had completely lost its former luster, the all-encompassing crimson glow no longer flowing. It lay quietly in the dust, seemingly reduced to an ordinary object. Alexei, it appears that wretched thing is not yet dead. Yabo's voice suddenly broke through, tinged with fear, as if he had beheld something truly horrifying. Following Yabo's line of sight, Alexei turned to look. In the hazy dust, the enormous creature resembling a pterosaur was rising once more. Its left wing had vanished, and the grotesque green flesh was clearly visible, while the dark bones were unsettling to behold. A mere glance filled Alexei's mind with a wave of nausea, causing his stomach to churn uncontrollably, and he found himself retching. He dared not look again at the bizarre scene, yet fear gripped his heart. What manner of creature was this, able to survive such grievous injuries? At that moment, Xiaowan's expression grew grave as she observed King Jiamate rise again. Indeed, the earlier strike had failed to slay the beast, leaving it with grievous wounds. However, their own conditions were far from favorable, verging on dire. Despite both sides being in such a state, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly bear no mercy. It would be a true struggle for survival. Though the creature was grievously injured, vanquishing it proved to be an arduous task. At this juncture, the only course of action was to delay until the personnel from Bureau 749 arrived to address the aftermath. Xiao Wan had devised a plan in her mind. The corpse Red Flower King was irrevocably dead, and according to the nature of such beings, all corpse red flowers within the town should have perished by now. The commotion had been so pronounced that the agents of Bureau 749, could not possibly remain oblivious. The actions of the psychics were swift. It would not be long before they arrived. The interval awaiting their arrival was of paramount importance. Although the wings of the creature, Containment, had vanished, it still possessed the ability to escape. The current circumstances required no elaboration from Xiaowan. Each person understood precisely what needed to be done. As the figure in the distance faded, the terror in Containment's eyes dissipated, replaced by an even fiercer malevolence. Observing the encroaching group of sparks, Containment raised its elongated neck, letting forth a piercing shriek that reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, an unparalleled psychic pressure descended upon the crowd, as formidable as Mount Tai, firmly bearing down upon them. Could it still muster the strength to utilize its abilities? Ningxi's eyes widened in disbelief. The vitality of a second-tier psychic creature surpassed imagination. Not only had it retained consciousness despite such severe injuries, but it also possessed sufficient power to defend itself. Before their eyes, grotesque green blood and flesh began to swell from the severed wing of Containment, accompanied by the nauseating sounds of regrowth. In the blink of an eye, half of the recently severed wing had already regenerated, covered in repulsive mucus. With this rapid recovery, Containment's already diminished psychic energy waned further. Yet the expressions of the group of sparks grew increasingly grave. They understood all too well what complete restoration of Containment's body would entail. With Baiyu's whereabouts unknown, allowing such a creature to brazenly appear in the city could lead to unimaginable devastation. Curse it! Chunyan roared in frustration, desperately attempting to break free from the psychic suppression weighing upon him. If this monster were to escape, the vengeance for those who had perished. Tears of blood streamed from Ningxi's eyes, reflecting her profound hatred. She forcefully activated her abilities, sending 2 earth dragons to assault Containment. Yet this offensive could not hinder the creature's restoration. Xiaowan remained silent, steadily advancing towards Containment, her bones creaking under the pressure, producing a sound that was almost unbearable. As she approached, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Containment's fierce eyes. Being a second-tier psychic creature, it possessed a modicum of intelligence. Although years of imprisonment had dulled its wits, it was nonetheless aware of the current situation. Even though its capacity for suppression is no longer as formidable as it once was, the condition of these individuals is equally dire, rendering them incapable of transcending its power. While it can sense that several psychics are hastening towards this location from a distance, it matters little now. Before those psychics can arrive, its wings will have fully developed. At that point, the sky will be its domain. That bothersome little iron sphere has now lost its sentience. Kanjamada owes a debt of gratitude to the Burial Red Flower King. Had it not been for the king's intervention earlier, it would have lost not just its wings, but its very head. Kanjamada lifted its head high, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, and amidst the chaos that typically filled its mind, a newfound yearning for freedom emerged. After being sealed for so many years, it was finally seeing the light of day. With a series of cracking sounds echoing from its bones, Kanjamada's wings fully unfurled. It vigorously flapped its wings, sending gusts of wind swirling in all directions. At this moment, humanity appeared exceptionally insignificant in its eyes. How infuriating! Observing Kanjamada's restoration, Alexei struck the ground in frustration. He despised being merely an ordinary human, devoid of the power to stand alongside the Fire Seed members, helplessly watching from afar. Now, as Kanjamada prepared to flee, he found himself incapable of even seeking vengeance. Meanwhile, Samir remained kneeling on the ground, silently picking up the small sphere once more. Commencing a prayer anew, Kanjamada's eyes flickered with resentment upon witnessing this scene, recalling a time long ago when someone had prayed before it with the same sphere, which had led to its entrapment in this wretched place. Now, witnessing the same event again, and with the memory of its recently scorched wings, Kanjamada could no longer contain itself. It opened its gaping maw, ready to bite down on Samir. Yet, as it stirred, its body suddenly froze. Instinctively, it glanced upward. The sky, not yet fully illuminated, suddenly shimmered with a radiant golden light. descending from afar, as if the sun itself were plummeting from the heavens. Transforming into a golden beam, it sliced through the dim sky, exuding an exquisite artistry. It was the leader. Recognizing the familiar energy within that brilliance, Xiao Wan's expression brightened. In that instant, her spirits lifted entirely, and she slumped to the ground in relief. At that moment, the towering beam of light cascaded from the sky, enveloping the entire Cayman tribe in a resplendent golden glow. At the center of this luminosity was Kanjamita's massive form. The monstrous bird felt an unparalleled force of suppression, its body slowly dissipating within the vast beam, unable even to emit a mournful cry before its corporeal form was entirely evaporated, leaving only a trace of its essence swirling in the air. As the beam dissipated and the sun rose on the horizon, a vivid red mingled with the preceding golden hue, rendering the entire sky translucent. A figure of white feathers gracefully descended from above, casually seizing the flowing essence. His form was shrouded in a flickering light, rendering it elusive. His eyes opened and closed rhythmically, unleashing torrents of thunder and fire, while flora burgeoned and earth crumbled. His silhouette resembled a second sun, enveloping the area entirely. In the distance, Lin Yi, who had been hastening towards this place, abruptly halted, as did the members of the 749 Bureau trailing behind him. Each individual instinctively gazed upon the divine figure, as if venerating an entire world. Just as depicted in the intelligence reports, Lin Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment, his vision wholly consumed by the radiant figure. As a psychokinetic, he found himself collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by emotions he could not discern as either excitement or shock. He had encountered the legendary harbinger of flame. Could it be that deities truly existed in this world? Lin Yi had long sensed a colossal surge of psychokinetic energy emanating from the Cayman tribe. Yet this energy had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After the crimson flowers of morning dissipated, he immediately led the psychics of his organization toward the site of the immense energy fluctuation. To his astonishment, he beheld a scene that was utterly breathtaking, akin to the revival of a myth. Though Lin Yi had collapsed in shock, none of the members of the 749 Bureau behind him took heed. Each remained transfixed by the figure hovering in the sky. At dawn, this was the most resplendent sight. For reasons unknown, witnessing this awe-inspiring moment, a profound sense of hope surged within each heart, dispelling any fear. Before Baiyu, notifications regarding the enhancement of legendary status streamed ceaselessly, one after another. And in mere moments, the increase in legendary value surpassed 3 digits. Under normal circumstances, Baiyu would have been ecstatic. However, he had no time to concern himself with such trivial matters now. His psychokinetic energy enveloped the surroundings, promptly assessing the condition of everyone present. Realizing that the members of the Flame Seed were merely weakened but in no grave danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. These organizational members were precious assets he had painstakingly persuaded to join. Losing any of them in such a place was unacceptable. It was precisely this concern that had caused Baiyu to exercise excessive force, nearly flattening the area. Within the realm of spiritual energy, although he could sense the energies outside, connecting with other energies proved challenging, especially with an unruly entity accompanying him. Thus, emerging from the realm of spiritual energy consumed considerable time. After fully sealing the rift in the spiritual realm, Baiyu hastened to this location at his utmost speed. Now that he had confirmed the members were in good condition, he felt a measure of relief. Baiyu shifted his gaze to the remaining individuals present, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. In such a remote location, 3 individuals met the system's criteria. It is noteworthy that the system seldom provided such prompts. Baiyu had never anticipated this occurrence. Moreover, it appears that another formidable spiritual adept has recently manifested in this place. It is the first time I have encountered such a high-caliber spiritual presence. Although faint, it surpasses my own. However, this essence now feels exceedingly elusive, and I can merely sense its presence. I have only been away for 3 days, yet the surprises upon my return are truly abundant. Alexei and Yabo gazed in awe at the ethereal figure of Baiyu suspended in midair, their mouths agape, yet they shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from uttering a single word. In that moment, their hearts were overwhelmed with astonishment. If the presence of Xiao Wan and her companions evoked feelings of superhuman capability, then now, it felt as if a deity had descended upon them. Samir lifted his gaze towards Baiyu, his eyes brimming with reverence. As the dawn broke, the divine presence emerged. Everything unfolded precisely as chronicled in the legends of the tribe. The deity shall rescue the Cayman tribe from peril. Prometheus, your companion has arrived. Samir bowed in devoted homage. At that moment, the sky illuminated entirely. Radiant beams of light surged forth from the distance, intertwining with the glow of this place, enveloping everything in golden brilliance. Chapter 72. The essence of spiritual energy with the arrival of Baiyu harnessing the celestial light. The burial of the Crimson Flower King and Kong Jia Mart has been contained, marking a temporary cessation of the invasion orchestrated by the will of the spirit realm. Baiyu is acutely aware that the machinations of the spirit realms are far from over. Now that a formidable entity capable of transcending the world has emerged, the spirit realms will not remain passive. As negotiations for cooperation have faltered, the spirit realm will be compelled to continue its invasion of the Blue Star in pursuit of integration and transcendence. It is foreseeable that, under this sense of urgency, future incursions from the spirit realm will become increasingly frequent. Baiyu has long anticipated this and will not remain idle. Within a dimly lit space of spiritual essence, a singular point of extraordinary luminescence drifts aimlessly. This, of course, is Baiyu's own spiritual essence. Observing the fully restored state of the spiritual space, Baiyu cannot help but marvel at its resilience. Truly, this space, nestled between two worlds, possesses remarkable restorative capabilities. A gentle voice emanates from the luminescent essence, and soon the point of light begins to distort, slowly forming an indistinct humanoid figure. Gazing at his currently somewhat fragile form, Baiyu reaches out, brushing his hand across his face, and gradually, indistinct features begin to materialize upon his otherwise featureless visage. However, this nascent visage swiftly dissipates. Baiyu shakes his head, relinquishing his fixation, murmuring, "It appears that this fragment of spiritual essence I have differentiated is insufficient to render such intricate details." At this moment, what resides within the spiritual space is not Baiyu's true self, but rather a fragment he has differentiated from his own spiritual essence. This inspiration was derived from the captured avatar of the spirit realm's will. For him, implementing this differentiation method is not particularly challenging. Yet achieving the heights demonstrated by the spirit realms remains a formidable task. After all, he is merely a peak third-tier spiritual practitioner, having yet to even touch upon the divine domain. The spirit realm's will, on the other hand, embodies the power of an entire world. Even a differentiated fragment of its essence is capable of contending with his current self. Thus, while he may successfully emulate its form, the disparity in the root of their powers results in a noticeable difference in the condensed spiritual avatar. However, Baiyu's purpose in condensing this avatar is not to augment his own strength, but rather to validate a hypothesis. Strolling through this spiritual space, Baiyu emanates an unusual aura of spiritual energy, meticulously attuning himself to his surroundings. Suddenly, his footsteps falter and his head tilts downward. Despite the absence of features on his face, it appears as though he has glimpsed something, causing his ethereal form to quiver intensely. "I found it," Baiyu exclaims, a note of joy in his voice. The swiftness with which he has located this objective surprises him. He had anticipated a more protracted search. "Fortune favors me." Baiyu smiles silently, his ethereal form gradually descending as he reaches out to gently caress a luminous point beneath his feet. This point emanates a hazy glow, and upon closer inspection, one could discern various indistinct phenomena struggling to break free from this source of light. The ethereal arm of Baiyu merely brushed against the surface, and in an instant, his stature diminished slightly as a significant portion of the energy constituting his being was drawn away. Nevertheless, Baiyu remained remarkably composed, quietly retracting his hand and softly murmuring, "My conjecture was indeed correct. since the spirit realm possesses the means to open fissures through the ethereal space to reach Blue Star. It stands to reason that Blue Star can similarly create fissures to access the spirit realm. Upon departing from the ethereal space, I left behind a fragment of my own energy, which has indeed resulted in the emergence of a portal, although it is not yet capable of allowing passage for individuals. Extracting energy from the spirit realm to direct towards the headquarters of the Spark organization poses no difficulty whatsoever. Baiyu extended his hand to stroke his chin, gazing at the dim, grayish light as if it were a precious treasure. Since attaining the pinnacle of the third tier and nearing a breakthrough, his comprehension of energy and spirituality had deepened significantly. After entering the ethereal space, this understanding became even more profound. Both energy and spirituality are not unique to the spirit realm. Rather, they are inherent forms of energy within the cosmos and serve as the foundation of all matter. Whether it be the celestial bodies in motion or the forces of gravity, they all rely on the support of this energy. If spirituality is the essence that forges all life, then energy is the driving force that sustains the universe's operations. As long as the energy is sufficiently potent, it can achieve anything. Upon grasping these concepts, Baiyu began to harbor doubts. Perhaps the mysterious gray mist within the organization embodies a particularly powerful form of energy, though its origins remain elusive. However, Baiyu's current focus was not on the system, but rather on how to enlarge this fissure to channel more energy from the spirit realm into the Spark organization. As the fundamental energy that underpins the universe, energy is omnipresent, and it certainly exists on Blue Star, albeit obscured by the planet's emphasis on technology. The will of Blue Star intentionally suppresses the growth of energy within its confines. Although the energy within the Spark organization is currently abundant, it still feels somewhat insubstantial for Baiyu at this stage. Baiyu anticipated that he would soon enter the fourth tier, reaching the true domain of demigods. Upon achieving this stage, he would need to construct his own divine realm, an independent space within the world, a process that necessitates a vast amount of energy. The current environment of the Spark organization is utterly incapable of facilitating this, and ascending within the ethereal space also seems rather impractical. Thus, Baiyu contemplated the idea of channeling energy from the spirit realm into the Spark organization, while simultaneously researching methods to access the spirit realm. His previous dialogue with the will of the spirit realm was no jest. He genuinely aspired to launch a counteroffensive into the spirit realm and claim that world as his own. Yet, Baiyu remained uncertain of the capabilities of the most formidable beings within the spirit realm, who certainly could not be weaker than he, and may indeed surpass him in strength. Before amassing sufficient power and influence, he would refrain from any reckless actions. This fissure is modest, with a little disguise. The will of the spirit realm would have no means of detecting my clandestine energy smuggling. Contemplating deeply, Baiyu's ethereal avatar began to emit a kaleidoscope of colors. As the myriad of creations from the Blue Star commenced their growth within this barren spiritual realm, a delicate thread, almost imperceptible, unfurled from the spiritual avatar, ultimately transforming the entire being into this slender filament, one end tethered to the spirit world while the other extended infinitely, drifting through a nearby fissure. Meanwhile, within the headquarters celestial grotto, Baiyu's true form opened his eyes, a flicker of spiritual brilliance passing through his dark, luminous gaze, and a hint of a smile graced his handsome visage. It was accomplished. With a casual gesture, he grasped an invisible line of spiritual energy, which flowed ceaselessly through this conduit into the headquarters grotto. In mere moments, the concentration of spiritual energy within the grotto experienced a modest increase. After all, it was drawing energy from an entire world to sustain a singular small grotto. It would not be long before the energy density matched that of the spirit realm. What followed was a period of anticipation. Baiyu exhaled deeply, securing the line of spiritual energy to the enormous finger of the legendary Firestarter. He now possessed the potential to break through to the fourth tier. Once the energy replenishment was complete, his ascension would commence. However, before that, there were other matters to attend to. He raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards a nearby location. the Hall of Knowledge, where all members of the Spark, save for Li Ming, had gathered, appearing to be in good spirits, thanks to Baiyu's direct healing efforts. After resolving the issue with Kong Jiamate, Baiyu had not lingered, swiftly departing to prevent any tarnishing of his legendary reputation. Elevating his renown hinged upon the perceptions of others. The commotion caused was significant, resonating beyond the borders of the Summer Nation, likely garnering some awareness worldwide. Once his ascension was complete, it would be crucial to refine the historical narrative, solidifying the legend of the Spark further. With careful handling, his legendary status could experience yet another meteoric rise. Moreover, the gains were not limited to renown. New members had also been acquired. Besides Xiao Wan, in addition to Ning, Shi, and Chun Yin, 3 other figures had joined, all previously identified by the system as promising candidates for recruitment. Due to the haste of their departure, Baiyu had not had the opportunity to explain, directly bringing them into the headquarters space. Yet, it seemed these individuals were not in a state of panic. Rather, they appeared genuinely intrigued by their new surroundings. Chapter 73. Perhaps the divine Alexui gazed around in astonishment, feeling as though he had entered an immense cavern that had existed since ancient times. Multicolored crystals scattered throughout the grotto illuminated the space with a brilliant radiance. The murals and colossal statues exuded a profound sense of divinity. Over the years, Alexui had traversed the globe, witnessing its myriad wonders. Yet today, he felt as though his eyes had been opened anew. Though he had been abruptly transported to this place, fear did not grip his heart. The luminous figure before him radiated an aura of familiarity, as if possessing an infinite capacity for acceptance that irresistibly drew one to surrender. Furthermore, the members of the Ember who had just rescued him were present, lending him a sense of assurance. At that moment, Alexui was consumed by a thrilling eagerness to explore this unknown realm and uncover its truths. Upon his arrival in the cavern, he had already taken note of the Ember symbol etched into the massive flint, identical to that in the photograph. Alexui was certain that this organization was far from ordinary. In contrast, Yabo appeared somewhat anxious, a stark departure from his usual jovial demeanor. While he too felt a thrill at the prospect of uncovering the world's secrets, a deeper sense of unease loomed over him. Generally, knowledge of hidden truths comes at a price, and he was acutely aware that he was now privy to significant secrets. The world was not as straightforward as it seemed. Myths might indeed hold a kernel of truth, and throughout history, there have been countless instances of monstrous and superhuman confrontations lurking in the shadows, enduring for an indeterminate time. Yabo harbored fears that once he grasped the entirety of the truth, his memories might be erased, or worse, he might be imprisoned. Trailing behind these two was Samir, moving leisurely. The elder exhibited neither confusion nor fear. His aged visage reflected pure devotion and reverence. Samir was unequivocally certain that he had entered the divine realm. Though he was uncertain which deity had brought him here, gazing at the vast patterns of flame, he stubbornly believed that this god was intimately connected to Prometheus. At this moment, Xiaowan was leading the trio through the headquarters. Though she understood that these individuals might be the new members selected by Baiyu to join the organization, she refrained from voicing any superfluous remarks until given explicit instructions. She feared that her words might inadvertently tarnish the organization's esteemed image. Additionally, Xiaowan felt a twinge of guilt, believing that her recent mission had been executed poorly. Not only had it caused a significant uproar, but Li Ming had sustained grave injuries, nearly losing his life. Ultimately, the matter with Kong Jiamate had not been fully resolved until Baiyu arrived, just in time to rectify everything. Xiaowan waited, anticipating a conversation with Baiyu regarding this incident, her heart inexplicably anxious. Meanwhile, Baiyu remained in his usual place, observing the prospective members quietly from the massive palm of the flame god. It must be said that the sudden discovery of 3 talents was indeed a delightful surprise. Although one of them is somewhat advanced in years, age becomes a trivial matter once one becomes a psychonaut. Moreover, given his earnest demeanor, it is likely that Samuel's induction will proceed smoothly. Baiyu holds this elder in high regard. He extended his hand, revealing an unremarkable small orb resting in his palm. This intriguing trinket was something he had stumbled upon before his departure. It is a spiritual storage device, adorned with an ancient design, likely crafted long ago. Baiyu is quite familiar with the craftsmanship, which bears a distinct resemblance to that of the Psychic Weapon Research Institute. Yet the technique appears to be even older than that of the era of Oyezi. Perhaps this object should not even be classified as a psychic weapon. Rather, it seems to be an artifact shaped by the formidable power of a great being. This powerful entity infused it with a fragment of its own spirit, transforming it into a psychic weapon, which has only now been fully activated. Prometheus, Baiyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured this name. The events that transpired in the Carmen tribe, upon his exit from the spiritual realm, were naturally within the reach of his psychic scanning. He was well aware of what had unfolded there. The divine apparition manifested, nearly claiming the life of Kong Jiamate. Baiyu is no stranger to the name Prometheus, which is widely known across the world. The illustrious bringer of fire, a magnificent deity in Western mythology who bestowed light upon humanity, akin to the Chinese figure of Shuiren. Baiyu had even contemplated editing the history related to this figure, never anticipating that he would encounter it under such circumstances. The residual spiritual energy in that place could not be mistaken. It was indeed the mark of an exceptionally powerful being. Could it be that a true deity existed? Baiyu pondered silently, his initial doubts gradually solidifying into conviction. Since acquiring the system, he had ceased to regard legends as mere fables. Perhaps these myths have tangible origins. Historically, those formidable deities and humans may have been psychonauts. It is worth noting that the history of spiritual entities invading Blue Star dates back to long before. How did humanity resist these beings before the inception of the Fireseed organization? Baiyu had contemplated this question more than once, yet had never reached a conclusion. Now, upon beholding this small orb, his speculations have been confirmed. Before the Fireseed, it was those heroes from myths who safeguarded this world. No, perhaps these heroes are also connected to the Fireseed. Otherwise, it would be illogical for a first-tier psychonaut like Ning Shi to activate this orb without some unknown reason. System, oh system, what is your true origin? What exactly is the nature of the Fireseed? Baiyu whispered, realizing that what he was undertaking was far more complex than merely establishing an ancient salvation organization. The system remained silent, as if it had succumbed to a state of paralysis, devoid of its previous intelligence. Baiyu, however, was unfazed. The plethora of uncertainties weighed heavily upon him, and the lack of information rendered any pursuit of truth utterly futile. He was not in a hurry, as the paramount task at hand was to cultivate the organization. When the opportune moment arrived, he would naturally uncover all that he sought to know. Safeguarding the small orb in his possession, Baiyu turned his attention to the new members. As he observed them, notifications from the system flickered incessantly before his eyes. Information regarding the increase in legendary status arrived in a steady stream. Some messages emanated from the 3 prospective members, while others pertained to external circumstances. The commotion stirred was considerable. A significant portion of an elite unit from the Eagle Nation had been decimated, although the general populace remained oblivious. The higher echelons were undoubtedly aware of the unfolding events. This was similarly true for other nations. Now, the spark had begun to capture the world attention, and it would not be long before countless investigations ensued, though it was certain that these inquiries would yield no substantial findings. In a matter of days, once the organization had firmly established itself, the true unveiling of the spark would commence. At that juncture, a formidable organization, deeply rooted in the annals of history, would emerge, astonishing the entire globe. Baiyu eagerly anticipated the arrival of that moment, and suddenly, the system interface materialized before him. Notifications began to update one after another. Containment successful. The sentience of Kindling has been stored in the system backpack and can be retrieved at any time. Containment successful. The sentience of the morning red flower has been stored in the system backpack and can be retrieved at any time. Reward: 360 points of legendary status. Editable history and legends detected, 3 instances. New organizational facilities unlocked. The Savior can exchange legendary status for enhancements. Critical point detected. The Savior can utilize legendary status for organizational upgrades. Chapter 74. The Hall of Heroic Spirits this time. The system's notifications arrived at a notably slower pace compared to before, yet the rewards were rather abundant. It was the first occasion for Baiyu to witness such a plethora of prompts from the system. The initial notifications were familiar, appearing several times in the past. But the prompt regarding organizational upgrades was a first. He could distinctly sense that the upgrade of the organization was pivotal for his spiritual ascension. Upon reviewing the accumulated data, Baiyu noted that the organization had amassed a legendary score of 1633 points. Unlocking new organizational facilities required 500 points of legendary score, while an upgrade necessitated 1,000 points. Thus, the existing legendary score was indeed sufficient. System, what new organizational facility has been unlocked? Baiyu inquired. The system, no longer silent, promptly responded. Hall of Heroic Spirits. By investing legendary score, one can awaken the dormant heroic spirits. The spirits will randomly inherit a specific ability from the relevant legends. The more connections with the organization, the stronger the inherited abilities and the lesser the legendary score required. Note, heroic spirits possess independent consciousness, with their power not exceeding that of Savior, and cannot leave the bounds of the organization. The new organizational facility was intriguing. No wonder it required 500 points of legendary score for its unlocking. Baiyu stroked his chin, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes. As before, once the organizational facility was placed, it would automatically grant an opportunity to edit history. Now, with the Hall of Heroic Spirits, the chance to edit history could not only enhance the organization's historical depth, but also create a connection with this facility, achieving a dual purpose. Including the 3 history editing opportunities previously awarded by the system, he now possessed a total of 4 chances. If utilized wisely, he could awaken heroic spirits through the hall to enrich the organization's heritage, perhaps even addressing its shortcomings in one fell swoop. Baiyu contemplated silently, already formulating plans in his mind. In the past, whenever he obtained an opportunity to edit history, he typically chose to focus on different historical figures to deepen and broaden the narrative of the Spark organization, thereby increasing the chances of discovery. However, this time, he intended to deviate from that approach. Concentrating his 4 opportunities on 1 or 2 figures might yield greater potential when summoning their heroic spirits, resulting in lesser expenditure of legendary score, especially since he needed to reserve some for upgrading the organization level, leaving him with limited surplus. The legends to be edited required careful consideration. Haste was unwarranted. He could first summon the heroic spirits of previously edited legendary figures for a more in-depth understanding. However, before that, he needed to establish the organizational facility and absorb new members into the organization. Baiyu murmured softly, having already arranged everything. With a grand gesture, he chose to establish the Hall of Heroic Spirits within the headquarters cave. In an instant, a long corridor linking to a colossal palace manifested near the Temple of Knowledge, as if a mechanical deity had descended. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire headquarters cave, startling everyone present near the Temple of Knowledge. In an instant, several psychics instinctively enacted defensive measures, dispersing their spiritual energy to shield the uninitiated members of their organization. However, when they turned to survey the surroundings, they were rendered speechless. What is this? Xiaowan stared in astonishment. Since becoming a psychic, she seldom displayed surprise, yet the scene unfolding before her was profoundly unsettling. Before them, an ethereal corridor, awash in divine light, materialized in what had been an empty expanse. This corridor was extraordinarily wide, measuring over 200 meters in breadth, flanked on either side by 2 rows of statues. The materials of the statues were indistinct, their postures varied, yet the one commonality among them was the obscured visages, shrouded in mystery. Only the few statues at the forefront bore faintly discernible features, radiating a soft, celestial glow. Nevertheless, identifying their identities remained an impossibility. The 2 rows of statues stood resolutely along the sides of the corridor, and at its terminus, a magnificently opulent palace emerged, its form constantly shifting, infused with spiritual energy. It resembled an ancient imperial palace, a temple poised in the heavens, or merely an ordinary dwelling. Each person perceived something different, and their reactions varied greatly. Samir collapsed to his knees, exclaiming praises for the descent of the divine realm, fervently bowing to the ground. Alexei and Yabo gaped in disbelief, rubbing their eyes repeatedly, questioning whether this place was merely a mirage. Despite having witnessed the power of psychics and the divine-like presence of Baiyu, the sudden appearance of such a magnificent palace, radiating divinity, left them doubting the reality of their surroundings. A silent, miraculous creation, perhaps even true deities lacked such power. Could it truly be as Samir suggested, that the divine realm had descended? In contrast to the trio's reactions, the trio from the Ignition team exhibited a more intense response. Initially shocked and vigilant, they soon collectively came to a realization. Xiao Wan's eyes sparkled, while Ning Shi and Chun Yin trembled with excitement. This spectacle was unmistakably a manifestation of the organization's profound heritage. They could distinctly sense an intimately familiar aura emanating from the structure, a sensation unique to the members of Ignition. Although the faces of the statues were obscured, an unseen voice resonated within them, revealing that all the statues represented the predecessors of Ignition. Even as time marched on and the years faded, these pioneers, who had made monumental contributions to human civilization, had not been forgotten. Their silhouettes were firmly etched into history, recorded in the annals of Ignition. The group became animated, akin to pilgrims on a sacred journey, their hearts swelling with excitement. At that moment, Baiyu's figure gracefully descended from above, observing the continuous notifications of increasing legendary status flashing before him. Baiyu nodded in satisfaction. Constructing the heroic spirit corridor within the headquarters celestial realm had indeed proven to be a judicious choice. Now is the moment to wield the legendary power. Even the tiniest mosquito is still flesh. Leader, Xiaowan strode forward, her heart brimming with uncontrollable excitement as she gazed upon the majestic spirit corridor. Has the organization's profound heritage awakened once more? Xiaowan recalled that Baiyu had once mentioned the organization was extraordinarily powerful at a certain point, only to conceal itself in response to the evolving times and the waning of the spirit realm. Now, as the organization resurfaces, its accumulated heritage must gradually be unearthed. The previous research facility for spiritual energy weapons was but one facet of this heritage. Such a miraculous structure certainly signifies the revival of this legacy. Indeed, Baiyu nodded with a smile, the radiant light surrounding him dimming gradually until it settled upon the ground. He continued, "This is the spirit corridor, a sanctuary for the ancestral spirits of my fire seed, containing mysteries that surpass even the research facility for spiritual energy weapons. However, its revival is not yet complete. It requires my enhancement to truly function. Furthermore, my own strength has also advanced, as they sensed the vast aura emanating from Baiyu, even more powerful than before. The members of the Fire Seed grew increasingly excited. For them, the strength of their leader equated to the strength of the organization, filling their hearts with unparalleled pride. At that moment, Baiyu turned his gaze to Alexei and Yabo, who were standing not far away, staring in disbelief. The seemingly godlike, powerful psychic appeared to be merely in his early 20s. If they were to live normal lives, marry, and have children, their offspring would likely be of the same age. In contrast to the two, Samir looked at Baiyu with profound respect. He knelt on one knee, performing a unique gesture of the Cayman tribe, and spoke softly, "Great deity, your follower is here. There is no need for such formality. I am not a deity." Baiyu shook his head, extending a hand upward, and a gentle force instantly lifted Samir's body. Nevertheless, Samir kept his head bowed, speaking in a tone of reverence. "Yet you possess a power akin to that of a deity. Perhaps, do you know of the god Prometheus?" "Naturally, I am aware of him. He is a formidable spiritual energy wielder worthy of respect, and also my predecessor." Baiyu smiled, his gaze intentionally drifting toward the spirit corridor. Samir's attention followed, and he quickly spotted a statue marred by scars. Although the face was indistinct, his intuition told him that this statue was undoubtedly Prometheus. Samir was astounded. He marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the statue, wondering who could have created such a masterpiece. Yet, the presence of Prometheus' statue in this extraordinary space implied a connection between Baiyu and Prometheus. With this thought, Samir's faith deepened even further. Baiyu, too, refrained from interrupting Samir's imaginative musings. In fact, this was precisely the effect he desired. At that moment, Alexei and Yabo began to ponder as well. Could it be that the age of the person before them was not as youthful as it appeared? It seems as though one has an acquaintance with Prometheus. Could it be that they have survived since the primitive era? Alexei and Yabo are beset by a multitude of questions. What precisely is the spark? What does it mean to be a psychic? And what of that peculiar small orb and the ferocious monster? A flurry of inquiries swirls in their minds, rendering them unable to find tranquility for contemplation. Meanwhile, Baiyu remains silent, observing the reactions of the group with an inward smile. The customary proceedings are about to commence. However, it is the first time he has engaged in such activities in the presence of the other members of the Spark. He extends his hand, gently beckoning, and a multitude of pristine white clouds materialize, transforming into chairs that gracefully stand beside everyone. Each individual feels a gentle force caress their entire being, and by the time they regain their composure, they find themselves seated upon the cloud chairs. A colossal luminous screen then appears before them. Surely, you are filled with numerous questions at this moment. I shall unveil to you the truth of this world. Chapter 75. The right path to truth often lies concealed in obscurity, and so it is with the truths of history. The history you are familiar with diverges significantly from the authentic narrative. Baiyu's voice was gentle, imbued with a unique enchantment. In the hidden corners of the world exist creatures known as spiritual beings, originating from the spirit realm, a realm harboring immense malevolence towards Blue Star. The collision of these two worlds has led to a remarkable increase in a peculiar energy known as spiritual power within Blue Star. The formidable beings you perceive, whether human or divine, are essentially wielders of this spiritual energy. Likewise, these monsters possess formidable spiritual power, continuously launching invasions into the human realm under the impetus of the spirit realm's will. During the primal era, humanity was reduced to mere prey for the creatures of the spirit realm, plunging the world into darkness. Yet amidst this darkness, a spark of hope was ignited, as someone harnessed the power of spiritual energy, becoming the first spiritual wielder on Blue Star. Like a flicker of starlight, an increasing number of spiritual wielders emerged, gathered by this initial figure to form a formidable organization to combat the creatures of the spirit realm. They charged forward, fearless and self-sacrificing, reviving the hope of life in a world already shrouded in despair. As Baiyu's words resonated, the imagery upon the vast screen transformed. In a realm of darkness, myriad points of light flickered. The scattered sparks, seemingly chaotic, began to coalesce around the brightest flame at the center. Wherever these points of light ventured, they cleaved through the darkness, revealing resolute human faces. They fought valiantly against the monsters of the spirit realm, even as their bodies were torn asunder, delivering their final blows, inscribing the characteristics of the spirit realm's creatures upon the ground with their own blood. In the midst of this fierce struggle, one by one, points of light dissipated. Yet an ever-growing number of new lights emerged. Some individuals seized the dominion of spiritual energy, granting all the opportunity to become spiritual wielders. Henceforth, one need not risk consuming the flesh of monsters to attain this power. Instead, specialized methods of transformation arose. First in the East, a man clad in animal robes generously imparted the methods for awakening spiritual energy to the masses, gathering an ever-increasing number of spiritual wielders around him. Shortly thereafter, a similar phenomenon occurred in the West, although that particular disseminator vanished after meeting with the Eastern leader. Humanity finally had a leader, a force to stand against the creatures of the spirit realm. Under the guidance of this leader, the first invasion by the spirit realm was decisively repelled. The images on the screen continued to unfold, revealing an epic narrative of grandeur. As Baiyu recounted the tale, a surge of fervor and poignancy welled up within each person. Though the members of the Sparks were well acquainted with this history, witnessing it anew stirred their blood, evoking an unparalleled sense of honor. What a magnificent and noble organization it was, akin to a perfect entity from a fairy tale. At this moment, they were indeed members of this esteemed organization, bearing a profound and glorious responsibility. Alexei and the other two were captivated, a myriad of emotions swirling within them. And before they knew it, tears streamed down their cheeks. Even Samir was similarly affected, his attention entirely ensnared. Upon witnessing a fleeting yet familiar silhouette on the screen, he was overwhelmed with sorrow. "Prometheus, my god," Samir lamented, for although the imagery did not reveal Prometheus's ultimate fate, the faithful follower was acutely aware of the trials his deity was destined to face, stirring within him a profound sense of grief. He involuntarily turned to gaze upon the immense statue behind him. The Flamebringer, a deity even greater than Prometheus, had founded the organization that battled against the entities of the spirit realm, preserving the last embers of human civilization. Samir fervently wished that Prometheus's future diverged from the tragic legends, envisioning a reality where he stood alongside the Flamebringer in the fight against these malevolent beings. How perfect that would be! In pained contemplation, Samir closed his eyes, yet Baiyu's narrative was far from over. The organization established by the Flamebringer was known as the Ember. He was the inaugural bearer of the flame, and I have inherited the legacy of the Flamebringer, serving as the contemporary bearer of the flame and the leader of the Ember. We provide hope to civilization and light to humanity. This principle has been unwaveringly upheld by the Ember, which has endured through generations, every cohort fighting heroically against the entities of the spirit realm, disbanding only after repelling them. Now, as the spirit realm reemerges, it is time for the embers to ignite once more. Like countless predecessors before me, I shall lead the Ember and the world in yet another battle against these forces. Baiyu's voice resonated with strength, imbued with an unparalleled fervor that stirred Alexei and Yabo's blood. They had not anticipated that the truth of the world was thus revealed. In the obscure corners of history, there existed a noble organization committed to the salvation of the world. And was not the salvation of the world precisely what they had been striving for? However, compared to their efforts, the Ember was engaged in a struggle that truly dictated the fate of the world, a perilous dance upon the knife's edge. Now that the Ember had just awakened and the spirit realm was advancing with ferocity, would you be willing to join the Ember, to shoulder the responsibility and bear the hope of the world? Baiyu earnestly regarded the three before him. These were all promising individuals, as indicated by the system, and he did not wish to squander a single one. Moreover, this incident had illuminated the substantial shortcomings of the Ember. Its numbers were far too few. In the face of genuine peril, only Li Ming and Xia Wan could truly demonstrate their combat prowess. For a savior organization, this was utterly insufficient. He could not always be present. This instance of being unable to intervene in the early stages was but the first, yet certainly not the last. Therefore, the number of individuals within the organization must be increased to ensure a prosperous future. Baiyu extended his hand toward the three before him, offering the most sincere invitation. Samir was the first to respond, bowing slowly and stating, "I shall adhere to your will." Alexei and Yabo exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of determination in the other's eyes. Having been members of the World Rescue Organization for many years, their purpose had always been to create a better world. Now that they had come to understand the true dangers facing the world, how could they remain idle? In truth, even if Baiyu had not extended the invitation, they had no intention of departing. They would gladly undertake any task, no matter how menial, as long as they could contribute to the betterment of the world. They were fully aware of the risks associated with joining the organization. After all, they had both experienced the invasion from a spirit realm, and they knew all too well the terror that its creatures could unleash. Yet, both were steadfast in their belief that they were on the right path, willing to sacrifice everything if necessary. "I am willing to join," Alexei and Yabo proclaimed in unison. At that moment, Baiyu's vision was also graced with several system notifications. Alexei Yabo, and Samir have successfully joined the organization. Chapter 76. The new psychics. Upon observing the system's notification, a satisfied smile graced Baiyu's face. Thus, the organization had gained 3 more valuable members. Should these individuals awaken substantial psychic abilities, the strength of the organization would experience a remarkable enhancement. It would not be long before he would commence the promotion process, though the duration remained uncertain. During this interim, whatever transpired would necessitate these members to handle matters independently. The power of the organization, after all, was best when it flourished. At this moment, you have officially become members of Sparks. I shall conduct a ceremony for your induction into the organization, which will also serve as a rite to facilitate your transformation into psychics. Upon hearing this, Alexei and Yabo's breaths grew heavy, and even Samir lifted his head, a glimmer of light shining in his murky eyes. Following Baiyu's earlier explanation, the trio had come to understand the essence of psychic energy. Having witnessed the might of psychics firsthand, akin to divine beings, where psychic energy indeed represented divine power. Although they had joined the Sparks organization, they had never imagined that they could become psychics themselves. Can we also awaken psychic abilities? Yabo ventured tentatively, as Baiyu's tone had been so nonchalant, as if discussing something trivial. At that moment, Yabo's mind was inundated with images of superheroes suffering to gain their powers from various comics. Naturally, Baiyu replied with a smile, casually beckoning a dim, gray mist to his side. To confront the spirit realm, power was indispensable. Only by becoming psychics could one contend with the entities of the spirit world. Without strength, all was mere talk. After Baiyu's words, Yabo involuntarily recalled the helplessness he had felt when facing the buried red flower. Confronted with those terrifying monsters who could effortlessly block bullets and tear steel apart with bare hands, technological weaponry appeared as mere toys in the hands of children. A well-equipped military camp had succumbed without resistance. In the face of such monsters, mere fervor was indeed insufficient. Yabo fell silent, watching the gray mist and swallowing hard. He vowed that no matter the pain he would endure, he would persevere. At that moment, Baiyu hesitated no longer, extending his hand to lift a mass of gray mist. After this period of accumulation, the quantity of mist was more than sufficient to facilitate the awakening of the 3. Before the awakening, Baiyu thoughtfully subdued his psychic aura to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. He spoke softly, "I shall grant psychic abilities to the 3 of you." As his words faded, the gray mist he held in his hand suddenly dispersed ethereally, drifting into the bodies of the 3. They simultaneously felt an inexplicable essence emerging from within, akin to a seed taking root and flourishing. The entire process lasted but a few seconds. As the 3 individuals opened their eyes, their pupils gleamed with astonishment, each acutely aware of the remarkable transformations within their bodies. This is the power of spiritual energy. Alexei gazed in disbelief at his own hands. He could effortlessly hear sounds from 100 meters away, and an inexhaustible strength surged within him, with spiritual energy swirling continuously throughout his being. Meanwhile, Yabo exhaled in relief. The process of awakening his spiritual energy had been devoid of any pain, which was somewhat unexpected, and the relentless flow of power within invigorated him. In contrast to the other 2, Samir's sensations were even more pronounced. He felt his aged body rejuvenated, as if he had returned to his youth, and even more vibrant than before. This is the power of hope, Samir mused. Perhaps Prometheus's theft of fire and Shuiren's creation of it were all in pursuit of this very strength, a strength that embodies hope. Now that you have awakened as spiritual energy practitioners, your lives no longer belong solely to you. They belong to this world. Never forget your mission, Baiyu spoke slowly, gazing at the imposing statue of Shuiren, proclaiming, "Pass on the flame, watch over the abyss. Carry the fire, illuminating the eternal night. Be the torch protecting the land. As long as the flame endures, vigilance shall not wane." As Baiyu recited the vow of the flame, his tone carried a somber grandeur that resonated with those present, compelling them to chant along, their voices echoing within the headquarters, growing ever more resolute. Once the ceremony concluded, Baiyu resumed speaking. through our organization S Awakening. Each of you is now a peak level 0-tier spiritual energy practitioner, and every practitioner will awaken a distinct nature of spiritual energy, each enabling varied abilities. Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Alexei nodded silently. He felt deeply the truth of this. Whether it was Xiao Wan's overwhelming mental suppression that enveloped the entire city or Li Ming's transformation into a griffin, both had left him profoundly awed, and now he too had awakened his unique nature of spiritual energy. My spiritual energy nature is resonance. I can perceive, absorb, store, release, or manipulate various forms of energy vibrations, including sound waves, shock waves, and even energy pulses. Excellent. Baiyu nodded in satisfaction. Like Xiao Wan, Alexei's spiritual energy nature was versatile. Although the control of resonance might be somewhat inferior to telekinesis, its destructive potential was undeniably greater. With Alexei's resonance, the team effectively gained an additional brain, and in conjunction with telekinesis, remarkable results were certain to emerge. If developed properly, this ability would undoubtedly prove to be an invaluable asset in combat. Hearing Baiyu's praise, Alexei couldn't help but smile sheepishly. While he could accept compliments from others, knowing that resonance was indeed a formidable ability, he had witnessed Baiyu's power firsthand. He felt that no matter how far he developed resonance, he would likely never compare to Baiyu's capabilities. However, such disheartening thoughts remained only in his mind. After revealing his spiritual energy nature, he turned to Yabo, curious about the abilities awakened in his valiant companion. Without hesitation, Yabo spoke. My spiritual energy nature is called Overload. It allows me to infuse spiritual energy into inanimate objects, temporarily animating them to acquire extraordinary capabilities. I can also manipulate these lifeless entities and construct them. Upon hearing Yabo's explanation, Baiyu's eyes sparkled. The Overload ability seemed straightforward, not dissimilar to Ning Shi's shaping. Yet, in contrast to the comprehensive functionality of shaping, Overload appear to be a purely combat-oriented spiritual energy nature. It could be said that once equipped with suitable weaponry, Yabo could unleash power far exceeding his current spiritual energy tier. Among the members of the Fire Seed, apart from Li Ming, Yabo was the only one capable of engaging in one-on-one combat beyond his level. It seemed the Spiritual Weapon Research Institute could not afford to be idle. They must expedite the production of new weapons lest they squander such a formidable spiritual energy nature. Baiyu contemplated this inwardly, growing increasingly pleased. Indeed, a talent that the system had actively highlighted, his awakened spiritual energy nature was exceptionally powerful. Excellent. Baiyu nodded with a smile and turned his gaze to Samir, who respectfully stated, Healing Curse allows me to guide spiritual energy for purification and enhancement through specific spiritual runes, gestures, prayers, or rituals without direct contact. It also facilitates binding and exorcising rituals for malevolent spirits and other entities from the spiritual realm. An auxiliary spiritual energy nature, indeed, this type was absent within the organization, thus filling a significant gap. Baiyu pondered silently. Healing Curse could be paired with healing, allowing the two to complement each other, alleviating his concerns regarding the organization's logistics. It was no surprise that Samir awakened such an ability, for this elder had once held a shaman-like role within his original tribe, aligning perfectly with his innate characteristics. Chapter 77. Organizational Upgrade. Once the awakening ceremony concluded, Baiyu retrieved 3 fire seed coats and 3 flint stones from a flint and presented them to the 3 individuals, stating, These are the fire seed coats and flint stones, the essential equipment for every fire seed member. The trio carefully accepted the fire seed coats and flint stones from Baiyu's hands. They had previously witnessed Xiao Wan and others donning this equipment. Thus, they were not unfamiliar with the coats or the flint stones. Although you have now become spiritual practitioners, you are still in the nascent stages of your journey. The concentration of spiritual energy within the headquarters vastly surpasses that of the outside world. Here, you must diligently hone your spiritual abilities in pursuit of reaching the first tier as soon as possible. Simultaneously, it is imperative that you familiarize yourselves with the information regarding various spiritual entities. To know both yourself and your adversaries is to ensure victory in every battle. If you seek knowledge, you may consult the knowledge sanctuary. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire with them. Baiyu gestured toward Xiao Wan and the others who had remained nearby. He would soon retreat to break through to the fourth tier and had little time to address the inquiries of these new members. Upon hearing his words, the new members nodded in agreement, their minds brimming with the desire to explore the knowledge sanctuary. Having only just become spiritual practitioners, they were eager to uncover more secrets of this world. This sentiment was shared not only by the newcomers, but also by Xiao Wan and her companions. The presence of Kong Jiamate during their recent mission had significantly disadvantaged them. Li Ming had even lost an arm. All their setbacks stemmed not only from their insufficient strength, but also from their lack of understanding of Kong Jiamate. Confronted with the creature's spiritual suppression, they had found themselves devoid of any means to resist. Had Baiyu not arrived in time, they would have faced total annihilation. Reflecting on the various failures of this mission, Xiao Wan felt a wave of headache wash over her, accompanied by a growing sense of concern. Although Kong Jiamate and the Morning Red Flower had been dealt with, the magnitude of the incident was too great, and such repercussions likely contradicted the organization's principles of secrecy. With a hint of anxiety, Xiao Wan spoke. "Chief, we left in haste, and while we managed to cover the traces of spiritual damage in the town, we have only erased the memories of the town's residents. The memories of the Cayman tribe remain untouched. The situation was indeed urgent, and I could not respond adequately. Even the methods employed to erase memories were somewhat crude. Those whose memories were altered will likely experience discomfort for days." What truly troubled Xiao Wan, however, was the Cayman tribe. Given the nature of the incident, it was inevitable that the tribe would attract attention from the world and be questioned by relevant nations. The members of the Cayman tribe had witnessed the battle between the Fire Seed and Kong Jiamate. If any of them were to let slip a word, it could jeopardize the organization. "There's no need for concern," Baiyu replied, shaking his head dismissively. "Surely, I am aware of these matters. If they posed any threat to the Fire Seed, I would have cleaned up all traces long ago. After all, I am a third-tier spiritual practitioner. Even in haste, I can accomplish much. The reason for not taking action lies in the lack of necessity, and leaving behind traces is actually beneficial for the Fire Seed. In the small town, the marks left by the Fire Seed are far fewer than those of the 749 Bureau. Compared to the Fire Seed, the existence of the 749 Bureau is not considered a secret in many countries. After all, most nations harbor similar extraordinary organizations within their borders. Consequently, many countries are likely to attribute the primary handling of the incident to the 749 Bureau, as their global presence is not unprecedented. Meanwhile, the Fire Seed remains shrouded in secrecy. The evidence left behind consists merely of fleeting shadows of its coats and its unmasked form upon arrival. Generally, that which is concealed incites the deepest curiosity. Although the traces left by the Fire Seed are scant, they are profoundly impactful, and during investigations, many nations will surely sense the existence of another extraordinary organization lurking in the shadows of the world. This organization possesses immense power and has appeared throughout various historical epochs. Once this stage is reached, it signifies that the influence of the Fire Seed has indeed permeated the globe, and this state of partial understanding is opportune for harvesting legendary status. The reason for not erasing the memories of the members of the Cayman tribe is also tied to this objective. Given the meticulous nature of the incident and the multitude of factors to be examined, the testimonies provided by the Cayman tribe, which remains in a primitive stage, will inevitably not be fully trusted. Compared to eyewitnesses, the members of the Cayman tribe resemble believers. After all, to these individuals, the arrival of the white feather was indistinguishable from a divine manifestation. Even Samir, the wisest elder of the tribe, regarded the white feather as a deity, let alone the others. As soon as these nations glean information regarding the divine from the mouths of the tribe members, whether they believe it or not, they will unwittingly imbue the Fire Seed organization with an aura of mystery. At that point, the white feather need only invest some thought into the legends being crafted. and the image of an ancient, mysterious savior organization will emerge. Naturally, Xiaowan's contemplations do not encompass as much as the white feathers. But since the leader has spoken, she harbors no objections. She possesses absolute trust in the white feather and executes orders without question. At this moment, it seems the white feather has sensed something, abruptly raising his head and gently calling out two names, Xiaowan, Ningxi. Upon hearing the white feather suddenly address them, both women were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before rising from their seats. The white feather then produced a sphere of spiritual energy to hand to Ningxi. This is for you. It is the spiritual essence of Kindling. You are to utilize this essence to forge a device suitable for the training of the organization's members. Is that acceptable? Yes, Ningxi replied, shaking her head in surprise at the sudden task, yet respectfully accepting the essence. She understood that her own capabilities in spiritual energy were not as extraordinary as others, and her greatest potential lay in the creation of spiritual weapons. Then Baiyu turned his gaze towards Xiaowan and spoke softly, Xiaowan, shortly I shall enter seclusion in pursuit of a breakthrough. The duration of this endeavor is uncertain, and during my absence, you and Chunyin will be responsible for managing matters within the organization. I will activate a portion of the power of the spirit corridor to assist you in monitoring the fluctuations of spiritual energy across the world. Is it truly necessary to rush? Xiaowan inquired. Opportunity must not be squandered, Baiyu replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he sensed that the spiritual energy within the headquarters had reached a phase conducive to a breakthrough. This moment presented the most opportune time to elevate the organization's rank. The reason I did not reveal myself during your missions was that I was drawn into a spiritual realm by the will of the spirit world, where I engaged in a protracted struggle. It is through this experience that I glimpsed the path to ascension, and thus I cannot afford to delay. Understood. Xiaowan refrained from voicing further objections, and alongside Chunyin, they respectfully acknowledged his command. Internally, they were astonished. They had initially intended to inquire about Baiyu's activities, only to discover he had been entangled in such perilous endeavors. The admiration from the new members towards Baiyu soared to new heights, particularly from Yibo. Although they did not fully comprehend the significance of the will of the spirit world, the very name resonated with power, indicating Baiyu's formidable strength in contending with such an entity. During this process, you must remain vigilant regarding the world's developments, and do not neglect your own advancement. Sensing the intensity of his impending breakthrough, Baiyu was unwilling to wait any longer and rose to his feet. With a thought, he first dispatched the historical accounts he had meticulously prepared and then summoned the system. Gazing at the flickering system interface, Baiyu resolutely invested 1,000 legend points, silently intoning, "Upgrade the organization." Chapter 78. Transformation. There existed no specific hierarchy above the system, even after upgrades had been achieved, yet upon investing in legendary status, Baiyu could distinctly perceive the shifts within the organization. Due to his life being intrinsically linked with the spark, these transformations resonated within him entirely. Suddenly, Baiyu's form began to shimmer with ethereal lights, colorful and lively like sprites, swirling and dancing within the depths of the headquarters. These spiritual entities enveloped his being, and gradually, Baiyu's body seemed to merge, as if it had transformed into an entire world. Each part of him morphed into mountains, flowing waters, thundering storms, or even formless gases. Before the astonished eyes of the spark members, these symbols representing various environments began to drift upwards, following the spiritual light, before vanishing into some distant space. Simultaneously, the headquarters underwent remarkable changes. It resonated with a deep rumble, akin to an ancient cavern awakening, visibly expanding in all directions. Lush greenery sprouted rapidly from the rugged cliffs, and nearby, an empty space transformed into a primordial forest. What was happening? Alexei and Yabo gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. They had only just joined the organization, and such colossal changes were beyond their expectations. The three who had long been part of the spark were equally astonished, though Samir maintained a semblance of calm, fervently praying. The spirit was guiding him. revealing that this was the evolution of the divine realm. Yet the transformations were far from over. As if a new world were on the verge of birth, myriad external elements began manifesting within the headquarters. A serpentine river emerged from the depths, meandering through the entire space. Thunderous flashes of light danced in the air, some purple, some white, issuing deep, resonant booms. This sound intertwined with the echoes of the expanding cliffs, striking like a colossal hammer upon each person's heart. Land, oceans, flora and fauna, marshes and rainforests, deserts and cliffs, even living creatures appeared out of thin air. They soared through the skies, swam in the oceans, and ran across the earth. Amidst this miraculous appearance, Xiao Wan gasped in astonishment at the sight of an adorable little rabbit that had suddenly manifested before her. As the bearer of Mind's thought, her perception was remarkably acute, allowing her to clearly sense that the creature before her was indeed a tangible being. The sole difference from the outside world was that the entities birthed within the headquarters radiated a trace of spiritual energy. Resembling a weakened version of the creatures from the spirit realm, Xiao Wan crouched down and tentatively extended her hand to stroke the rabbit, which, in a delightful display of compliance, nuzzled against her palm without a hint of fear. Her perception was accurate. This was a true flesh-and-blood creature. Xiao Wan's eyes trembled with excitement, her heart racing with exhilaration. To conjure life from nothingness is a feat so profound that even deities might find it beyond their reach. It seems that only an ancient organization like the Seed could possess such divine power. At this moment, Xiao Wan comprehended that with the ascendance of Baiyu, the bearer of the fire, the organization was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The Seed shall ultimately reclaim its former glory. Xiao Wan, trembling with excitement, could already envision the moment when the Seed would once again stand at the pinnacle of history, a day that would surely not come too late. As a member of the Seed, she would share in this glory with the world. Eager to express her joy, Xiao Wan opened her mouth to speak, only to be struck by the sight of her fellow members, all gazing upward, their eyes wide with astonishment. Following their gaze, she too tilted her head to the heavens, and upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, her expression froze in disbelief. Amidst the brewing thunder, a gentle, pure light suddenly blossomed, enveloping the entire headquarters and overshadowing even the glow emitted by the surrounding ores. As the flickering thunder gradually dissipated, a full moon emerged before them. Is that the moon? Everyone stood spellbound, staring at the luminous orb suspended above. Chun Yen was the first to regain his composure. He swiftly ventured outside to investigate before returning with a look of bewilderment. His expression was captivating, betraying a mix of emotions as he murmured, "The moon is also outside." This statement, ordinarily commonplace, carried immense weight in the current context. The moon outside persisted, yet the one above them, where did it come from? Xiao Wan gulped, as if seeking to verify something. Her mental energy enveloped her, gently lifting her into the air. She yearned to touch the moon, but no matter how high she soared, it remained tantalizingly out of reach. Does such phenomena occur often within the organization? Yabo inquired, his dark skin appearing somewhat pale under the moonlight. But no one responded to his question. For the seasoned members, this was a first as well. At that moment, the moon above began to plummet rapidly, replaced by a dazzling and fervent light that eclipsed the cool moonlight. Xiao Wan sensed the urgency and hastily descended to the ground. In the next instant, another entity appeared above, illuminating the entire headquarters with brilliance. Contrary to expectations of a rising sun, what hung in the sky was a colossal, fixed shape, a gigantic fireball radiating boundless light and heat. As they beheld this fireball, the onlookers instinctively turned their gazes toward a nearby statue. They noticed that the shape of the fire that the statue of Shuiren meticulously safeguarded was strikingly identical to the colossal fireball in the sky. Within the headquarters, an immediate tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the sound of a silver needle dropping resonating with remarkable clarity. Witnessing this transformation, akin to the genesis of the universe, even the most seasoned energy practitioners found themselves at a loss for words. While they harbored a sense of pride and honor for their organization, they were predominantly engulfed by profound astonishment. After a considerable pause, Chunyin quietly remarked, "Regrettably, Li Ming is absent. He has missed a magnificent spectacle." The others offered no dissent, their gazes wandering as if they had stepped into a new realm. Simultaneously, Baiyu's essence ventured to an extraordinary domain. The transition from the third to the fourth tier was monumental, a shift far greater than Baiyu's previous transformation from an ordinary individual to a third-tier energy practitioner. If the initial ascent to becoming an energy practitioner represented a metamorphosis of the physical body, then what Baiyu now experienced was a sublime elevation of his essence. At the moment of entering the fourth tier, he transcended the realm of mere humanity, in terms of his very life essence. He drew closer to the divine beings of legend. Baiyu's consciousness plunged into a state of ignorance, yet he could distinctly perceive the changes unfolding within him. His spiritual awareness expanded continually, revealing a world that had once required immense effort to behold, now laid bare before him. His perspective ascended, and a cerulean planet emerged within his view. However, in the blink of an eye, this planet shrank to an infinitesimal dot and vanished. Simultaneously, Baiyu's essence connected with a magnificent and boundless plane, enveloped by immense energy and spirituality. This realm transcended the mere material universe, existing instead as a higher plane of spiritual existence. In this universe, there were no absolute laws, only an infinite expanse of spirituality. Baiyu's essence gradually settled within this spiritual cosmos, the veil of ignorance dissipating, allowing his consciousness to return to clarity. He realized that this earlier state of ignorance had served a protective function. Otherwise, during his ascent, he might have succumbed to spiritual chaos, rendering him unable to return to the material universe, forever ensnared in this liminal space. As he gazed upward, he beheld the myriad manifestations of spirituality densely populating this cosmic realm, the birthplace of spirit, destined to return here ultimately. Most of the spiritual essences drifted dimly within this space, akin to solitary stars in a vast universe. A select few, however, radiated with brilliant luminosity, from which slender threads extended downward, piercing through the ether to connect with the material universe. At this moment, Baiyu looked down, existing in a spiritual form himself, and discovered a similar thread tethering him to the material realm. Chapter 79. The Trinity. At this moment, a flicker of enlightenment surged within Baiyu's heart. If the material universe is likened to the corporeal body, then the spiritual universe can be equated to the soul. The reason the material universe possesses spiritual energy is that the two are intrinsically united, two interdependent facets of the same entity. His ability to traverse from the material universe to this realm is precisely due to this intrinsic connection. Only when a spiritual energy wielder reaches a certain level of power can they transcend the confines of the material universe and enter the spiritual universe. Here, every luminescent spirit represents a being of rank 4 or above, a sanctuary for spirits from the ancient past to the present, and even into the future. To ascend to the 4th rank and become a demigod is to embark on the journey of connecting with the spiritual universe, entrusting one's spiritual essence to it. Much like the concept of spiritual consciousness in Tales of Cultivation, as long as the spiritual consciousness endures, the corporeal form retains the potential for reconstruction. The act of establishing a divine domain within oneself entails creating a space that resonates profoundly with the spiritual universe, allowing one to harness their strength within the material realm. Otherwise, without a vessel, those of rank 4 or above would likely face rejection from the material universe, with even the slightest exertion of power. Baiyu comprehended all of this as his spirit began to slowly circulate within this space. An immense reservoir of spiritual energy was drawn into his being, and at that very moment, the accumulated energy within the headquarters also commenced its manifestation, shaping a form for Baiyu to present. Although Baiyu sensed a connection to the spiritual universe, he remained largely indifferent. He was now wholly immersed in the profound mysteries of this space. Compared to the spiritual universe, the spiritual space he had previously visited was hardly worth mentioning. Ultimately, the spiritual space serves merely as an interstice between two worlds. overflowing with spiritual energy due to relentless collisions, while the spiritual universe is the very source of all existence. Within the spiritual universe, Baiyu also felt numerous familiar auras emanating from the spirit realm. Turning to one side, he observed a flickering assembly of spirits gathered together, each aura rivaling his own. Yet, within the confines of the spiritual universe, even these potent spirits behaved with restraint. Baiyu merely cast a glance and chose not to engage further. Presently, ensconced within the spiritual universe, the likelihood of him taking action was virtually non-existent. He lacked the requisite strength, and, even if he possessed it, his mind was far removed from such pursuits. The paramount concern now was undoubtedly the construction of his divine domain, allowing his spiritual essence to manifest and coexist within it in mutual support. Baiyu sensed that within this space, certain rules were at play, and beyond it lay even more terrifying realms. Regrettably, he could only perceive a fraction of these forces, and any attempt to further investigate was simply not feasible. Perhaps one day, as he grows more formidable, he will be able to capture those terrifying entities and bestow their essence upon his divine domain, though he could only imagine what that might entail. The spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to the world began to spread gradually from Baiyu. Based on the concept of world, a complete divine realm began to take shape within Baiyu, a process that unfolded with remarkable ease, almost to an astonishing degree. This unexpected development left Baiyu slightly taken aback. He sensed a connection between his divine realm and the organization. The power of my divine realm seems to be intertwined with the seed of fire. His spiritual essence flickered subtly. Although he had anticipated this possibility, the reality of it still filled him with astonishment. A divine realm, by definition, is the result of a spiritual practitioner communicating with the spiritual universe, ideally occurring in a one-on-one interaction. The derivation of the divine realm depends on the nature of the spiritual energy involved. However, at this moment, the presence of the seed of fire completely intervened in this one-on-one process. Baiyu's divine realm was not merely a derivation of the world, but also encompassed the seed of fire, forming a trinity when combined with his own spiritual essence. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Baiyu mused silently. After all, there was no one ahead of him to guide the way. He was entirely constructing his divine realm based on the guidance of his spirit. With the current upheaval, he was unsure whom to consult. The system could still be exchanged, yet it seemed as lifeless as a corpse, with only the most basic prompt functions visible. Never mind, I am inherently connected to the seed of fire, so I shall let it flow naturally. Baiyu contemplated, and his spirit no longer resisted this fusion. A brand new divine realm began to take form, radiant hues shimmering within the spiritual universe. As Baiyu constructed his divine realm, the changes in the headquarters cave dwelling gradually came to a halt, revealing a brand new, almost miniature world-like cave. The concentration of spiritual energy had significantly increased. Upon noticing the cessation of changes, Xiao Wan let out a sigh of relief, quickly recognizing the transformation within the headquarters cave. The spiritual energy concentration within the cave had already far surpassed that of the outside world, and after this transformation, it was even more pronounced. This alteration must have been anticipated. The leader had not instructed them to pay attention to related matters before departing. Chunyan interjected, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the transformed cave. Such a significant change at the headquarters could hardly be deemed negative. Rather, it reflected an enhancement of the headquarters foundation. He could clearly feel the power of the seed of fire strengthening. Chunyan had always harbored a sense of expectation. Perhaps the crisis of the spirit realm could be resolved within their generation. With Baiyu present, he felt ample confidence in this prospect. It seems to be the case. Xiaowan nodded, agreeing with Chunyan's reasoning. Changes at the headquarters would ultimately be beneficial. He then turned his gaze toward the nearby Hall of Spirits, which began to emit intense waves of spiritual energy in succession after the transformation concluded. It appeared that the means left by the leader had been activated. Chapter 80. The Resurrection of the Heroic Spirits Before Departing. Baiyu had informed them that a portion of the powers of the Heroic Spirit Corridor would be activated. Now that the organization's tumultuous changes had concluded, it was time for the facilities to demonstrate their capabilities. Let's take a look, Xiao Wan addressed the group behind him. This was, in fact, his first encounter with the spectacle of the organization's facilities being activated. Experiencing this alongside his comrades and recognizing the might of the organization was undoubtedly a positive experience. Furthermore, judging by Baiyu's words, it seemed that the powers of the heroic spirit corridor had not been fully unleashed. They had merely activated a small fraction of its potential. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy emanating from the corridor was profoundly astonishing. The energies were distinct yet intertwined, creating a unique aura of spiritual resonance. Indeed, Alexei and Yabo nodded in unison. As new members of the organization, both were currently in a state of eager curiosity about everything. Even without Xiao Wan's encouragement, they would have ventured to see it. Following the footsteps of several seasoned members, the group proceeded towards the heroic spirit corridor. Due to the recent dramatic changes, the headquarters, which already spanned the area of an entire city, had expanded even further. As spiritual practitioners, it took them quite some time to approach the corridor. At this moment, the heroic spirit corridor was enveloped in a dense mist of spiritual energy. Yet through the haze, they could discern that the previously indistinct statues had begun to reveal the most basic features of their faces. The statues radiated spiritual energy, as if they were awakening from a long slumber. Chun Yin was the first to notice something unusual. He approached a statue, situated at the forefront, staring in awe. Is this Da Vinci? As an avid collector, he possessed numerous items related to Da Vinci. It was precisely due to a manuscript of Da Vinci that he had come to understand what the spark truly was. Da Vinci held significant importance for him, and he would certainly not mistake the visage of such a legendary predecessor. The statue of Da Vinci shimmered with glimmers of spiritual light. As the energy gradually floated upwards, it enveloped the statue, making it appear as if it had come to life. To Chun Yan's astonishment, the eyes of the statue blinked at him, causing his body to stiffen in surprise. Greetings, young descendant of the spark. The statue spoke. Upon hearing the nonchalant voice, Chun Yan, already in a state of shock, was startled anew and jumped back a considerable distance. The others were equally taken aback by his reaction and turned to look in his direction. In a similar manner, the statue of Da Vinci began to move, locking eyes with the group and playfully winking as it politely greeted them. Unable to perform a physical bow, it could only speak, "Hello there." The Da Vinci statue managed to muster a somewhat awkward smile, appearing slightly uncanny. Yabo reacted the most dramatically, letting out a loud scream. There are gargoyles in the organization. Upon witnessing his profound reaction, Alexei let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "How could there possibly be a gargoyle within our organization? Furthermore, do take a closer look. He is quite different from Yabo, possessing a steadier temperament, and he recognized immediately the identity of the statue. After all, Da Vinci's name holds immense influence worldwide." Upon hearing Alexei's words, Yabo scrutinized the statue more carefully, only to find Da Vinci's likeness gazing at him with an expression akin to bemusement, which left him momentarily speechless. That face is so familiar. How could the contemporary members of the organization be so oblivious? Observing Yabo, the Da Vinci statue sighed, displaying a look of disappointment, as if lamenting the lack of understanding. As Da Vinci began to speak once more, several members of the Sparks exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, according to the history of Sparks, Da Vinci was a revered predecessor who had made significant contributions to the organization's development. The presence of such a legendary figure in their midst evoked a surreal sensation, as if they were ensnared within a time rift, experiencing a dislocation of reality. Ultimately, it was Ningxi, who frequently resided at the Psionic Weapon Research Institute and was familiar with Da Vinci, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, addressing the esteemed predecessor. Da Vinci, could you enlighten us on what is transpiring? Da Vinci's eyebrows twitched slightly as he glanced backward, observing that most of the heroic spirit statues bore indistinct features. It dawned upon him what was happening, and he stated, "It appears that the Hall of Heroes has just been activated. Did the contemporary torchbearers not inform you of the specific functions of the hall?" "The leader has just departed to seek a breakthrough opportunity and has not yet had a chance to explain," Ningxi replied. "So soon?" It seems this generation of torchbearers possesses remarkable talent, able to breach the threshold of semi-divinity as the organization begins to awaken. Quite impressive, Da Vinci remarked, nodding with satisfaction. He then turned to address the members of Sparks, elucidating. The Hall of Heroes is one of the foundational elements of Sparks and serves as an exceptionally important organizational facility. Upon the death of members who have made significant contributions throughout the history of Sparks, their essence is preserved within the Hall of Heroes in a special manner to prevent dissipation. When the time is right, their essence can be revived by means of statues crafted from unique psionic materials, though, given the current circumstances, my revival is not yet complete. Da Vinci glanced at the statue that represented him, expressing a hint of resignation. Not only is my memory incomplete, but I'm also unable to move. I can only remain here at the base to answer some of your inquiries. At this point, as if recollecting something, Da Vinci suddenly inquired, "Has the Psionic Weapon Research Institute manifested?" Upon hearing the familiar phrase, Ningxi promptly replied, "The institute has indeed come into being and is currently located in the Siberian region, where I am responsible for its operations." Excellent, excellent. In the depths of Da Vinci's eyes, which shimmered with a spark of spiritual brilliance, there seemed to be a hint of amusement as he nodded in satisfaction. I contributed to the establishment of the Spiritual Weapon Research Institute, albeit not to the extent of the two illustrious pioneers who initiated it. Nonetheless, my connection to the institute remains profound. I believe that spirituality can indeed be channeled into that realm, and should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to consult me. Upon hearing this, Ningxi's expression brightened with joy, and she promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Da Vinci's genius is widely celebrated throughout history, often regarded as the most versatile genius of all time, and he is indeed one of the architects of the Spiritual Weapon Research Institute. Receiving guidance from such an extraordinary figure is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for her. Do not mention it. All is done for the spark, Da Vinci replied with a stiff smile, aware of his current limitations. Due to his incomplete revival, even his memories are not entirely clear. He retains only a vague recollection of his identity and knowledge regarding the forging of spiritual weapons, while the rest of his memories remain hazy. Yet he does not mind, for as long as the Hall of Heroic Spirits exists, there remains hope for his full resurrection. Should he ever regain a corporeal form, all memories will undoubtedly return. At that moment, Xiaowan stepped forward respectfully and inquired, "Esteemed elder, what do you mean by the appropriate time?" As the head of the organization commissioned by Baiyu, Xiaowan's considerations are more comprehensive. The revival of a pioneer like Da Vinci fills her with elation, while simultaneously awing her with the